In his past life, the main character was once the king of a nation, yet in his final moments, he could only watch helplessly as his homeland sank into a sea of fire. But after falling in battle, he opened his eyes 10 years in the past, reborn as a prince of Sia, the very kingdom that had once been his enemy. This new body had originally belonged to a frail prince, one who had been quietly poisoned by his stepmother for years. Ever since childhood, he had been suppressed by his older brother and treated by the entire palace as a useless burden. Yet ironically, this young man was the only one who had inherited the ancient magic bloodline of their ancestors. From a despised good-for-nothing, the main character slowly awakens and rises to become the strongest mage in the empire. He builds an undefeated magic legion, sweeping across the battlefield like a force no one dares to stand against. One by one, those who once harmed him are forced to pay the price, while the main character climbs step by step to the peak of power. In the end, he rewrites history itself and saves the nation of Sia from its doomed fate. The story begins when the territory of Secretia is fiercely invaded by the armies of the Kyrgyz Empire. The capital is drowned in blood and flames, as screams and the fires of war swallow every street whole. King Baron, despite losing one arm, still charges forward with a death-defying resolve, fighting alone against wave after wave of surrounding enemies. But the enemy side has far too many mages, and magic rains down without pause, nearly shattering the entire battle line. Deadly attacks close in from every direction, forcing him deeper and deeper into a hopeless corner. In the end, King Baron dies in battle, and his nation is torn apart and divided by the invading army. It seems as if everything has finally ended, and the fate of that king has reached its final stop. Yet Kalyan is reborn as the third prince of the Kyrgyz Empire. One moment he had been wiped out on the battlefield, the next he wakes up inside the enemy's ritual altar, making this reincarnation almost impossible to believe. The main character immediately asks his servant what the current date is, then realizes in shock that he has returned 10 years into the past. At that time, the Kyrgyz Empire launched its war against Secretia solely to seize the royal treasure known as the Axis of Time. Most likely, that very treasure is the reason he was pulled back into the past. Deep in his heart, the main character swears that if heaven has given him a second life, he will never allow the tragedy of his nation's destruction to happen again. Just then, a servant enters and reports that it is time for the meal. In the dining room, a blonde young man is calmly seated, enjoying his tea. That person is Randell, the first prince of the Kyrgyz Empire. The moment he sees him, the main character lowers his head and greets him according to proper royal etiquette. But Randell simply sips his tea at ease, acting as if he has not heard his younger brother's greeting at all. In the memories of this body, the third prince has always been treated like someone invisible. Before long, the second prince also enters the dining room. He is the very man who, in the main character's past life, led troops alongside King Blanche to destroy his homeland Secretia. According to the memories he has inherited, Randell does carry the title of first prince, but in terms of real authority, he is far weaker than the second prince. That is because the second prince's birth mother is the Queen of Kyrgyz, a woman whose authority in the palace is almost impossible to defy. Just thinking about surviving inside this palace, a place packed with schemes and hidden knives, makes the main character realize the road ahead will be anything but easy. Seeing the way he drinks his tea, the second prince curls his lips into a mocking smirk. He sneers that the behavior is terribly crude, without the slightest trace of noble bearing, and that he truly takes after his mother. Hearing that, the main character grows so furious that the corner of his mouth twitches, and a flash of killing intent appears in his eyes. If not for the bigger picture, he would have already rushed over and beaten that bastard without missing a single punch. The second prince notices the main character's cold gaze, which is filled with murderous intent. He instantly erupts in anger, slamming his voice down as he shouts, asking how he dares to look at him with those eyes. The tension is stretched to its limit when the first prince suddenly sets his teacup down hard and says in an icy voice that enough is enough. Even though the second prince's faction is stronger, he still has to preserve the first prince's dignity in public. Unable to attack the main character, the second prince can only swallow his rage and leave with a resentful expression. After that, the first prince turns to the main character and warns him to reflect on his own behavior. Since the emperor's birthday is approaching, he does not want any trouble breaking out inside the palace. Just when it seems like this older brother might finally care about his younger sibling, it turns out he only wants to avoid ruining their father's birthday. Fortunately, in this cold palace, Ian remains a trustworthy servant. He is always loyal, quietly taking care of and looking after the main character. That rare sincerity gives him at least a small measure of comfort. After all, this royal court is filled with struggles, conspiracies, and flames of power that can burn anyone to ashes. Among the three princes, Kalyan was the only one who inherited the bloodline traits of their legendary ancestor. That ancestor was none other than the first queen, Dragon Scythe Fanyan, who had hair as black as midnight and eyes that burned like fire. Ever since he was young, the protagonist had always been forced to find ways to hide his unusual red eyes. Because the moment the second prince saw those eyes, his hatred showed instantly, and he would start picking a fight. Unlike the second prince, whose mother was the reigning queen, the protagonist's mother had a completely different status. She was only a low-born concubine, someone with almost no backing inside the imperial palace. The protagonist remembered hearing in his previous life that the third prince of the Kairos Empire had died at only 15. The rumor claimed the third prince had plotted to poison the queen, failed, and then took his own life once his crime was exposed. But based on the protagonist's judgment, that story was definitely not the truth. It was a trap someone had deliberately set to destroy him. And there were only 2 months left, because exactly 2 months from now would be the day he turned 15. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly told Ian to find him a pair of scissors. When Ian brought the scissors over, he could not hide his curiosity, and asked what the prince planned to use them for. And then, under the horrified stares of Ian and every servant in the room, the protagonist cut off the long hair covering his eyes without the slightest hesitation, as if slicing away his weak past. Because from this moment on, he was no longer the pathetic third prince everyone remembered. So as for being afraid of that second prince, to put it bluntly, there was no chance. The next morning in the dining room, the second prince froze the instant he saw the protagonist's completely new appearance. While he remained calm as if nothing had happened, Ian stood behind him with a deathly pale face from sheer nerves. Looking at this atmosphere, everyone felt like the two princes were about to throw down right at the table. The classic case where giants clash and everyone nearby suffers. Facing the second prince's rising anger, the protagonist calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip. His blazing red eyes looked straight at the other prince, without dodging for even a second. The second prince was so furious his face turned purple. He never expected that weak little brother to dare stare him down today. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the knife from the dining table and hurled it straight at Ian. The blade flew with terrifying speed, but the protagonist's reflexes were a beat faster. He instantly caught it before the tip of the knife could reach Ian. Even though blood was seeping from his palm, he kept his eyes fixed only on the second prince before him. Seeing that, the second prince pretended it had only slipped from his hand, but his expression practically screamed, "I did it on purpose. So what can you do about it?" Ignoring the provocation, the protagonist personally carried the knife back to him, maintaining the proper etiquette of a younger brother toward an elder brother. That terrifyingly calm action was exactly what made the second prince suddenly realize something. The useless little brother he used to trample however he pleased was gone now. After the meal filled with the smell of gunpowder finally ended, the protagonist returned to his room to bandage the wound on his hand. Ian anxiously asked if he should call a healer, but the protagonist immediately refused. He said there was no need, because it was only a small cut, and the bleeding had already stopped. Only then did the protagonist ask Ian why he had not dodged when the second prince threw the knife. It turned out Ian had stood still because he feared that if he moved away, the second prince would use it as an excuse to target his master directly. Hearing that answer, the protagonist could not help curving his lips, silently admiring how he had gained such a loyal servant. After that, the protagonist stepped into the inner room, saying he wanted to wash his face and ordering Ian not to let anyone enter. He recalled the instant Ian had been in danger, when he himself had tried to use aura to save him. But at that exact second, his heart had suddenly stabbed with pain, as if a surge of magic had clenched around it. Now he wanted to recreate that sensation and check what exactly was wrong with this body. In only a moment, he sensed 3 strange magic circles forming around the area of his heart. This discovery shocked the protagonist, because the original owner of this body had actually been a mage. 3 days later, he sat in a chair with a slightly troubled expression. The reason was that 3 days had passed, yet the wound on his hand still had not healed, leaving Ian so frantic he almost lost it. His master's hand hurt, but he was more worried than if it were his own. Truly a top-tier little brother. After that, the royal tailor Shia was summoned to take the protagonist's measurements and prepare formal attire for the coming-of-age ceremony. But the moment the tailor saw the third prince, he froze, because that face looked far too much like the prince's late mother. The protagonist was already used to this reaction, because ever since he cut his hair, almost everyone who met him had been shocked like this. In the past, the third prince had suffered endless hardship simply because his face looked exactly like the mother he had never met. Because of that, the original owner gradually came to hate seeing his own face, to the point that he smashed every mirror in the room. While the tailor measured him for the ceremonial outfit, a question could not help rising in his mind. Kalyan understood that the Kairos royal family carried dragon blood, inheriting healing powers and magical talent from their ancestors far beyond ordinary people. In other words, the wound on the main character's hand should have closed long ago, yet even now it stubbornly refused to heal. Even worse, every time he circulated mana, his heart throbbed as if an invisible blade were stabbing straight through it. If an assassin showed up while he was in this condition, he would be done for. Without mana, one snap neck would send him straight to meet his ancestors. The young man was about to find someone knowledgeable about mana and ask a few questions when he suddenly heard the tailor mention the emperor's birthday banquet. At that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. If it was His Majesty's grand birthday banquet, then that person would definitely appear. That person was the Grand Mage Ellen Manassin, one of the very few 7th Circle mages on the continent and the idol of every spellcaster. In the past, Ellen Manassin had once been invited to attend the king's birthday banquet and visit Kairos, but because of some mistake, he was stopped right at the gate, and that humiliating story even spread to the neighboring kingdom of Secretia. Later, Ellen Manassin became an 8th Circle mage, and for the next 10 years, he remained the only person on the continent to reach that realm. He sat silently in the corner thinking about that mage. When it came to mana knowledge, probably no one surpassed him, and he might be the key to saving this body. The main character did not know what that old misunderstanding had been, but Kairos had never treated mages kindly, so it was hard to guess whether he would hear his offer. The reason tens of thousands of knights refused to join the kingdom of Kyrgyz lay in the influence of Blanche's maternal family, the Bryson clan. As long as he could restrain Bryson's power, he still needed the mage force. If he could pull Ellen Manassin to his side, he could prevent Blanche's bloody war. After weighing every angle, the young man sprang to his feet, sighed, and looked toward the servants. But before that, they were extremely excited as they chose outfits for the coming birthday banquet. This ribbon seems too small. I like the big one from the sample. Or should we add lace to make it stand out? The main character alone made a request so simple that even Axel Hess froze. No ribbons, no lace, no decorations at all. Slake immediately bowed and obeyed. On a beautiful morning, he sat by the window, slowly enjoying a cup of hot tea to begin the day. In just a short while, he had drained the entire cup of tea. The young man let out a soft sigh, telling himself he was gradually getting used to life inside the royal palace. His hand had nearly recovered, and Blanche was temporarily ignoring him, so the situation was actually turning in his favor. Ian carefully reported the day's schedule. In the morning, you have riding lessons. In the afternoon, you will dine with the Queen and Viscount Bresson, Your Highness. The main character immediately asked, with Viscount Bresson? Ian turned his head and replied, yes, I believe it may be because of His Majesty's birthday banquet. He curled his lip, thinking that in the end, he still had to face that guy. Ian stood beside him and asked worriedly, Your Highness, do you still intend to train today? He answered calmly, calling it training is a stretch. I am only running a few laps around the lake beside the palace. He gave the servant a bright smile to reassure him. Do not be so tense. What could possibly happen? Before them stretched a vast estate so huge that even birds flying across it might get tired wings. Down in the yard, the main character kept running lap after lap, forcing his body to keep up with the rhythm of training. A while later, he leaned his head against a nearby tree, panting as if his strength were almost drained. I am going to die. Seeing something wrong with her master, a girl hurried over. Your Highness. This was Marilyn Fratt, his maid and the second daughter of the general guarding the outer city. Are you all right, Your Highness? On the first day, you ran 4.5 laps. On the third day, 4 laps. But today, you only managed 3 laps. He could only look at her, unable to say a single word. In his heart, he had to admit Marilyn was right. I am clearly training, yet my stamina keeps dropping. Something is definitely wrong. The girl grew more and more uneasy. If you feel too unwell, should we call a physician? The main character immediately refused. No, I am fine. He gripped the front of his robe over the left side of his chest, thinking that if a physician came, the mana pathways in his body would be discovered at once. Though Ian did not yet know he was a mage, if he acted carelessly, this life would fall into danger. The young man leaned back against the tree trunk, trying to look strong. It is nothing. My health is just a little weak, so why call a physician? Vlad hesitated as he advised him. But, Your Highness. Before Vlad could finish, he forced his weak body upright and answered with a strained smile. I said I am fine. I will be better after resting for a bit. Suddenly, a shout rang out like thunder. Do not turn your face away. Look where the sword is coming from and stay awake. Both of them turned in confusion, wondering what was happening over there to make things so tense. It seemed the knights had begun their training session. The whole group charged into mock combat, and the chaotic scene looked just like an action sequence inside a dungeon. A commanding officer stood imposingly in the middle of the field, pointing out every mistake. Do not dodge a sword like that. If this were a real battlefield, you would be dead. Do not hesitate. Keep going. Just like that, the entire training ground instantly turned into a real melee, with everyone swept up in a sword rhythm stretched tight as a bowstring. The main character smiled with interest as he watched the knights train. Amazing, this really brings back the old days. Vlad introduced it from behind him. Your Highness, this is the training ground of the Pabin Knight Order. He turned and replied, I know. I only came to watch because it seemed interesting. Vlad was extremely surprised by that answer. You never used to have any interest in swordsmanship. He quickly answered, what is wrong with finding sword training interesting now? The girl asked in surprise. Your Highness, do you know what kind of place the Pabin Knight Order is? Using the knowledge he already had, he explained. Of course I know. They are the Royal Knights. More precisely, they are a force under the influence of the Bryson family. the power holding the king in the palm of its hand. Just then, the general suddenly approached and threw out a question that startled Vlad. Who are you? If you have no business here, leave. He was General Paban, the man who directly commanded the Paban Knight Order. Without the slightest restraint, he complained bluntly. Your gaze is distracting the knights, so they cannot train seriously. Just as he said, every soldier on the field had stopped, and all their eyes had gathered on the two of them. Hearing the man's arrogant tone, Vlad immediately growled a warning. Please show some respect. The person before you is the third prince, Kalian. The man instantly pretended to widen his eyes, putting on a wildly dramatic look of shock. Is that so? So you are His Highness the Prince? But right after that, his voice turned viciously sarcastic. I thought it was just some little rat sneaking around and peeking where it shouldn't. Faced with that blatant insult, the main character began to feel a slow, simmering irritation rising in his chest. On the outside, he merely clenched his teeth and forced a smile under General Paban's contempt, but deep inside, he carved this debt into his heart, heaven and demons above. Vlad instantly flew into a rage and shouted right in General Paban's face. How dare you speak so blasphemously before His Highness? The man stayed perfectly calm, coolly saying he had merely misunderstood him. Why are you getting so worked up? Look, even the prince himself doesn't seem to care. Yet only a few seconds after acting so bold, the man flinched at the strange pressure radiating from the main character. What is this feeling? Just like before that day, there is no way I could mistake it. In the past, he had repeatedly found excuses to bully him, coldly asking what the third prince was doing here. I must return to receive the queen's summons, and yet you dare stand in my way. Back then, he had been so weak that he could only press himself against the wall, trembling as he lowered his head and apologized. I will move aside at once. General Paban remembered it very clearly. That boy had always been a spineless prince, frail, timid, and easy to bully. Yet now, this young man seemed to have become someone else entirely. His eyes locked straight onto him and filled with fury. Paban, a general who had survived countless battlefields, now felt a flicker of fear before the aura of a prince. He slowly stepped closer, his voice icy as he spoke. General Paban, I have one question for you. What is your duty? The man froze at that sudden question, completely unable to guess what the main character was trying to do. Two nearby soldiers stepped forward out of curiosity and asked cautiously, General sir, what exactly is going on? The moment they saw him, both men leaned in and whispered, Isn't that the third prince? What is he doing here? What a pain. In the end, he is just the third prince, a prince looked down on by every knight. General Paban quickly made up an excuse to dodge the issue. As you can see, I am training the army, so it is not convenient for me to answer. I hope your highness will continue with your own business. Afraid his master would get into trouble, Vlad hurriedly tried to stop him. Your highness. But he had no intention of letting this go so easily, his gaze still locked on General Paban. I am asking you, report your duty immediately. Vlad and even the general went dead silent for several seconds before the main character's chillingly firm attitude. The man glanced faintly toward the soldiers standing behind him, as if trying to read the situation. Then he answered hesitantly, My duty is to build a strong royal army for the kingdom of Saya, while also protecting the royal family and the kingdom itself. He reached up and gripped the branch above his head, then countered in a cold voice, Correct. Building and protecting. It sounds very noble. The moment he finished speaking, he tightened his hand and snapped the branch in a single motion. After that, he bluntly exposed the true face of these cunning people. You have not fulfilled a single one of your duties. The soldiers began to pale, and the air tightened like the moment before a dungeon opened. General Paban exploded in fury at being accused in the middle of the training yard, grinding out his words. What did you just say? As he walked closer, he pointed out every flaw in their training. First, about building a strong royal army for the kingdom of Sia, based on what I have seen with my own eyes. Your military training is nothing but a miserable mess. As soon as those words fell, a violent killing intent surged like a tornado and swept straight toward them. In a way that was almost magical, he had closed in behind General Paban and was ready to strike. With the instincts of a seasoned martial artist, the man instantly realized someone was targeting him from behind. If I cannot block this attack, I am going straight to meet my ancestors. Just imagining that outcome made his entire body turn cold with fear. In the next instant, he yanked the sword from its sheath. Just as the piece of wood in the main character's hand was about to touch General Paban's shoulder, the man managed to swing his sword and block it by a hair's breadth. Cold sweat burst across his forehead as he stared at the fragile branch in disbelief. With just that thing, his face was as cold as ice, his sharp gaze aimed straight at the man like a silent warning. Realizing his plan had succeeded, he curled his lips into a pleased smile. Immediately afterward, he calmly tossed the branch on the ground. Without warning, the sword in General Paban's hand sprang from his palm, was knocked flying, and stabbed deep into the dirt. In just a few short seconds, the clash was over. He lightly rotated his wrist and mocked him. Unbelievable. You could not even predict the sword path of someone who has never held a sword. You disappoint me. Now, the second matter. The man trembled with rage after being humiliated in front of so many soldiers, screaming inside his head, What the hell is going on? That behavior, and that damned presence too. He looked at the man coldly and pressed the charge. The one tasked with protecting the royal family, and the kingdom dares disrespect a royal. You even drew your sword and injured a prince. Should I call that treason? The man widened his eyes in terror, unable to believe what had just happened. Is this really the third prince I once knew? With only a few actions and a few words, the main character had scared him out of his wits. General Pa Ben instantly changed from an arrogant bully into a coward, dropping to his knees and kowtowing as he begged for forgiveness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. This servant was foolish. I absolutely had no intention of committing treason. The surrounding soldiers also gaped, stunned by this rare sight. The man kept bowing his head and begging, hoping he would show mercy and forgive him. Please be lenient, Your Highness. Outwardly, he kept admitting fault, but deep inside, his heart was choked with resentment. Because of this damned useless third prince, I have been humiliated to this extent. I will never forget today's shame. After settling everything, he calmly returned to continue his training. Ian suddenly appeared, frowning as he questioned why he had said he wanted to come here for physical training. And yet he had brought an entire horse with him. Kalayan immediately broke into a dazzling smile, just like a child who had been given a brand new gift. He handed the reins to Ian and casually said he had picked it up on the way here, and its name was Raven. As Ian struggled to drag the stubborn horse along, he asked in confusion, "Wait, where did Your Highness go to bring this thing back?" After the dust settled, he pointed toward the training ground and asked the soldiers what the deal was with that horse. Everyone answered honestly that Prince Blanche had been unable to tame it. As Your Highness can see, this horse is extremely aggressive. After hearing that, our lead curled his lips in amusement, and a new game involving this horse instantly popped into his mind. Ian nearly lost his mind when he learned the truth. Did Your Highness really just bring Prince Blanche's horse back like that? He turned back and replied that Blanche himself had said anyone could ride it, whether they were a guide or a horse handler. Then he lowered his voice and warned Ian to keep the training school incident secret. Behind him, Ian was still suffering with the untamable horse. Worried, he looked back and asked, "But what if His Highness finds out?" Kalayan sighed helplessly and said, "I told you it will be fine, and if anything happens then." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden, violent pain stabbed through his heart, making Vlad and Ian cry out in panic, "Your Highness!" He clutched the left side of his chest and silently concluded that, just as he had thought, this body had been forced beyond its limits. Ian asked anxiously whether today's training had been too much for him. To avoid drawing attention, Kalayan calmly lied and said it was nothing. "I just have not played around with others this freely in a long time." Ian asked curiously, "With whom, sir?" At that very moment, a mysterious figure hiding behind a nearby wall quietly listened to the entire conversation between the three of them. After hearing our lead's words, the stranger immediately went back to report. His master asked coldly, "I see, so what did he say?" "How interesting. I heard that little rat struggled quite fiercely, which makes sense. But no matter how much someone like him writhes, his lowly origins will never change." As he spoke, he reached out and snapped the flower branch in his hand. "Crushing him outright would be far too boring, so let us use this method instead. Now, we simply wait and watch." Petals scattered down onto the floor, like a gloomy omen silently settling over everything. At dinner with the princes, he could only force a smile in the face of Blanche's bizarre attitude. This atmosphere was so suffocating it was hard to breathe. Was it like this every single day? One person spent the whole meal looking away, refusing to even glance at him. The other simply ate in silence, never saying a single word. He looked at Blanche and wondered quietly, why is that bastard unusually quiet today? Maybe the Queen and Viscount Bryson arrived late because of me. He really cannot control his expression, which proves he is still far too childish. A woman dressed in a luxurious gown suddenly appeared, walking slowly into the prince's dining room. Every gaze immediately turned toward the door. That scent, the fragrance of white petals, was gentle yet haunting, as if it were seeping through the entire room. He smiled with great interest, as though he had been waiting for this woman's appearance for a long time. At last she had arrived, the woman who held the true power of this kingdom, Silas Brisson, the current second queen of Kairos. After the previous queen died of a grave illness, Silas Brisson was the one who rose to that position. She relied on the power of the Bryson family in Western Sia, then gradually seized control of the royal knights. Most nobles stood on the Bresson family's side. Because of that, Silas Brisson's power kept expanding, while a prince without any backing, like our lead, became a laughingstock even in the eyes of commoners. Viscount Renong stood behind her with a squinting smile, asking Silas Brisson whether they should proceed with the agreement with General Pabin. Without even thinking, she answered that they should compensate the man in full. He hurriedly bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty." Silas Brisson added coldly, "From now on, do not report such trivial matters to me again." How troublesome. Am I really expected to concern myself with every petty matter like this? He sat still, quietly observing the conversation between the two of them. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly grew tense as a drawn bowstring, to the point that even Axel Hess clearly sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, Silas Brisen spoke first and called out to him, "You have matured quite a lot lately, have you not?" He answered her seemingly gentle praise with a sly smile. In response, he lightly placed his hand on the glass of red wine on the table and answered modestly, "I have not matured that much yet, just as I guessed." He confidently looked straight into her eyes and said slowly, "I am certain I will continue to mature even more from now on." Silas Brisen was briefly stunned by his sharp reply, which showed no trace of clumsiness at all. Even Randell had to glance over, as if he had just seen an unexpected variable appear. In that single moment, the look Silas Brisen directed at him began to change noticeably. Viscount Renong, seated beside her, immediately continued, "Of course. But whether your highness has matured or not, I almost failed to recognize you. Now that your highness has revealed your face, it is truly an honor to see your appearance. You really should have cut your hair sooner, and since you are still in your growth period, surely you will." Suddenly, Silas Brisen cut him off with an icy call, "Brother." That single word made him flustered with fear, and he stammered, "Yes." She said calmly that she was hungry, so they should bring out the food at once. Sitting on this side, Kalian stared in disbelief and silently judged Viscount Renong, the master of the Brisen Merchant Guild, for being this stupid. Everything was exactly as the rumors said, and that made it interesting. Silas Brisen silently shifted her gaze toward the son sitting beside her. Seeing that he was still sitting there with an indifferent air, she called his name, "Blanche. Why did you not tell me?" He frowned and asked back, "About what, mother?" Silas Brisen whispered softly, "About your horse refusing to obey you." Kalian sat in silence for a long while, his gaze sinking deep into calculation. Then the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, forming an unreadable smile. Seeing that her son still said nothing, she slowly continued, "If only you had told me sooner." He closed his eyes and replied coldly that she had known all along. But her next sentence made Bolanki freeze at once. "You never told me it had slipped out of your control." He deliberately let his fork fall onto the table, then answered calmly that it had been a useless horse from the very beginning. After saying that, Bolanki shot up from the dining table and coldly asked to be excused first. Silisi Bulisane stared wide-eyed at her beloved son's back, both startled and confused. 3 weeks passed and His Majesty's annual birthday banquet finally began in earnest. Across the castle grounds, countless honored guests arrived one after another, creating a lavish and bustling scene. Servants rushed back and forth to finish the reception, constantly calling, "This way, hurry this way. This is His Majesty's birthday banquet, so absolutely nothing can go wrong." A convoy of horses loaded with gifts slowly entered the grounds, instantly drawing every gaze along the road. Someone whispered, "Look, that is the elven delegation coming to offer congratulations. Those must all be tribute gifts, so this birthday banquet is going to be incredibly extravagant." Someone else said excitedly, "The princes must be busy preparing too, right? I really want to meet them already. I am so nervous, I can barely stand it." In the protagonist's room, Celica was still carefully taking every measurement of his body. As soon as he finished recording the numbers, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and froze, muttering, "Wait, why is..." He looked up at him with tearful eyes, just about to ask how His Highness had been eating, when a red drop of blood suddenly appeared on the floor. Celica's face instantly turned pale. He was so panicked he could barely speak. Then he shouted with all his strength, "Your Highness!" Watching the nosebleed keep dripping down, he also went rigid, completely unable to understand what was wrong with his body. The young man stared in shock as red drops fell into his palm. When the servants saw it, they rushed over in panic, all calling out, "Your Highness!" Ian quickly ordered, "Bring cotton and bandages here now." The protagonist pinched his own nose and reassured them that he was fine, and that nothing serious had happened. He forced a smile and said it was probably just because he had not been sleeping well lately. "Look, the nosebleed has already stopped." But Ian still answered with a grave face, "This is not that simple." At that moment, the wardrobe master burst into tears, bowed his head and said, "Forgive my rudeness, but this does not end there, Your Highness." He looked at him and choked out, "You have lost far too much weight. 3 weeks ago, your body was clearly much fuller than it is now." The protagonist lightly turned his wrist, suspicion showing plainly on his face. Then he murmured, "Have I really gotten that thin? Or have I just been pushing my martial arts training too hard lately?" His mind was a mess. He had clearly been training diligently and regularly, yet his stamina kept getting worse, and the pain every time he circulated mana had not disappeared at all. He remembered the times his heart had stabbed with pain, leaving him able only to curl up helplessly on the bed. "There is definitely something wrong with my heart," the protagonist concluded inwardly. The wardrobe master hurriedly said, "You must not take this lightly. Have you been examined, Your Highness?" He gave a strained smile and replied, "It is not that serious. Do I really need a healer just for a nosebleed?" Yet inside he thought, this old man keeps bringing up healers. Why'd I have to start bleeding in front of so many people at a time like this? With tears in his eyes, the man man said this is not just an ordinary nosebleed. He tried to answer that he was truly fine, but inwardly he tensed, thinking it would be hard to fool them this time. Suddenly, Ian crossed his arms and spoke up. I know what happened. It must be because you picked your nose again yesterday. He and the wardrobe master immediately gaped in shock. Ian calmly continued, personal habits like that are indeed hard to admit in front of others. He cut him off in panic. Wait, what are you even talking about? Meanwhile, the wardrobe master whispered inwardly, so this prince has a secret hobby like that. Ian remained perfectly composed and said, I already told you. The prince eats and trains with great discipline. His nosebleed must simply be due to one of his private habits, so please do not worry too much. Hearing that, the man replied, if Ian says so, then it must be fine, since you understand his highness better than anyone. Ian turned toward him, eyes shining brightly, while the protagonist was almost petrified on the spot. Seeing Ian wink, he felt both bewildered and terrified, screaming in his head, what in the world is this brat doing? Then he remembered the moments when Ian had worriedly asked, are you all right, your highness? You do not look well. The weaker his body became, the more he felt that one slight mistake would make him faint on the spot. Because of that, after discovering he could use magic, he understood that the cause was most likely the mana flowing through his body. The protagonist thought inwardly, is this guy really willing to destroy my image that badly? Still, thanks to him, everyone temporarily stopped pressing for answers. At that moment, the wardrobe master spoke up, then I will alter the outfit as we discussed. It is just that our current time is rather tight. Ian replied at once, it will be fine. The prince also has matters to handle, and there is still enough time before the event begins. Hearing that, the man happily left with the roll of fabric in his arms and said, what a relief. Then I will fix the outfit for the afternoon event first. Right after that, Ian lowered his voice and asked, your highness, it is not today, is it? He looked at Ian, his expression turning serious, but he said nothing. In the protagonist's mind, a vision instantly appeared of his health condition, spreading throughout the entire palace. So before everything spiraled out of control, he had to meet Ailun Manasseh tonight, no matter what it took. Just then, the palace steward approached and announced that because an urgent matter needed handling, Prince Lan Quan could not attend. So the meeting would be made up by granting each person a private audience. He thought in surprise there was barely any time to meet in the first place, and now His Majesty wants to meet each person privately? Would it not be more convenient to meet everyone at once? He never expected to have a private audience, and unease began rising in his heart. After that, the steward led the way for him and respectfully said, please enter, Prince. His Majesty is already waiting, and at that very moment, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense. In the study, King Kairos was intently flipping through a stack of documents when Kalian stepped inside. He lowered his head in a formal bow and respectfully requested an audience with your majesty. After waiting and still hearing no reply, the male lead looked up in confusion, wondering if that man really meant to ignore him. Even though he did not know the Kairos court's etiquette very well, he was certain this attitude was rude enough to be unacceptable. Only then did the king finally say, in a flat tone, that he could sit down. The young man took his seat and offered birthday congratulations on his 38th year. King Kairos answered indifferently, then asked how he had been lately, since he looked much better. Those words left him stunned. An image suddenly flashed through the male lead's mind of the attendants, who had once worriedly asked whether your highness had seen a physician, because we truly are concerned for you. Then he gave a bitter smile inwardly, realizing with some pain that even outsiders knew exactly how he had been released so quickly. Now the young man understood why your majesty had insisted on meeting each of them privately, even though no one clearly had time to spare. If he met all three princes at once, he would have to focus on conversation. Splitting them up one by one was simply the most efficient way to save effort. For him, even sitting there and listening to his son's offer congratulations was a waste of time. The more the male lead understood this royal family, the more he saw it for the complete mess it was. A father who barely seemed to care about his own children. The eldest prince, meanwhile, lived recklessly and carefree, as if nothing in the world had anything to do with him. He recalled Blanche's behavior. When someone mentioned the prince, and we all caught the scent of alcohol, that man immediately barked for them to shut up. The second prince was truly both rude and brutish. As for the queen, the emperor had once said in a cold voice that she had arrived a little late. She had answered calmly, yes, that was how it had to be, your majesty. She was the kind of woman with enough power to look down on even a king. Among those people, there was definitely someone who wanted the male lead dead. The storm was about to begin, and now it was time to see who the real culprit was, who had sent assassins to take his life. When the male lead appeared before the public, the crowd instantly erupted into a buzz. Did you hear the news? Just recently in the square, the third prince. Another person quickly cut in, of course I heard it too. He appeared before the people with a completely different air, didn't he? Compared with that day, the second Prince Blanche looked no different from a drunken man. The male lead sighed inwardly. Here we go again. It looked like these busy people still loved making a scene. But something felt very strange. Wasn't everyone supposed to see it that way? Unlike in his previous life, something had definitely started to drift off course. Right then, a loud announcement rang out. His Highness, the third prince, has arrived. He slowly stepped forward under the stunned gazes of every guest in the room. The crowd could not hide its shock. My god, so the rumors really were true. The prince with black hair and red eyes looked exactly like Scythe Fanyan from the legends. That day, he had cut away the long hair that once covered his face. Not only that, he was also wearing a striking red ornament. Perhaps this was his declaration that he would no longer hide from fate. Hearing the gossip spreading through the grand hall, the corner of the male lead's mouth curled slightly. Ian, standing beside him, immediately whispered, "Your Highness, why is everyone?" The male lead glanced across a few faces at the banquet. Caught staring, those people quickly looked away. Ian still kept wondering, "Why is everyone looking at your outfit?" "Just as I thought, this suit really suits you." If Sia saw this, she would definitely be happy. The male lead was briefly startled by that innocent conclusion, and in the end he had no choice but to explain. "They're looking at this ornament and wondering why a third prince like me would wear something like it. Do you know how hard I had to work just to stop that guy from doing more? Thank goodness it was only this much. If I had to wear all those accessories, it would be even scarier." Ian still said calmly that he looked very handsome. The male lead helplessly thought that only two people with zero sense of aesthetics would pick so randomly. The two of them kept walking, and then the male lead casually asked, "By the way, Ian, you once said your family was also in Kyrgyzstan, right?" Ian replied, "So you still remember that? My younger sister and my father went back to our hometown, and the others are still living in Kyrgyzstan." He asked again, "I see. Have they ever visited the royal palace?" Ian replied, "If they receive an invitation, then they probably have, Your Highness. By the way, when should I move the vellum thread to the Imperial Garden?" Ian thought to himself that the prince did not seem to want to answer the previous question. The male lead also understood that there were some things this guy was better off not digging into any further. Then he simply said, "For now, let's wait for the right time. You see, I want to meet someone." Ian was instantly surprised. "Someone Your Highness wants to meet." He motioned for silence and asked, "Do you know why this ballroom is called Suleiman Hall?" Ian answered, a little confused, "Of course. It's named after the surname of the first clan head. That man was also one of the 8 heroes of the Twin Road War, Duke Kytros Horn Suleiman, the only ducal house in Kyrgyz, House Suleiman. Even though they held immense power, they remained absolutely loyal to the royal family for 500 years, devoting themselves to protecting the land of Sifania." The male lead thought that when he was young, that story had once left a huge impression on him. Ian lowered his voice and asked, "Your Highness, could the person you want to meet be?" He answered, "Yes, the person I want to meet is." But at that exact moment, a loud burst of laughter suddenly rang up from below the hall. After that, the man softly hummed that a summer night in Suleiman truly felt like an immortal song. He whispered, never imagining that the person he had once met by chance would appear in this place. The man calmly introduced himself, saying, "I am the Duke of Suleiman, am I not?" Kalian was secretly delighted. A long-standing, loyal member of the Sia clan was exactly the kind of person the main character needed. "In that case, should I test just how sharp your blade really is?" Young Len immediately released a surge of energy heavy with pressure. The Duke seemed to sense it almost at once, and he immediately turned his head to look back. He fixed his gaze on the boy as if he had caught onto some unusual trace. The main character quietly relaxed his hand, thinking that the Duke really had noticed right away, even though he had only released a tiny bit of aura. Ian suddenly spoke up, saying it seemed Duke Suleiman was paying very close attention to him. The boy thought that, since the Duke was one of the 5 saints of the continent, he probably would not be that petty. Then the young man calmly said, "I am truly grateful, but it is still too early right now, so let us pretend we have not realized anything." After that, the two of them quietly went inside. Below in the hall, King Kairos raised his wine glass and declared, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate. Please enjoy tonight." Everyone clinked glasses together, then shouted in unison for Kairos. Just then, Ian and the main character had already climbed out the window using a rope. The boy climbed onto the horse's back, stroked its mane, and said happily, "Brittle really is so obedient and gentle." Ian replied, "Please do not let it fool you when you are not around." The boy continued, "Judging by Raven's agility, it must be extremely clever. I only need to reach the front gate, right?" Ian answered, "Yes." While they were waiting there, a guard's voice suddenly rang out from the entrance, stopping someone and saying that no invitation meant no entry. The man replied, "I came all this way to join the festival." The guard coldly continued, "You cannot enter, so leave at once." The main character was instantly thrilled in secret. He had arrived. Right then, the man asked back, "Are you sure you want to stop me over one invitation? I am Ellen Menacin." The guards cried out in shock, "Ellen Menacin? Ellen Menacin, you said?" They stared at him for a long moment, then looked at one another and silently exchanged signals. One of them stepped forward and said, "Even if you are Ellen Menacin, you still need an invitation to enter." After hearing that, he let out a cold laugh. His eyes instantly sharpened like swords, and he scolded them in an icy voice. "So Kairos judges its guests by appearance now?" Watching from the side, the main character felt a little confused and wondered what was going on. It was true that judging people by their clothing and discriminating against them was a serious problem, but from the way way Ellen Madison was acting, he was clearly stirring up trouble on purpose, as if he wanted an excuse not to step into chaos. On the other side, after hearing the guard's answer, Ellen Madison pulled his horse around to leave, and before departing, he tossed out, "Then report that for me." "Fine, I am going home." Seeing him about to leave, the boy was startled, and his heart immediately fell into panic. If he let him go like this, everything would be ruined. While the boy was still lost in chaotic thoughts, Ian beside him anxiously shouted, "No, the king has ordered that no one may leave while the festival is underway." Watching that figure grow farther and farther away, the boy frowned uneasily. At this rate, he would lose track of him. Thinking of that, the boy immediately pointed at Ian beside him and ordered him to find any way to hold back the soldiers, while he quickly spurred his horse after the man who had just left, shouting nonstop, "Let's go, Raven." Ian was frozen by the sudden move behind him, and by the time he came back to his senses, both rider and horse were already far away, so he could only shout, "Your Highness!" When the soldiers saw the boy riding toward the city gate, they hurriedly formed a defensive line. One of them shouted, "Your Highness, get down from the horse. His Majesty ordered that no one may leave." But the boy ignored every attempt to stop him, urged his horse into a gallop, broke straight through the line of guards, and rushed out of the city gate. The soldiers instantly panicked and shouted all at once, "The princess has left the city. Prepare horses and chase after him immediately." Hearing those words from behind, Ian grew even more anxious. He was so panicked that he had no idea what to do, his mind a total mess. What now? If this kept going, then... He suddenly recalled that before leaving, the prince had pointed straight at him and ordered, "Stop the soldiers for me by any means necessary." So he bit his lip hard and nervously told himself to focus. He was the prince's attendant, and no matter what, he had to protect his highness. This was his responsibility. Immediately after that, he suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Under the hazy festival lights, he stepped forward and spoke in a firm, ringing voice. The duke himself gave the prince permission to leave. Hearing that, the soldiers asked in shock, "Who are you to call the duke by name like that?" He slowly untied the ribbon holding up his hair, then spoke in a clear voice, "I am Ian, eldest son of the Duke of Suleiman." In the quiet night of the royal palace, a bright burst of laughter suddenly rang out. The man slapped his thigh again and again while laughing with pure delight, making Ian, who sat beside him, blush with embarrassment. A moment later, as if he could not hold back any longer, Ian gritted his teeth and said, "Father, there is nothing funny about this." Only then did the Duke try to suppress his laughter, wiping away tears from laughing too much as he said, "Sorry, I just never expected my son to come up with such a clever move." Then he pressed Ian's head down again and vigorously ruffled his hair, saying that his runaway son had left home just to raise some brat. Ian immediately cried out, "Father!" A moment later, he cheerfully told Ian that it was a wise choice. Ian meanwhile fixed the hair his father had ruffled and argued that it was not, because his highness was about to ruin the relationship between his father and his majesty. But the man only laughed with utter confidence, then replied that his majesty would not question this matter. Ian froze, then asked in surprise, "Pardon?" The man calmly repeated that his majesty definitely would not suspect a thing. Romain had always been suspicious. So if the prince just happened to receive help from the Sia clan of Suleiman, his majesty would have no choice but to be wary of our goodwill. But if the prince receives support through this connection, instead of it being seen as a punishment, the situation becomes completely different. That would be no different from officially acknowledging the friendly relationship between our Sia clan and that prince, and Bryson will very likely realize that something about this is unusual. At that point, he gave a sly smile and continued, "So bury everything as if it never happened, no matter why the prince left the city that day." Elsewhere, Kalyan finally caught up with Ellen Madison. The man stopped walking and said coldly that it seemed Kalyan had not followed him all this way just to complain about him showing up on his own. Then he pulled down his hood, turned around, and asked why the third prince of Kairos was following an old man like him. The instant Kalyan saw that face, he was shaken, thinking that he had heard mages could age backward once they reached the 7th magic circle, but he never expected to witness it himself today. After regaining his composure, Kalyan asked if Ellen still intended to leave, even though it was already so late. Ellen replied that every time he tried to reopen a closed door, the threshold was always set far too high. Kalyan thought in confusion. What did he mean by the threshold being too high? Was the old man trying to trade barbs with him? If so, this was hopeless. Though he felt slightly annoyed inside, Kalyan kept his calm expression. "I mention this because you keep staring at a closed door, while another door is still waiting for you to walk through. Did I get so busy blocking the wind that I forgot to wipe the dust from the threshold? You mean where I hid the invitation, correct? I do not think a guard is at fault just because his master wanted to keep outsiders away." Hearing that, Ellen felt momentarily puzzled, wondering whether this prince was honest or simply rude, since he was not apologizing, and was instead judging him outright. Right after that, Ellen curled his lips into a smile, thinking that this prince had been interesting from the very first meeting. Those eyes absolutely did not belong to a mere 14-year-old boy. Then, as if realizing something, Ellen suddenly widened his eyes in shock before calling out, "Your Highness." Seeing Ellen's sudden movements and expression, Kalyan could not help feeling confused. In the next second, Ellen Manison seized one of Kalyan's arms and said, "Allow me for a moment." Not knowing what the other man intended to do, Kalyan immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" A current of energy carrying mana flowed from Ellen's hand straight into Kalyan's body. Kalyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were being crushed. Sweat poured down his face, and he clenched his teeth while clutching the left side of his chest through the agony. At that moment, Ellen Manison gripped the young man's wrist, and his mana flooded into Kalyan's body, making his heart contract until he could barely breathe. The mana kept increasing, pushing him to the edge of endurance. Finally, Kalyan shouted, flung Ellen Manison away with a sweep of his arm, and immediately stepped back. As if Ellen Manison had sensed something, he said in a low voice that even if one door closes, another will eventually open. Hearing that, Kalyan was shaken inside, wondering if Ellen had already seen through the condition of his body. Then Kalyan looked at Ellen Manison and asked, "Another door will open as well?" "That is right, you are not wrong. Starting from a certain point, I became unable to use mana anymore." Hearing this, Ellen Manison thought to himself, "No, the problem is not the mana. Could this boy truly not know about that?" Then Ellen looked down at Kalyan's hand and quietly murmured that the true root of the problem lay somewhere else. Ellen Manison remained silent for a long while, then angrily clenched his fist. He remembered how Karis had treated mages so coldly, even though they carried the bloodline of the dragon's descendants. A Grand Mage had personally come all the way to this Sia clan, originally only to teach that kingdom that if it failed to hold on to a Grand Mage, searching for one later would be hopeless. Yet this meeting with the young prince blocking his path right now, could it be fate itself? After thinking for a while, Ellen Manison spoke and asked why Kalyan wanted to find him. Hearing that, Kalyan also answered calmly, "The matter is this." But immediately afterward he thought that if he lied, Ellen would certainly notice at once. So Kalyan said frankly, "Ellen Manison, I want to borrow your reputation. I believe that before long, my life will be threatened." Hearing this, Ellen Manison immediately fell into deep thought. It was not that he knew nothing of the third prince's circumstances, because almost everyone hated that prince, and anyone could become his enemy. Suddenly, Ellen Manison cast magic, creating a circle that enclosed both himself and Kalyan inside. Seeing this, Kalyan panicked inwardly, thinking, "Is this silence magic?" He cast a spell without chanting, so he really must be a seventh circle mage. Ellen Manison then asked whether Kalyan's goal was simply to stop that from happening, or whether he wanted to pull the problem out by the roots. At that moment, Kalyan dismounted and replied with a smile that, for now, he only wanted to stop it from happening. Hearing that, Ellen Manison blurted out, "For now." Right after that, Kalyan continued, "But I also want to completely resolve the root cause of the problem." Kalyan declared in an icy voice that as long as he obtained what he wanted, he would even accept stepping onto the throne. It was as simple as that. Hearing that, Ellen Manison only gave a faint smile, though inwardly he was stunned. To this boy, even the supreme throne of Karis was merely a card to achieve his goal. He was a prince whose body was rotting away day by day, yet he spoke as if the throne were only a backup option. Ellen studied the young man's calm smile and kept thinking. A prince with an aura much like Cephanian's, yet he needed Ellen to clear the road for his ambition. This was far more interesting than any palace mind game. Then Ellen Manison slowly spoke. "In that case, extend that invitation to me one more time. Let me see just how far you can go." Hearing that, the main character curled his lips slightly, wearing the kind of smile that seemed to have been waiting for this moment all along. Immediately after, he lowered himself onto one knee, his posture solemn, like the opening right between a mage and his disciple. He spoke with deep respect. "I humbly request an audience with my master." Ellen Manison answered with equal dignity, "Prince, I am Ellen Manison, and I will accept your highness's invitation, while becoming the one who supports the road ahead of you." Meanwhile, on Yian's side, he looked at his father and asked quietly, "Father, are you truly certain the people in the palace do not know who I am?" Suleiman laughed heartily and replied, "I told you, everything with Axel Hiss has been handled, so stop worrying." Ian propped up his chin, thought for a moment, then sighed. "You must be telling the truth, father. Otherwise I could never have stayed beside the prince for this long." Suleiman softened his tone and continued, "Exactly. Still, for someone from the royal bloodline, you do not resemble Axel Hess in the slightest, not in looks and not in bearing." Ian fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. "Then what about Leah, father?" Suleiman answered, "That girl is doing very well as the head of the Sia branch you left behind." With that, he stood up and stretched, his voice relaxed. "Anyway, if you ever get tired of playing servant and babysitter, you can return to your old position whenever you want. It may be some time before you and I meet again." Ian lowered his head toward the ground and quietly protested, "What are you saying, father? Aren't we going to meet again in 3 months?" Suleiman looked at his son and his voice suddenly grew heavy. Are you truly thinking of giving up your position as the prince's attendant? When Yi gave no answer, he pressed him once more. Are you really planning to quit staying beside that brat? Yi sat motionless, his hands clasped tightly together, as though he were trying to hold on to a choice he could not put into words. After a while, Yi hesitantly replied, that day will come soon enough when I turn 15. That stubborn son of his left even a father like him unable to force anything. Seeing Ye'an's gloomy expression, Suleiman quickly changed his tone and started a new topic. Hey son, do you know what nickname our Suleiman Xia clan has? Ye'an looked up in surprise, but before he could answer, his father cut in as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. That's right, just as you are thinking, the elephants of Kairos. It has been ages since we fought for the throne, but our family's strength still makes people call us the kings of all beasts. We are the kind of people even monsters do not dare touch carelessly. Ye'an quietly listened to his father, then frowned slightly, unable to understand why he had suddenly brought this up. At that moment, Suleiman hooked an arm around his son's neck and laughed loudly. Why, you ask? I just wanted to say that the family name you once sold cheap is actually powerful, so go do whatever you want. Understanding the feeling hidden behind those rough words, Ye'an was unexpectedly moved, and a relieved smile slowly formed at the corner of his lips. Suleiman still refused to let go, teasing Ye'an while tightening his grip. Anyway, you little brat, you have made me worry myself sick over you. Ye'an struggled and shouted, Stop it, father. It hurts. You are seriously going to choke me to death. After the commotion finally settled, Ye'an straightened his clothes and spoke seriously. In any case, Lord Suleiman. Hearing his son address him so formally, Suleiman still did not forget to tease him. Lord, huh? Why so polite all of a sudden? Ye'an bowed respectfully, his voice far calmer than before. Then next time I will come to see you again, father. Watching his son's back gradually disappear into the distance, the father stood silently in thought. That pointless stubbornness was unmistakably the blood of the Suleiman family. In that very instant, he suddenly thought of that prince and let out a soft laugh. Still, that brat, when exactly did he manage to grow up that much? He looked up at the moon and sighed, wondering what move that boy was trying to draw onto the board. At the vast palace, a luxurious Sia horse carriage slowly came to a stop under the curious gazes of everyone nearby. Its arrival instantly threw the surrounding crowd into a stir. Good heavens, am I seeing this right? Is that really the emblem of 7 crimson flowers and a silver wand? Someone whispered, I heard he signed a pact with Grey Bryson, Baron Axel Hess, back then, so why has he come to Kairos now? Another person immediately answered, isn't it obvious? He went through something similar too. If not for his connection with King Grey Bryson, he might have been abandoned as well. It must be because that rumor is true, right? Exactly, the son of Ellen Menacin. At that moment, the person inside the Sia horse carriage finally stepped out, and every gaze instantly shifted in one direction. Ellen Menacin leisurely descended from the carriage, his eyes sweeping across the palace grounds with the calm composure of a grand mage. He smiled faintly, thinking that his new disciple had set up a rather adorable little performance. He recalled the boy's eager instructions from the night before. Master, you understand, right? At exactly 9:30, you must arrive there and open the door at that precise moment. Ellen Menacin quietly guessed that Prince's plan to compete with the Grizzon Sia clan was certainly not simple. The boy was waiting for the right moment to introduce him before the nobles and turn the game around. While he was still standing there in thought, someone stepped out to receive him and said, I am rather surprised by your sudden visit. Mage Ellen Menacin, the prince is waiting for you. The steward led a group of servants forward and welcomed him with deep respect. Once they entered, someone was already waiting inside. King Roman had been drinking tea and talking with Ellen Menacin when he suddenly froze, then asked in shock, what did you just say? A place to stay in the future? Lord Ellen Menacin, you wish to reside in Kairos? Ellen Menacin calmly set down his teacup and replied, that is correct. I need a place to stay in Kairos. The king instantly fell silent, his mind racing through one plan after another for dealing with Selig. He thought he needed a source of power on par with Ellen Menacin, yet the mage's sudden offer made him deeply suspicious of the true motive behind it. As if seeing through the unease in his eyes, Ellen Menacin slowly spoke up. To be honest, last night in the square I met a black cat with red eyes. It was clever, so I wanted to teach it a few interesting things. Unfortunately, I do not have a place to stay yet. Roman asked sternly, then what exactly do you intend to teach the prince? Ellen Menacin answered calmly, magic of course. Not only that, I also want to create an environment where that cat can feel at ease. To do that, I need the master of this house to help, and while we are at it, clean this place up a little. The king could not flatly refuse the offer, so he only asked softly, are you certain you can control him? Ellen Menacin replied at once, I have decided to take Kalian as my disciple, so Bryson has no right to stop me, and naturally, I will not teach the prince only magic. In other words, if this troublesome master has chosen to stand on your prince's side, then no one has the strength to stop me. In truth, every word was an invitation the main character had quietly prepared. At that moment, King Roman suddenly clenched his fist and shot to his feet, saying, "Fine, I will provide you a residence. This house is chaotic enough already. I cannot allow it to become any more tangled. But for several reasons I am truly curious, because I heard that child has nothing special about him." Ellen Menacin frowned. Nothing special. His physical condition is admittedly so terrible that it is hard to find anything normal about him. I also heard he has many fears, and was even afraid of horses when they chased after you. But why have you only spoken of things you heard from others? Roman turned his back to Ellen Menacin, his voice going cold. If that child were truly outstanding, I would have heard about it long ago. Ellen Menacin asked directly, "Then do you know how tall the prince is right now?" The two immediately stared at each other, and the air in the room grew as heavy as the moment before a magical battle. At this time, Ellen Menacin was sitting in Roman's room. He was the first to break the silence, his tone sounding as if he were asking something completely casual. "Your Majesty, do you know how tall the princes are?" Roman remained frozen after hearing that, unable to give an answer. Seeing this, Ellen Menacin concluded inwardly, just as expected, he knows nothing about Axel Hess. Right after that, Ellen Menacin sprang up, slammed his hand hard on the table, and continued, "There are indeed times when attention can become poison, while neglect can act like medicine. But being busy with state affairs is never a proper excuse, Your Majesty." The two stared at each other in silence again. After a while, His Majesty finally spoke slowly. "Sir Ellen Menacin, I will overlook your attitude, which has gone beyond your position, because I will regard it as the concern of someone about to become the prince's master. It is absurd that I am the one who must explain this, but I truly care about the princes, especially that child. That boy is indeed the son I love most. I believe today's conversation should end here." Hearing that, Ellen Menacin raised his hand. A blazing red magic circle appeared at once, forming a barrier of silence that left even Roman stunned in shock. Then Ellen Menacin said coldly, "Enough idle talk. Please look back and see the truth for yourself." Roman began to lose his temper, whipping around as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? How dare you use magic inside the royal hall?" Ellen Menacin ignored his fury and continued narrating in a calm voice. "His lips are cracked and dry. His breathing is broken. His skin is deathly pale, and beneath his fingertips, the color has already begun turning purple. His clothes were clearly made in a rush. A formal outfit usually takes almost a moon to tailor, yet this one was altered smaller to fit a body that has lost far too much muscle. He tried to force himself up, but he could not pull his own body from the bed. His eyes stayed tightly shut, and his entire body sank into dizziness." Hearing this, Roman blurted out, "Impossible." But Ellen Menacin still did not stop. "If you continue acting like an outsider, you will lose Axel Hess." At the same time, another maid carried tea to the prince's room and called Ian's name loudly. It was almost noon, yet His Highness still had not drunk his morning tea. Seeing this, Ian smiled and replied, "Please give it to me. I will attend to His Highness if he calls." After that, Ian personally carried the tea tray into the room. At this moment, the young man was still writhing in pain on the bed. Ian looked at the scene and whispered softly, "Is His Highness still asleep? Perhaps yesterday truly pushed him too far." Suddenly, Ellen Menacin appeared behind Ian without anyone knowing when he had arrived. He asked, "His Highness still has not woken up, has he?" Ian turned his head, instantly jumped in fright, and nearly dropped the entire tea tray. Then he stammered, "Sir Ellen Menacin, where did you pop out from?" "Wait, Sir Ellen Menacin, how can you act so recklessly?" Ellen Menacin said to Ian, "They said outsiders cannot enter Chermal Palace without permission." Ian froze at that. "What do you mean? Since you were not allowed in, you teleported straight here?" Ellen Menacin answered casually, "Ian, that was a spatial fold, which is a little harder. See, I am rather good at magic." Ian immediately scolded him, "That is not the point. In any case, please leave. The prince's health is still not—" Before he could finish, Ellen Menacin cut him off. "You know me, do you not? A few years ago, you came to Reberon. Did you think I would not recognize you just because you grew up, Little Elephant?" Hearing that nickname, Ian immediately remembered his father. He began to panic, worried that his father had accidentally told someone else the secret that father and son had always tried to keep hidden. After that, Ian was completely at a loss for words, standing frozen in place, unable to utter another sound. Suddenly, Kalyan woke up and asked in a hoarse voice, "Ian, is that you? How long have I been asleep?" Ian immediately bowed his head and replied, "Your Highness, you have a guest." The main character slowly sat up, frowning as he asked who it was. But the moment he clearly saw the figure before him, he instantly recognized his master. Ellen Menacin then held out a small red pouch and said calmly, "Take this, Your Highness." He accepted the pouch, his eyes filled with suspicion, then asked, "What is this?" When he poured it out, round pills rolled into his palm. Ellen Menacin warned in a serious tone, "Take one every day, and do not forget." The main character asked in confusion, "Medicine?" Ellen Menacin gave a faint smile and replied, "Right now, you have two major problems. First, you cannot control your mana. Second, your body is so weakened that it is truly alarming. Ellen Menacin sighed, then continued, I had not even had time to explain, yet you seem to have already seen through everything happening to your body. Ellen Menacin suddenly changed his tone and asked directly, you possess the power of blessing, do you not? He immediately answered yes. That power helps me recover and makes my magical senses sharper, but for some reason, the healing ability seems to have vanished. Could there really be something wrong with my heart? Ellen Menacin pondered for a moment, then said, have you never thought that combination was far too strange? One side is a recovery ability, while the other is directly tied to magic. The main character looked briefly surprised, then replied, I thought the blessing's effect had strengthened my heart. After all, the source of both mana and life begins in the heart, does it not? Ellen Menacin smiled gently and answered slowly, that is correct. The power of blessing has indeed reinforced your heart. But your highness, your blessing has not disappeared. Your heart is not damaged either, and your mana channels are not blocked at all. He furrowed his brow, growing more confused the more he heard, then asked, then what exactly is the reason? Ellen Menacin continued explaining, have you never considered this possibility? What if Scythefanian's blessing never disappeared in the first place? What if it is being forced to operate at its limit somewhere inside your body? What if the blessing is being suppressed by something, to the point that even the smallest wound cannot heal? Hearing that, the main character's eyes turned cold, and a clear murderous aura rose from him. He growled, impossible. Is it poison? Rage erupted inside him, and he clenched his fists so tightly that blue veins stood out across his hands. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he coldly asked Ellen Menacin, it really is poison? Ellen Menacin replied, if not for luck, you would have died long ago. That answer left the young man frozen, his face filled with fury, yet he was too shocked to speak. Ellen Menacin continued, it is a deadly poison that strangles the heart. Your healing power has been pushed to its limit, and on top of that, you kept trying to use mana. That is why your heart could not receive treatment. He held the pill in his hand and stayed silent for a long time. Old memories rushed back. So this body had once been targeted for assassination, but even before the main character possessed it, the poison had already been quietly spreading. Back in the present, he squeezed the pill until his knuckles turned white, looking terrifying. Only one thought remained in his mind. This had definitely been a plan prepared long ago. He bit his lip, murderous intent surging as he thought, why would go so far to kill a child who was going to die sooner or later anyway? Ellen Menacin saw that expression and was startled despite himself, a sense of unease rising in his chest. His face turned pale as he thought, this kind of killing intent absolutely cannot belong to a 14-year-old child. What exactly is the person standing before me? He turned to look at him, his expression still icy, then asked, so this must be the antidote? Ellen Menacin nodded. That is correct. I made it in a hurry, but it should still be effective. The main character rolled the pill back and forth between his fingers, staying silent for a moment before suddenly glancing toward Ellen Menacin, his eyes flashing with calculation. He raised the pill and asked in a firm voice, what would happen if I took the antidote and the poison at the same time? Ellen Menacin froze, unable to believe what he had just heard, and blurted out, what? He shouted helplessly, even if you take the antidote, if you keep putting poison into your body, it will only slow the outbreak. The main character closed his eyes and answered calmly, that is enough. Ellen Menacin shot to his feet, his voice tense. Your Highness, do you truly intend to drink both? Do you know who the culprit is? He answered evenly, I already suspect a few people. He recalled the past, his gaze growing grave. Could the tea I drink every morning be carrying the poison? I drink tea in front of everyone, so it is easy to confirm whether I consumed it. Besides, no one shares the same teapot with me. They probably thought this was the safest method. The main character thought to himself that the former owner may have noticed something wrong with his body and refused to drink the poison tea. Perhaps that was exactly why he had been assassinated. He calculated anxiously. The situation had changed ever since this body became his. He did not know what method they would use next to eliminate him. So at the very least, he had to be extremely careful for now. He turned to Ellen Menacin, placed a hand over his chest and said, until I know the full truth, this matter must be kept secret. Ellen Menacin looked at him suspiciously and asked, is that the only reason? He answered at once, if the problem with the morning tea is exposed. Thinking of Ian and the other servants, he continued, Ian and the others will be dragged into danger. He analyzed in a low voice, the culprit has acted this often, so he must know those servants will be turned into scapegoats. After hearing that, Ellen Menacin was momentarily stunned as well. His eyes shifted away, his expression heavy, and he quietly turned his gaze elsewhere. Ellen Menacin sighed helplessly. That boy will be fine. The main character tilted his head in confusion and asked, huh? The old man waved his hand in frustration. Forget it. It is nothing. Ellen Menacin slapped a hand against his forehead, exhaled and said, I understand. Then he looked at the main character and asked, so what do you plan to do next? Hearing that question, he fell silent, and a flicker of hard-to-hide worry crossed his face. The scene shifted. A man was bracing his hands on a table, muttering in a contemptuous voice, "That turtle baron really is a fool." He continued coldly, "If you want to steal something precious from someone else, you must first know how to pay the price yourself." Ellen Menacin frowned, her voice heavy with feeling. "Father, do you really think I only remember you in moments like this?" Back in the present, Kalyan pressed a hand to his chest and said calmly, "Tonight, I ask that you remain outside the royal palace to protect me." That afternoon, a servant shouted in panic, "Prince Blanche, please wake up at once." The door suddenly flew open. Before the servant could even finish, the queen strode straight toward the prince's bed at once. Sia, who stood nearby, hurriedly spoke up, "Your Highness." But before she could finish, the queen snapped coldly, "Move aside." She swept back the veil covering her face and said sternly, "It's already too late to start preparing your afternoon schedule now. Can't you see that?" She called his name, but he only sat up, covered his face with one hand, and stayed silent in front of his mother. She stormed out in anger and cut straight to the point. "Look at yourself, you reek of alcohol." She kept scolding him. "You were already forbidden from drinking at the Plaza Festival, and you still refuse to sober up." He picked up the glass of water on the table and asked indifferently, "What are you here for, mother?" He casually scratched his head and added, "Once you finish answering, you can leave." Those words made her bite her lip in fury. In a low voice, she enunciated every word. "It has been exposed that his master is the seven-loop mage, Ellen Menacin." As he listened, he idly swirled the glass in his hand. His mother went on, "The noble houses are already starting to wobble." He asked back with a bored expression, "So what?" She stepped close to him in anger and warned coldly, "Blanche, don't make everything I invested in you go to waste." Her eyes widened as she ordered, "Get ready for me now." She stepped back and continued, "Today, countless eyes will judge you." The fan in her hand flicked forward like a command, and the servants behind her immediately lowered their heads in obedience. She left him with one final warning, "Don't disappoint me." With that, she turned and walked away. He clenched his teeth and forced down the fury surging in his chest. He slammed the glass in his hand down onto the table, startling the servants as they cried out, "Your Highness." One servant trembled and said, "Your Highness, your hand is bleeding." Blood dripped onto the floor, but he only barked coldly, "Get lost." He swung his injured arm and roared, "All of you, get out now. Get lost." Killing intent surged around him as he gritted his teeth and called out the main character's name. Not long after, the people had gathered in dense crowds, all waiting to see the princes with their own eyes. Cheers thundered everywhere. The cavalry rode ahead to clear the way, while the crowd shouted in unison, "Long live our sovereign, King Roman! Congratulations on your birthday! May your majesty enjoy long life without end, and continue leading Kairos toward prosperity and abundance." A boy sitting on his father's shoulders shouted excitedly, "Dad, over there, the princes are coming." His father smiled and said, "I see them. Look carefully now." The one bringing up the rear was the prince he had been hoping to meet most. A servant asked anxiously, "Your Highness, are you truly all right?" Then she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. Your complexion is much better today than it was yesterday." The young man answered calmly, "Of course, I rested very well." He thought to himself that maybe the antidote had helped, easing his breathing and dulling the chest pain quite a bit. But today was obviously packed solid, and he could not help grumbling, "This schedule is brutal. After the parade there is the horse riding exhibition, and then the ball too." Ian said worriedly, "What if you start bleeding from the nose again? This is too much for you." "Don't worry," he replied with a laugh. "I still have enough strength to meet my people. I'll be fine." Maybe the rare pleasure he felt right now was simply seeing the citizens. He did not need anything more luxurious than that. Suddenly, he realized someone was silently watching him from within the sea of people. That feeling was strangely familiar, as if he had met that person somewhere in the past. Could it be Kizi, he wondered to himself. If he went back to his previous life, Kizi was the one who had once shielded him with his own body in a life or death moment. He silently confirmed that it had to be Kizi, but he could not understand why that person was here in Kairos. Just then, the horse suddenly jerked to a stop, as if it wanted to charge toward that figure too. Ian shouted in alarm, "Wait, what's wrong with it all of a sudden?" "Move, Raven, move." He immediately ordered, "Raven, go." A moment later, he wondered silently, "Is it because of what's over there, isn't it, Raven?" He asked his warhorse softly, "You feel it too, but I can't go over there yet." He looked back, his gaze already carved with purpose. "Just wait, Kizi. I will find you." At last, the procession arrived at the castle ahead, the seat of Mephiapolun. The lord of the Mephiapolun arena came out to greet him and said respectfully, "Your Highness, it is our honor to serve you. We have prepared everything carefully for the performance, and we guarantee it will satisfy you." He looked ahead as if recognizing something. In his heart he thought, so this is Baron Mephiapolun, the one who replaced House Brezin in preparing the horse riding show? so that was why I got dragged into that pointless power struggle. This was the very performance that once drove the queen into a fury. But that had nothing to do with this prince, so he thought calmly, either way I don't care. If he remembered correctly, Randell would be injured during the horse riding performance and Baron Mephiapollon would later be executed. After that, Mephiapollon welcomed them with deep respect and invited everyone to follow him. He said he had already prepared a special seating area for his honored guests. He lifted his head and looked up, instantly recognizing it as the very chandelier that was about to fall in his memories. It was just a chandelier set to crash down right when the performance began, and the more he thought about it, the more absurd it felt. At such a major royal event, how could they not inspect anything that might cause an accident? Squads of knights were guarding the area tightly as well. He found it strange. With the king attending in person, how could the knights miss something this serious? Not to mention, Bryzen's Pabel Knights were stationed there too. The moment he thought of the Pabel Knights, the protagonist remembered that troublesome old general. The words, "Do you take me for some glory-hungry brat?" still echoed in his head, making him laugh as he wondered whether he should give the old man a chance. Mephiapollon kept leading the way and said respectfully, "Please come this way, your highness. If any problem arises, I will do everything I can to handle it." Before he could finish, Prince Kallian replied coldly that the chandelier overhead looked unstable and ordered him to inspect it at once. After saying that, he immediately left the spot. Mephiapollon looked up at the chandelier in confusion, completely unable to understand what was happening or how he should deal with it. A short while later, 4 horses entered the arena amid the roaring noise of the stands. At last, this important day had finally arrived. Mephiapollon thought to himself that it was a great honor to sit beside His Majesty. He was confident that everything had been prepared perfectly, and he absolutely could not miss this chance to change his fate. But right after that, he glanced toward the prince and suddenly remembered the warning from moments ago. He wondered whether the ceiling above had truly been inspected with enough care. Baron Mephiapollon grabbed the rope holding the giant chandelier inside the building, only to discover that someone had cut it almost all the way through. He looked down below where King Caerus, Silas Brisson, the first prince, the second prince, and the other royals were watching the horse race. He thought that if not for that warning, the mere thought of what could have happened was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. In his mind, he saw the massive chandelier plunging straight down and smashing into first Prince Randall. If that had truly happened, the consequences would have been terrifying, no different from an act of royal terrorism. The Baron could not help being horrified, wondering how that prince could possibly have known about this in advance. The protagonist silently judged Mephiapollon as a man willing to stop clinging to the king and instead rely on his own ability to rise in the world. He realized that no matter which path the Baron chose, his mind worked with frightening speed. He did not merely chase short-term profit, but also knew how to look far ahead. Still, the protagonist found it hard to understand why anyone would deliberately create this commotion. He wondered what the real reason was for the Bresson family to be wary of Baron Mephiapollon. At that moment, the protagonist and second Prince Blanche were both lost in their own thoughts. Blanche silently wondered whether the other party truly understood what his own status was. Baron Mephiapollon loudly demanded that everyone keep order, because the performance was not over yet. Next would be the appearance of the proud cavalry unit. Second Prince Blanche turned toward the protagonist and spat with contempt that the filthy, low-born blood running through his veins was disgustingly horrifying. Everyone nearby immediately turned to look at Blanche. The protagonist heard every single word Blanche had just said. He repeated it as if confirming the insult, filthy low-born blood. Then his voice grew even colder. Whatever Blanche was thinking when he dared say those words, the protagonist did not waver at all. He believed that sooner or later, the other man would have to bow his head and submit to him. King Caerus asked Silas Brisson, who sat beside him, in a low voice when she was finally going to stop. Silas Brisson covered her face with her fan, her eyes filled with irritation as she looked toward Randell. She cursed that idiot inwardly, thinking that she had clearly warned him that much already. Randell looked at Silas Brisson with an expression that showed he had absolutely no idea what was going on. She lowered her voice and asked the Baron whether he had done this on purpose, and why he had insisted on choosing this exact day. Someone whispered, asking whether he had heard the news about the second prince, and why he would dare say such a thing in front of Prince Roman. It seemed he no longer stood on Prince Blanche's side. She continued calculating. If the protagonist was being protected by Ellen Manassin, would that not make him very suitable for the position of crown prince? Silas Brisson concluded coldly that they could no longer keep turning a blind eye, and that every decision from now on would have to be calculated slowly and carefully. The horse racing performance ended, and first Prince Randell avoided the unexpected accident. As for Roman, he showed no special reaction to the matter involving second Prince Blanche. The protagonist thought to himself that everything was still unfolding exactly according to his plan, but if the incident involving Baron Mephiapolan had truly been orchestrated by Silas Brisen, then this quiet ending was far too abnormal. He quietly said to Silas Brisen, "Even you did not know about this?" The scene shifted to two brothers playing chess. The older brother asked Ellen Manason whether he thought the incident in the Karis Palace was simply an act of terrorism aimed at the royal family. Ellen replied, "Aside from injuring the prince, what other reason could there be?" The older brother said that might be true, but if the explanation was that simple, it would be far too boring. He suggested making a wager, while Ellen reminded him that he was about to lose and asked whether he had forgotten how much money he had already lost. The older brother calmly replied that he had not forgotten, and was merely rearranging the board. Then he offered a hint, asking whether this entire incident seemed far too obvious. It looked as if someone had deliberately tried to make everyone believe the terrorist attack targeted the royal family, while the true goal might have been to eliminate a key merchant group. Second, if they considered Cairo, the person who benefited the most was naturally Lennon Brisson, the one who controlled the largest merchant group there. Ian, do you know which line of business plays the most important role in Baron Mephiapolan's trading company? She answered that when it came to Mephiapolan, the most famous thing was obviously the diamond business. The protagonist analyzed that if Baron Mephiapolan disappeared, the rights to the diamond business would fall into the hands of the Brisson merchant group. In other words, that man was truly a terrifyingly cunning bastard. Kallian said in anger that the protagonist had risked his life to save Baron Mephiapolan, just to see how the next move on the board would unfold, and that precious life would eventually fall into his hands. He then ordered Ian to cancel every appointment after the performance, including the meeting with Axel Hess. Ian froze because the next ball was supposed to be where Axel Hess and the nobles would appear. The young man clutched his head and pretended to be in pain, saying he was still shocked by those vulgar words earlier. Ian panicked and called out to the prince, his eyes already brimming with tears. The prince calmly concluded that he would no longer attend the ball, and that they should simply reorganize their ranks before returning to the royal palace. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Roman sat alone in silence, his distant gaze sinking into what seemed like a heavy memory. He remembered what a girl had once told him, that if he merely stood by and watched everything happen, he would lose everything in the end. Roman also recalled the cruel words second Prince Blanche had thrown at the young prince, saying the filthy, low-born blood in his veins was terrifyingly disgusting. In that hazy stream of memories, the frail girl called Roman's name, then called out to the prince as if she were trying to cling to her final shred of hope. Just then, the butler's voice rang out from outside the door, dragging Roman out of his nightmare and snapping him awake. The butler respectfully reported that His Highness the Prince had something he wished to tell him. Behind the butler came Silas Brisen and a maid, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense enough to snap. The maid lowered her head and asked permission to replace the tea with a fresh pot. Silas Brisen frowned and asked whether he was receiving a guest, since she had never been informed of this beforehand. Roman replied coldly that it was fine, cause that guest would be leaving soon anyway. Roman rested his chin on his hand, his annoyance clear as soon as he saw Silas Brisen appear. He bluntly asked why she had come. Silas Brisen walked forward slowly, her voice carrying that familiar sinister edge, then asked what would happen if Bresson conceded today. Silas Brisen bit her lip and stared at King Caris with a challenging, venomous gaze. Blanche's slip of the tongue had threatened her position, so her top priority was no longer saving face, but securing Blanche's status. Hearing that, King Caris hesitated for a moment, because the word responsibility weighed heavily on his decision. Silas Brisen remained as arrogant as ever, glaring at the king as she said today's performance had been impressive, so why not reward the Mephiapolan family, the ones who had organized it? King Caris asked warily if that meant she had already prepared every calculation in advance. Silas Brisen did not answer directly, and only stated firmly that it was all for Bryson. Then she giggled like a witch from a fairy tale, proposing that they hand over all the royal horses and the right to supply weapons. After hearing that, the king thought to himself that the queen was truly willing to give up such a valuable fortune, exactly as Ellen Menison had said. The scene immediately shifted back to the past. During an afternoon tea between King Caris and Ellen Menison had once analyzed that there was no reason Queen Silas Brisen would skim from the royal knight's share just for this matter. The situation was not urgent enough for her to make such a sacrifice, because that deal was far too large for one careless slip. However, he would still have to pay an equal price. So Ellen Menison advised His Highness to pretend he knew nothing about it. Returning to the present, King Caris recalled that advice and became even more troubled. Was that truly Ellen Menison's own thinking, or was it a move arranged from behind the scenes by the young prince? After that, he braced his hand down, kept his expression cold as if he did not care at all, and said that Blanche should accompany him to the dance tonight. The moment she heard that, Silas Brisen's eyes instantly lit up with satisfaction. She giggled again, saying Blanche would surely be delighted. The scene shifted to the ball, hall, where Roman and Blanche entered together. Every gaze immediately turned toward them, and whispers rose that His Highness Roman and Second Prince Blanche had arrived. Baron Mephiapollon, who had been injured during the performance, was granted the right to supply weapons along with the royal horses. Everyone understood this was a hidden deal between Roman and the mother-son pair, Silas Bryson and Blanche. The nobles began murmuring, unable to believe Bryson had accepted such a loss. After all, Prince Blanche's mistake the other day was not as simple as one careless remark. Someone even said Queen Silas Bryson now had to be wary of the young prince as well. Perhaps the order within the royal palace was about to be rearranged. The scene shifted to the young prince, who looked a little exhausted as he saw countless gifts piled up like a mountain in his room. He told Ian and the maid that no matter how he looked at it, this pile of gifts was far too showy. Ian stepped closer to the enormous gift boxes and asked in confusion how the prince planned to deal with them. He replied calmly that it was fine if Blanche's faction and the Bryson family shifted, but the people he hated most were those who bent with the wind. So send everything back to Axel Hess, except the gifts from the Mage Association and Baron Mephiapollon. After saying that, he turned and left, calmly saying he would first check who had sent letters. As for the maid, she was left behind, practically ready to break her back sorting and clearing away that mountain of gifts. Ian was curiously opening the boxes one by one when he suddenly picked up a note, then said in surprise that this seemed to be from Baron Mephiapollon. Hearing that, the prince stopped short and immediately asked what the Baron had sent. It turned out Baron Mephiapollon had sent the young prince a necklace. The jewelry glittered brilliantly, set with many precious red stones like a treasure from a fantasy world. Anyone who saw it would have their eyes light up in awe, but he alone froze in utter dismay, not knowing what to say for the moment. He angrily pointed straight at Ian and stammered, asking when he had ever told him to go this far, and just what exactly Ian had said to Baron Mephiapollon. Kallian only gave an awkward smile, then slowly replied that he had asked him about the prince's preferences, and he had only mentioned the horse and the bridle. Hearing that, the main character burst out laughing, saying it was honestly unbelievable that our Raven had received a necklace even he did not own. He picked it up with interest and examined the gift closely, but deep down, he was already calculating nonstop. Is he probing my thoughts? If I accept this gift, Mephiapollon will definitely send something else. Something so expensive it could be exchanged for his life. Just look at that. Baron Mephiapollon's life turned out to be cheaper than a single gemstone. Then the young man told Ian to appraise the necklace, then informed Xia of the Mephiapollon clan that he would buy it because he liked it. Ian asked in surprise, "You're accepting the gift and buying it too, Your Highness? I also find it miraculous, but it is a little strange." The prince replied that he was buying it not because it was miraculous, but because it was a necklace meant for a horse. Suddenly, the main character noticed a pot of black flowers, mysterious and dreamlike, yet giving off a chilling, unpleasant scent. He turned to Ian and asked if that flower was even stranger. Ian stepped closer, and the moment his hand touched the flower pot, he frowned and said, "Let me see, Your Highness. This is a gift from the Mage Guild." The main character went pale and muttered that those people were interesting, wondering why they would send him such a bizarre flower. Then Ian found a slip of paper and said, "Wait, there is an explanatory note here. I believe it is an extremely rare plant. According to what is written here, this flower is famous among fanatics because after it dies, it releases luminous pollen." The moment he heard that, the main character's eyes widened at once. His gaze lit up as if an extremely interesting plan had just sparked inside his mind. Ian asked if they should send it back, but the main character immediately said, "No, keep it. I just came up with a very good idea." In the corner of the room, the beautiful maid was quietly wiping the glass window frame clean. Suddenly, she jolted in fright, spun around, and cried out in panic, "Oh, Your Highness." It turned out the main character had accidentally dropped and broken something. Ian asked anxiously if he had been burned, and he calmly replied that he was fine. His hand had slipped a little and spilled the morning tea with Axel Hess in it. Ian immediately turned and told the maid to hurry over and clean it up. The tea with Axel Hess had spilled, and some had splashed into the flower pot as well. Then Ian asked uneasily whether the gifted plant might be affected. The main character said casually that it was fine. Morning tea was not poison, so just leave it there. In fact, he found it rather pleasing this way. The maid bent down to clean up the broken pieces, but a flicker of guilt briefly crossed her face. For some reason, she was so tense that her face had turned pale. The scene shifted to an evening, as the prince and Ellen Menassin rode their horses while chatting in a fairly relaxed atmosphere. The main character said, "Thank you for helping me despite being busy." Yolandap replied, "It is nothing. After all, this was a request from a certain prince who drank poison even after receiving the antidote. How could I possibly forget that? You look much happier now than when you were still inside the imperial palace." Hearing that, he burst into laughter and said there was no reason not to be happy. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. "This is a priceless trip for me, and it could even count as the first time I have truly gone outside. After hearing that, Ellen Manison looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Then the mage asked, a priceless trip really? Did His Majesty truly permit this? Ellen Manison sighed and answered, I am not sure either. Otherwise you would probably be listening to a report right now. The main character chuckled and said he knew it would turn out this way, though he had no right to blame anyone. It turned out this young man had ridden off and fled, skipping the report session. He even told Ian that he would return before dawn tomorrow. Ian was stunned, his mouth falling open as he shouted, did you not say you would be back before midnight? After hearing the story, Ellen Manison guessed that the student truly took after his teacher. The main character laughed and asked, that is supposed to mean something good, right? After that, Ellen Manison asked seriously whether he was still taking the medicine she gave him yesterday. He answered at once, of course. I took it today too, so my body feels much lighter. Light enough that the person behind the poison tea has begun to get restless, almost revealing their true form. I have just planted a rather interesting seed. As long as we wait a little longer, the outline of everything will gradually become clear. After listening to him, Ellen Manison seemed enlightened and sighed. Good heavens, my disciple is so capable that I may soon have no place to show up. It has not reached the point where you no longer need me, has it? The main character laughed and replied, how could that be? I am still thinking about what I should use Master's useful gift for. Then the two urged their horses forward, each splitting off in a different direction. Ellen Manison sighed and said, then this is where we part. Since you want to go alone, it would not be proper for me to stop you. The prince pulled down his black hood, smiled, and said, thank you for understanding me. Before leaving, Ellen Manison did not forget to remind him that the Mage Association was on West Nansha Street. I will be there, so once you finish your business, you can come find me. The main character nodded and replied, yes, then I will see you later, Master. Let us meet again after both of us finish handling what we need to do. With that said, the two immediately galloped into the night. The scene shifted to a forge specializing in crafting weapons. The muscular men there swung their hammers amid crimson flames, each movement powerful yet precise, as if they were dancing with fire to create the finest weapons. The main character had also commissioned a knife, and when he held the finished product in his hand, he seemed quite satisfied and murmured, excellent. His gear was mostly settled for now. Aside from the sword he usually used, the rest had all been custom made according to his requests. Now only the issue of information remained. To spy on the conditions of other nations, his homeland, Secretia, had once sent hidden agents across the continent, people who specialized in supplying secret intelligence from institutions or opposing forces. They did not just manage intelligence networks, but also controlled assassins who had been trained for a long time. The ones who trained them were Chada Divalan, the king of Secretia, and my former self, Beren. Now the main character began to regret what he had once done. He clenched his fist, silently resolving to change everything. The scene shifted to Narenza, a shop that rented out messenger pigeons. He recalled the people he had trained himself, because he understood better than anyone just how cruel and dangerous they were. Moreover, his current identity was the Prince of Karis, so if he were discovered appearing right at the base of the target's manager, escaping would probably not be easy. As he walked, he suddenly saw two drunken men staggering toward him while supporting each other. Seeing that, the main character immediately adjusted his clothes to cover himself more discreetly, trying to keep those two men from recognizing him. After that group swept past, Cullion finally let out a quiet breath, and the tight pressure in his chest eased at last. He even mocked himself, thinking that hair and eyes this striking were nothing but useless flash. If he wanted to move, he had to be far more discreet. The main character stepped into a pigeon shop, and the bell hanging on the door gave a soft chime to announce a customer. The young man slowly walked inside, scanning the place as he silently judged it. The space here seemed larger than he had imagined. The owner did not even bother turning to see who had come in. In a cold voice, he asked if Sir was looking for carrier pigeons. He said no, then looked toward a sleeping bird and lowered his voice. These birds probably are not easy to wake, are they? The owner kept his icy expression and answered curtly, saying they slept very deeply. He said this one must have just flown back from somewhere far away, because it looked obviously exhausted. The owner calmly replied that this was exactly why they slept so soundly. He immediately asked with hidden meaning, if the goal was to let worn-out birds rest, then should a place like this not exist in the first place? Hearing that, the owner briefly froze, wariness flashing in his eyes as he asked in return what exactly Sir had come here to find. The main character calmly answered that he needed bird feed. After hearing that, the man said bluntly that this place did not sell bird feed, but before he could finish, he suddenly drew his sword and sent a sharp, chilling slash straight toward him. Fortunately, he reacted in time and twisted away, so the blade only tore through the outer layer of his cloak. The owner pressed the sword close to the main character's neck, his low voice thick with killing intent, saying he did not remember selling a bird to anyone recently. He quickly assessed the situation and almost grasped the other man's nature. This owner was definitely no ordinary person, and facing him head-on with his current body would put him at a serious disadvantage. Then the young man curled his lips into a smile and deliberately said with calm composure that the owner was stating the obvious. This bird had only just left the nest to search for food on its own. If that was the case, how could this place possibly have sold it? It turned out that the pigeons here were not just birds, but also referred to an information network and an underground power. The man continued pressing him, asking whose bird he was in the end. The main character immediately weighed his answer carefully, because if a Secretia spy was captured, even allied forces would not know one another's true identities. That meant even if he acted under his father's name, Debula, as a Secretia informant, no one would discover it right away. From this moment on, he would become the first prince of Kairos bold enough to exploit Secretia's intelligence network. His goal was to dig up information on Kairos, so the main character calmly told the man that he was Nebulit's bird. The moment he heard that name, the owner froze, his face showing unmistakable shock and disbelief. Then the man offered a test, slowly opening his mouth as he said, "If that is the case, then..." But before he could finish, the young man stopped his blade and told him to give the bird that had just left the nest a little food. The owner then led him to another place, and the atmosphere around them became far more secretive and mysterious. The main character asked if they had to hide in a place like this. The man replied that he must be new, and since they would meet often, they should know each other's names before entering Axel Hess. "I am White Eagle," he answered, "and I am Red Swan." The man asked in a deep voice, "All right, Red Swan, what kind of food do you need?" He answered at once, one piece of information and one item. The other side named the price just as decisively, 8 florins paid up front. He secretly grew suspicious. The man had not even asked what information or item he wanted, yet he had already given a price. Or was this bait meant to make him reveal a flaw? The man calmly said that it was always the fixed price. In the end, the main character could only nod and accept. The owner quickly took out the item and the information he needed. He opened them to check, then asked if this was definitely the place. The man replied that, considering the scale of the space he wanted, only that place fit. The main character politely said, "Thank you for your help." Before he left, the owner still did not forget to warn him in a stern voice, "Be careful, that place is truly dangerous." He only smiled and calmly replied that it was fine. No matter how dangerous that place was, could it really be scarier than White Eagle himself? The scene shifted. The main character was riding along the road when he suddenly stopped, because up ahead, many people dressed head to toe in black had gathered. He wondered in confusion what could be happening this late at night. He could not let others notice him, but according to the map, he had to cross this bridge, so it was best to pass quietly. Just as he was about to urge his horse across the bridge, someone suddenly raised a hand and blocked the road. He frowned and asked in an irritated voice why they were suddenly blocking the road, and what they were doing. The person hurriedly apologized, saying that the deceased was walking the final stretch of the road. If Sir had no urgent business, they hoped he would stop for a moment. Hearing that, the main character immediately understood. So it was for the deceased, and a funeral was being held here. He dismounted and said he had no reason to block the path of the departed, so he would wait. The group also bowed politely, deeply thanking him. It turned out that every kingdom on the continent had its own rules and beliefs for rituals that sent off the dead. In Kairos, people believed that when red petals drifted along the river, if the living crossed to the opposite bank, the soul of the dead would lose its way. It was much like his homeland of Secretia, where people placed Sinasta flowers on graves. That special flower bloomed white during the day and withered, then bloomed a second time at night in a cold blue shade. The Sinasta flower never meeting again, so it was used in farewell rites for the deceased. Suddenly, he sank into thought and remembered the golden star flower. Would Sinasta flowers be placed on his own grave, or had that person also returned to the past? Kalyan gave a faint, self-mocking smile. Wasn't he the one truly lost between the living and the dead? The ceremony to send off the wandering soul had just ended, right before the protagonist was about to leave. Someone stepped forward to relay a message, saying they thanked His Highness for stopping by, and that he could now continue his journey. Hearing that, he thought it was fine. After all, right now he was only a temporary prince of Kairos. Then he climbed onto his horse and said quietly that perhaps that person had finally departed in peace. May they rest in peace. With those words, the young man urged his horse forward, shooting across the bridge like an arrow. The mysterious man behind him still stood frozen, as if his soul had left his body, until someone had to come over and call out to him. "Hey, finish the rest so we can wrap this up. Are you even listening? What's wrong with you, Axel Hess?" As it turned out, that mysterious figure was Axel Hess, and only after snapping back to himself did he regain his composure. He replied that it was nothing, only that he would remember that person. He truly was someone worthy of respect. Ever since arriving here, the protagonist had seen countless signs bearing the name Suspanian. Looking around the alley, he saw names everywhere, like Suspanian's Sleep, Elegant Suspanian, and Suspanian's Meal. He stopped before a tavern that also used Suspanian as its signboard name, unable to feel that the whole thing had gone a little too far. The large sign hanging out front clearly displayed a name soaked in booze, Suspanian's Rich Wine Aroma. He folded his arms and thought it was exactly as the nobles back in Baron had said. The capital of Kairos was basically a gathering den for Suspanian copycats, with that name everywhere he went. A tavern guard immediately came forward to greet him, saying he would escort His Highness to an empty table. The protagonist raised his gaze, studying the man from beneath the cloak that covered him completely. He gave a faint smile and spoke the passphrase. "The fourth floor of this building. I want to go to the fourth floor." The moment he heard that, the employee immediately understood. He bowed and led the way. "Yes, please come this way. I will take you there." He guided him through the noisy crowd inside the tavern, then opened a small door hidden behind the bar. "I hope you have a truly enjoyable time." The protagonist stepped through the door, and inside was a narrower space that looked like a storage room. He quickly noticed a lever marked with the letter J, placed beside the coat hooks at the back of the room. He walked straight toward the lever's position. The information this young man wanted White Eagle to investigate came down to just one thing. He reached out and gripped the J-marked lever on the wall. It was the location of the illegal operations in Kairos. The lever immediately pulled down with surprising ease. Right after that, the wall beside him slid aside, revealing a secret passage. The building had only 2 floors, yet the passphrase was the 4th floor. So the answer clearly was not above but underground. In other words, this place had a hidden space beneath the basement. The protagonist stepped into the pitch-black corridor, because there was still another piece of information inside that he needed to confirm. Deeper in, a staircase leading downward appeared, and he slowly descended one step at a time. The first thing that entered his view was a gambling room, but what he sought was not the pocket change flowing through the 3rd floor casino. The protagonist kept heading down toward something hidden even deeper below, then opened the door marked number 4. The air inside the sealed room immediately rushed out, hot, stifling, and chaotic. This was the illegal betting arena. On the fighting stage, 2 fighters were charging at each other like monsters in a dungeon, blood spraying everywhere, while the crowd below screamed without a shred of mercy. "Smash him! Get low and hit him, you idiot! Do you know how much money I bet on you? Put some power into it." The fight ended when one man collapsed and could no longer stand, and the referee announced that Bloody Zero remained today's victor. Those who bet on white would soon receive their wager transfer slips. The 4th floor staff began cleaning up like a practiced machine. Male employees dragged the defeated fighter off the stage, while the female servers carried the winnings around for distribution. Curses from the losing gamblers rang out everywhere. "You bastard! Do you know how much I bet on you? They should have let you die. Run it back." He clearly should have beaten him even worse earlier. Watching that scene, the protagonist felt a chill inside. The reek of blood would not fade, and this utterly inhuman spectacle, so very Axel Hess in nature, was genuinely nauseating. A fat man walked up beside him, called out, "Hey, cloak," and held out his hand to demand the entrance fee. After receiving the money, he immediately shouted to a female server, "Hey, take this guest to number 27. A long-haired female server quietly walked over. She kept gesturing with her hands, making him guess that she wanted him to follow her, though he wondered why she could not speak. As he followed behind her, he immediately realized that both of her ears had been cut off. At the same time, the small movements she made while adjusting the front of her outfit told the protagonist that this clothing was probably not something she had chosen to wear willingly. He looked around and realized that, besides their uniform dresses, the female servers all wore the same kind of collar, identical chokers tightened around every neck. He thought to himself, is this used to stop them from escaping? The security is disgustingly tight. Just then, a finger lightly poked his shoulder, cutting off the protagonist's thoughts. When he looked up, he saw that the female server had brought over a tray and was still gesturing. The tray was painted in 2 distinct colors, white and black, and it was also marked with the number 27. With one glance, he understood that this was how they forced guests to place bets. The protagonist sighed, took a few coins from inside his cloak, and dropped them onto the black section. Even though he was uncomfortable, he had to temporarily play along with their rules until he obtained what he truly wanted. The rules in this place were extremely simple. There were no rules at all, Axel Hess. Just bet money and let people fight, then if you picked the winner, you got double your wager back. Bet 3 florins and it turns into 6, wager 6 florins, and it doubles again to 12. Like that, one action-soaked fight after another kept exploding across the arena. Kalyan relied on his experience to read each fighter's true strength, quietly placing bets on his own from match to match. Until the referee roared the 10th match is over, and the winner is Panther and nicknamed Steel Knee. All wagers and confirmation slips would be transferred straight to the winner dressed in black. After 10 matches, the main character had flipped 3 florins into a staggering 1 times 536, leaving the entire gambling arena speechless. The crowd kept whispering about that huge payout, but money had never been what he wanted. His eyes stayed locked on the arena floor. Suddenly, the referee announced that the final match of the day was about to begin, a special bout with quadruple betting rewards. The fighter who stepped out was Swan the White Bell Pepper, while his opponent was a young man. The moment that person set foot on the ring, he shot to his feet. At last, that man had appeared. In his previous life, this young man had met a cold-faced youth. He said that while he was imprisoned, he survived through gambling until the day his older sister died. The referee's voice boomed across the stands, introducing the opponent for today's match. In his previous life, he once asked that young man if he wanted to become a knight. The answer was simple: no, I will become a swordsman, the Emperor's swordsman. And today, before every tragedy could repeat itself, he had finally found that person. It was the one the referee named on the J Arena floor, Kizzy. Now, let us introduce today's challenger, Kizzy, the Monster Eyes. The instant he heard that name ring out, the young man pushed every floor and he had won that day onto Kizzy. He said coldly, I put everything on black. The whole hall instantly erupted over this insane bet. The waitress stared at him wide-eyed, while the people around them started throwing out insults. They sneered, what, going all in now? Putting every card on that guy? What a clueless rookie who doesn't know his place. He was not shaken at all, only smiling calmly. Someone watching could not help muttering, has he actually gone crazy? The referee kept stirring up the atmosphere. His current win rate is 0%. Though he has yet to win a single match, can he wash away his shame in today's revenge bout? Someone at the table behind him spoke up with advice. That is a huge sum, so don't casually put it all on the losing side. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in front of him. The man continued, I only warned you because I feel bad for you, so you should bet on someone else. That guy has never won any match. Those words seemed to make the waitress standing beside him a little uncomfortable. He only asked her, have you finished checking all the betting cards? He looked at her and calmly instructed, the cards I placed on black, check them carefully for me. Ignored. The man muttered angrily, damn it, I was kind enough to warn you. If you lose every card you exchanged, don't blame me for not telling you. On the J Arena floor, the two fighters were ready. Across from him stood Son the Steel Hammer, a man infamous for his brutality. The audience roared for Steel Hammer, hey son, crush him today. If you kill him, the compensation is 10 times higher. He survived last time, so finish him today. Part of the hatred the crowd poured onto Kizzy came from his bet of over 5,500 florins, as if they wanted to teach that naive kid a lesson. Standing opposite him, Son sneered, looks like another newbie got blinded by money and threw himself straight into the fire. Of course, I should also thank some bastard willing to climb into the ring with his life on the line. The referee repeated the rules one last time, then declared that today's main event had officially begun. The moment the words fell, Son's hand shackles were removed. In that instant, he vanished from Kizzy's sight. An attack too fast to see clearly came cleaving down right beside his arm. Immediately after, a punch came crashing in from the opposite direction. Though Kizzy saw it coming, its terrifying speed still made it hard for him to dodge again. His only choice was to raise both arms and block. The violent impact made every muscle in Kizzy's body burn with pain, as if they were being torn apart. Son completely overwhelmed him and mocked too slow. He drove a hammer-heavy kick in Kizzy's stomach, sending him flying down onto the arena floor. The direct kick damaged his internal organs, making Kizzy spit blood on the spot. The crowd below grew even more excited, screaming, finish him. That's right, stop using your feet, crush him with your fists. The situation on the J Arena floor made him unable to hide his worry. He gritted his teeth and thought, is he being overwhelmed like this because he has no sword? What are you doing, Kizzy? You can absolutely fight back. After struggling to steady his breathing, Kizzy began his counterattack with a punch. But Son dodged it easily and said with contempt, I told you already, you're too slow. He immediately struck the opening at Kizzy's side and cursed, you cockroach-like bastard. Kizzy was beaten until he spat blood once again. Riding his momentum, Son unleashed a barrage of punches like a raging storm. With every punch that slammed down, he growled, Kizzy, this time I'm going to kill you. At the decisive blow, he poured every ounce of his strength into that final punch. Unable to just stand by any longer, Kalyan shouted a warning at Axel Hess, telling him to help the young man. When facing a direct assault, never let your shoulder get hit. That warning snapped Kizzy awake in an instant. The moment he opened his eyes, the main lead saw Son's massive fist barreling straight toward him, and Kalyan's words kept echoing in his head. When you meet an attack head-on, watch your shoulder. Luckily, he tilted his body in time and narrowly slipped past that dangerous punch. Right after that, the young man lowered his center of gravity until he was almost hugging the arena floor. His arms tightened, and every vein in them stood out like steel cables. That's more like it. Kalyan's lips curled with satisfaction. Yes, that was the rhythm. In the ring, the main lead suddenly launched an uppercut, driving his fist straight into Son's stomach. With perfect timing and force, he cleanly turned the battle around in one sharp move. That single punch made Son's eyes roll white in pain. He did not stop there either, and followed up with a brutal left hand to the face. The impact was so vicious it snapped Son's face to the side. The guy was twice the main lead's size, yet he was dropped in just 2 moves. The crowd around the ring went dead silent, eyes wide and mouths hanging open. What the hell just happened? The referee's voice rang out, declaring that the monster-eyed fighter had beaten Sun the Steel Hammer, and that he had officially won his first victory. The young man did not forget to look back at the one who had guided him, the mysterious Kalyan in the black cloak. Amid the curses of the gamblers who had lost money, he caught a strange smile flickering across that person's lips. Just then, a guard approached Kalyan and lowered his voice, saying that someone wanted to see him. His face was tense, and as he spoke, he gestured for Kalyan to follow him. In the small room behind the arena, the manager sat behind his desk, tapping his fingers in a steady rhythm. He spoke slowly, saying Kalyan was quite sharp indeed. From 3 florins, he had made more than 6,000 florins, but that was a lot of money to handle. Kalyan immediately noticed the guard behind him had already put his hand on the hilt of his sword, waiting only for the chance to draw it. The manager gave a thin smile, his tone full of threat. Handing that much money to a green kid like you, I really do not trust it. Hearing that, Kalyan laughed as if he had just heard some cheap joke. He asked back calmly, so do you really think I came in here to obediently bargain with you? He looked straight at the manager, the corner of his mouth lifting in open mockery. If that is the case, then you are even dumber than I thought. The manager instantly blew up, shouting, "What gives you the right to be this arrogant? Kid, you'd better take off that hood and let me see your face." Kalyan lightly brushed the edge of his hood, his tone suggesting he was weighing whether the other man could handle the consequences. He warned coldly, "If I take this off, you all are going to be in serious trouble." Seeing no coffin, no tears, the manager motioned to his guard and said, "Trouble? I want to know what kind of trouble you mean." The burly guard took the order and stepped up in front of Kalyan, smirking. "Listen here, kid." He reached out his filthy hand. "Let me see that expense face of yours. Just how good-looking are you, anyway, that you have to hide it so carefully?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain tear through his hand. When he looked down, his pig-like paw had been pierced clean through by a blade. The guard immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Kalyan yanked the knife free with cold precision, ignoring the manager's horrified stare. "What's wrong? Of everything you possess, the thing you use the most is not your eyes." Only then did the manager truly panic. "Damn it, I just called in someone who knows how to use a knife." He stammered, "Because I have to pay out a huge sum all at once. Could you wait for us?" Kalyan twirled the knife in his hand and cut him off without hesitation. "I don't need the money." The manager's eyes lit up with relief for a second, but then Kalyan continued, "Instead, hand over monster eyes to me." The manager's face darkened at once. "That guy is our golden goose, and our boss will never allow it." Pushed by a threat in front of him and pressure from the boss behind him, he was in a complete panic. "Damn it, what the hell is this? If I really hand that guy over, I'll get kicked out of here. I'm not." He tried to calm himself by thinking that no matter how capable this kid was, he was still alone, while his side had the numbers. But Kalyan seemed to read his mind, and icy blue energy suddenly began to pour off his body in waves. Just as the manager opened his mouth to refuse and say sorry, "But we cannot hand that person over," a razor-sharp flash sliced straight through his desk. Terrified, the manager screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice breaking from sheer fear. He stumbled hard onto the floor, and in front of him was the desk split clean in two. Even the clothes on his body were cut to shreds. Kalyan said casually, 6,000 florins plus your life. He tightened his grip on the small knife and smiled as he asked, "Is that enough for you now?" The manager went pale, his mouth stammering nonsense. He quickly turned and shouted at the guard, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring that guy over here now." Kalyan smiled in satisfaction, then touched his own face. "So, that's it, right? Because I really cannot do that again." He gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, thinking that this body could not take much more, so he had to end it here. The guard came back looking awkward and reported, "Boss, there is a bit of a problem." The manager had not even finished pulling on his pants before he froze and asked, "What problem now?" The guard could only explain that the other man said he could not leave Hina behind. Kalyan muttered softly, "Hina." In his memories, he recalled that he had once mentioned a lost family member. "My little sister chose to end her own life. After that, I stepped into the arena right away, because the pain of failing to protect her was so overwhelming that it swallowed everything inside me." The moment Kalyan figured out Hina's true identity, he immediately waved a hand and signaled the manager. The manager went pale and shouted in a panic that even if it took 2 or 3 men, they had to drag Axel over at once. The male lead stopped him and said coldly to let Axel come down himself and escort them out. The manager forced a smile, hurriedly bowed, and replied that he would arrange for His Highness to leave without the slightest trouble. But the young man suddenly raised a hand in front of him, leaving the manager frozen in confusion. Who would have thought he would calmly demand that the tavern refund both the entry fee and the original amount, so stingy that the other man was left speechless. And just like that, he smoothly recovered the debt owed to the 2 half-demon siblings Kizi. Afterward, the whole group stopped in the narrow alley behind the tavern. Hina anxiously gripped her brother's hand, the fear in her eyes still not completely gone. Kizi wrapped an arm around his younger sister's shoulders. Then before leaving, he bowed his head and thanked them for saving them. The male lead paused, then slowly glanced back over his shoulder. Kizi hesitantly asked why someone like His Highness would step in to help the two of them. Noticing that Hina looked uncomfortable in that dress, he took off his cloak and draped it over her. Then, he calmly told them there was no need to be on guard, because he had absolutely no ill intent. When Kizi raised his head and took a closer look, his expression instantly changed in shock. He stood stunned as he finally realized who the person smiling right in front of him actually was. The next instant, Kizi dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and begged the prince for forgiveness for failing to recognize His Highness, and even daring to doubt his benefactor. The male lead placed a hand on Kizi's shoulder and told him in a low voice not to bow his head like that. He helped Kizi to his feet and said there was no need to go that far. The two half-demon siblings had nothing, and one look was enough to tell how harsh their past had been. In his previous life, Kizi had ultimately failed to protect his younger sister. Thinking of that, he pointed at Kizi and said the habit of striking straight at the shoulder in combat was the kind of move used by someone who had only just stepped onto the path of swordsmanship. The male lead guessed that he wanted to become a knight. Kizi immediately grew flustered and explained that it was not exactly like that. But as he said this, his gaze suddenly turned resolute. He did not want to be a knight. He wanted to become a sword strong enough to protect everything. Hearing that, the male lead gave a small nod, clearly quite satisfied with the answer. He tossed Kizi a brand new treasured sword, then said that if he could not become a knight yet, he should first become his shield against Axel Hess. He also said that if Kizi wanted to learn swordsmanship during that time, he could come find him. Holding the precious sword, Kizi asked in confusion why His Highness would give him something so valuable. The male lead answered briefly that it was because he needed a good sword, but inwardly, he added that this was also his way of repaying the debt of gratitude he once owed Kizi. On West Nasha Street inside the Mages Association building, the office of Ellen Menacin was still lit deep into the night. He was destroying several articles about Jay. According to the mage who had taken part in the equestrian performance, the prince had once seemed uneasy about the Baron and wanted him to secretly watch the man. Ironically, the person who made the prince wary was the very one who discovered the severed rope. So how exactly had their prince known about all of this? Speak of the devil, and he appeared. The male lead poked his head into the room, cheerfully called out to his master, and smiled as he said he had arrived. Ellen Menacin frowned slightly, his eyes immediately sweeping over the young man's appearance. Then he rose as if nothing had happened and calmly asked whether His Highness had just been in a fight. Ellen Menacin sighed and asked if His Highness had sold his clothes to Axel Hess. The male lead sat down on the sofa and casually replied that it was just a minor matter, and he had not fought anyone. The old mage walked over to the tea table, and from that tone alone, he knew the thing the prince had just done had definitely not been minor. He shrugged and said it truly had been a long day, master. In his mind, he calculated that now that he had secured Kizi, the trap to catch the tea poisoner was almost complete. He rubbed his aching shoulder, but that strange sense of unease still simmered inside him and refused to fade. The male lead wondered if it because he had dealt with too many things in too short a span of time. Behind him, Ellen Menacin quietly observed his expression for a moment. Then the old mage gently used magic to brew tea. The male lead remarked that this place finally had a bit of a mage's office atmosphere. Ellen Menacin immediately called him pathetic and asked whether His Highness had truly been expecting things like a bubbling soup pot filled with mysterious ingredients, or a few bizarre eyeballs floating around. The young man laughed and honestly admitted that he had, in fact, hoped to see something like that. But this place was more ordinary than he had imagined. Even so, on Jay's desk lay a broken sword that not even in a weapon shop would put on display. That thing clashed completely with every piece of furnishing in the room. After saying that, he unconsciously studied the sword more closely, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Ellen Menacin's voice sounded behind him, coldly asking why that sword had appeared here, Your Highness. He said it was something that should never have been allowed in this place, then immediately activated his magic. The magic controlled the broken sword and sent it flying up in front of the male lead. At a suffocatingly close distance, the blade tore through the air and shot straight at him, making him cry out in alarm for it to stop. The sword's tip was less than 3 centimeters from his body, and it was already too late to dodge. A heavy impact rang out, and a little blood instantly spilled from the male lead's mouth. Ellen Menacin remained calm, standing there with his arms crossed, and said sternly that although His Highness's body was frail, his reaction speed was still quite remarkable. In that life or death instant, he had drawn his own sword to knock the incoming blade off course, but because he had forced out strength and magic too abruptly, a streak of blood still seeped from the corner of his mouth. In front of Kylian, Ellen Menacin withdrew the cluster of swords and explained coldly that it was a magic tool created by Suspanian. As long as he held it, he could copy any secret weapon his opponent was hiding. Ellen Menacin looked down from above at the protagonist struggling on the sofa, as if he had just thrown out an icy warning. Once he calmed down, Kalian realized Ellen Manison had never intended to truly attack him from the start, because the instant that special sword was drawn, its tip did not thrust straight at him as he had imagined, but only skimmed past one side. His own haste was what made him unconsciously activate his aura. Ellen Manison asked what that aura was, when His Highness did not even know how to hold a sword yet. His towering shadow fell over Kalian, making the air feel as suffocating as a dungeon. He placed a hand on Kalian's shoulder and said in a low voice that from the first day they met, he had found it strange to run into the prince by chance. After that, everything grew even more abnormal, from His Majesty's fear of his words to the nobles whispering that the prince had become someone else. When your highness discovered you had been poisoned, I did not see fear of death in you, but a chilling killing intent. That aura was more like someone who had crossed a battlefield with blood-soaked hands than a frail prince. On top of that, your highness knew in advance that tragedy would strike during the public performance, and moved to stop it. In this fantasy world, that was practically a clue pointing straight toward reincarnation. Ellen Manison looked him directly in the eyes and asked, Prince, can you explain all of this to your teacher? At the same time, Kalian clearly felt healing magic quietly mending his body. Healing magic for someone whose very identity was under suspicion. That was not right, and it only made Kalian even more wary. Was Ellen Manison doing this because he truly wanted to place his trust in him? In the end, Kalian clenched his hands and gathered every bit of courage to make his decision. I am not the prince you know. My original name was Baron Secreta. It took a very long time before he finished telling Ellen Manison the entire story from beginning to end. By the time the explanation ended, the sky beyond the window had already sunk into darkness. The two of them sat facing each other on the sofa, and the atmosphere felt as heavy as the moment before a life-or-death martial arts duel. Ellen Manison raked a hand through his hair and blurted in shock, so it was a timeline. No, but before that there is an even bigger problem. He looked at Kalian and asked, then did the former prince truly die? Kalian stayed silent for a while, then shook his head and replied, not exactly. He slowly explained, I did not know at first either, but it seems he is still here. He placed a hand over his chest and said, I can still faintly sense his existence inside this body. Ellen Manison's expression darkened, and he did not immediately say anything more. After a moment, he pressed a hand to his forehead and repeated, on the first day you met me, your highness said what you wanted was not the throne. Then may I ask now, what do you truly want? Kalian's expression turned solemn. War. I want to stop war from happening. I still do not know why Blanche holds ambitions involving the timeline. If the root cause remains, the tragedy will surely repeat itself. That is why I have to investigate, confirm everything, and stop it before it is too late. Ellen Manison laced his fingers together and asked, is what the prince wants for your own sake or for Jay, Baron's older brother? That question made Kalian freeze. He frowned and asked back, what do you mean? Ellen Manison answered, before Axel Hess, there is something the prince must know. Secretia currently has only one crown prince, and that is Jay. Jay was originally a child born outside the inner palace, while the royal consort had no hair. Ellen Manison emphasized that the Baron person your highness spoke of does not exist in this world at all. What? That news slammed straight into his mind, leaving Kalian stunned and speechless. Ellen Manison's face became graver than ever, and he slowly brought up the name Baron again. He carefully reached his conclusion. The truth is that person has never existed in this world. Ellen Manison's words stabbed into Kalian's mind like a sharp blade. He could not believe it. Was he truly someone who did not exist? A flood of questions immediately surrounded his thoughts. Not in Secretia, not on this land, and not anywhere else either. His gaze stayed vacant for a long time, unable to regain its calm. Why was it like this? Was it because he had traveled back through time? He began tracing the greatest doubt. Where exactly had the deviation occurred? Was it because the timeline affected both time and space that he had entered this body? Kalian seemed to catch an important piece of the puzzle. He raised his hand and silently examined the body that now belonged to him. He remembered scenes from the past and continued thinking. This prince's body had originally been living a normal life. That hand was still full of life, making it hard for Kalian to believe even now that he existed inside someone else's body. He clenched his fist and said to Ellen Manison, to be honest, I had vaguely sensed it before. As he spoke, his eyes shifted away, but his voice remained steady. I once thought that since I had entered the prince's body, maybe someone else had entered mine, but if I am here, then a second baron cannot possibly exist. He shut his eyes tightly and tried to steady his mind. Right. In the end, the problem really lies with me. While Kalian sank deep into his thoughts, Ellen Manison watched him from the side with a tense expression. It was as if the person before him had stolen another person's life. Ellen Manison slowly spoke. The current Jay's figure briefly surfaced in his mind, and Ellen Manison continued, has been publicly announced as the crown prince of Secretia. Just as the past you knew differs from the present, the future can also change completely. Ellen Manison's even voice seemed to pull Kalian back to his senses, because the third prince of Kairos, whose life is under threat, no longer needs to keep worrying about Secretia's successor prince. Ellen Menison's brows drew tight, and his attitude was utterly firm. Kalian stared at him until his mouth fell open, too surprised to speak. After taking some time to digest all the information, he gave a faint smile and asked, "Are you telling me not to keep living in the past?" He answered seriously, "I understand what my teacher is worried about, and I assure you, the thing you fear will never happen." Kalian remembered the first day he opened his eyes, hurriedly pulled the door open, and saw an unfamiliar scene before him. From the very moment he woke up in this Kairos, a cruel truth was spoken in a calm voice. I had already given up on continuing to live as Baron. Ellen Menison and Axel Hess were both stunned by those words, as if they had just heard a turning point that could change the entire plot. Seeing through his master's troubled state of mind, Kalian immediately spoke up and asked whether he was truly all right. The protagonist lifted his head, looked straight into Ellen Manison's eyes, and bluntly asked if he was really not Kalian. Faced with such a direct question, Ellen Manison instantly froze, unsure how he should react for a moment. He forced an awkward smile and hurriedly explained that he still did not understand what His Highness was worried about, but there was one thing he wanted to repeat. His voice gradually sank into a grave tone. "The one connected to me by fate has only ever been one person," he said, pointing straight at the young man before him. Hearing that confirmation, the protagonist was so happy his cheeks flushed red, as if the heavy stone pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. Once the two changed the mood and went outside, he continued asking Ellen Manison whether his master had known about the time axis from the start. Even while riding his horse, his voice came out steadily. "Your reaction made it seem as if you had already guessed the time axis existed, so do you know anything else?" Ellen Manison kept his thoughtful expression and remained silent for a long while, not answering right away. After some time, he finally spoke with caution. "Around this time last year, Prince Jay came to me to ask for my opinion about the time axis. In his memory, a mysterious artifact had once been in the middle of being created." Ellen Manison said he had secretly gone to Secretia, but could only confirm that it was not made by human hands. He raised one finger to describe its shape, then said, "1 month ago I received word that the time axis in Secretia had vanished. And the prince once said that was also when you returned from 10 years in the future, correct?" Ellen Menison's final words left him stunned. At last he understood that the moment the time axis disappeared was the very moment he regressed. After thinking about it all day and still failing to find the cause, the young man could only turn and ask, "In your opinion, why was I able to regress?" Sweat dotted the protagonist's face from the tension. He was just about to ask why the time axis had acted that way when Ellen Menison quickly cut him off, saying that even if they racked their brains now, they still would not find the answer. He playfully offered another direction. "But there is someone you can ask. That person knows more than I do, and you will be meeting them soon." Under the star-filled sky, as he looked up at the statue of the god, Ellen Menison finally revealed that mysterious identity, Cispanian. As if suddenly remembering something important, he perked up. "That's right, my coming-of-age ceremony is almost here." Memories from his previous life immediately flooded his mind. The protagonist silently recalled Prince Kalian's coming-of-age ceremony, a rite where he visited Cispanian's former dwelling to declare himself an official member of the royal family, and there, he could meet Cispanian's will. When this major event came up, Ellen Manison also discussed it with excitement. "For the coming-of-age ceremony to go smoothly, the most important thing is staying alive, so your highness should deal with the poisoning incident quickly." Reminded right at the key point, he calmly replied, "Yes, by now the seeds I planted should be starting to sprout." The seeds the protagonist had used to test the poison had finally bloomed, bringing the crucial clue into the open. Back at the royal palace, he stood before the grown potted plant, while behind him Ian's wounded complaints kept coming. "Does your highness know how worried I was? You promised to return before midnight, but you only came back early this morning." He carefully touched the leaves, felt the life force flowing through them, and sank into thought, just as expected. He softly called Ian's name and Ian, still sniffling, answered very quickly, "Yes, if your highness is going to sleep, you should wash your face first." The protagonist suddenly suggested, "Let's go look at something wonderful," leaving dazed by the abrupt invitation. "Pardon?" Once they reached the rooftop, he comfortably welcomed the strong gusts sweeping past him, while Ian asked in alarm why the prince had suddenly wanted to come to such a place. A concerned voice rang out, "It is only early morning, and the air is still chilly, so your highness must be careful." Ignoring that reminder, he had already reached a firm conclusion about the flowers he had received from the Magic Association. In the past, a mage had once introduced this as a famous plant in the herbal medicine world, because its pollen would glow after it died. Because of that little-known trait, he fully trusted its function. Every action that looked careless was part of the plan, and the protagonist had deliberately spilled the poison tea into the flower pot. After witnessing that scene, the servant with ill intent immediately grew uneasy and secretly observed the reactions of everyone in the room. Of course, with his sharp eyes, he noticed every abnormal expression and smiled in satisfaction. After absorbing the poison in the tea, the plant should have withered quickly, because this was a deadly toxin that ordinary people could hardly survive for more than a week. But the truth was that the potted plant before him was still lush and green, which only strengthened his deduction. A flower that absorbed poison could not survive, yet it remained intact, so someone must have deliberately switched the pot. Right before Ian's eyes, tiny streams of light suddenly flashed, leaving the young attendant staring in a daze. Ian's eyes shone brightly, and his cheeks flushed red because the sight before him was far too moving. Outside, white specks of light gathered around the protagonist as their center, then gently drifted down, making Ian unable to hold back his exclamation. "Is beautiful." Both Ian and he were immersed in that breathtaking scene. After it was replaced, this object would surely not be easy to destroy, so the key must have been hidden in the safest place. His eyes narrowed slightly in satisfaction, then he slowly said, "It will lead me to the culprit's residence." A moment later, the sky seemed to erupt with brilliant fireworks, signaling that the counterattack had truly begun. The image of a terrifying female master suddenly surfaced in his mind, and the young man thought to himself, "That's right, the mistress of Hesia Palace, Sela's Brison, it has to be her." On the leaf, raindrops fell with soft patters, covering the scene in a heavy, gloomy shade. The space was so quiet that every raindrop striking the ground could be heard clearly. Inside the dark house, a lone figure used the rain curtain outside the window to hide his piled-up thoughts. The protagonist had his hand resting on the window frame when he suddenly turned his head, as if sensing that someone was approaching. At the door, Ian was walking in with a tray in his hands, and the young man calmly spoke up. "Good morning, Ian." He looked at the other boy and gave him a friendly smile, asking Ian whether he had pleasant dreams last night. His handsome appearance stood out vividly in that moment, enough to make almost any girl feel her heart tremble. Ian froze for a brief moment because of that unusual attitude, but he still kept his manners and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Did you sleep well too?" Walking to the table and setting down the tea tray, Ian smiled and remarked that hearing the prince greet him like that truly felt a little strange, while the protagonist stepped closer as if explaining, "I woke up very early." Hearing that, Ian froze for a second, while Kalyan stayed strangely calm, as if the sun had decided to rise backward from the west today. At that moment, the main character's face darkened, and his cold gaze swept toward the rear. Following the direction he was watching beyond the window, Ian asked softly, "Was it the sound of the rain that woke Your Highness?" He lifted the teacup to his lips and leisurely took a sip, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Seeing his own face reflected in the tea, the young man gave a quiet inner laugh. Today really was different, because Sela's Brison had increased the poison dosage. After drinking it, the main character set the cup down and asked Ian whether any schedule in the next week would gather all the nobles together. While drawing back the curtain, Ian's hand paused, then he turned and answered that next week there would be a full noble assembly, and His Majesty the King would attend as well. Just as he was about to take another sip, he murmured, "One more week, huh?" His gaze sharpened at once, his mind calculating quickly. After the noble assembly would come the dinner banquet, and that day would be perfect for returning this poisoned tea. Raising his head to look out at the rain, the young man wore a calculating smile. "In that case, Sela's Brison, go ahead and enjoy yourself a little longer." At that very moment, a round gray pill appeared in the center of his palm. Under Ian's gaze, the main character showed no hesitation as he brought the pill to his mouth and swallowed it. When he handed the teacup back to the servant, Ian suddenly spoke up, "But, Your Highness." Ian blushed, about to ask about what His Highness had been drinking these past few days, but before he could mention Axel Hess, the prince cut him off as if he already knew the question, answering simply, "A tonic." Pulling the robe cord tight with both hands, the main character smiled as though nothing had happened and added, "My body has always been weak, so should I go have breakfast a little earlier today?" Seeing that he was deliberately dodging the subject, Ian did not press further and only bowed his head, answering, "Yes, I will come help Your Highness right away." After that, Ian carried the tea table out of the room, his shadow stretching long across the silver tray. He stared intently at the items on the tray, his expression filled with thought. Standing in the dark, empty corridor with no one around, Ian instinctively frowned. What exactly was this uneasy feeling? As he spread butter over his bread, he thought about everything that had happened after the accident at the equestrian performance. Bringing the bread to his mouth and taking a bite, his gaze quietly swept across the dining table. Blanche had not appeared at breakfast. Chewing with obvious satisfaction, the main character thought to himself that this was fine, because Blanche absolutely could not be dragged into what he was about to do. After thinking for a while, he suddenly spoke, saying the roses seemed about to bloom, making Randell, who was holding a glass of wine, freeze on the spot. He looked at Randell and smiled gently, while the other man looked back at him without saying a single word. A moment later, Randell irritably braced one hand on the table and stood up, and that reaction seemed to be exactly what the main character wanted, making his smile grow even brighter. Randell left amid the respectful bows of the servants. Ian went pale with worry, bent down, and asked quietly, "Your Highness, why did you suddenly mention roses?" He calmly replied that he had simply seen roses while taking a walk. Remembering the sight of Randell holding pruning shears, he added that it made him think of his elder brother Randell tending the flower garden. After that, the main character's ruby-red eyes remained fixed outside. The place he was staring at was exactly where Randell stood, and then he deliberately raised his voice as if to make sure the other man heard him, saying he meant nothing else by it. Next, the scene shifted to the main character running through the rain. His face was flushed and his clothes were disheveled, yet he kept rushing forward like someone who did not know exhaustion. Only when his body could no longer endure it did he stop beside a tree, covering his face as he gasped for breath in heavy bursts. Just then, someone walked over and said, "You have only been separated from me for 1 day, yet you already look this miserable. Does your Highness perhaps enjoy tormenting himself?" Clutching his aching chest, the main character answered through gritted teeth that if he did not train his stamina, he felt as though he would lose control. At that moment, Ellen Madison appeared, making the other person bow immediately and ask, "Master, where have you just come back from?" He glanced over and answered that he had just gone to speak with Romain about a few things. Hearing that, the prince could not help asking in surprise whether they were close enough to call each other by name. Ellen Madison spread his hands and replied, "There is no special relationship, Axel Hess. That is merely my one-sided way of addressing him, and besides, he is only around my grandson's age. So, what does your Highness want from this old man?" He did not beat around the bush, raising 2 fingers as he said directly that he had 2 favors to ask of his master, and the first was to learn the identities of 2 people. Ellen Madison calmly replied that it would not be difficult, then asked what the other matter was. The second matter was clearly far harder and far more important, and he said in a low voice that he wanted to investigate cases involving the mysterious deaths of nobles, especially... Both of them pointed at each other at the same time and said in unison, "The cases connected to Bryson." Truly, this master and disciple understood each other perfectly. Ellen Madison stretched, sighed, and said with a smile that neither matter was difficult. "But why did your Highness keep ordering around this old body?" The main character smiled when he heard his master grow suspicious, knowing that asking for 2 favors at once must have meant something urgent was happening. He answered calmly that the poison dosage had increased, and that single sentence instantly changed Ellen Madison's expression. The older man clenched his fist, straightened his posture, then folded his arms, and the aura of a grand mage suddenly surged outward. Ellen Madison continued, saying it seemed your Highness had found the culprit, and he could guess who it was as well. The prince then warned him pleasantly that his master would probably be restrained by them soon too. Pointing one finger forward, the main character declared firmly that although touching a grand mage would not be easy, now was exactly the time for him to have a force backing him up. Ellen Madison understood immediately, frowning as he asked whether your Highness intended to use him as a shield. His gaze sharpened, and he corrected him at once. Not a shield, but a weapon. In his mind, he thought that yes, a weapon was exactly right, because he understood better than anyone the true power of gifted mages. Thinking about the clash between factions, the main character had no choice but to plan far ahead, because his life and homeland had once been stolen by the white-robed demon army of those mages. Clenching his fist, he said with conviction that he would create an army of mages. His face was filled with resolve as he declared his desire to establish a magical force that belonged to him alone. Ellen Madison froze at Kalian's request, and one question instantly flashed through his mind. What exactly was a mage army supposed to be? A moment later, his expression darkened and he sternly reminded the prince that mages were different from knights. Organizing collective training to improve them would be extremely difficult. Did His Highness understand that? The protagonist remained strangely calm, as if he had prepared the answer long ago. That question, I can answer it like this. His reply struck straight at Ellen Madison's thoughts, because someone really had achieved that seemingly impossible feat before. Ellen let out a skeptical scoff, but the young man did not back down. He continued talking about the time Roman once proposed forming a mage army. Back then, a council meeting had been held, but everyone, including the Bryson faction, looked down on the plan. Because it was dismissed as nothing worth worrying about, it had a chance to move forward in secret. King Carus left decisively, determined to build an army of his own, and in the end, Roman turned that ambition into reality. But peace did not last long before tragedy struck. Just as the mage army finally stabilized, Roman died, and even more painfully, it was a sudden, unexpected death. According to the protagonist, Blanche then took power as the successor, and the mage army fell into the heir's hands. The outcome was not at all like what his master had once known. Ellen Madison crossed his arms and listened seriously to every word he said. But this time, things were definitely not going to be easy. A series of obstacles surfaced in his mind, especially now that someone had blocked Sia and the Breslin clan's path. The protagonist fell into thought, then said, "That is why I—" His gaze suddenly turned ice cold, revealing a plan to use Silas Bresen's poison tea to force the other side into a negotiation. Ellen Manison immediately tensed at that daring plan, caught the crucial keyword, and asked again to confirm it. Poison tea? No matter how hard he thought, he still could not guess the young man's true intention, so he asked suspiciously, "May I know what method your highness intends to use?" The protagonist only gave a faint, effortless smile and answered simply, "It is a secret. Master will find out soon enough." Ellen Manison clutched his head in helpless frustration, yet he had to admit that answer was strangely believable. The young man then playfully suggested, "Master, try discussing it with Roman. I am sure he was thinking about this back then too." The young man carefully rolled up his sleeves, his voice sounding low, steady, and filled with certainty. Returning to his serious demeanor, he looked straight at Ellen Manison and declared that once Silas Bresen made a mistake, the negotiation had to succeed. A cup of tea was served, accompanied by the trembling voice of a servant reporting, "I increased the dose of poison exactly as you instructed." Silas Bresen suddenly slammed the teacup onto the table, her voice sharp as a blade. "Make sure it is handled thoroughly." She braced one hand on the edge of the table and turned coldly, reminding him that the recent rumors had made her extremely irritated. Her face did not waver at all, but every word carried a threat. "You had better not let anything else trouble me again. Do you understand?" The servant bowed obediently in fear, his face pale and his voice shaking violently. "Yes, I will remember." Just then an unfamiliar voice rang out, "You are doing something pointless." A shadowy figure had somehow been standing there, watching for who knew how long. That foot came down hard, crushing the fragile flower beneath its heel. Silas Bresen's expression still did not change. Her fingers leisurely felt the heat from the teacup as she said, "The one who should truly act keeps sitting still, so I have to go through all this trouble. Am I wrong?" She called out the name of the young man who had just entered, making it clear she had expected him. "Blanche." He grimaced, his threatening voice thick with irritation. "Please stop. I came here only to tell you that." Silas Bresen laughed with contempt, propped her chin on one hand and shot back, "No, Blanche. That decision does not belong to someone like you who cannot accomplish anything." Her voice was so casual it felt chilling. "But what can I do? Carrying these troublesome burdens has always been my fate." His fists clenched tightly, trembling with anger. Unable to argue even one more word, he immediately turned and left. Silas Bresen smirked, pleased that she had finally driven away that nuisance, then lifted her teacup as if to enjoy it and quietly judged him. How weak. She glanced after his retreating figure, her voice sounding as if she were bestowing mercy. "Then let me clear the road for you." The sun had climbed high, and today was the day they would enter the palace. Haina's cheerful humming drifted in from beyond the window ledge, clear and bright like a tiny song. Kizi quickly noticed Haina's excited mood and he teased her, "You are really happy today, huh? You have been singing all day." Seeing his little sister beaming in front of him, Kizi could not help feeling happy too. He gently asked, "Are you that excited?" Haina happily answered her older brother, "Of course, the day we finally enter the palace is here." Even before she had set foot there, just thinking that she would be able to meet that prince filled her heart with joy. Kizi warmly patted her head and asked, "Do you like the prince?" Haina nodded without hesitation, "I like him a lot." All her excitement poured into each word, "I want night to come quickly." Elsewhere, everyone was busily preparing for the grand banquet inside the royal palace. The protagonist put on a proper suit while Ian helped him and reported that the nobles' conference had begun, so he had to appear at the dinner banquet in 1 hour. Suddenly, he called Ian's name. Ian looked up in confusion, and before he could ask anything, the young man spoke first. "There is something you must help me with." In his heart, he had already reached a quiet conclusion. At last, it was time to end this. Outside the palace's great hall, hurried footsteps kept echoing one after another. Walking ahead of the servants, that person's face hardened, his heart heavy as he thought of the only tea meant for the weakest prince, and the dose of poison hidden inside it. The protagonist opened the door to the room, a calculating smile on his lips. Silas Bresen sat at her desk, holding a fan over her mouth. She seemed to have anticipated who would enter, so she showed no surprise and only greeted him leisurely. "The third prince has arrived." She gave him an indifferent glance, and he did not avoid her gaze either. In his heart, he knew clearly that this would be the turning point, signaling that everything was about to change. Hooves pounded hard against the ground, their rapid rhythm sounding like the omen of a new upheaval. It shot forward like a gust of wind tearing through the night. Ian pushed himself to full speed to finish the mission he had been given, his face tense as if he were racing death itself. A few hours earlier, Cullion had suddenly handed him 2 letters, one addressed to the Mage Association and the other to his master. The prince sternly told him to stop by the association first, then go to his master. Ian froze and asked if His Highness planned to attend the banquet alone. The main character raised a hand to stop him, then calmly said he would handle the rest himself. He even smiled to reassure Ian, telling him there was nothing more he needed to worry about. But the more Ian recalled every word and every gesture, the more cold sweat kept pouring down his face. Images from the past suddenly came flooding back, and Ian realized something similar had already happened once before. Painful memories invaded his mind one after another, but Ian kept telling himself he was probably just overthinking it. He tried to hypnotize himself into staying calm, even as the image of the prince lying motionless on the ground appeared vividly in his head. No, His Highness would definitely be fine. At the Mage Association, Yuria came to see Ellen Menacin to report on the mission she had been assigned, her voice ringing with grave seriousness. Everything had been prepared, and the number of public sudden death cases alone was already terrifyingly high. This young woman was named Yuria, and she currently served as the president of the present-day Mage Association. Seeing the stack of documents she had brought, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew much heavier. Ellen Menacin casually pulled out a report and frowned. These cases were clearly suspicious, yet no one had spoken up until now. Perhaps it was not that they failed to notice, but that they did not dare speak. The two began digging deeper, because how could powerless nobles have the courage to oppose House Bryson? And that made sense, because if they resisted, the next people to suffer might be them. Yuria picked up another report and murmured that she had no idea what the prince planned to do with these files. Ellen Menacin only stayed silent, offering no answer at all. Just then, Ian suddenly rushed straight into the room, his shout filled with urgency. "President, thank goodness. Lord Ellen Menacin is here too, that is even better." Ian handed the two of them the letters and said the prince had ordered him to deliver them directly, and that this one was meant for the president. For some reason, Ellen Menacin immediately grabbed the boy by the front of his shirt and growled, asking where today's party was being held. Seeing the old man turn to leave without any explanation, Ian hurriedly asked what had happened. He quickly understood part of it and said that without an invitation, they could not attend. Ellen Menacin instantly whipped back around, his terrifyingly sharp gaze pinning Ian in place. "There is no time to worry about that now. Your master could lose his life at any moment." The letter lay abandoned on the floor, and the contents inside explained everything behind Ellen Menacin's reaction. "Today I will use my own life to make a deal with Silas Brisson. If anything happens, master, please save me." Returning to 1 hour earlier, the owner of that letter had a private meeting with a mysterious noble woman. After the tea was served, he gently lifted his cup and slowly began to speak. "Now then, it is time for both of us to take off our masks." The woman snapped the fan in her hand shut and replied, "Fine, though I do not see what difference taking off a mask will make. I only told you to stop pretending. I did not tell you to throw away all the etiquette of Axel Hess as well." Silas Brisson began provoking him, saying she did not even understand what he meant, and asking whether he had called her here just to argue. Right after that, she sprang to her feet, her tone turning arrogant. "I regret ever finding you interesting for even a moment. You are just as rude as the low-born blood flowing through your veins." But his next sentence was what truly froze the room. He said there was poison in her tea, shattering Silas Brisson's calm facade. He added that she could stop now. "I had to force myself to drink it, even though my throat kept feeling wrong." Silas Brisson widened her eyes, pretending not to understand what he was talking about and insisting she knew nothing about it. Then she laughed, bitter sound ringing out with obvious fakery. "You do not know. I expected you to react that way, so I prepared many ways to make sure you could no longer keep doing those things. Then I suppose I must do something too. Right now, the only thing I still possess is a healthy heart, so I will use it as my wager." He took out the vial of medicine he had prepared in advance, then revealed a chilling secret. "This can stop the heart for a brief moment. I received this from the White Eagle. It's not react to silver, and detection magic cannot identify it as poison. Of course, my heart will not truly stop, because I have the power of a blessing. But the blessing's power can only block one kind of poison each day, so when it has to fight the toxicity of this vial, all the poison in the cups of tea I drank before will begin ravaging my body. If that happens, who do you think everyone will suspect first?" Yet Silas Brisson was not frightened at all. In fact, she looked disturbingly composed. Her attitude made him frown slightly, while she burst into loud laughter as if she had just heard a joke. "Do you truly think everything will unfold exactly as you wish? Surely you know this is not my first time." Silas Brisson looked straight at him, coldly reopening an old wound. "Your mother was also dealt with by me in that same way. Who does not know that by now?" Fury showed clearly in the hand he used to grip his teacup, but because he could not alert the snake before striking, he had no choice but to swallow his emotions. "Well then, what should I do with it?" In Silas Brisson's defiant gaze, the question felt like an icy blade. "Let us see what you can really do. Since Kallian has drained that filthy cup of tea, I will take it as her choosing, with her own hands, to cut off every path of retreat." Seeing the main character swallow it down, a sinister smile immediately curled at the corners of her mouth. "Do you really think anyone has the nerve to suspect me? Even Roman has to tread carefully around someone like me." Silas Brisson went on with arrogant pride. "In Caries, there is nothing I want that I cannot take. The Queen's throne is no different. I am merely pulling out the thorn in my eye, so I can reach what was always meant to be mine. And just like that, everything I ever desired has fallen into my hands, one after another. Except for one thing. There is still one single thing I have not been able to grasp. Now then, let the dinner banquet begin." The announcement had barely ended when the main character's face changed, his body convulsing as the poison tightened around his throat. That sight only filled Silas Brisson with savage delight. She burst burst into gleeful laughter, then hissed that all he had to do was. As for the main character, after a violent fit of coughing, he spat blood in the middle of the grand hall, splattering it across the floor. The two princes and nearby guests noticed at once, most of them frozen in horror. Silas Brisen continued in an icy voice, "Be a good boy and become my stepping stone, just as you always have until now." Shouts erupted everywhere. "Call the holy officer now. Is this poison murder? Was the drink poisoned? The king has not arrived yet, so why did the prince drink first? Then was the poison prepared in advance?" Before the banquet began, who was beside the prince? A wealthy noble hurriedly signaled for silence. "Do you want to lose your head?" Hearing that, the man who had raised suspicion changed his tune at once. The prince must have been ill for some time, so everyone should stop talking. The treacherous woman quietly reveled in her own triumph. "Look at them. Even though they know I am the culprit, not one of them dares open their mouth. In this game, victory belongs to me in the end." The king appeared in haste, rushing to his son's side before shouting in a panic, "Wake up, my son! Has the holy officer still not arrived? Do not close your eyes. Do not lose consciousness, no matter what." Fortunately, amid that despair, the young man's faint voice still managed to whisper, "Father." He shakily raised his hand and lightly touched Roman, as if desperately clinging to the last trace of warmth. The scene was exactly like the way Roman's late wife had passed away many years ago. Back then, in the final moment of her life, Roman's wife had also reached out with ice-cold hands and gripped his. "Our child, our son, you must protect him no matter what." Seeing the main character in that state, Roman could not erase the nightmare of that year from his mind. He clenched his teeth until hatred seemed to crack through him. On Silas Brisen's side, she immediately shattered the heavy atmosphere with grating words. "Something this suspicious happened inside the royal palace. I cannot stay here and suffer any further shock. I will return to Hagia Palace." But Roman had lost all control. He roared in the grand hall, "In the end, you still wanted to lay hands on my son, did you, Silas Brisen?" The guests, especially the two princes, were stunned by that thunderous shout. Called out by name, she could only turn back, her eyes brimming with feigned shock. The whole hall erupted in whispers. The queen. Now that they mention it, were they not both present before the banquet? Could she have planned to murder the prince during that time? If it is the queen, then it is not impossible. In truth, everyone had simply been avoiding saying it out loud. If they kept leaving things alone like this. Silas Brisen hurriedly hid the fear on her face behind her fan, her voice beginning to stammer. "What are you saying? I do not understand." "That child, I heard he was often sickly even on ordinary days," Roman repeated bitterly. "When Priya collapsed, you did the exact same thing. You brought all the Brisen knights with you and said those exact words." He remembered every syllable. Back then, she had claimed it was all because of illness. "Roman, even if you say that, it does not make me the culprit. Can anyone here swear that child was truly healthy under normal circumstances? No one will stand on your side. Besides, do the princes not see their younger brother at the breakfast table every day? Surely they know his condition better than anyone." Seeing him give no answer, Silas Brisen kept sneering. "So, would you like to ask the princes now and confirm it? Silas Brisen, have you really gone this far?" At that point, she could no longer maintain her humble facade, and only stubbornly argued back. "I did it because I was worried. If we keep speaking in riddles like this, what if his condition, no, our son's condition, becomes even worse?" Roman drew the sword at his waist, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you say the words "our son"? Blanche immediately stepped in front of her. "Guards, how can he treat her like this?" But before Silas Brisen could feel triumphant, he immediately continued. "He has always been perfectly normal. I have never once felt there was anything wrong with his health. I remember telling you before, mother, that all your efforts were already useless." Silas Brisen ground her teeth, her venomous gaze instantly sweeping toward her own son. It was at that exact moment that the summoned holy officer arrived in the grand hall. One side was still throwing a scene and demanding to return to Hagia Palace, while the other poured all his divine power to pull the main character back from the Reaper's blade. But the instant the holy officer sent medicinal energy into his body, an unexpected crisis struck. A protective barrier suddenly formed, cutting off every source of aid from the outside. All of this had been caused single-handedly by Ellen Menessen. He had chased them down just in time and interfered, then cried out in agony. "Why? I would rather you told me to die instead." Ellen Menessen strained his hand toward the flame and growled through his teeth. "Why would you do this? This is no different from killing the prince." The king of Chaos shouted, "Ellen Menessen, what are you doing? The boy needs treatment immediately." Ellen answered at once. Both of them were horrified. There is a ring around the prince's heart. While everyone stood frozen with fear, he continued speaking. Everyone knew that if a mage's circle clashed with divine power, no matter how lucky they were, their heart would shatter and they would die. Kairos asked in panic what they were supposed to do. If divine power could not be used, was there any other way? What about magic? Could magic save him? Ellen Menessen replied, "Your Majesty, did you not know the prince carries natural power? Ordinary magic cannot affect him at all." "Then hurry and think of something else." Can't you see how much pain he is in? He looked at the red liquor spilled across the floor, then cried out in horror, "What in the world is this?" Kalyan collapsed at Ellen Manason's feet and weakly asked, "Why, master, why are you looking at me with that expression? I never thought I would have to use that spell again in this lifetime." He said, "This is magic that will temporarily stop you from feeling pain." In that very instant, everything around them suddenly exploded. Countless letters packed with words drifted down slowly, whitening the sky like a rain of indictments. The surrounding citizens all pointed up at the letters, where the voices of the wronged seemed to rise from the grave. "We want the truth about the Sia clan of Brizen, the people who murdered a total of 37 lives." The entire capital erupted at once, and Brizen had fallen into disaster. The queen was suspected of poisoning the prince. The crimes of the Sia clan of Brizen were exposed, unleashing a wave of fury across the royal capital. The furious crowd roared, "Marcus Brizen, are those rumors true? Give me back my father. Stay away from Brizen, or we will be dragged into the mud too." The whispers grew harsher. Didn't the king point straight at Queen Silas Brizen as the culprit who poisoned the prince? The queen is a murderer. Does Silas Brizen deserve to be queen? Exile her now. Inside the sealed room, Ellen Manason said in a low voice that, to establish a magic army, the third prince had struck at the exact moment Silas Brizen was cornered. King Karis replied, "A mage army. That was something I wanted to do all along, but I never expected that child to think the same way." As for the Mage Association, he suddenly hesitated. Queen Silas Brizen sat in her room with a smug smile. "You must all be terribly busy. I wonder when you secretly prepared all of this." The protagonist answered calmly, "What are you talking about? I truly do not understand. Thanks to your majesty's excessive concern, I got to rest a little longer." Silas Brizen smiled wickedly. "You were on death's door for a whole week, yet your voice still sounds remarkably clear." He forced himself to answer, "I nearly crossed over to the other world, so I am afraid I cannot keep the queen company for long. If your majesty has nothing more to say, I would like to rest." Silas Brizen immediately changed her tone to negotiation. "Each side takes one step back. What do you think?" The young man replied coldly, "Perhaps you should have said that a week ago. The situation between us has already changed. But first, Axel Hess, let us hear what card your majesty prepared before coming here." He continued calmly, "If your majesty helps me deny all the rumors, I will not oppose what his majesty is secretly preparing." Then he laughed. "It seems your majesty has misunderstood. I never needed the queen's permission from the very beginning." The protagonist tilted his eyes and asked, "Your majesty, do you have any more interesting suggestions?" Silas Brizen replied, "Then say plainly what you want." He immediately stated his terms. "What I want is the land of the Suspanian descendants. Is it acceptable for that place to be drenched in blood merely because of clashing blades? In this kingdom, I want the Papan Knights returned, and from now on Brizen will have no foothold left." Silas Brizen shouted in fury, "What? Hand over all of it." Perhaps Marcus Brizen had once given her the Pavel Royal Guard to keep the king's own protective forces in check. Losing that army was no different from cutting away half of Silas Brizen's strength. But the protagonist suddenly changed his mind and said coldly, "Disband Pavel, establish the magic army, and there will be no more compromises." After saying that, he turned and left. Ian walked in, holding a stack of papers, then respectfully reported, "This is the written pledge engraved with the oath mark." Silas Brizen went pale and cried out, "Wait, if that is the oath mark, then—" The young man answered triumphantly, "Exactly, it is magic that engraves the terms of the contract directly into the heart. Once your majesty violates it, your heart will shatter and you will die." Only then did a crack of fear finally appear in Silas Brizen's arrogance. The moment the third prince woke up, Queen Silas Brizen immediately came to visit him in person. A rose petal had been cut away. Randall lowered his eyes and stared at it for a long time, as if reading a hidden secret from it. He remembered the moment he rushed into that room that day, and the sight before him had shaken him to the core. Clearly, right before he lost consciousness, the two of them had met each other's eyes. The protagonist's voice echoed in his memory. "The rose must be about to bloom, right, brother?" Randall understood at once. From their very first meeting, that kid had planned to drag him into this game. Because I was curious what shape that rose would take when it bloomed, I chose to act exactly as he wanted. He had always acted as if everything was normal, but I truly never expected Blanche to step in and interfere. There is definitely something else hidden inside, he calculated silently. Returning to the confrontation between the queen and the protagonist, Silas Brizen shouted, "Wait, if that is the oath mark." He answered, "Exactly, it is magic that engraves the contents of the agreement into the heart," then raised a hand to his chest as if letting her see those invisible chains with her own eyes. He continued, "The moment your majesty breaks the contract, your heart will explode. The trust between you and me was never deep enough to rely on empty promises." The smile on his face had become more dangerous than ever. "Axel Hess." Silas Brizen lowered her head in helplessness, then asked through clenched teeth, "What exactly do you want me to do?" The protagonist remained silent for a moment. After that, the queen picked up the quill, as if she had just swallowed every last piece of her pride. She slowly signed her name, each heavy stroke of ink feeling as though it stamped a seal onto her own fate. He said, "Very good, now 2 hearts have been bound together. The agreement is officially complete." Queen Sela's Brisen hurled the quill heart onto the floor, snapping it clean in 2. Kalyan calmly went on, "Yes, I said that, because I was afraid people would misunderstand the relationship between me and you gentlemen. The truth is, we have never been close." The protagonist began recounting what happened that day. Blanche had not stepped forward for his sake. He raised a hand to his chest and said, "If you had uttered even one more word that day, His Majesty's blade would have sliced across your throat right there." Sela's Brisen immediately fell silent, while Ellen Menacin stepped forward and spoke up. "I heard Sela's Brisen had suddenly come looking for you, so I got worried and had to come see what was going on." After saying that, he tossed down the banana peel, then casually peeled another one and handed it to the young man. The young man took it and replied, "Bananas are delicious, master." Ellen Menacin half joked, half sighed, "Well, of course. After dying and coming back like that, anything would taste good." The protagonist replied, "In any case, my part of the job is already finished." Ellen Menacin sighed, "And you can still laugh right now? I thought I was almost going to meet you in front of your gravestone." Right then, fortunately, the 2 elf siblings appeared out of nowhere. On top of that, Heine just happened to be a Heller, someone who could summon the power of nature as a kind of blessing in this fantasy world. Ellen Menacin said helplessly, "That really was luck. Otherwise, I would have been sending you off for good that very day." Heine being a Heller was unexpected too. "Did you not know about this in your previous life? Back then, I only had the chance to meet Kizi." The protagonist said, "By the time I met Kizi, Heine was already gone." Ellen Menacin immediately asked, "Then your highness, did you really drink a lethal poison just because you blindly trusted the power of that blessing? What were you thinking? Using some unknown deadly toxin to overturn that poisoned cup of tea? Did you truly have no plan at all? If you lie bedridden for an entire week with no countermeasure, how am I supposed to handle things from now on?" The protagonist instantly put on a cute face to flatter his master. "I was wrong. Would you like a banana?" Ellen Menacin continued, "No, thank you. Take this instead. These are the identity papers you once asked me to prepare for the 2 of them." As soon as Ellen Menacin finished speaking, the protagonist seemed to remember. "I completely forgot. Isn't making proof of identity rather difficult?" He looked at the letter, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Ellen Menacin explained, "To fill out the documents, I needed a family name for them, so I temporarily borrowed your highness's old surname. After all, those 2 are people you had to bring back." The young man stared closely at the letter, then softly thanked him. "Thank you, master." He smiled and said, "These are not even fake papers. They are real identities, and they are citizens of my Whitley domain too." His master replied, "Roman took care of that." He was so startled that he nearly panicked. "What?" Ellen Menacin asked, "How does it feel to have rumors spreading outside that you are the king's most beloved son?" The protagonist replied in confusion, "Why would such a rumor exist?" Ellen Menacin said, "His Majesty worried over you and treated you in front of all the nobles that day. It would be stranger if there were no rumors." The young man stammered, "Then how am I supposed to feel about that? That was something someone should have done for him from the very beginning." He called Ian over and said, "Ian, help me clean up these banana peels." Ian seemed to have something to say. He hesitated, then spoke softly, "Your Highness, there is something I wish to report to you. I would like to stop serving your Highness." The scene shifted to someone hurrying off somewhere. It turned out to be Ian, running down the hallway toward the last room on the right side of the mansion's 2nd floor. He poked his head inside, broke into a bright smile, and said, "I'm here." He smiled radiantly at the person before him, then greeted him politely, "Big brother." "Hello." The unfamiliar man answered, "Hello, Ian." Ian thought, "It was there that I left my guilt behind," and stepped outside. Ian said to him, "Did you hear the cicadas crying this morning?" The other man asked in confusion, "Cicadas?" He happily lay down beside him and explained, "Cicadas. Whenever summer comes, those black little bugs start making a loud racket, like a buzzing shriek." He looked at him and continued, "Their wings look really funny, and their bellies make a huge sound." The man asked, "What kind of creature is that?" "How strange," Ian laughed, "right? It is strange, isn't it, brother?" He looked at him cheerfully and asked, "If you want to see one, I can catch one and bring it to you tomorrow." The man immediately refused. "No, I do not want to see it. To me, it sounds no different from a monster. Just play the violin for me instead." Elsewhere, a voice rang out, "His illness is getting worse by the day." Ian hid in a corner, silently watching the 2 men talk. The man in the brown suit said, "Isn't Lord Ellen Menacin's son still preparing medicine regularly? In my opinion, should we—" The man in the white suit replied, "They make that medicine for something else, so how could I?" Ian stood there listening in a daze. An unease began to stir in his heart. The other man looked visibly exhausted as he continued, "But Sia, the master is suffering terribly too. There must be another way." Back in the present, Ian thought, "Back then, I did not understand how cruel it was to tell someone about something they could never have." The man grabbed Ian by the shoulders and called his name, making Ian freeze in terror as cold sweat streamed down his body. He said, "Stop avoiding me and look straight at me." Then he stared at Ian, his voice choking, "Do not pretend you cannot see that I am slowly dying. Ian thought, once I understood, that was the most horrifying part of all. Then the old memories rushed back one after another, like a dark dungeon inside his mind. Raging flames swallowed the mansion whole, and from within the sea of fire, someone screamed, "You must get away quickly." Ian stared at the flames consuming the estate, while the servants around him fell into utter panic. One servant shouted urgently, "Get Ian out of here now, the fire is getting stronger." One day, right before his 15th coming-of-age ceremony, his brother chose a way to escape everything on his own. From that day on, summer passed, autumn arrived and gave way to winter, until the sound of cicadas once again filled the world around him. I once locked myself inside a dark room until father could no longer stand there and watch me rot away like that. So he had no choice but to harden his heart and drag me outside, no matter how fiercely I fought back. His father carried him out into the light, while the boy stared blankly and softly called out to him, his eyes hollow. He kept asking who the child over there was, making his father freeze, because his son had finally spoken. He followed the direction of the boy's finger, then slowly opened his mouth. "That child? He is the third prince of our kingdom." Kalyan's gloomy eyes turned toward him, cold as if he had stepped straight out of a tragic isekai world. That gaze left him frozen on the spot, with only one thought echoing in his mind. "In that place I once..." On the other side, the servant showed open disgust and bluntly said he wanted to stop serving the prince. Hearing that, the protagonist instantly went rigid, the pain feeling like a knife driven straight into his chest. He stammered, "Wait, what exactly are you talking about?" And answered in a choked voice, "I was the one closest to the prince, and yet I never noticed a single thing." He clenched his sleeve and trembled as he said, "Even the prince ending up like this began with the cup of tea he had served with his own hands." The young man went dead still as he listened to Yi-an, as if the whole truth had just dragged him into a bottomless dungeon. Yi-an lowered his head, tears falling nonstop as he blamed himself, saying, "It was all my fault, because I ignored what I should have noticed. And when the prince was in danger, I was not even by his side." The protagonist grabbed his shoulders and called his name. Yi-an hurriedly said, "Wait," but it seemed the other man could no longer hear anything. Chaotic memories surged up all at once. Axel Hess was missing, the prince had nearly died, and Yi-an was swallowed by his painful past as he blurted out that I was careless again. No matter how many times the man called him, Yi-an kept sinking deeper into that nightmare. In that memory, a strange man glared at Yi-an with fury and growled, "Do not pretend you cannot see that he is slowly dying." Right after that, the protagonist shouted Yi-an's name again, making him jolt and lift his head to look straight at him. He seemed to be yanked back into the present, tears still streaming down his face as he looked toward the third prince. Kalyan forced himself to his feet, his voice urgent, almost commanding. "Answer me. Who is the person standing in front of you right now?" He frowned and looked straight at Ian, irritation written clearly across every line of his face. Ian panicked so hard he could barely speak. Tears poured down his face as he trembled and choked out, "Your Highness." Kalyan placed a hand on Ian's chest and said loudly, "That's right. You know it, Ian. I am not going to die." He thought to himself, "From the very first moment I opened my eyes in this other world." He set both hands on Ian's shoulders, his voice steady and firm. "The one who has stayed by my side until now is you. Because of that, I was able to endure everything." The main character went on, "All of this is because of Ian. Because you never turned your back and looked away, I survived until this day." Hearing those words, Ian's tears kept falling. The third prince spoke again, "Even now, I still do not fully understand who you are, but one thing is certain. You will keep protecting me from now on, won't you?" Ian burst into sobs, tears and snot smeared all over his face. Looking no different from a child finally breaking down after a brutal battle, Ian collapsed to his knees and wailed, leaving Kalyan flustered, as if he had said something wrong. Kalyan hurried to comfort him. "Why are you crying again? Don't cry. Come on, get up." Ian told himself silently, "Father, maybe I can no longer return to your side." Kalyan softened his voice and said, "Come on, hurry and take my hand." At that moment, Ian's eyes held only the figure of the person before him. Ian thought, "I have found the person I must spend this life protecting." He took the third prince's hand, then burst into tears all over again, leaving the other boy so bewildered he froze on the spot. After crying until he had nothing left, Ian gritted his teeth and said he would personally wipe out Axel Hess, the people who had reduced his highness to this state. His face was full of wounded frustration, while his hand unconsciously crushed the banana in a burst of fury. Kalyan asked blankly, "What are you talking about all of a sudden? Are you planning to avenge me?" Ian sprang up at once and shouted, "Nothing is impossible." Ian yelled again, "The prince was injured this badly." Kalyan turned and walked away, sighing as he answered, "Come on, stop it. If those elephants act rashly, war will break out." Ian declared boldly, "Then let it be war. Even though I no longer act under the identity of Suleiman, still..." He suddenly froze when he heard the word elephant. His expression darkened at once, and his voice shook with fear. You still know about that? Seeing Ian's pale face, the third prince could not hold back and burst out laughing. Ian jolted, stammered, then shouted, "But since when did you know?" Kalyan turned, shrugged, and asked mockingly, "Then what do you want?" Ian was so flustered his words came out a mess. "How could you know about that?" "No, wait, my father really is an idiot." Kalyan answered cheerfully, "If you already took care of Axel Hess with a banana peel, then bring me a cup of coffee while you're at it." Ian asked in a trembling voice, "Is that really true?" Kalyan thought to himself, "Ian, want to make a bet?" Ian immediately brightened and answered, "I will bring it to you right away." Kalyan thought again, "Let's see whether I end up taller or shorter than you." Right then, in the middle of the thick darkness, a single drop of water suddenly fell onto the still surface of a lake. Kalyan looked bewildered, as if he had just glimpsed something beyond every law of ordinary magic. What stood before him turned out to be himself, long hair hiding his eyes, yet a strange smile resting on his lips. In that pitch-black space, two identical beings appeared together, existing side by side like a system error. The other self slowly lifted his eyes and aimed his gaze straight at Kalyan. That instant startled Kalyan, his entire body going rigid as if bound tight by magic. That other self advanced toward him step by step, wrapped in an eerie silence. The smile on his face still looked cheerful, but the closer he came, the colder the air became. Then he passed straight through Kalyan and rushed forward, leaving him stunned and unable to understand what was happening. Kalyan turned his head to follow him and saw that other self running happily toward everyone. After that, he walked with two friends, laughing and chatting along the way, a scene so peaceful it felt unreal. Suddenly he turned his face back, his eyes once again settling on Kalyan. He gave a radiant smile, cheeks flushed pink, looking at Kalyan as if he were sending him a farewell. Kalyan stood frozen, his heart full of doubt, with no idea what this illusion was trying to warn him about. His hand clenched tight, unease rising inside him like a monster crawling up from the bottom of a dungeon. Then Kalyan reached forward, his eyes pleading as if begging another version of himself for help. The other self seemed a little surprised by that action, as if he had never thought Kalyan would choose to hold on. But immediately after, he only smiled at Kalyan, his expression indifferent, as if he had no intention of helping. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind surged around Kalyan, while the other self seemed to be saying something. After hearing it, Kalyan's eyes widened, and he stared at him in stunned disbelief. Then that other self formed a sinister smile, and the whole atmosphere instantly twisted into a nightmare. Fear covered Kalyan's eyes, and his hand stretched forward as if trying to grasp the last shred of hope. The fierce wind swept everything away, dragging Kalyan back to reality. In the night, Kalyan silently looked at his own hand. He sat upright without a word, while the wind beyond the window kept blowing in, cold and bitter. Just then, a voice sounded from the darkness. "Has he finally left completely?" After releasing the floating lantern, Kalyan quietly answered yes. At least, before he left, he was able to live once according to his own will. Jialian looked up after him, about to say a few more words, but whatever had made the man hurry, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The main character suddenly recalled the dream from moments ago, where he himself had left behind a strange message. "That life, I leave it entirely in your hands. The things you have always longed for, you must fulfill them with your own hands." Back in reality, he closed his eyes and murmured, "For that person, this life was no different from a chain. So I do envy that freedom a little." Hearing Ellen Manason say that, the young man stood up, his voice more resolute than before. "From now on, I will no longer pretend I know nothing." He stepped forward, looked up at the star-filled night sky, and said, "That is why I still have so much to do, and something I want to ask my master for help with." The main character fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the empty space ahead, then slowly lowered his head. When he turned back, his eyes had grown firm. "I want to truly live this second life to the fullest." The Parban Knight Order was ultimately disbanded, and every member was ordered to return to Marcus Bruzen's territory. Roman issued a ban against believing baseless rumors about the royal family, while Ellen Menacin also agreed to begin forming the Mage Corps. Just like that, 3 months passed, and the main character was now struggling with a jacket that had become painfully tight on him. Ian looked at him with deep concern, while the servant beside him sighed helplessly. "We may have to call Sir Syaxon." Ian nodded and answered, "Exactly. It seems quite a few outfits need to be altered right away." As the young man fastened his buttons, he instructed them, "Tell him my clothes need to be let out by quite a lot." When he stepped down into the hall, Karis spotted him and immediately urged him on. "Hurry over here, son." His father studied him, then smiled and said, "You have grown taller again, haven't you? You even look taller than Blanche, and you seem to have gained a little weight too. You look much better." He answered happily, "Yes, I really have grown a bit." His father asked, "Have you finished preparing for Rosalita?" He replied politely, "Yes. Everything is fine and my birthday is coming soon anyway." Ellen Manason suddenly said, "On this occasion there's also someone I would like to introduce to you, your highness." He continued, "This person will serve as your escort mage during this trip to Rosalita." At that moment, a courteous voice rang out, "It is an honor to meet you, your highness. I am Axel Hess." The main character looked at him, unease and shock briefly flashing across his face despite his efforts to hide them. His father introduced him. This is a talented member of the Mage Corps. I hope the two of you can learn from each other and grow close soon. He stayed silent for a few seconds, then murmured, a talent, huh? He really is talented. The main character placed a hand over his chest, his voice almost choking. This is truly far beyond anything I imagined. His expression went stiff, angry yet forcing a smile. This really is an exceptionally rare birthday gift. After that, Kairos continued asking Ellen Menacin when the Mage Corps would make its debut, and he replied that it was still a long way off, since even the name had not been decided. From official personnel to uniforms, everything was still unfinished, and the road ahead was clearly anything but short. Meanwhile, Axel Hess caught the main character's calm gaze as he leisurely sipped his tea. An unreadable smile unconsciously formed on Axel Hess's lips. That made him frown back in suspicion, while Ellen Menacin continued enthusiastically. This is only the beginning. Speaking of the Mage Corps, he asked what His Majesty thought about naming the unit, and the question caught King Kairos slightly off guard. Me? Ellen Menacin nodded. Yes. Have you not been thinking about this corpse for quite some time? The king replied, there is indeed a name I have been considering. King Kairos gave a small nod, his hands unconsciously gripping the fabric of his trousers, revealing a rare and obvious tension. At last he spoke the name Bankan. Ellen Menacin immediately teased him as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. If I had not asked, this could have become a serious problem. Kairos flushed and shouted, Ellen Menacin, were you not the one who asked first? Just then, the main character unexpectedly asked what Axel Hess thought, causing the other man to flinch slightly. Axel Hess turned toward him, saw him smiling, and answered in confusion, yes, what do you mean, Your Highness? He asked calmly in return, that name Ban Kan. Are you satisfied with it, or does it feel somewhat familiar? At the same moment, Ellen Menacin, who had been sipping tea, also froze unconsciously when he heard the exchange. He was quietly stunned, waiting for Axel Hess's answer, while the other man was clearly unsettled and only stammered a few meaningless sounds. But as if trying to hide his panic, Axel Hess suddenly broke into a bright smile and replied, I simply think it is a very fine name. Though he remained suspicious, the main character only gave a faint smile and answered, is that so? The scene shifted to the next morning, when the atmosphere suddenly became as tense as a drawn bowstring, because of matters involving Axel Hess. Ellen Menacin shouted in alarm, what? I never imagined the two of you had such a past. Would you like to explain in more detail? The main character shook his head. No, there is no need. He hesitated, then continued, but if it is as you just described, then yes, that is indeed true. His voice suddenly turned cold as a blade. Axel Hess was once the man who killed me. Those words left Ellen Menacin frozen, almost unable to believe his own ears. The main character continued, of course, the current Axel Hess is different from the one in the past, and I understand the situation has changed greatly, so the future I knew may not repeat itself. Ellen Menacin still could not make sense of it and blurted out, but still. Kalyan stared straight into Ellen Menacin's eyes, his gaze flashing coldly like a beast locking onto prey. Yet instead of attacking, he suddenly laughed, a laugh with no joy in it, only biting mockery. If we really have to cooperate like this, I feel like I am getting the short end of the deal. That eerie smile sent a chill down Ellen Menacin's spine. Shudders ran through his body, and goosebumps rose across his skin, as if he had just brushed against killing intent inside the dungeon. On another day, a respectful voice rang out. Forgive my discourtesy. Baron Mephiapollon requests an audience with the third prince. The main character smiled brightly and said, it has been a long time. Have a seat. Baron Pollon. I apologize for coming here without notice, and for hiding my identity as well. This matter truly is not convenient to make public. He answered excitedly, Your Highness personally coming all the way to the west is already a great honor for me. The two sat across from each other, and the atmosphere seemed light and friendly. But deep inside Mephiapollon, a quiet suspicion began to rise. The third prince has never taken the initiative to join hands with any noble before. If he came to me in secret, then he must have chosen me on purpose, and the reason he appeared here is clearly... Without letting Mephiapollon keep guessing, the main character went straight to the point. His voice lowered, becoming far more serious. I will not beat around the bush. I came to collect repayment for saving your life. What goods is the Mephiapollon Trading Company currently dealing in? The main character abruptly shifted into a stern tone, his eyes pinning the Baron in front of him. Just as the Baron had expected, the matter this prince wanted to ask was not simple at all. Not long ago, I began trading diamonds with Tensho, while also supplying horses and riding gear to the imperial family. But I assume this is not the answer your highness truly wishes to hear. The main character waited in silence, his heart tightening with anticipation for the Baron's next answer. At that moment, Baron Pollon knelt with solemn respect and said, Not yet, your highness. We have not traded anything else. In that instant, the corners of the main character's lips curved into an extremely sinister smile. He asked slowly, Baron Polun, aside from trading company, is there anything else you can manage? The Baron answered at once, if there are people and money, what could be difficult? I have people, and I have money. It is just... The main character immediately cut the old man off. Grayson has them too, right? Those words left Manhwa Polun frozen on the spot. He stared at him in shock, then blurted out, could it be that your highness has them as well? Both of them instantly fell into a silence filled with calculation. The main character suddenly realized the issue and burst into loud laughter. That was a rather naive quen from me. Yes, I have them too. Manhwa Polun immediately continued, if I have people, money, and your highness standing before Bryson as my backing, then naturally nothing will be difficult. After that, the main character went straight to the heart of the matter. I want to establish a mage corps. The money is ready, and the person who will manage the mages is ready as well. The only issue left is operations. Manhwa Polun asked in astonishment, such a major undertaking is the price for saving my life, your highness? The main character did not answer. He only smiled quietly, as if everything was already in the palm of his hand. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. I have already received it. That price for saving his life left Manhwa Polun completely stunned. Then he regained his composure and gave his answer with confidence. In that case, I am ready to serve. The main character secretly rejoiced. Good, that settles it. Originally, he was supposed to die during his coming-of-age ceremony at 15, but right before that moment, everything had started to shift in a different direction. Now the main character had gained more trustworthy people at his side, including Baron Manhwa Polun. Kizi, Ian, and Ellen Menacin had also become important pieces in this life-or-death game. What remained was to meet Suspanian's will at Rosalita, then ask about the true cause behind this entire strange chain of events. In a magnificent palace, the moment he stepped inside, the people present cried out in astonishment. The third prince has arrived. Congratulations on your highness's 15th birthday. Yet it seems today's ceremony will not be filled with blessings alone, but a far more unexpected and entertaining performance. The main character thought to himself, Axel Hess, everything is ready, right? At the same time, in a hidden corner of the palace, Blanche was silently watching him, and he had noticed that gaze as well. The main character greeted him cheerfully. It has been a very long time, brother. But the other man only glanced over, showing no reaction at all, until the main character had just walked past him. Only then did Blanche call out, hey, blood-eyed bastard. The main character turned back, his voice instantly turning cold like a warning. I will only listen to that one more time, brother. My name is the third prince. Blanche curled his lips, deliberately mimicking his tone in a provocative way. You are not the real third prince. Those words made the main character stop dead in place. He leaned against the wall, his voice full of mockery. You can ride a horse, use a sword, and even talk back now. Blanche slowly stepped closer, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through the main character's disguise. Who exactly are you? For a brief moment, the main character panicked. His throat tightened, and he could not force out a single word. A heavy silence enveloped them both, so tense it felt as if a hidden battle was about to erupt. He reminded himself that he must not forget. Right now, he was no longer the Prince of Secretia, the man who had lost his entire nation. In the same way, the man standing before him now was not yet the Mad King who had once destroyed his homeland. Everything would eventually be brought to light. The main character slowly suppressed his rage, and his clenched fist gradually loosened. Then he formed a dangerous smile. As long as I learn the truth from Suspanian's testament. After that, he said calmly, you really are strange. The main character spoke in a mocking voice, every word deliberately needling Blanche's pride, making his anger immediately show. After that, the main character met Ellen Menacin on the balcony. Ellen said Blanche was extremely perceptive, and there was a strong chance he had noticed something unusual. He tried to persuade Roju, but his highness is far more stubborn than he appears. The main character listened closely, silently calculating his next move. Hearing that, Cullion asked if that attitude had only been an act from start to finish. Ellen Menacin calmly answered, exactly, and that is also why his suspicion does not surprise me. After thinking for a moment, the main character gave a faint smirk. I get it now. For the time being, I just need to play clueless. He does not like me, and I do not expect him to. Ellen Menacin looked at him with open curiosity. Then what do you want him to believe? You have only one choice. From now on, he will either trust who you are now, or he will not. He turned back toward Ellen Menacin, his gaze icy yet strangely unwavering. Of course. That firm answer made Ellen Menacin fall briefly into thought. He understood very well that erasing Born could be as easy as turning over his hand, but truly forgetting who he had once been was something else entirely. Right after that, Ellen Menacin called out, Your Highness, this is for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked a small object toward the main character. He added, use it when you need me to help you think things through. The main character looked slightly surprised. A ring? Has it been enchanted? Correct. This is one of my little magic tricks. He continued, but it will be useless inside the Imperial Palace, where Suspanian's magical power covers everything too strongly. Once you have left the palace, though, all you need to do is call, and I will answer immediately. He found the item rather interesting, and a little natural gratitude rose in his heart. Thank you. Knowing you can help me at any time makes me feel much more at ease. Ellen Menessen also reminded him, you do not need to worry too much about Axel Hess, because those who are truly loyal will always stand beside you. He smiled as he answered, half joking and half serious. We will see. Yes, Your Highness. Elsewhere, a man knelt with an extremely solemn expression. Euron, commander of the Suleiman Knights, pledges to serve you. The knights under my command will escort you to the palace. The moment he saw them, he could not help but marvel. As expected of the Suleiman Knights, their presence really is something else. The only problem was that their presence seemed a little more overwhelming than necessary. Anyone looking at the group before him would feel a chill down their spine, because their fierce eyes looked like they were about to charge into a dungeon to hunt monsters. Just then, Ian suddenly appeared. It is time to depart, Your Highness. Before we leave, is there anything else you need to prepare? He glanced at the knights staring at him, then quietly thought to himself, let us see. Then he placed a hand on Ian's shoulder and casually ordered, get me a glass of water. I will go right away. Ian immediately replied, water, sir, or would warm tea be better? Anything is fine. Hearing that, Ian hurried off at once. Then please wait for me a moment. In the meantime, he cast a deliberately provocative glance at the group of knights. Then he flashed a mocking smile, leaving the whole group so confused that they had no idea what had just happened. Standing nearby, Ellen Menessen watched the scene with exhaustion and muttered, here we go again. He just made the soldiers hate him one level more. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to fulfill Hanxi Manania's dying wish. In the Imperial Palace courtyard, the scene grew lively as a large crowd gathered to see the procession off. Bright smiles appeared everywhere, blending with the steady, powerful rhythm of pounding horse hooves. The procession slowly passed through, creating a solemn and proud atmosphere, like an action ceremony straight out of a fantasy story. Yet in a hidden corner, Blanche was still quietly watching everything. Her sharp eyes stayed fixed on the procession, missing none of its movements. Meanwhile, Sela's Brisen leisurely sipped her tea. Her face was terrifyingly calm, but her eyes carried a dangerous aura, as if some cruel scheme had already begun to move. Back with the main character, he was riding Jay on horseback, his presence so striking that every gaze immediately turned toward him. Suddenly, he noticed that Ellen Menessen was also among the people seeing them off. Ellen Menessen smiled faintly, and he answered with an equally subtle smile. Both of them understood that the peace before their eyes was only the quiet moment right before the storm, and with that, the prince's coming-of-age ceremony officially began. During their conversation, His Majesty finally confessed that the prince had barely survived the previous trial, which made him extremely worried. Should I go with him? However, Ellen Menessen immediately objected. There are no guarantees, Your Majesty. He smiled faintly to reassure him. You are worrying about the wrong person, because within these castle walls, many people are in more danger than the prince. A moment later, His Majesty set down his teacup and said, you really have not changed at all. In a good way, I hope. Are you truly not worried about him? Faced with that question, Ellen Menessen could only give a strained smile. In that instant, he thought to himself, His Majesty really is a father who cares about his child. It is hard to believe when I remember how cold he used to be. In that situation, Ellen Menessen gradually became bewildered. Who cares? I am only telling the truth. Even His Majesty exclaimed in surprise. Exactly, that is what I wanted to say. The scene shifts to the inside of a vast forest, where the atmosphere begins to turn gloomy. At that very moment, a familiar hand suddenly appeared, pointing straight towards some unclear destination. While riding his horse, he suddenly spoke up. He must still be in the palace. Ian, standing beside him, heard that and asked curiously, why did you not answer? He calmly explained, I heard an envoy from Tansin arrived, so the palace must be very busy. Seeing this, Ian sincerely offered, you can talk with me, Your Highness. I will help keep you from getting bored. But in the face of that kindness, he coldly questioned him. I am bored of you. I have to look at your face every single day. Hearing that conversation, the soldiers behind them instantly fell into speechless silence. Ian stammered in response, but I really did try my best, Axel Hess. Then his face suddenly darkened, and he snapped back him in irritation. Listen carefully, this matter concerns Lord Kallian. Lord Ellen Menessen once said His Highness had no talent for magic, and aside from a few basic sword techniques, he had almost nothing remarkable. To put it bluntly, he is as fragile as a flower in this other world, so you people must escort him with extreme care. After hearing Ian's explanation, the soldiers instantly lowered their heads in despair. Our young master has gotten tangled up with that woman from the Suleiman Sia clan again. Seeing their morale crash like that, the two of them could only pretend not to notice. They really were a painfully slow bunch. Just then, Ian reminded the main character that they still had a few hours before reaching Hail-Lachen. But right after that, something quietly closed in on the cavalry. Feeling a surge of unease, he immediately asked Captain Ian to halt the group. And sure enough, his instincts had not been wrong. Only a few seconds later, a loud noise burst from the bushes, throwing the entire cavalry unit into chaos. Axel Hess and Kizi sprang up at the same time, instantly shielding His Highness. In that moment, the main character quietly realized this did not feel like a threat, but more like, all of a sudden, a tiny army arm shot out from inside the thicket. The little elf child panicked and begged the cavalry to please save her. Her appearance made him freeze. Those hands were clearly the hands of an elf. A moment later, after calming down, the little girl introduced herself as Oriha. Trembling, she said she was very hungry. The main character softly asked if she was looking for food, but the child answered at once that she was running away. He did not stop there and kept asking if that meant she was being chased. Oriha went blank, then murmured that she was supposed to say it that way, and apologized. But the child's reaction only made the young man even more suspicious. Something about this story felt wrong. A moment later, Yuria was about to speak and address His Highness, but he cut her off, telling her to find the child something to eat first, probably. In that very instant, a chilling sense of unease suddenly swept through the main character's heart. He immediately spun around and ordered her to stop. What you should have said is that someone is chasing you. From the nearby bushes, a figure on horseback slowly emerged from the darkness. With the situation stretched tight as a bowstring, he quickly draped his cloak over Oriha. Then he pulled the child behind his back and warned in a cold voice that they needed to be careful. The stranger's appearance immediately made Yuria suspicious, and she called out, demanding to know who he was. Even standing before His Highness's powerful force, he showed no fear at all. He even said arrogantly that he was only hunting, then asked whether they had seen a strange yellow child around here. Thinking quickly, Yuria answered firmly that there was no child, then signaled Axel Hess to leave. But it seemed he had noticed something unusual hidden beneath Kizi's cloak. At that moment, he spoke in an icy voice. "I did not come here to fight the knights. I only want to find what I need. Just 1 minute." Seeing that he refused to give up, Yuria shouted anxiously that she had already said there was no child. But then the main character suddenly spoke up and asked him exactly who he was looking for. He revealed a terrifying expression and replied, "A little elf." Yet the main character nodded outright and said, "I see, so it is her, right?" Those words frightened the child behind him so badly that she shook all over. The atmosphere grew more suffocating as the man stepped toward Yuria one pace at a time. And yet he remained strangely calm, as if everything was still within his calculations. Then came the moment when the man had just walked past him. Only then did he quietly warn him, "Listen, do not turn your head. Are the people in the forest your accomplices? You need to choose more reliable allies. They showed up here to kill both you and the child." Those cold words instantly drained the hunter's face of color, and fear flooded his eyes. The moment they see the child, they will definitely strike at once. As soon as those words left his mouth, the hunter stubbornly whipped his head around anyway. In that instant, countless arrows tore through the wind at the same time. Faced with that deadly volley, he seemed to give up and accept his fate. Fortunately, every arrow was sliced apart by an unbelievably fast sword strike. The one who made the move was the main character, and he said coldly that he had already told him not to turn around. Right after that, the enemies poured wave after wave of arrows toward the cavalry, like a full assault inside a dungeon. Even so, the soldiers did not back down at all, firmly raising their shields to protect the prince. Elsewhere, Axel Hess immediately cast magic, forming a barrier that wrapped around him. Thanks to that shield, the soldiers' casualties were reduced by a great deal. The main character suddenly glanced over at Axel Hess. With that single look, Axel Hess seemed to understand the hidden meaning he wanted to convey. Just then, Yuria loudly ordered them to pursue the attackers, but warned them not to advance too deep into the forest. After several minutes of enduring the rain of arrows, everything finally settled down. The arrows had stopped, so the attackers had probably retreated. Suddenly, the hunter shot a quick glance in another direction. While protecting Oriha, Axel Hess said, "Leave this child to me," and hurried to the prince's side. Not long after, Kuji hurried over to Kalian, desperate to check whether he had been injured in the chaotic melee. But at that exact moment, he suddenly realized something horrifying. From behind, an enemy was silently closing in, clearly aiming for an opening to launch a sneak attack. Kiji instantly panicked and shouted a warning behind him. Watching that scene unfold, everyone froze in shock, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. Yet when they looked more closely, even the seasoned hunter was stunned. It turned out the protagonist had stopped the enemy's slash with just one hand. Right after that, he condensed magic directly in his palm and counterattacked with terrifying speed. The enemy immediately took a lethal blow straight to the body. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in non-stop agony. The soldiers who witnessed that power were utterly shaken. What was that magic? Could the prince really be a mage? At that moment, his eyes radiated a cold and frightening aura that was almost unbelievable. Overcome with worry, Ian immediately rushed to his side. His voice choked as he scolded him, begging him never to do that again. "Thank goodness you were not hurt. Why would you charge in yourself when so many knights were around you? You only know a few basic sword techniques, and you are not exactly some genius mage either. Yet you still jumped straight into danger." This scared Ian so badly he nearly cried. "You are far too reckless, young master. Graceful as a flower, my foot. What kind of flower leaves enemies dying in such a miserable state?" In one corner of the night squad, Oriha had seen the entire thing, yet he still could not find his voice. Soon after, he abruptly stepped forward, grabbed the child's clothes, and said in a cold voice that they needed to talk. Faced with that unwavering stare, the boy immediately trembled in fear. At last, Yuria spoke up. That was because of Luca. I truly know nothing about it, Axel Hess. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and guessed, so you are the thief then? After a few seconds of silence, the boy admitted, yes, but I did not know about this. His attitude left Axel Hess a little awkward. You really know nothing, but they said it was you. At this point, he was so helpless that he was left speechless, and finally had no choice but to call Axel Hess over. Then he ordered him to talk with the boy, and afterward returned to report everything to him. And remember, do not scare the kid any more than he already is. Axel Hess understood and stepped forward, answering in a deep voice that he would do his best, Axel Hess style. A while later, Axel Hess returned to report, but his expression had turned distinctly grim. With your permission, your highness, that is the name the mother tree gave me, meaning spirit of the last bowing horse. The boy lives in the Siriska forest. His real name is Sieros Tadanoria, and that is indeed the truth. Axel Hess also revealed that the boy had an elf friend named Luca. That person was the one who stole from the ambushers we saw earlier. Luca split off while they were fleeing, while the boy ran straight toward you. He himself does not understand how he could answer before the question, but he immediately denied it. He quickly connected it to the prophecy skill, but before he could finish speaking, Axel Hess cut in, Your Majesty. A moment later, Oriha excitedly ran after Axel Hess and asked, Can I go with you? Me? Seeing the situation, Ian asked how he planned to handle the child. He suggested releasing the boy near his forest, otherwise he would be captured again, and besides, it was on the way. Ian curiously asked whether they should investigate further, but he flatly refused. No, the road ahead is still long. We should not get tangled too deeply in this mess and slow our own journey. Send word to the nearest lord, and leave the rest for him to handle. Ian replied that they would reach Hail Luchin territory by evening, and the lord would be informed then. Just then, Yuria ran over and said there was something to discuss. I have something to report, your highness. We searched that man and found something unusual. Would you like to see it? Hearing that, he immediately paid attention and asked, What is it? Yuria took an item carefully wrapped in a cloth from her pouch and handed it to him. When he opened it and looked inside, he seemed to recognize the item at once. He asked in shock, he was carrying this? Yuria quickly replied, Yes. Do you know what it is, your highness? He could only tell everyone, of course I know. How could I not know when I once tasted it myself? In that instant, he asked in a cold voice where that man was now. Suleiman was injured and tightly bound. He was being held at the base of a tree deep inside the forest. He raised his voice and asked, Do you think you are a lord? His eyes showed clear resolve as he said, There are still many things you do not know, Axel Hess. As the sound of footsteps gradually drew closer, he answered calmly, of course. Wearing a calm expression that carried immense pressure, he declared that he was a noble with far more authority than ordinary lords. Returning to the main issue, he took out the sia, a white cube-shaped bead, held it in front of the man, and asked whether he knew what it was. In the silent forest, the man's relaxed expression made it look as if he were staring at something completely ordinary. Suleiman asked in bewilderment, Is that supposed to be valuable? How would I know? I only took a few for self-defense. After all, every one of them was carrying one like that. He silently thought it over, then stared at the white cube, inwardly guessing that there was definitely some kind of conspiracy behind all this. As for Suleiman, he also had absolutely no real information connected to that cube. Under the warm, sunlit sky, Kalayan questioned him in an icy voice, asking whether he actually knew who those people were. The man immediately shook his head, saying he had no idea what they looked like or what their identities were. The protagonist kept pressing him for any other clues, but the man only answered with a flat no, leaving him unsure what else to ask. His face darkened, and it was obvious that a certain suspicion had already begun connecting itself in his mind. He crouched in front of the man and said calmly, Fine. It looks like you are not exactly loyal to them either. He shifted into a negotiating tone and asked directly what the man truly wanted. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, he told Suleiman to cooperate with him, and in return he would help deal with the trouble clinging to him. Suleiman fell silent, his eyes wavering for an instant as if he were weighing a gamble between life and death. Resting his chin on his hand, he smoothly tempted him, saying that the man could trust him. That confidence made every word sound sweet, yet carefully calculated. He gave a faint smile and repeated that he was not like the other lords in this region. Who knew? He might even grant the man the power to seize what he desired. Those words seemed to strike Suleiman right in his weak spot, making him freeze for a brief moment. In the end, he confessed that his wife was living in a village called Lower Mountain, and those people had discovered that weakness. He smiled and promised to keep her safe. As soon as the opening appeared, he immediately asked about the group's real conspiracy. Suleiman said they were searching for a tiny gem no bigger than a fingernail. The gem was round and glossy, shining brightly while giving off a strange halo. Beyond that, they revealed nothing, but he clearly remembered one thing. Only a priest of Tansin could recognize that gem. The moment he heard about a Tansin priest, he immediately realized that only someone from that holy land would be able to identify the item. He understood that if a priest from the imperial holy land of Tansin was involved, the thing they were after was most likely a sacred relic. They could draw magic from the relic and use it as a substitute to touch divine power. At that moment, he finally understood why the Holy Land of Tansin had once turned the Chia nations upside down just to hunt for it. He rested his chin on his hand and thought it through. If a sacred relic like that had truly been stolen, they would definitely send hunters to chase it to the end. But one piece still did not fit. He raised his hand, revealing the white cube in his palm. As he looked at it, he thought this was the poison spies used when a mission failed. After studying it closely, he remembered going straight to the White Eagle, because only that man could investigate this thing. Just then, Suleiman suddenly spoke up, saying he did not know who they were, but he had once heard them mention their leader by a strange code name. He immediately asked what that code name was. The man answered it was the blue warbler, a bird with a white breast and blue wings mixed with a snow-white hue. That was the symbol of their leader, the hidden figure secretly manipulating everything from behind the curtain. Hearing this, he froze. In shock, he repeated, the blue warbler? That bird belonged to that person, the one who always kept it locked inside a goldfinch cage. He covered his mouth with both hands and whispered in confusion, asking why that person had appeared in this place. His memories instantly dragged him back to the past, when heavy rain was pouring over the Luojian estate. Back then, the prince sat beside the window, while the dense night rain had forced the conversation to end. To him, that was actually a blessing. Suddenly, Hale Lachin set his glass down hard on the table and said joyfully that he finally had the chance to meet His Highness, which was truly a rare honor. He pointed at him and declared that this very rain was what they needed. Perhaps it was a signal from the universe, proving that he was the one meant to care for His Highness. He could only force a smile in response, secretly thinking that Hale Lachin was the kind of extrovert who could suffocate everyone around him. While he was still recalling the events at the estate, Ian suddenly asked whether His Highness had replied to the Count yet, meaning Count Hale Lachin. The group was riding through the forest when Ian said that the Count was one of the people who had sent gifts. He remembered seeing the man's name on the list, along with a round sky blue gift box. He wondered whether they had already returned that gift. Ian answered yes, and said the Count had once supplied troops to Prince Vancho's faction, then switched to Prince Blanche's side and backed the war between Daji and the Holy Land of Tansin 6 years ago. He immediately understood the problem. This man was only flattering him to gain his favor. Clearly, they were dealing with a two-faced opportunist who changed sides with the wind. In his memory, Hale Lachin had cheerfully said he had been eagerly awaiting the prince's glorious presence, so much that he lost sleep all night after hearing His Highness would visit his domain. He thought to himself that last year, the man had probably flattered Blanche the exact same way, and that alone was enough to reveal how he treated his subordinates. Behind him, the Shia butler stood as still as a statue, his expression uneasy as if he were hiding something. Right then, the door opened, and Hedges walked in before leaning close to whisper a few words to him. Hedges reported that they had just caught a carrier pigeon. In that instant, he saw through Hale Lachin's true nature. The man was definitely a petty snake who would report His Highness's arrival to the one using the code name Blue Warbler. After all, no normal person would ever release a carrier pigeon in the rain or in the middle of a night like that. The Count picked up a wine bottle and tried to get friendly with Axel Hess in a cheerful voice, saying it was an honor to have the great mage here, and that he would pour a drink to lighten the mood. He refused at once, saying he was not drinking right now, then directly asked whether the Count knew of any Tansin priests nearby. The moment the question ended, the wine bottle slipped from the Count's hand and fell straight to the floor. He hurriedly apologized, making the excuse that he had drunk a little too much. But beside him, the Shia butler's anxiety became even more obvious. Hale Lachin asked back, "Did you just say Tansin?" He instantly cursed them as arrogant quacks, saying people like that had no place in his territory. He calmly reminded the Count to keep his composure. But Hale Lachin still flew into a rage, growling that those people were nothing but bloodthirsty monsters at heart. He cursed that every last one of them was rotten to the bone, and even demanded that the people of Tansin be arrested at once. He snapped his fingers, releasing a technique that sent the Count into sleep instantly. Hale Lachin dropped his head onto the table on the spot. He remained seated and coldly remarked that the Count was far too rude. The prince lifted his wine glass, his eyes full of mystery, treating Hale Lachin's attitude as nothing less than an insult directed at him. After that, His Highness spurred his horse away with Axel Hess, opening the next stage of an investigation thick with the scent of conspiracy. Kalian tightened the reins, slowing his horse beneath the heavy curtain of night. Axel Hess frowned and said the main character had just dragged himself into a mess, practically offering his own life to danger. Yet he only laughed calmly and said everything was fine. He was not that easy to kill. Axel Hess ignored that that relaxed look and said he would stop worrying about him. The young man turned and replied, "You worry too much, master. If the blue warbler is someone I know, this may not turn into a disaster." He asked if she was an old friend, saying the boy seemed to know quite a lot of people. He recalled that in his past life, the blue warbler had never failed a single mission. She must have recognized the main character's identity as Prince Tyrus from their very first encounter. But even knowing that, she still tore through his disguise and coldly fired dozens of arrows at him. The dry clatter of chains rang through the dungeon, ripping apart the silent night. From the distance, footsteps gradually drew closer, and a moment later, the heavy door flew open. A tall figure stepped inside. It was the main character. He greeted her in a calm voice, telling her not to mind the people outside, because they were all with him. The woman behind the counter slowly set her glass down on the table. She said coldly not to worry, because she was not cruel enough to save an assassin, and then hunt down innocent bystanders too. The main character replied that he had thought she ambushed his troops precisely because she knew who he really was. The mysterious woman traced a finger around the rim of her glass and said evenly that of course she knew who he was, which why she had told her people not to act rashly. Right beside them, a customer suddenly collapsed onto the table, revealed to be a corpse that had been poisoned long ago. He swept his gaze around and realized every guest in the tavern had blood leaking from the corners of their mouths. They had clearly all been poisoned. Under the cold moonlight, the woman's beautiful yet emotionless face came into view, and she murmured that it was a pity they had done the exact opposite. The main character stepped closer to her, his voice dropping as he asked if that meant he had been dragged into this now too. He folded his arms and leaned against the counter, tilting his head as he pressed on. She lowered her face and answered that, in her view, yes, he had. Then she flicked her eyes toward him, her gaze as sharp as a blade. A dark force radiated from the main character, his eyes glowing red like a monster from the dungeon, and she instantly lowered her hand, ready to seize the dagger hidden beneath the table. She slowly raised her hands, but still said in an icy voice that she did not think he would go easy on her. He smiled and asked whether the person she had been chasing was dead. She answered no, he had vanished into the forest. As she spoke, she picked up the glass and kept wiping it. If she had known things would get this messy, she would never have chased him. She set the glass down hard and said honestly, this meeting was not pleasant at all. Still, neither side had caused the other any serious damage yet. Perhaps they should each go their own way in peace. That child would no longer be threatened, and she swore it to him. The main character placed his hand on the cup on the table, his voice turning cold. He would not leave until he got a few answers. First, why was she searching for the divine relics? As he spoke, he lifted the cup and turned it slightly, its surface reflecting the woman standing behind him. He looked at her irritated face in the reflection and continued, she was not a priest, and those things would not help her anyway. She stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly snatched the cup from the main character's hand. She replied that they could be exchanged for an enormous sum of money. He curled his lip and said, so she was a merchant. She continued her work and answered calmly that he could call it a side job if he wanted. People in her line of work usually did not have a stable source of income. He pondered for a moment, then asked whether her client was in Yahello. The main character continued, saying he could see no other reason for her to do business in such a tiny village, when she could easily find generous clients among the Suryasu priests. She kept her head lowered and replied that her honored guests always very well, and in times like these, that kind of generosity was hard to refuse. They had known each other for a long time. With that, she picked up the wine bottle beside her and poured it into the glass. He thought to himself that if they had known each other for that long, then only one thing could buy a spy's attention: information. The blue warbler must have been using divine relics to trade for Cyrus's top secret intelligence. But there was still one more thing he wanted to know. Watching each motion as she poured the wine, he slowly spoke up and said there was one more matter he wanted to ask about. Meanwhile, in the palace, King Kyrus looked at the person before him and asked if he had come this late just to ask one question. From affairs of state to idle gossip, did he really enjoy embarrassing his own king that much? Ellen Menacin placed his hands on his knees and said calmly, "Come now, your majesty was usually still awake at this hour." Besides, the king had the answer he needed, and he hated wasting time. He went straight to the point and asked how many priests of Tansin were currently in Cyrus, and where they were. Hearing that, King Kyrus's movement suddenly froze. He removed his glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and asked what Ellen already knew, or whether he was merely curious. But fine, that did not matter. The king went on, saying Ellen must have heard about Tassin's envoys. At present, there were 14 priests in Cyrus. The Holy Land was summoning all of them back, leaving only one person to serve in the palace. They had also stated clearly that they would not accept any further requests for additional priests. The king continued, saying the matter was absurd. They were the ones who had sent priests under the pretext of organizing sacred rites. Yet now they acted as if Cyrus had forced them to serve. After hearing this, Ellen Menason's expression turned grave. If they were recalling their priests, the Holy Land was very likely about to face civil war. In his view, they were gathering every person they could while trying to hide the crisis within. He asked how His Majesty had responded. The king slowly replied that he had said they were free to bring the pastors back, since Cyrus did not monitor priests. But why was Ellen asking about this? He looked puzzled. Ellen Menason calmly answered that the prince wanted to know where they were. King Kairos still did not understand and asked if there was a problem. Ellen replied that the strange part was why the prince had to ask, when the answer had already been right in front of him. The king thought for a moment, then said he guessed the prince had already realized it. Was that not exactly why he had set out for Hail-Lachen? Back in that gloomy tavern, the main character continued his interrogation. Is the Countess of Hail-Lachen one of your clients? She lifted the golden wine to her lips, took a sip and slowly answered, that is not something you need to ask, you should already know it yourself. After saying that, she gave him an enchanting smile. Kalyan urged his horse back toward the castle, using the ride to speak with his master through the ring. His master realized that Old Fox had been brutally outplayed by the main character. He went on, saying the man must have a priest under him, and had sold Cyrus's secret to a spy, just to obtain a divine relic. The young man answered at once, exactly master, I will return to the palace immediately. Hearing that, his master asked suspiciously whether something had happened in the palace. He only replied in a cold voice, very likely. The count had drunk too much and caused a scene at dinner, so he had been forced to use magic to put him to sleep. But now he began to wonder whether that man had truly been drunk, or had merely been acting out a clumsy little performance. Outside the palace, rain poured without end, while an angry shout echoed in from the corridor. How insolent! How many times must I repeat myself? The prince had gone out for a walk, while Ian stood blocking the chamber door, firmly refusing to let butler Sia enter. The man pleaded that he only wished to say a few words to His Highness. The count wanted to express remorse for his behavior at dinner, so if possible, please tell me where His Highness went. Ian rejected him without the slightest hesitation, because this was absolutely not the attitude of someone who had come to apologize. He looked straight into the other man's eyes and asked coldly, since when does a butler have the authority to question His Highness's whereabouts? Those words made butler Sia turn deathly pale. He stammered in denial, no, I did not mean it that way. While trying to stall for time, Ian secretly grew anxious because His Highness still had not returned. He absolutely could not let these people discover the truth. Butler Sia kept pressing, then may I know when His Highness will return? Ian was already running out of strength, and in his heart he could only scream, hang on a little longer, old man. He kept blocking him and said, how would I know? You're crossing the line, so please leave. But Butler Sia still refused to back down. It does not need to be exact. Even an estimate will do. Right then, the door behind Ian opened slightly. The prince leaned against the frame with his arms crossed, his voice full of irritation. Thank heaven, I truly never get a moment of peace. Ian snapped around in shock, froze when he saw His Highness had returned in time, then hurriedly blurted out, Your Highness. Butler Sia's face instantly went ashen, as if all the blood had drained from it. He stood there stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing, while the prince frowned in annoyance. Useless. You cannot even drive away people loitering outside my door. Ian choked up for a few seconds. His mind spun at once, and he bowed his head to admit fault. Please forgive me, Your Highness. This gentleman insisted on pushing forward, so please leave this matter to me. The prince shot Butler Sia one razor-sharp glare, then slammed the door shut right in his face. The slam made the man flinch hard, and he hurriedly bowed his head to beg forgiveness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I did not know you were resting. I will leave at once. Behind the door, the prince was drenched in sweat, letting out a relieved breath after escaping a dangerous situation that felt no different from a near-death dungeon. He clutched his head and muttered, I think I just imitated someone back there. This feeling is seriously awful. Ian slowly opened the door, looked at him, and said, You returned sooner than I expected, and through the window, no less. In the distance, the balcony door still hung wide open, and soaked clothes were scattered all over the floor. Looking at that miserable scene, he could only sigh. It is a long story. Ian walked over to pick up the clothes, while the prince followed with his hands clasped behind his back and asked, Did anyone suspicious sneak in while I was gone? He replied, aside from Butler Sia just now, no one. But if we are talking about intruders, they usually come through the window just like you did. As he spoke, he turned back and looked at him with utter confusion. Ian stressed every word. This is the third floor, Your Highness. Only after hearing that did the prince realize the problem, and he answered in a slightly awkward voice, I will keep that in mind. He asked him, Why are you so irritated? Back at the castle, you were never this short-tempered. Ian immediately answered in frustration because you would not listen to me. I followed your order and told Butler Sia that you had gone for a walk, but he kept asking when you would return. The prince asked back, slightly surprised. Really? Ian nodded firmly. Yes. He kept asking and would not stop. More than that, he seemed more concerned about when you would come back than where you actually were. Ian continued, his expression filled with wariness. A while later, when he was alone, the prince lowered his head toward the ring as usual and Sir, the count seems to be on alert. He suspects I am investigating his activities, and we guessed correctly. He was not drunk when he caused that disturbance. After a stretch of silence, his master answered in a deep voice. Then the entire act just now was very likely a scheme arranged in advance. The prince continued, the goal was to make us overlook his meeting with Lan Zai tonight. That also explains what Lan Zai had been waiting for from the very beginning. The drunken act was probably just an excuse for him to slip away in secret, but that plan was shattered when I used a spell to make him sleep deeply. After he woke up and discovered I had left the mansion, he brought Butler Sia to the palace to probe my next move. After listening, his master also had to admit the reasoning was very sound, but the key question remained. Why did he crave the divine relic that badly? The prince looked out at the dense curtain of rain and said, perhaps because it is the perfect gift to win favor from the Holy Land of New Life, the homeland of Imperial Consort Dan Dang. His master added, meaning he still maintains close ties with Dan Dang, while secretly contacting Prez's faction as well. Not only that, he secretly sent gifts to you behind both their backs, while also leaking Sia's national secrets to a spy. Helping Sierros had indeed led them to clues far more accurate than expected. The man who had once hunted him down was now pointing every suspicion straight toward Lan Zai. Thanks to her, he learned that Hailchen had sent the divine relic to the Holy Land to curry favor with Dandang. Was all of this merely coincidence, or was there a larger system conspiracy behind it? The exchange between him and his master still was not over. He calculated for a moment and said, it seems the rain will not stop before tomorrow. Since I am trapped here anyway, I will use this chance to track down the traitor. On the count's side, he clenched the glass in his hand until it shattered. That damned brat. Ever since he sent the gift back, I knew something smelled wrong. I bet he used magic on me during dinner. He angrily tilted his face upward and roared, his face flushed red with fury. Only sorcery could make someone sleep like the dead. Because of that brat, my plan with Axel Hess has completely fallen apart. His rage burned hotter and hotter, and he gnashed his teeth as he cursed. Does he think he is so noble just because Sia's Grand Mage backs him? In the end, he is still a low-born wretch unworthy of being a prince. He kept spitting venomous words. Chow Lai, that stupid woman. Why did she not kill him before creating this whole mess? I threw away Axel Hess's entire fortune just to win over Marcus Bryson, so who am I supposed to approach now? The attendants knelt at his feet, trembling as they picked up each broken shard, while he kept roaring like a monster completely out of control. I was promised a fertile estate right outside the capital, yet that woman's scandal has wrecked my entire plan. Just then, a soft knock sounded outside the door, and Steward Shia had finally returned. Only then did he lower his voice a little, drop heavily into his chair, and ask, have you finally contacted our friend? Steward Shia bowed his head and answered cautiously, I fear not yet, but they will respond today. The answer was not what he wanted, and the old count flew into a rage. He grabbed the nearest cup, hurled it straight at Steward Shia's head, and roared, you useless fool. His fury burned even hotter than before, his finger jabbing right at Steward Shia. Axel Hess, can you do even one thing properly? The rain is still pouring like that, which means that low-born wretch will sleep here one more night. Steward Shia clutched his aching hand and asked in a frightened whisper, then should I refund the transaction, my lord? Blue veins bulged across the old count's face as he gritted his teeth and snapped, do you see any other option? While the prince and his men are still here, we cannot take risks, so send the refund message immediately. After dealing with Steward Shia, he spun toward the maid beside him and shouted in her face, and what are you standing there for? Bring my clothes at once. Only Axel Hess remained standing in silence, his fists clenched, his gaze fixed on empty space, his teeth grinding. As for that filthy bastard, I will teach him a lesson in humility he will never forget. Kalian, meanwhile, calmly enjoyed dinner despite the suffocating atmosphere. Outside the window, the pounding rain sounded as if it meant to drown the entire castle. Seated across from him, Count Hailchen took a sip of wine, his eyes full of calculation, secretly mocking that the young prince's calm face would not help him escape this trap. In his heart, the old man felt smug about his influence in Cyrus, certain the nobles would erupt once they learned the main character had dared use magic on account. When that time came, even royal blood would not be enough to protect him. Yet the young man continued eating with perfect composure as if nothing at all had happened. The old count smiled wickedly, thinking to himself, you foolish little king, soon enough you will be kneeling and begging me for forgiveness. At that point, he began probing with a hypocritical expression. Your Highness, I apologize for what happened last night. The main character simply replied, it is fine. When the Count hesitantly asked whether he had used a spell on him, the main character only thought that the old man's behavior had grown so outrageous, he had been forced to use a sleep charm to restrain him. Seeing the other man start to lose his composure, the main character smiled gently and said there was only water under the bridge, so the esteemed Count need not dwell on it. He also deftly jabbed that since the Count was only used to managing the outskirts, this must be his first time hosting royalty, which explained his clumsiness. The words sounded polite, but they were a brutally precise roast, the kind that stung anyone smart enough to understand it. The main character even wore a radiant smile, as if he sincerely sympathized with the old Count's anxiety. The Count could only force a stiff smile and reluctantly admit it, while inside he was screaming with rage at the prince's sharp, unshakable calm. He had never expected that, in a blink, he would go from holding leverage over his opponent to being framed as an inexperienced, rude host. The main character sighed, saying the investigation into the ambusher had exhausted him, making the Count startle and ask if the ambusher was the death row prisoner His Highness had brought here. He confirmed it was, then revealed that he had found several rather strange clues. While the Count was still eager to hear more and grasp the situation, the main character calmly continued, "It is the name of a bird." The old Count panicked so badly that he immediately spat out his mouthful of wine. Even as steward Xia rushed over in alarm to wipe his clothes clean, the Count irritably shoved him aside. "Do not interrupt, the prince and I are speaking." The main character kept his face icy and said they needed to investigate further to follow the clue, but he still wanted to warn the Count about what was happening right on the land under his control. The old man hurriedly stood, pretending to be deeply concerned as he promised to devote the full strength of Axel Hess to help, because he could not allow the prince to be endangered in his territory. But inside, he was grinding his teeth and cursing, determined to find this little king's weakness and strike back. The sudden arrival of a subordinate carrying new information only made the Count more furious, especially with everything in the castle now moving exactly as the main character wanted. On the surface he cooperated, but inside he was so bitter he wanted to counterattack immediately. He was racking his brain for a reasonable excuse to throw the prince out of the castle, when the main character suddenly spoke. "Count, it seems fortune is on your side." The old man looked completely confused. The main character gave a brilliant yet deeply meaningful smile, then announced that their friend had finally opened his mouth and confessed the truth. The group immediately entered the damp dungeon, where the air was freezing and the smell of old blood clung to every stone wall. The old man cried out in horrified disgust when he accidentally stepped on sticky red stains soaked into the floor. He was extremely irritated at being dragged down into this filthy place, his mind constantly screaming that he was the one who had the right to decide things here. The main character glanced at him with an icy gaze, secretly mocking that meaningless struggle. He knew the sacrificial pawn was already in his hand, waiting only for the final checkmate move. The memory of last night suddenly returned behind the cold iron bars of the dark cell. The prisoner was stunned when he recognized the person standing before him and blurted out, "You again." He clung to the bars and shouted in despair, "What did you do to my wife?" The main character stayed calm and insisted he would not touch the man's family, just as he had promised. When the condemned prisoner asked what the prince truly wanted, he answered coldly with a cruel truth, "You must have guessed it already. You are about to be executed." The man went deathly still as the main character laid out the bleak future before him. Attempting to harm a prince was a grave crime, so he would be escorted back to Cyrus and hanged before a crowd. Even if he was lucky enough to escape the death penalty, the rotting wound on his body would still turn the rest of his life into hell without treatment. Seeing the wavering in his eyes, the main character gave an enchanting smile and offered him something impossible to refuse. "I can help you escape." As the condemned man stared in shock, he continued painting a vision of a peaceful new life with his wife in a distant land. In exchange for helping him, it sounded beautiful, almost like a fantasy tale, but the suspicious smell was impossible to miss. His punishment would be reduced to cutting off the festering arm, an absurdly cheap price in exchange for his life. The main character's crimson eyes drilled straight into the other man's mind like an absolute command, making him understand he had no way out. After a long silence of weighing the gamble, the condemned prisoner finally accepted. "Fine, what do you want me to do?" The main character began revealing shocking information, saying the one using the codename Blue Nightingale was actually a spy from Secretia. She had only come to make a delivery for a long-time regular, but it was obvious those two had already joined hands behind the scenes. Watching the whole scheme fall apart, Count Hailachin and Butler Sierchurtik froze in place, sweating as if they had just crawled out of a dungeon. Kalian curled his lips in mockery, because friendship with spies was pathetically fragile. The protagonist added in an icy voice that without a scout or some faction meddling, things would never have gone this far. He stressed that treason was the gravest crime under Cyrus Zell law. Those words landed like a fatal strike, leaving Count Hailochin deathly pale, cold sweat streaming down his face in terror. He suddenly turned back, smiled with loaded meaning, and asked, "Isn't that right, my dear Count?" Hailochin jolted if a monster had pounced on him, then could only stammer out a confirmation, while the young prince laughed in pure delight. His gaze instantly turned cold. He knew both sides were taking reckless risks, so he had simply waited for his opponents to expose the evidence he needed. Just then, Butler Sir Churdick suddenly dropped to his knees on the floor, trembling as he cried out for His Highness to spare his life. Churdick sobbed and confessed that everything he had done had been arranged by his master. Though he admitted his guilt, he begged for a path to survival, while the young man sat calmly above him, watching the wretch grovel at his feet. He had known this old fox would show his tail sooner or later, but the truth about to burst open had gone beyond his calculations. The scene before him was like a sinful play where everyone could already guess the ending. Staring at the butler, who was shaking like a leaf, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "You are a priest of Tansin, aren't you?" Churdick went rigid, because the question struck straight at his darkest secret. By law, only priests could be trusted with the mission of purchasing sacred relics. Yet Countess Hailochin had accidentally found Churdick's fatal weakness after uncovering a shocking secret. Churdick trembled as he confessed that the holy sanctuary would surely take his life if it learned he had secretly sold those precious sacred relics. Hearing this, everyone understood that the old man had dug his own grave and jumped in far too neatly. That information genuinely stunned the protagonist. He dared sell sacred relics. He immediately calculated that if someone wanted Tansin's support, they should have been collecting divine creations in their name instead. He pressed Churdick on who had bought them. Churdick swallowed in fear, then chose to spill everything to save his life, swearing that he was ready to tell it all. The old man shakily revealed the person behind it was none other than Queen Silica's older brother, Viscount Lenambirison. He froze, horrified by the name that had just reached his ears. Ridiculously enough, Lenambirison was the man who always wore a noble reputation, often offering precious creations to the holy sanctuary. He was nowhere near as simple as his glittering facade suggested, because all this time he had been quietly setting up a plan for betrayal. He was preparing to switch sides and support First Prince Randell. Not only was he stabbing Queen Silica in the back, the woman devoted to Second Prince Blanche's future, he was also betraying his own family. Sure enough, the shinier something looked outside, the easier it was for the inside to rot. Sitting in silence inside the dark room, the protagonist lightly tapped his fingers on his thigh, privately marveling that a trap meant only for a rat had caught a far bigger prey. The situation had now completely reversed, forcing him to recalculate every move as if this were a life-or-death chess match. When his companion asked about the next step, he confirmed that this had thrown everything into chaos. It would be best to report to the king first, but before meeting his majesty, he still had one chess piece to handle. He looked toward his teacher and asked, "Master, may I borrow your name to write a letter to Count Hailochin?" With a calculating smile, the protagonist immediately ordered his subordinates to treat the death row prisoner in the dungeon, because the man's wound was worsening badly. He emphasized in particular that it was a very serious injury. If they did not treat it in time, he might lose an entire arm. Clearly, he did not intend to let this chess piece break too soon. He took out a small packet of medicine and gave careful instructions, then told them to hand it to the prisoner afterward. Receiving the prince's order, Kizi bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, your highness." The protagonist gave another important mission. "Kizi, go to the village, find his wife, and protect her from the dangers around her." As he was still instructing them to make the death row prisoner take the medicine, a rapid knock sounded at the door. The door flew open and Hina rushed in excitedly with another girl. "Hello, Hina is here to clean the room, and I'm here to look at the bird. Hina told me not to, but I came anyway." Hina giggled, trying to cover for the friend beside her. "I know, but I didn't want to make her feel awkward." He could only fall silent, because he had not even had time to ask a single question. Watching Hina cheerfully call out "little birdie," he sighed helplessly, and thought this kid was Axel Hess's problem, absolutely not his. Meanwhile, Hina was completely absorbed in greeting the white pigeon resting in her arms. Kizi asked for instructions. "How should we handle this bird, my lord? Do you want to keep it?" The protagonist immediately answered, "No." Everything had turned so quickly that he had not even had time to understand why the topic had jumped to the bird. He explained that he was only waiting for the right moment to return it to his master. Seeing the silver-haired girl look at the bird with regret, he softened his voice and promised he would buy her another one when they returned home. The little girl looked up in surprise when she heard the prince say that this bird had to leave tonight. The joy that had just flashed in her eyes went out at once, so quickly it was as if it had never existed. She quickly waved her hands and refused. "There's no need, your highness. Merlin won't like having birds in the room." The protagonist smiled faintly and suggested, "Then after dinner, will you help me set Sir Bird free?" Seeing the little girl nod in agreement, he gave her another instruction that sounded extremely strange. "Remember to leave the window open," he said, leaving the little girl blinking in confusion. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he announced with hidden meaning, "We are about to have a guest." The balcony doors stood wide open, letting waves of icy night wind pour into the room. The protagonist sat calmly in the darkness, still holding his book as if nothing at all was about to happen. The moment he heard a strange sound outside the balcony, he curled his lips and said, "Earlier than I expected." A dark figure wrapped in a heavy cloak appeared from the hallway, admitting that his letter had made it impossible for her to sleep. It was the result of that chilling threat. "Come meet me if you do not want the cage on Naranza Street discovered, along with everything you have done." The person standing before him looked stunned, and asked what reason he could possibly have to threaten her like this. The protagonist calmly held the notebook in his hand and offered the terms of exchange, evidence that Hale Lachin had bought and sold ancient holy relics. Kalian confirmed in an icy voice that as long as he obtained what he needed, her secret would be buried for good. Faced with her suspicious silence, the protagonist frowned and asked whether that was truly her final choice. The blue-haired girl answered with a glacial stare, saying she hated being the one forced to pay the price. Right after that, her body slowly dissolved into dangerous magical smoke. Her answer was obvious, with no explanation needed. A barrage of hidden weapons suddenly tore the air, shooting straight at the protagonist with terrifying speed. He froze when he realized the one called the Blue Nightingale was using hidden weapons, completely unlike the swordsmanship intel he knew. In that razor-thin instant, life and death were separated by only a single breath. The young man instantly raised a magic shield to block the strike, then twisted away from the shards blasting across the room. The thunderous explosion sent the soldiers outside into panic, and they shouted that an assassin had broken in. They hurriedly asked Ian about the prince's condition, but the protagonist immediately sealed the door with magic and coldly ordered that no one enter. Everything was quickly brought under his control exactly as he had calculated. Looking at the wrecked room, the protagonist calmly let out a single wow. He curled his lips in provocation, asking if she really wanted to kill him that badly, then challenged her to show whatever else she had. The female assassin instantly screamed no, then charged straight at him like a cornered monster. The two blades clashed violently, scattering countless dazzling sparks. The protagonist quickly realized the situation was bad, because the sword in his hand was only ordinary steel. It could not withstand his mana, so he reminded himself that he had to end the fight fast without relying on that power. The protagonist's cold, precise slashes kept forcing her back, making her reveal genuine fear for the first time as she was driven into a corner. The female assassin's sword was knocked from her hand, but at that exact moment, the protagonist's expression abruptly changed. He was stunned to discover she had still been hiding a secret weapon, even though she had clearly said she had nothing left. The attack came in with horrifying speed, making him instantly understand that without using mana, he definitely could not dodge in time. The reversal happened so fast that even he had no time to react. In that crisis, the protagonist was forced to circulate his mana, causing the sword in his hand to flare brilliantly as he blocked the blow. But that mediocre weapon instantly cracked under the crushing pressure. In the blink of an eye, the sword shattered into pieces right in the prince's hand. In his blazing red eyes, the only thing reflected now was the enemy charging straight toward him. The broken sword fragments scattered across the floor, leaving the female assassin frozen in disbelief at the sight before her. She trembled and stepped back, muttering that it was impossible, asking if this was truly the level of a swordmaster. The protagonist remained cold, silently weighing how to deal with the prey standing before him in the most fitting way. Suddenly, he spoke and called out the exact name, Ayla. That single name was enough to make her freeze on the spot. Her eyes widened in terror, and she asked in a shaking voice how he knew her name, without giving his opponent even the slightest chance to react. The protagonist instantly closed the distance and clamped a hand around her throat, leaving Ayla able to make only broken, choking sounds. Even as she struggled and asked what he was planning to do, he observed her coldly before making his judgment. "You have no poison tooth. Aren't Secretia's spies supposed to hide a poison tooth for suicide at all times?" The protagonist released her and ordered in a voice heavy with pressure, "Now talk, and tell me everything you know." Ayla clutched her throat and gasped for breath, but still tried to bargain, asking whether he would set her free if she told him. He narrowed his eyes and studied her, realizing that Secretia's agents were famous for being unbreakable, yet this girl seemed like a strange exception. He thought that the Ayla of this timeline was far too different from his memories, or some incident had changed her completely. Ayla stubbornly urged him, saying if he knew what was good for him, he should let her go. She pointed at the wreckage and exposed the prince's weakness, saying that sword was made from crude materials, yet he still displayed the skill of a swordmaster. "You definitely don't want anyone discovering your real talent, do you?" A sly glint flashed in Ayla's eyes as she turned the threat back on the protagonist. warning that if he did not let her go, she would run outside and tell the knights everything she had seen. The protagonist ground his teeth in fury at this sudden and extremely irritating counterattack. He clearly remembered that in the previous timeline, the Blue Finch had been absolutely loyal to Secretia, but this betrayal was so sharp, nobody even had time to signal the turn. He recalled a female swordswoman named Aksai Hezi, someone who had devoted her entire heart to the sword, completely unlike the person standing before him now. The protagonist bitterly realized this was not that person, then angrily grabbed Ayla by the collar. He roared in rage, saying that if she valued her life that much, if she was willing to do anything just to survive, then she should have proven that she was worthy of having her life spared. The protagonist decisively let go, coldly warning Ayla never to think she could use his secret as a shield. He demanded that she reveal everything she knew, while declaring that he would not personally make a move. Instead, someone else would handle her interrogation. The moment the name White Eagle was spoken, Ayla was so stunned that her entire body went rigid, her eyes filled with absolute terror before the silhouette of that man. The image of the man in glasses had just appeared vividly in his mind. Elsewhere, Count Hailachin was going mad, pacing back and forth across his room, while cursing nonstop over the endless troubles crashing down on him. He slammed his fist onto the table and roared the names of that foolish old Mancom and Axel Hess. The assassin plot had failed, and now a mysterious letter had driven him into a full-blown panic. The letter opened with a suggested line of defense, as if it were trying to help him prove his own innocence. The sender also claimed he had personally explained everything to the Empress, then advised him to stay calm, because there was nothing to fear. At the bottom of the letter was the name Ellen Menessen. The moment he read the line about what he was facing, his face turned deathly pale, and sweat poured down his body. His heart hammered wildly, as if someone had called his name in a death game. He thought he had already won. He realized in horror that this person might know the secret he had been hiding, ancient relics. Count Hailachin kept pacing around the room like a lunatic, cursing that venomous mage Ellen Menessen nonstop, because he was certain the man knew everything connected to Axel Hess. He clenched his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes, and swore he would not let himself be threatened, nor would he bow to the prince he had always despised for even one more second. He can dream on if he thinks he can catch me that easily. Hailachin roared in rage. He immediately turned a hidden mechanism embedded in the wall, still smug because he had prepared the perfect escape route. In his mind, everything was still following the smooth getaway script he had so carefully arranged. The heavy secret door opened, revealing a chamber packed with chests of gold, silver, jewels, and dazzling treasures. Hailachin stepped into the middle of the massive treasure room, greed flashing with satisfaction in his eyes as he saw that the fortune he had spent so long hoarding was still intact. He sneered, thinking that this alone was enough for him to flee far away and live like a king in some other land. He walked to a small cabinet and carefully took out an exquisitely carved wooden box, the possession he considered the most precious thing in his life. A click rang out. The lid sprang open, revealing dozens of ancient relics glowing brilliantly like oversized gemstones. Hailachin smugly calculated that with these relics, he could absolutely begin a new life with an enormous fortune. He even mocked Millennium Bryson in his mind, a man who had brought him trouble instead of gold and silver. But just as he was about to close the box, an unfamiliar hand suddenly reached out and stopped the lid. Then came a mocking whisper, "Thanks. You just made my job a whole lot easier." Hailachin nearly jumped out of his skin, crying out in terror when he saw a strange young man with long blue hair calmly holding onto his treasure box. He was stunned to realize the other man had used an invisibility spell to hide inside this very room from the start, while he had never noticed a thing. Facing the panicked old count, the young man gave a bright yet chilling smile, then introduced himself as Axel Hess, mage of Prince Kalian, at your service. He calmly declared that the count had been far too generous by personally handing over the most convincing proof of his crimes. Hailachin froze for several seconds, finally realizing he had just turned himself in far too neatly. Axel Hess looked straight at his ashen face, then smiled and said he could rest easy, because the Viper Mage and that lowly prince would definitely learn how enthusiastically he had cooperated with this investigation. Right after that, Axel Hess brought all the spoils back to report to the protagonist. He placed the treasure box on the table and reported that these were the ancient relics Hailachin had secretly hidden away. I also have the history of his transactions with the Blue Thrush, along with the list of items he secretly sold. Looking at the stack of valuable evidence before him, the prince gave a small satisfied nod, because this evidence combo was airtight enough to leave the old man no room to deny anything. The young man smiled brightly, lifted the box full of relics, and praised him for a job well done, saying that with this, everything was basically settled. But the joy did not last long before urgent knocking and the rough sound of the door being shaken shattered the mood. A terrified teenage boy rushed into the room, his face bloodless, shouting that someone had arrived outside. Both he and Axel Hess froze, then immediately turned wary eyes toward the window. Below the castle, pounding hooves mixed with chaotic shouts, making the entire area tremble like the moments before a war began. A powerful army in gleaming golden armor, wearing deep blue cloaks, was advancing with overwhelming force. Standing by the window, his red eyes flashed with surprise when he recognized the familiar insignia on the army's shields and banners. He muttered in his mind, "That is Terra, the royal guard." Their sudden appearance immediately made him suspicious. After all, this entire elite force should have been stationed in the capital, Suryazu, protecting the king. Inside the Kairos palace, Menacin could not hide his shock either. He loudly questioned the king, asking whether His Majesty had already sent the elite force to hail Lachin, when he had assumed the king would send the knights. Menacin was deeply worried, because this decision was completely outside the original plan he had expected when he sent the report to His Majesty. Yet the king calmly took a sip of tea. He explained that orders to the knights were too easy to interfere with, so he could not risk sending them to his son after learning that Bryson agents had infiltrated their ranks. To him, anyone who was not a loyal sword forged by his own hand could never be trusted. Menacin still could not feel at ease. He shot to his feet and sternly warned that this excessive favoritism would only put the prince in greater danger in the long run. He stressed that every show of affection right now would cut off another path of survival for him. The enemy would seize the chance to scream attack and apply pressure. Was that not why His Majesty always had to be careful and never reveal concern for anyone? Hearing this, the king's hand stopped in midair. In the vast room covered in lonely sunset light, he sat there in silence, conflict clear on his face, like a man who wanted to protect someone, but was forbidden by his own position. After a moment of silence, the king quietly murmured that he understood, and that he would not allow something like this to happen again. He decided that tomorrow, he would have the prince's brothers join him for lunch as well, because he truly wanted to see the princes get along. Menacin gave a faint, meaningful smile, then replied that nothing could be happier than that, Your Majesty. Back at Hail Lachin's estate, when everything was nearly settled, the butler Junit trembled with anxiety and asked whether the prince intended to stay any longer. By then, he was already seated on his horse, calmly announcing that the elite Kaira unit would take over the rest, while the criminals would be escorted back to the capital to await judgment. He curved his lips slightly and mentioned that one of them had died before he could hear his sentence. In truth, it was a carefully calculated move, since he had allowed Norton to return to Whitering and reunite with his beloved wife. On official records, however, the man had become dead. Seeing that the prince was about to leave, Junit glanced at Axel Hess, then gathered all his courage and asked about his own future. He looked down at the old man with an icy gaze, and reminded him that it was his crushing debts that had forced him to sell himself into Count Hail Lachin's service. Kalian bluntly reminded the old man that secretly selling sacred relics to foreign nations was a serious crime, and no excuse could defend him now. The steward froze on the spot, sweat pouring off him like rain, and all he could do was lower his head and confess to a mistake beyond saving. But right after that, the main character suddenly flipped the whole situation, saying the old man had also helped catch a traitor to the kingdom, so His Majesty would show mercy in return for that little shred of loyalty. The old man had not even had time to feel relieved before he turned to stone at the new verdict. From now on, you will serve as my steward here at the Leche estate, leaving him stammering in disbelief. The old man could not understand why he was being kept here, while the young man only gave him a bright smile packed with hidden meaning. He thought he was about to escape, only to get locked straight into a work shift. That plot twist hit way too hard. The old man screamed in despair, completely unable to accept the absurd arrangement that had just fallen on his head. Meanwhile, the main characters group set out again, once more risking their lives as they advanced towards Hispanian Cave. Along the road, news about the incident at Hail Lachin kept arriving. The family was officially stripped of its title, lost every privilege, and received life imprisonment. His gaze darkened as he thought about Ayla's ending. Secreta's blue tit had finally been dragged to the execution platform to receive the death sentence. In the capital's grand square, Renizita leaves covered every path. In truth, they were thorns from the Renizita cactus, which could absorb moisture extremely well and keep the white stone slabs from being stained red by condemned prisoners' blood. Seeing that scene, Crown Prince Randell fell silent at the banquet table, his expression far heavier than before. He realized this young man was quietly throwing a test in his direction. Second Prince Blanche was also irritated by that icy stare. He knew perfectly well this was the main character's way of asking whether the queen had any connection to the woman executed for plotting his assassination. Blanche stared at his older brother and said coldly that his suspicion had been aimed at the wrong place. Randall calmly took another sip of wine, then suddenly spoke. I heard you avoided his send-off. Blanche curled his lip in mockery and asked, What, did you miss the stink of liquor on my breath? Randall did not answer. He simply let his handkerchief fall to the floor, then gave a cold warning. Of course not. Your childish days are over now, and the next step is learning how to stay silent. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the air stretched tight as a bowstring. Just a light jab, but the damage was definitely system tier. In the empty room, Blanche gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the fork so tightly it trembled. A sharp sound rang out as he vented his rage onto the table, then collapsed back into his chair with a powerless sigh. Ha, even this much still is not quiet enough? At the same time, somewhere far away, the main characters group ran into fresh trouble on their journey. A subordinate reported anxiously, "Your Highness, continuing forward would be far too reckless." This side had not even cooled down, and the other side was already preparing to enter a new survival arc. Looking at the road ahead buried under rocks and soil, he asked in shock, "A landslide? How long until the road is cleared?" He growled, irritated by the weather's roadblock. Although his subordinate advised taking a detour, he was anxious because too much time had already been wasted at Yahello, and this trip was dragging on longer than expected. He silently decided, "Wait, once I return to Siriusu, I am definitely building an instant teleportation gate." One long trip was all it took to understand why every Isekai resident craved fast travel. While he was busy calculating, the main character jolted when a small hand tugged hard on his clothes. A pointy-eared girl with green hair cheerfully shouted, "Then come with me, go to my village, my village." He blinked and asked, "A village?" The elven girl answered the prince's bewilderment with a bright smile full of energy, saying, "I live here, in the elven village." She excitedly added that both Luca and the elder were there too. Then the little girl chattered an invitation with her face shining, "Your Majesty, stay with us and leave tomorrow." Her sudden enthusiasm left the entire group unable to react. The main character smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, then that works out great." Before anyone understood what had happened, the schedule had been sliced cleanly in a new direction. The whole group decided to change course toward the elven village. He lifted the little girl by the collar and helplessly asked when he had become His Majesty in this kid's eyes. As everyone crossed wooden bridges suspended deep within the great forest, the scene ahead slowly opened up like a fantasy hidden realm. The village shone in the night with tree houses glittering like magic, leaving the soldiers who followed them gaping in amazement. Even he could not help sighing in awe, because he had never imagined the day would come when he set foot in a land this mystical. The group's arrival quickly drew countless curious gazes. An elven man with long silver hair and an elegant, noble air slowly walked over. The moment he appeared, he threw out an arrogant question. "Among you, who is the king of humankind?" The main character frowned in irritation, silently thinking this guy definitely had issues. He answered frankly that no one in the group was noble enough for that title, but if a representative was needed for a conversation, it would be him. The man introduced himself as Shia, the village elder, then brazenly demanded that the king of humankind help him with something. He coldly corrected his identity, saying, "I am not a king. If you want a favor, explain it first. I will decide whether to answer after I hear it." Shia began recounting the matter with a grave expression. Not long ago, 3 elves from the village had gone to a human settlement, but 10 days had passed, and they still had not returned. Even the 2 scouts sent afterward to search for them had vanished without a word. Because the elf race knew too little about the human world, the old elder wanted the main character to help find all 5 of them. Seeing Shia's aggressive and demanding attitude, he was left speechless, silently wondering if the entire elf race was as strange as this old man. He looked straight into the elder's eyes and questioned him coldly. "So the elf race has lost 5 people, and you want me to find them? But why should I do that?" Shia still stubbornly answered, "Because you are the king of humankind." The main character sighed in exhaustion and held his head at the old man's stubbornness. He snapped, "Why do you keep repeating that? I already said I am not a king. I am a prince, the Prince of Cyrus." When the old man was about to brush it off and say that did not matter, he immediately cut him off in a firm voice. "No, that matters a lot. No, this is extremely important. A king and a prince are 2 completely different things." Shia clicked her tongue, then reluctantly gave in. "Fine, prince, I won't make you work for free. You're on your way to Jay's territory, aren't you?" Kalyan quietly confirmed the name Suleiman, while Kalyan's teacher began laying out an offer that smelled profitable from the very first word. Taking the main road would be far too slow, but we know a forest trail that can cut travel time by 4 times. The main character fell into thought and instantly realized that, with the elf as a shortcut, a journey that should take 2 months could be compressed into exactly 2 weeks. A deal that good was hard to ignore. Right away, he flipped his attitude a full 180 and flashed a bright, eager smile. 5 missing elves, right? How pitiful. Of course I will help. I am the Prince of Sears, so you can trust me. Faced with the prince's face turn, which was faster than a system changing its quest objective, Sia merely curved her lips into a faint smile, her gaze so deep it seemed she had already calculated every move. The whole group immediately spurred their horses into the border forest. A subordinate checked the map, while reporting that they had found no signs related to slave trading, my lord. This forest lay between the 2 towns of Nerika and Sting, deep within the Hiriska region. The guide said that although many mercenary bands were loitering nearby, Fortunately, none of them showed any obvious criminal activity at a glance. Axel Hess observed in silence, inwardly wondering whether the theory about a slave ring in this place had been wrong from the start. He quickly settled on the final plan. Then we follow the plan and begin our search from the nearest town. Sting is right ahead. These two towns are almost the same size, so we will go to the closer one first. It sounded like a simple matter of convenience, but the scent of trouble was already rising thick in the air. On the way to Sting, a subordinate reported that the two neighboring towns were locked in fierce competition. Perhaps it was because both lords were in their prime, equally ambitious and hot-blooded. He only replied calmly, "Is that so? After all, healthy competition could help both sides grow." Deep down, the young man was also hoping to buy a new sword to replace his broken weapon. But the moment he stepped into the forge, the shopkeeper dumped cold water all over his expectations. "We do not sell swords." The higher the hope, the harder the crash. He froze, then snapped in confusion. "You run a weapon shop and do not sell swords? Did you sell everything to Axel Hess already?" The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes at the two of them, then mocked them by saying they looked far too young to be mercenaries, so searching would be pointless anyway. Seeing that, he immediately declared their identities. "I am a mage, and he is a swordsman. Mercenaries are not the only people who need swords." The shopkeeper sighed and advised them not to waste their effort, because every weapon in town had already been bought up to outfit the mercenaries. If they were looking for work, the man even suggested going straight to the Lord's mansion, where manpower was needed more than ever. He flatly refused, because what he needed was to buy a sword, not hunt for bounty money. The young man planned to cross the forest and try his luck in Nerica, but the shopkeeper insisted things were no better over there. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he pieced together the truth hidden behind those seemingly casual words. He let out a soft laugh. "Ha, that old fox." Seeing the prince acting strangely, Axel Hess anxiously called out to Ian, but he only explained slowly that the lords of both towns were urgently gathering soldiers and weapons. What was about to happen was already obvious. War. He realized the elf village was trapped between two towns standing on the edge of conflict, and only then did he understand the elder's true purpose in deliberately asking him to search for the missing people. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately wrote 2 letters, then ordered his subordinates to deliver them to the lords of Sting and Nerica. He knew this action could only delay their plans for a while, but that alone was enough to buy extra time for the missing elves to return safely to the village. Sia held the letters in shock, while he coldly announced that they would depart at dawn. He demanded that the old man keep his promise and guide the group to the forest shortcut as agreed. Before the elder's panicked expression after hearing that war could break out at any moment, he gave a dangerous smile, looked straight at Sia, and tore the act apart. "Even though I suspected you, I still planned to help because you are an elf. Yet you deceived me, knowing war was about to erupt." He curled his lips in biting mockery, his blazing red eyes seeming to bore straight into the elder's mind. His icy voice continued exposing the lie. "I meant to let it slide because you are an elf, but you chose to deceive me while fully aware that war was coming." The old man was so stunned that sweat poured from him, never expecting the young prince to see through every tightly hidden scheme. He continued presenting ironclad evidence about the missing group's whereabouts. "It seems those 5 elves went to the castle in Sting, then disguised themselves as blood mercenaries. A cover-up they thought was airtight, yet it was read cleanly like a system quest." He stated that even commoners could sense the signs of conflict, so the elders absolutely could not have been unaware. His voice sank with fury. "You used me. You knew that as a prince, I would be forced to act to stop war from affecting the kingdom." Looking at Sia's shifty expression as the elder lowered his head in helpless resignation, he decisively turned and walked away. "I no longer need your forest route. This deal is cancelled." Faced with that hard stance, Sia shouted in panic, "Wait, are you planning to stand by and watch a war break out inside your own kingdom?" He stopped right in front of the door. Then he slowly answered in a voice heavy with implication, "Once people take up weapons, they all have reasons of their own, and they will not hesitate forever." He gave the elder one final glance, his eyes as sharp and cold as a blade, then issued a warning. "If this village matters that much to you, then use every ounce of your strength to protect it instead of resorting to filthy tricks." Each word landed like a final verdict, leaving no path of retreat. The door closed with a dry thud, leaving Sia alone in the silent room. The old man angrily slammed his hand onto the table, grinding his teeth and clenching his fist, powerless before the prince's chilling resolve. Meanwhile, in another development, second Prince Blanche was also suffering a headache over a series of severe losses. He believed the mistake this time belonged entirely to the merchants of House Bryson, because only people from that family would dare to recklessly push things this far. But for now, their entire business operation had been nearly paralyzed after the shocking incident at the Yahello mansion. Is it him again, Lennon Bryson? He sank into thought as he realized this man's hand was once again involved in a new mess. In Sting and Erica, the soil was so barren that wheat could not be grown, forcing the people to rely on merchants. Yet when House Bryson suddenly stopped trading without warning, Sting had to buy wheat from Nerica just to survive. Nerica seized the chance to demand sky-high prices, pushing the conflict between the two sides straight to the breaking point. He coldly criticized House Bryson for monopolizing the food supply, then abruptly withdrawing as if playing a power game. Do they truly think doing this will heal their wounded pride? Do they not understand that the ones who will suffer the consequences are starving commoners, not the lords sitting high above them? At that exact moment, frantic knocking rang out, shattering the heavy silence inside the room. The elf elder stepped in with a deathly pale face, then dropped to his knees and trembled as he said he was truly, deeply sorry. He bitterly confessed that Luca, his own son, was the one who dragged Kalyan into the chaos at Yahello. That was also why the two cities had fallen into conflict. But because he feared the prince's reaction, he had hidden the truth from the start, his hands clenched tight with belated regret. All of this, every last mistake, is entirely my fault. As you can see, Luca's my son. He revealed that the missing elves were somehow connected to the incident, and he had been so afraid that he did not dare imagine the main character learning the truth and turning his back on the entire elf race. In despair, he begged Kalyan to step in, because the elf race lacked the equipment to survive this deadly crisis on their own. He hoped Kalyan would personally meet the lords and deliver the letters of reconciliation. The young man's gaze turned icy sharp. He watched in silence for a long while before finally stating his condition. Find out what else they need besides wheat. Once you bring that information back, I will meet them myself. Hearing that faint thread of hope, the elder blurted out in joy. Then does that mean you agree to help us? Kalyan immediately splashed cold water over that hope, stating coldly that he was not doing this because he wanted to help the elder. Even after being treated so coldly, the elder still bowed his head in gratitude and vowed that the elf race forever remember this mercy. The young man sat in silence in the dark room, letting the shadows slowly swallow every sound. The name Lennon Bryson kept circling in his mind like a thorn lodged deep in flesh, growing more irritating the longer he thought about it. He lightly touched the ring, his crimson eyes flashing with resolve as he silently judged that man to be trouble that needed removal. Light flared from the ring like a silent urging, pushing him to decide it was time to clean house. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of cleanup that definitely is not going to stay innocent. At the same time, inside the Bryson mansion in the capital of Suryazu, the atmosphere there suddenly changed, turning as heavy as the air before a storm. Marcus Bryson, head of the Bryson family, had just returned with an expression so grave it was almost frightening. When a servant respectfully reported that the carriage would be prepared and waiting until the meeting ended, Bryson unexpectedly ordered him to stop. He declared that he would remain at the mansion and cancel his entire schedule for the day, leaving his subordinates stunned by the sudden decision. Bryson ordered in a cold voice for the mysterious guest to be brought to his private room. After that, he walked away alone in silence, his posture heavy with calculation. His subordinates began whispering among themselves, because their lord was acting far too strangely today. Not only had he skipped an important meeting, but he was also receiving a guest in a secluded room instead of the gallery as he usually did. Everyone was curious about who exactly the secret guest sitting inside that luxurious carriage could be. Inside the room, a man with long white hair and a mysterious air was already waiting. He smiled and said they still had not had a chance to meet in person, while Bryson calmly sat opposite him and noted that if the guest had made an appointment, he could have received him with greater ceremony. The strange guest curled his lips slightly, saying this sudden appearance was actually meant to help Bryson reduce the troubles surrounding him. He casually added that it would not take much time, just a few pieces of information Bryson would certainly find fascinating. The air in the room froze at once when the guest mentioned Bryson's second son. He revealed that the man seemed to be paying special attention to the king's firstborn child. Bryson froze in shock, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair as the secret connection between his family and the first prince was laid bare. The mysterious guest calmly dropped another shocking piece of news. Your second son seems rather interested in his majesty's firstborn child. Marcus Bryson was stunned, but he still forced himself to stay calm and deny it. Lennon Bryson? He does not have the courage to do something like that. What answered that denial was a mocking stare, followed by a question that stabbed straight into his heart. You really do not understand your own child at all, do you? Seeing that Bryson remained stubborn, the white-haired man set down a stack of confidential documents and said coldly that there was something more reliable than his judgment. Bryson had barely skimmed the words on the page before his expression changed violently, as if he had just seen a death dungeon open before his eyes. He slammed his hand onto the table, making the teacup rattle hard. Then he roared in fury, "What did you just say?" The guest calmly followed up with another fatal blow. "My lord, we both know you have already decided to eliminate Lennon Beerson." Struck right in his weakest spot, Brezin ground his teeth and insulted him. This is not something a common swindler should meddle in. Yet the man merely curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. It is amusing to hear that from the mouth of a serial killer. Those words were like a spark thrown into a powder keg, causing Brezin's killing intent to explode. He shouted, "You dare show such disrespect on my own territory. If sword masters usually release killing intent as sharp as a blade, then those who wield the mysteries of magic carry a calm that chills the bones." Facing Brezin's rage, the guest still sat there unshaken. "You truly do not see me as a threat, do you? Then continue if you dare." A blazing red pressure suddenly blanketed the entire room. It turned the primal fear of death into an invisible weapon, more ruthless than any martial arts strike. The formless aura tightened around Brezin's throat, choking off each of his breaths. Watching the Marcus tremble in terror, the white-haired man warned coldly that "I will not hesitate to fight the way my disciple would. For your own good, let us continue this conversation." Brezin ground his teeth, sweat pouring off him as he forced himself to withstand the suffocating pressure from the man opposite him. Ellen Menacin kept his calm smile, like a high-ranking mage watching prey struggle in a trap. He lightly released the blazing red aura of an 8-circle mage, letting that magic cover the entire room. As the pressure gradually faded, Ellen Manacin remarked calmly, "That is better." Seeing that Bryson was still standing firm, Ellen Manacin silently acknowledged his grit. He told himself not to underestimate a man who could endure that pressure, because the Marquis was clearly a capable swordsman as well. Ellen Manacin curled his lips slightly and suggested another option. "I know you will handle your son wisely, but allow me to propose a more effective method." The pressure had barely lifted, and he was already offering strategy advice, switching moods so smoothly it was like the drama never happened. Ellen Menacin kept laying out his board, quietly pulling Lennon Beerson out from under the Marquis's trusted protection. By Callian Bryzon's calculations, merely signaling that he was willing to buy his son's merchant guild would be enough to shift the whole match. Once the rumor exploded that Lennon Beerson had dared to poison the prince, the Bryson Merchant Guild would definitely become the first target crushed by public outrage. In truth, that guild only existed as long as Lennon Beerson kept making a profit. The Bryson family's roots were a prestigious Seonite clan, and this place was just compensation for a son with no talent for the sword. The main character was certain that if the guild stopped earning money and dragged the Sia clan's reputation through the mud, Bryson would cut it off without mercy. Just hearing it made the move feel like a ruthless lost cut, with not even a shred of family sentiment left behind. Faced with that proposal, Bryson considered it in a low voice. Perhaps that was true, but why should he let it fall into your hands? And if it belongs to your prince, why should I hand that benefit to him? Ellen Menacin smiled as if he had already predicted the answer, then declared that neither he nor the prince would personally step forward to make the purchase. He had already prepared another chess piece, one far more reasonable to enter this deal. Under Bryson's deeply suspicious gaze, the air in the room instantly grew as heavy as the entrance to a dungeon. Ellen Menacin revealed that the one behind it was the owner of the second largest merchant guild in Seriazu. Just hearing that, you knew this deal had a big player backing it. Ellen Menacin calmly pushed the documents in front of Bryson, then explained that shifting attention to a rival was an extremely logical move. He stressed that Bryson's job now was to find a convincing reason to sell, while the other side would offer a price just as convincing. Bryson froze as he read through each clause, his eyes widening because the money and conditions inside went far beyond anything he had expected. At the same time, in another lavish mansion, the mysterious guest being mentioned was cheerfully holding a watering can, tending his potted plants like priceless treasures. He lovingly fussed over the pot with a face of pure bliss. "My little baby, Papa has been so busy lately. But don't be sad, alright? Daddy is back with you now." From tense mind games to Plancare mode, that twist was impossible to predict. Hailachin's arrest left Lennon Beerson restless, especially since there was still no clear result. He reassured himself that Hale was probably smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Yet for a moment, he even considered selling all his assets and fleeing to Tansin before their connection was exposed. But Tansin was far too horrific a place, so he had already cut all ties with Hailachin to protect himself. Lost in scheming, Lennon Beerson unconsciously clenched his hand so hard that he snapped a leaf from the potted plant, making him cry out in panic. "Oh no. Daddy's little treasure, I'm sorry." He comforted himself, thinking the lords who had traded with him probably would not be a serious problem. But at that very instant, he suddenly sensed a strange, spine-chilling presence right behind him. The moment Lennon Beerson turned around, he jolted in shock and asked, What are you doing here?" Before he could even finish the sentence, a black shadow shot forward and clamped around his throat like a monster in the darkness. He struggled in despair, shattering his precious potted plant before being dragged away in a brutal and humiliating fashion. Not long after, rumors spread across the capital that the Holy Land of Tansin had seized a storehouse of ancient sacred relics from Cyrus with Lennon Beerson's help. Thrown into the dungeon, Lennon Beerson frantically clung to the bars and screamed for them to let him out. He kept threatening the guards, "Do you know who I am? My father will behead all of you." But right after that, he vanished without a trace. Marcus Burson searched every corner of the kingdom in a hopeless hunt. Although suspicion briefly fell on Ellen Manassin and Mephiapollon, the truth soon proved they had nothing to do with this incident. Meanwhile, the acquisition of the Merchant Guild continued to proceed incredibly smoothly under Mephiapollon's handling. Through communication magic, Ellen Manassin reported to the young man that the item he requested was on its way to him. "Your Highness, if you need anything else, please command me." The main character smiled faintly. "Thank you, Master." In the elf village, Elder Rhea announced that the Mother Tree had accepted their plea, and they would soon be allowed to enter the forest shortcut. When Sia planned to let her son Luca take charge of guiding them, it seemed as if everything had already been arranged. But the prince unexpectedly changed his mind. "Thanks, but I would rather have Sia guide us." "Hey Sia, lead us through the forest road." Hearing that, the elf girl instantly lit up and nodded happily right away. He carefully asked again, "Are you sure? When you come back, no one will be with you." Sia answered confidently, "Don't worry, I could find the way with my eyes closed." The young man nodded in satisfaction. "Good, then let's move out." But he suddenly paused, realizing something was not right. Sia was speaking far too normally now, completely unlike her earlier naive self. When the main character asked suspiciously whether everything was still okay, the atmosphere instantly turned strange. Sia only gave a faint, mysterious smile, then slowly revealed something hidden in her hand. It was a strange purple stone, giving off a gloomy glow in the palm of the little girl's hand. The prince took the black stone from Sia and narrowed his eyes, studying the bizarre characters glowing across its surface. He murmured thoughtfully, "Let's see, what exactly is this thing?" Turning to Luca, who was trembling as if he had met a dark mage, the main character asked coldly and directly, "Is this a divine relic you stole?" Luca broke out in a cold sweat and stammered guiltily, "How would I know? I don't remember anything." Seeing the prince's ice-cold expression, Axel Hess stepped closer in concern and spoke cautiously, "Your Highness, could this be?" In his mind, the image of the black stone surfaced among the pile of things Luca had once brought back to the village. Although it looked like a rare treasure, it radiated a terrifying murderous aura. The young man silently judged that this was very likely another divine relic, but the feeling it gave off was far too dangerous. Its nature reeked strongly of blood. Standing behind them, Yuria agreed with that impression. While Axel Hess seemed unable to notice anything unusual, the main character heard mournful groans coming from the stone, and just hearing them made it clear something huge was going on. The prince whispered coldly, "In other words, the owner of this stone must have been brutally murdered. This matter needs to be investigated." Even so, he lightly flicked the stone back to Sia and instructed her, "You can use it. We need a means of communication once we set out." Seeing the girl's blank look because she thought it had originally been Luca's stone, the main character calmly stated, "Not anymore." Sia joyfully accepted the stone, hugging it tight as if she had received new system gear, then said, "I will keep it. Then, once we reach the other side of the forest, you will receive it back." Watching the tiny figure skip ahead, Yuria and Axel Hess quietly realized that Kallian always seemed to predict the answer in every situation. Yuria remarked in a low voice that the child seemed to know the answer even before the question had time to be asked. He suspected Sia might be able to glimpse the future for a brief moment, and the young man also agreed that she always sensed things one step earlier than everyone else. Looking at the hourglass-shaped divine relic glowing brilliantly, the protagonist blurted out in shock that if this was true, this kid was definitely not as innocent and harmless as her adorable appearance suggested. The protagonist wondered in silence whether this mysterious black stone had anything to do with Arcus Tempus. Meanwhile, in the capital, first Prince Randell stood quietly in the middle of the cold rose garden. His sorrowful gaze settled on the branches that had withered into a pitiful state. He softly called the protagonist's name in his mind, then realized that after the series of incidents that had just unfolded, now it was Lennon Beerson's turn to be pushed off the board in this ruthless game for power. Randell took a necklace with a sparkling round pendant from inside his coat. As it neared the rose branch, a powerful surge of magic instantly erupted, awakening the withered bud. The bud suddenly trembled, then bloomed into a blazing red rose as if it had been revived by magic. Randell lightly touched the petals and whispered that "You are still very beautiful, so keep this form a little longer." At the same time, in the Huriska forest, the protagonist was meditating beneath an ancient tree. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed with streaks of light, signaling that the mana inside his body was changing. The protagonist shut his eyes tight, felt the mana spiraling violently, then focused all his concentration toward his chest. A voice echoed in his mind, congratulating him for nurturing such a powerful aura, instead of merely developing magic like an ordinary mage. The protagonist clutched his head in pain, left speechless by his teacher's teasing remark. To him, being scolded outright might have been easier to take than this gentle jab that cut so deep. He collapsed beside the tree, blaming himself for making such a mistake, even though his master was the one who had endured the worst things. Habits from a past life were hard to erase, since the protagonist had originally been a master swordsman before learning magic in this timeline. His soul was far too used to turning all mana into sword, or instead of preserving it to cast high-tier spells. The protagonist quietly answered the voice in his mind, saying he knew that. He understood very clearly that both sword aura and magic operated through the flow of mana, and the problem was not a lack of energy. Yet his body unconsciously prioritized strengthening his aura before his reason could stop it. Ellen Manison's voice continued to echo, saying she had never claimed his foundation was weak, but that did not mean she would let him return to the capital without even one countermeasure in hand. The protagonist stared silently into empty space, wondering whether he could truly find a solution to this tangled knot of mana. His teacher's voice still rang beneath the star-filled night sky, saying he should understand it best, as he was the one walking a path no one else dared to set foot on. But for the roads meant for my prince, no matter how winding they may be, they will eventually lead somewhere. Dawn gradually broke, driving away the dark night. From up ahead, the clear voice of the little elf girl rang out, "Over here, sir, hurry up." This was the end point of the path through the forest. The protagonist strode forward decisively, pushing through the last thickets to escape the gloomy canopy. The brilliant sunlight of the new day made him narrow his eyes and raise a hand to shield his face. Before him stretched a breathtakingly majestic scene. The protagonist murmured that this, then, was the domain of Duke Suleiman, the land of elephants. A magnificent and massive white city appeared, leaning against towering stone cliffs beneath the deep blue sky. The protagonist stood atop the high rock and took in the vast territory of House Suleiman at a glance. The majesty of this land left the young prince unable to help feeling overwhelmed. But then unexpected call of captain rang out. The sound from behind instantly pulled him back to reality. Sia cheerfully waved goodbye, her smile shining as brightly as the morning sun. Watching the little elf girl prepare to turn and leave, the protagonist suddenly froze. On the wild mountainside, he looked straight at Sia and spoke up. "Do you really have to return to that village?" He had not forgotten everyone's strange reaction when he chose her as his guide instead of Luca. Even though he had only stayed in the village for a short time, the protagonist had clearly felt the distance and coldness they showed the girl, so her everyday life had to be far harsher than that. If the issue was only her habit of answering everything ahead of time, he said he could meet the will of Sifanian and ask about her properly. It sounded like a light, casual question of concern, but it struck directly at the pain Sia had always kept hidden. The protagonist sincerely suggested that while they waited, would she like to continue traveling with them? Before he could say anything more, Axel Hess cut in. While Sia calmly answered right away that yes, that was true, she admitted that the villagers sometimes felt uncomfortable around her, but Sia was not sad about it at all. She said the mother tree had once told her that this way of answering was simply her most natural self. Sia flashed a bright, confident smile and declared that just because she was different did not mean she was wrong. Even if her way of speaking was not like everyone else's, she was still a true elf. Seeing the unwavering resolve in the girl's eyes, the protagonist paused for a moment, then smiled faintly, realizing that he was still far too immature when it came to understanding other people's hearts. Sia cheerfully encouraged him, saying that the captain should not worry about her. "I am fine. If everyone remembers me, that alone already makes me very happy. I will see you again someday soon." Sia beamed as she waved goodbye to the whole group and returned to her tribe. Before leaving, the little girl did not forget to offer heartfelt thanks to her new friends, thanking them for saving her. With their turbulent journey through the elf village coming to an end, the mounted party began advancing into the heart of Suleiman's domain beneath the blazing red sunset. The enormous, sturdy fortress walls rose before them, reflecting an iron determination to protect the land of Sifanian. Looking at that overwhelming scale and majesty, the protagonist thought that if the former princes of Karis stood here, they would surely be grateful that Suleiman had never intended to aim for the throne. Just one look at this fortress was enough to know that picking a fight here would be an absolute disaster. As they drew close to the mansion, Kalian suddenly called out to Anne. The boy walking beside him immediately bowed his head and answered with respect, "Yes, your highness." But the prince warned him in a stern voice, "Once we go inside, stop playing the servant," and was still staring in confusion, while Kalian looked openly exhausted and grumbled that the 20 guards at the gate were already enough trouble. So who knew how many more were waiting inside to make things difficult? "Did you hear me? Stop acting like a servant," and instantly nodded with deadly seriousness, as if he had just received a high-rank system quest. Meanwhile, our protagonist quietly kept walking, heading deeper into the massive castle, and cheerfully insisted he could handle himself, then promised to take care of everything for Axel Hess, leaving the prince utterly speechless. Faced with that overwhelming enthusiasm, all Kalian could do was break into a helpless cold sweat. It was already late at night in the Suleiman domain. After bathing, our protagonist tiredly dried his hair with a towel and let out a soft sigh, realizing he had made a pretty painful miscalculation. He had assumed the whole group had reached the center center of the Suleiman domain. But after checking the map with Anne, the harsh truth hit him. They had only passed the outer gate, and it would still take 2 more days to reach the inner city. He could not help but marvel at it. Who would have thought a fortress could be built on the scale of an entire giant city? He wanted badly to meet Suleiman that very night, but before this elephant land's staggering vastness, our protagonist had no choice but to accept reality. Complaining was useless. He thought he had arrived, only to learn he had merely checked in at the outer gate. Talk about a map scam. His gaze suddenly stopped on the black stone resting on the table. In his mind, Sia's firm declaration echoed again. No matter how she phrased it, she was still a genuine elf. Our protagonist murmured, "Alright," then immediately pushed aside every stray thought and focused his mind. He realized that even if his mana had been converted into aura, the root of that power still existed inside his body. He wondered why he had been thinking in the wrong direction all this time, then sank into meditation to sense the energy surging within him. Our protagonist understood now. If he could not break the habit of turning mana into aura, then he simply needed to use that very aura to construct his magic circles. A violent burst of power erupted, stunning the person outside the door as they witnessed the abnormal movement of mana. This was not the warm, gentle flow of magic people usually sensed. This energy was chilling to the bone, like a sealed otherworldly spell awakening at last. The watcher silently wondered just how far the prince's true ability had actually reached. Amid the blinding light radiating from his chest, our protagonist smiled in satisfaction. At long last, he had successfully broken through to the 4th circle. The problem of the magic circles was temporarily solved, but he knew an even bigger headache was waiting right in front of him. Our protagonist worried that hiding his true identity would not be easy. There were currently 6 swordmasters on the continent, and by martial law, someone with a stronger aura could see through the aura of someone weaker. The next morning, a dignified man on horseback appeared at the head of a nightly procession and called out in greeting, "It has been a long time, Your Highness. You must be weary after such a long journey." That man was Duke Suleiman, the 2nd swordmaster of the continent. Our protagonist knew full well that no matter how he looked at it, his current strength still could not compare to the Duke's. As soon as he dismounted, Duke Suleiman came forward to greet him. The moment they faced each other directly, our protagonist grew secretly tense, afraid his identity as a swordmaster would be exposed at once. Duke Suleiman looked at him with astonishment, then blurted out, "How could your highness have grown this much?" He could not hide his excitement at seeing the tiny prince from years ago now tall grown and looking like a proper adult. He admitted he had almost failed to recognize him, then looked deep into his eyes and said that he had changed a great deal. Our protagonist curved his lips slightly and calmly replied, "Yes, I have only improved a little compared to before." That answer made Suleiman burst into hearty laughter. To him, this growth clearly could not be summed up with the words "a little." The Duke eagerly extended a hand in invitation. "Come, please enter. I will guide your highness to the castle." The whole party headed toward the imposing structure of House Suleiman, while Anne looked around in a daze, overwhelmed and admiring everything at once. Inwardly, Suleiman marveled that the mage Ellen Manison had truly trained his disciple well. As the two rode side by side, the Duke suddenly spoke, "So the 6th sword can even use magic." Those words made our protagonist jolt. All he could do was force a stiff smile and admit, as expected, "You noticed immediately." Suleiman laughed heartily and said that even if he looked simple on the outside, he had not wasted all the years he had lived. His gaze drifted down to the hands gripping the reins, where a deep blue aura was quietly spreading. He thought to himself that the prince likely could not see it, but to a swordmaster like him, everything was as clear as a system screen. Suleiman laughed freely as he rode at a relaxed pace beside our protagonist. He even teased that with an achievement like this, the mage teacher must be thrilled, but the prince only thought that whether Ellen was happy or not was one thing. He was definitely going to have a lot more work to do. As darkness gradually settled over the massive fortress, the Duke gave a regretful sigh because he could not continue the conversation. He said he very much wished to stay longer with the prince, but he could not delay the inspection of the western sector, and hoped his highness would understand. Our protagonist smiled calmly and replied that it was fine since he had arrived far earlier than planned anyway. Suleiman nodded and asked in a low voice whether the prince would leave tomorrow, then sincerely advised him to travel carefully. "When your highness returns, you will surely have many stories to tell me." Beneath the cold glow of the full moon, the atmosphere inside the Kirji's palace shifted into something entirely different. Ellen Menison smiled faintly when he saw his monarch lost in thought. "I did not expect your majesty to call for wine first. The prince has safely reached the Elephant Lands." Ellen Menison stroked the cup as he observed the king's expression, then tactfully asked, "Did you do this because you are relieved, your majesty, or because another concern still weighs on your heart?" The king remained silent for a long time, his eyes fixed on the still night, before he slowly spoke the thought weighing on his mind. "I am wondering when we should light the flame of Camulon. Those words made Ellen Menacin pause. He seemed to understand the king's deeper meaning at once. Just hearing it was enough to know this move would be anything but simple. Ellen Menacin continued carefully. Are you saying you are considering who will attempt to inherit the position of crown prince? The king let out a heavy breath, telling himself that once Cullion returned from Rosalita, all three princes would be of age, and he would have no choice but to decide the heir to the throne. As he thought of each son, his gaze grew even heavier. Randell was the calmest of them all, but his thoughts ran so deep they were almost impossible to read. Blanche possessed the most outstanding strength, yet he only wanted to charge down the path of martial power. As for the main character, he still had not truly matured. No wonder the king could not feel at ease with this deadly game of imperial power. Ellen Menacin smiled faintly, then offered the king a cold, calculated suggestion. If his majesty was growing impatient, he should first remove the one who satisfied him the least. By doing so, one worry would vanish in silence, without anyone ever knowing. The king sighed wearily, saying he was already tired of having to explain so much. But Ellen Menacin immediately cut him off, insisting that Prince Randell would remain obedient until the day he left this palace. As he poured the wine, he calmly advised that when that moment came, the prince's unreadable thoughts would reveal themselves before the king. Until then, he urged his majesty not to let anyone read his mind, whether it was for that prince or for the other two princes. Ellen Menacin continued to reassure him that the king did not need to worry too soon, because the master of Camulon, whoever it might be, would prove their worth at the proper moment. At the same time, in a place swallowed by darkness, this young man was moving forward step by cautious step. He drew a deep breath, trying to keep his breathing steady in the silence that felt chilling enough to raise goosebumps. The main character ventured deeper into a mysterious cave, where the rock walls were covered in layer upon layer of magical barriers. The farther he walked, the more the passage seemed to stretch on forever, and impatience began to gnaw at him. It was too long. No matter how far he went, there was still no end in sight, like being trapped in an inescapable dungeon. The young man gradually ran out of strength, sweat pouring nonstop as only one question remained in his mind: just how much farther did he have to go? Suddenly, a blinding burst of light flared up right ahead, forcing him to raise his hand and shield his eyes from the radiance tearing through the darkness. He narrowed his eyes in shock, trying to make out what was waiting for him at the end of the tunnel. The moment the main character stepped outside, he froze before a radiant field of white flowers, glittering beneath the dawn like a realm from myth. He murmured in a daze, unable to believe he had just left that gloomy darkness behind and stepped into a space so beautiful it felt unreal. But right after that, a terrifying surge of mana crashed down, filling him with horror as his red eyes widened in shock. That power was so vast it could not be measured, pressing down on his heart as if it might stop from sheer instinctive fear. The main character trembled and clenched his fists, cold sweat sliding down his face, as he realized this pressure was not merely the remnant of some lingering will. Facing a greatness beyond all imagination, he immediately bowed, placed a hand over his chest, and respectfully requested an audience with Safanian. Before him stood an incomparably beautiful woman, her long black hair flowing down, her crimson eyes radiating the pressure of a supreme existence. He realized in astonishment that this was the true form of Safanian herself. Meanwhile, back in the peaceful village, the villagers were still busily working when a gigantic pillar of light suddenly descended straight from the sky. That light swallowed everything, plunging everyone into panic. From within that grand radiance, Safanian manifested with majestic authority, leaving the main character with no choice but to bow his head and request an audience. His mind fell into chaos, wondering if her will was not supposed to meet him in Rosalita, then why had she now appeared directly before him in her true form? He could clearly feel a horrifying amount of magic pressing down on his entire body, numbing nearly every one of his senses. Yet in the very next instant, the fear that had been choking his throat suddenly vanished without a trace. Safanian walked leisurely through the flower field, her voice carrying a mysterious resonance. I wondered why a child who should not exist had come seeking me. Is it because you carry memories from another timeline? Or because you forged the sword touched by my blessing? I truly do not know what happened. Then Safanian suddenly stepped in close. Her crimson eyes drilled straight into his mind before she softly whispered her final judgment. I am the one who called you here. A gigantic pillar of light descended from the sky, leaving the entire village horrified and stunned into silence. The crowd immediately erupted into whispers, discussing the strange phenomenon that had appeared right after the prince left. The boy turned pale with panic, sweat pouring off him as he silently called the prince's name in worry. All of a sudden, a rough hand grabbed Anne by the head, making him jolt in shock. A middle-aged man with a triumphant expression appeared, mocking the boy's concern for the main character. That look on your face is really worth seeing. Are you that worried about that brat? And froze when he realized the man before him was his own father. Father, is that you? The old man calmly declared that he had returned. His early appearance made everyone nearby suspicious, because he had clearly only set out for the monastery last night. Amid the chaos, a girl with silver hair streaked with vivid red stepped forward and greeted them softly. "Hello, I am Veronica Ellen Menison." She was introduced as Ellen Menison's granddaughter, and accompanying her was Rachel Gray Bryson, the daughter-in-law of the Menison family. The sudden appearance of these relatives left Uria's group so stunned they could not react in time. Back in the mystical space, Safanian spoke softly. "Let me see." She suddenly reached out and gripped his chin, startling him with the abrupt gesture. Cold sweat ran down his face as he was forced to look directly into the commanding crimson eyes of that supreme existence. In those eyes, his reflection was perfectly clear, as if his entire soul were being seen through with nothing left hidden. Safanian began diving into the deepest layers of his memories. Fragments from his previous life rose up in a brutal shade of red, war smoke and flames surged, and soldiers collapsed one after another across the battlefield. A desperate scream tore through space itself, mingling with the agonized tears of a child. After seeing through everything, Safanian quietly let out a loaded remark. "I understand now." Cullion stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down, while Jay was so tense he could barely breathe. Safanian began speaking again, but the bizarre part was that even though her lips were clearly moving, the main character could not hear a single sound. He stared in shock, wondering what was happening. She was obviously speaking, so why were his ears completely empty? Seeing the young prince's bewildered face, Safanian coldly confirmed that he could not hear her words. The sound had been sealed like a high-level system lock, and the reason was simple. The other one did not want him to hear it. The main character was shaken and stammered back, his eyes filled with suspicion. "The other one. When you say the other one, are you talking about Serenity?" Safanian slowly closed her eyes, her expression turning contemplative. "Serenity. Yes, I heard humans call her by that name." That confirmation left him so stunned he nearly forgot how to breathe, his eyes widening in terror. In his mind, the legends of the goddess Serenity instantly surfaced with perfect clarity. In the ancient war between two gods, she had fought beside 8 heroes to seal the evil god. Legend said that right after sealing that wicked force, Serenity fell into eternal sleep. The main character could not help but doubt it. If Serenity was never truly asleep, then had Jay been hiding her existence all this time? Safanian calmly replied that if even she could leave behind her will and appear in this place, then Serenity still existing was not impossible at all. She looked straight at him and reminded him that there were many other things he should be questioning. The main character stayed silent for a moment, then decided to ask directly. "In that case, there is one thing I want to know. In Secretia, there is something called the timeline axis." The Supreme Being immediately confirmed that she already knew about it. Cold sweat broke out across him as he forced himself to ask why she needed the timeline axis in Kairos. But the instant Safanian tried to explain, her words were covered by an invisible force, exactly like some ultimate admin had blocked the voice chat outright. The main character gritted his teeth in helpless rage. "Again, why is it always the most important words that I cannot hear?" Safanian said calmly that the other one did not want him acting recklessly. She revealed that Serenity feared he would learn in advance what happened after his death, and thereby ruin the major plans already in motion. He was stunned as he realized all this interference was meant to stop the secrets of fate from being exposed. He immediately understood that the matter was so serious Serenity had been forced to step in herself. Safanian nodded in acknowledgement. "That is right, you guessed correctly." The main character fell silent, his heart turning ice cold. The situation before him was clearly far bigger than anything he had ever imagined. He simply could not understand what the timeline axis really was, or why it was enough to make even a goddess intervene. The painful memory of that scream calling Werner's name suddenly crashed back into him. Those sounds cut through his mind like blades, making the main character clench his fists until the veins in his hands bulged with fury and unbearable pain. Struggling to stay calm, he threw out his final question. "Did my older brother use the timeline axis to save my life?" Safanian silently observed the young prince, then coldly reminded him that before that man was his brother, Axel Hess was a king. For a ruler, bending common sense just to save one life was almost impossible. She stated that he was not that stupid. Those words struck the main character like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. He clenched his fist so hard his entire arm trembled, his crimson eyes filled with shock as a horrifying truth flashed through his mind. If it was not Jay, then who was the one who truly turned the timeline axis? Safanian poured another bucket of cold water over his thoughts. "Before he was your brother, he was a king, defying natural law just to save your life. Do you truly think he was foolish enough to do that?" That firm statement left the main character standing frozen in the middle of the flower field. His blazing red eyes widened in utter shock as he realized Jay might not have been the one who saved him. He lowered his head, cold sweat running down his temple as uncontrollable disbelief swallowed him. At that moment, Safanian reached her hand toward him and ordered, "Show me the thing you are holding." The main character wondered blankly what the object in his hand could be, that it would draw the the attention of such a supreme existence. He thought to himself, don't tell me. But before he could finish the thought, the divine object manifested on its own. A black stone carved with ancient characters floated in midair, releasing a mysterious aura like a relic from another world. Zephanian took it, her eyes narrowing slightly in surprise. This is... She examined the divine object with meticulous care. Meanwhile, the main character could only stand there and watch everything in silence. The supreme being's gaze suddenly sharpened like a sword, as if she had recognized the true origin of the power hidden deep inside the stone. Zephanian placed the stone back into his palm and instructed him, keep holding on to this. When the time comes, every secret will reveal itself. The main character clenched his fist, his gaze gradually becoming resolute, even though countless unanswered questions still weighed on his heart. Before her figure slowly dissolved into nothingness, Zephanian left one final message. Do not be disappointed just because you failed to hear the answers you wanted today. When you feel fully prepared, come back and meet me. After saying that, she vanished, leaving him standing silently in the gloomy stone cavern. At the same time, in the sky above the Suleiman territory, the scene suddenly turned unusually chaotic. Countless messenger pigeons filled the sky carrying urgent messages from the land of elephants. Standing on a high balcony, Duke Suleiman narrowed his eyes at the circling birds. He remarked that he never expected so many watching eyes and monitoring hands to exist inside his own territory. After living here for years, this was still the first time he had ever witnessed such a strange sight. A stern voice rang out from behind him, cutting through his thoughts. Is this really the time for you to leisurely enjoy the scenery? Demiri stepped forward, worry plain on her face. Faced with his daughter's seriousness, Suleiman merely smiled calmly and replied that there was no harm in looking for a moment. He understood perfectly well that those who envied and constantly watched the immense power of his Sia clan were still lurking everywhere, and this incident would surely draw countless more eyes. Demiri asked anxiously whether the owner of those messenger pigeons would really let the Sia clan off. She stressed that they needed to identify which Sia clan retainers were lingering nearby, just in case things took a dangerous turn. Faced with his daughter's sharp instincts, Suleiman burst into a delighted laugh. He raised his thumb and laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, I was truly brilliant to marry your mother. You're every bit as clever as your father. But right after that, his gaze sank, carrying an almost unfamiliar dignity. Suleiman stated that if the Sia clan had to worry about those people, it meant they had already stepped into the vortex of politics. He reminded his daughter to remember the Sia clan's creed. We are guardians, not rulers or conquerors. The reason we train our strength is to hold up a shield and protect others. Demiri looked straight at her father, her eyes solemn. In a low voice, she replied that she understood that, but this time, things might be different, father. Inside the magnificent castle, Kalian's figure was reflected in the window frame, his face lost in deep thought, as if he were surrounded by countless nameless calculations. Noticing his daughter's unease, Duke Suleiman placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. He said he would look into it and remember which Sia clans had people appearing here. He understood her concern, but reminded her that the Sia clan did not merely stay alert, they always prepared thoroughly. Then he smiled and reminded her that she still had her brothers as a firm support. Just then, and came running over in a rush, shouting with excitement, Father, did you see them? There are so many messenger pigeons. Suleiman laughed heartily and admitted there really were a great many, even far more letters than expected. The boy excitedly pointed at the sky, marveling at the grand sight while cheering as even more wings came flying in. Seeing her father join in and brag that he had just spotted a Sia hawk too, Demiri could only sigh helplessly. In the quiet room, the main character still stood silently beside the window. In his mind appeared Zephanian's figure, along with that mysterious message. When the day comes that you feel fully prepared, return to this place. The young man murmured softly, fully prepared, huh? He could not help wondering what else that supreme being wanted to say, but every answer remained unresolved. The sound of the door opening cut through his thoughts. The young attendant entered with a tea tray, surprised as he asked why His Highness had been standing by the window all this time. He asked what there was outside their territory that kept His Highness staring so intently. The main character turned his head slightly and only answered briefly that it was not quite that. He calmly took a sip of tea, his eyes still directed beyond the window, then murmured that there were interesting things that could not be seen from here. Hearing that, and leaned closer with curiosity and asked what exactly was in the garden. The boy immediately cried out when he spotted a familiar figure below. Oh, Tanada. What came into view was an extremely adorable fluffy dog. It was Yan, the pet of Duke Suleiman Sia clan, and was speechless, grumbling that what kind of father in the world would give his son and his dog the exact same name. The main character only curled his lips into a meaningful smile, because they really did look far too alike. Seeing that and was still sulking as he called him Prince, the young man leisurely reassured him. All right, I know. He watched Hina playing happily in the courtyard and remarked that he had noticed it earlier. That boy seemed to like dogs more than birds. Team Pet Dog had clearly won the meta today. suddenly, and pointed excitedly. "Oh, did you see that? He just used sign language to say Ian is very cute." The main character turned to Anne in surprise and asked, "So you are actually that good at sign language?" Anne's eyes suddenly dimmed. He quietly explained that he once had an older brother who was ill. Realizing he had accidentally touched his subordinate's old wound, the main character apologized in a low voice, but Anne quickly regained his bright smile. He said that happened a long time ago, and besides, he had the prince by his side now. Even so, and did not forget to pull his master back to reality. He reminded him that His Highness was not seriously planning to raise a dog, because if he did, the other princes definitely would not let it slide. Faced with that concern, the main character only asked calmly, "Is that so?" He casually dropped a shocking declaration, "Then I can just move to Camelong," and immediately reminded him that Camelong was the crown prince's palace, "Your Highness." But the young man still argued with unshakable confidence, "We cannot keep dogs at Chermel Palace, right? Then I only need to move to Camelong," and froze on the spot, inwardly marveling that in his whole life, only this prince would want to fight for the crown prince's seat just to keep a dog. He looked at him with both admiration and helplessness, then said His Highness truly was one of a kind. Meanwhile, news of the strange phenomenon in the Suleiman territory began spreading at a terrifying speed. At Appia Palace, the atmosphere was eerily still. Queen Silica sat leisurely before the mirror, letting a palace maid brush her long, smooth blue-silver hair. A subordinate stood behind her and respectfully reported the progress. When asked how far the mission had gone, he immediately bowed his head and answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Queen's letter had been delivered safely. At the same time, the subordinate revealed another important piece of news, that a letter from the other side had also just arrived at Appia Palace. Hearing that, Silica's eyes shifted faintly. She formed a sinister smile, her voice full of anticipation. "Is that so? Now I am starting to get interested." Lights shimmered in the night. From the communication ring, a respectful voice rang out, "Your Highness, I have had to wait for you." The main character answered softly, apologizing for making the other party wait. He had been urgently searching for a special place inside Suleiman Castle, somewhere Safanian's sight and power could not reach. When asked he was looking for such a place, the young man curled his lips and confirmed that he was, and that place already existed. Beneath the canopy of an ancient old tree, that place was the cemetery of the Suleiman Sia clan. Earlier, and had told the main character that this was the closest place to the inner city that few people visited, and it was not affected by Safanian's power. Because of that, His Highness could speak freely here. He broke out in a slight sweat, leaned against the trunk of the great tree, and began an important exchange with his teacher. Through the ring, Ellen Menessen impatiently asked whether the young man had completed his mission in Rosalita. The main character calmly answered, "Of course, master, but if I explain it all, this will be quite a long story." At the headquarters of the Mage Association, Ellen Menessen could not hide his shock after hearing the news from his disciple. He exclaimed in astonishment, "So that means Your Highness truly met Safanian's true body?" The mage's face instantly changed color. "If I had known something this important would happen, I absolutely would have gone with you." The main character could only sigh, admitting that he was just as stunned by that fateful meeting. He reassured his master that Safanian had told him to return once he was ready, and that next time, he would definitely bring him along. Ellen Menessen had no choice but to accept it, since the capital still had far too many matters that required his attention. Kalian immediately shifted his attention to Empress Saleh after Lenin Birison suddenly vanished from the political chessboard. Ellen Menessen said that after 10 fruitless days of searching, the Empress's faction had begun making unusual moves. This morning, Bryson secretly slipped into Hysia Palace for a brief visit, then left right away. Seeing the protagonist worry that Marcus Bryson might reveal the truth, Ellen Menessen merely curled his lips into a meaningful smile. He stated that even if Bryson wanted to betray them, he could not speak, because his mind had been sealed tight by a secret magical oath. The illusion of a chained heart appeared, like living proof of the cruel contract binding his soul. The protagonist froze, then hurriedly said his master did not need to go that far. But Ellen Menessen calmly replied that it was nothing, then smiled and reminded him that his disciple had also sworn oaths before him many times. He broke into a cold sweat, and had no choice but to admit he had no reason left to argue, as if the secrets between master and disciple had been evenly split. The mage reassured him that from now on, there was no need to worry about Lenin Birison's whereabouts, but the young man silently thought several steps deeper. He understood that Lenin Birison had always handled dirty work in the shadows, acting like the right hand of Empress Saleh, who could not casually leave the palace. So he was certain Saleh would soon find someone to fill that dangerous vacancy. Just as expected, Ellen Menessen revealed that he was holding a letter that had given Prince Lekmang quite a headache. The protagonist immediately guessed it was a letter from Marcus Bryson at the Borderlands. The moment Saleh realized Lenin Bryson was missing, she quickly summoned Grey Bryson, the eldest son of Marcus Bryson. He not only governed the strategic territory bordering Tensiu and held his own military autonomy, but was also one of the 6 famous swordmasters on the continent. The letter requested that the court send someone to temporarily manage the domain, because Grey Bryson wished to return to the capital of Kyrgyz to recover from injuries after fighting the barbarians. The protagonist judged that the injury was merely a legal excuse for him to enter the capital openly. For now, the king was still trying to delay appointing a representative in order to keep him pinned at the border. After thanking his master for the crucial information, he thought to himself that the arrival of another swordmaster would definitely make this game even more interesting. The young man faintly curled his lips, his heart filled with anticipation over just how explosive the coming clash would be. The story returned to the secret meeting, where the atmosphere was stretched as tight as a bowstring. The bearded man energetically carried over a large log and told him to sit wherever he liked. The protagonist laughed at that wildly natural chair, then suddenly said he had met Sifanian today. The man sat down casually, assuming that witnessing the will of the Supreme Being must have felt incredibly special. But the protagonist immediately corrected him, saying what he had met was not a lingering will, but Sifanian's true self. The man was so shocked that he sprang to his feet, then shouted in excitement because all his guesses had been right. He knew it, she was still alive. For 500 years, countless people had mocked the Sia clan for guarding an ancient dragon nest that no one could even confirm was real. Now, he laughed loudly and declared that his clan's stubborn devotion had not been meaningless after all. The protagonist looked at him calmly, knowing very well that it would not be long before he met Sifanian again. He suddenly made a bold proposal, saying he wanted to build a teleportation formation connecting Kyrgyz and Suleiman. The man pondered it in silence, worried that no matter how much weight his opinion carried, the royal family might not accept the risk of outside forces infiltrating them. The protagonist quickly explained that the plan had been carefully calculated. The formation would be placed in his Witteran domain near the capital, while the Suleiman side would also only be set up at a location 1 day's travel from the outskirts. He emphasized that only authorized users could access it, and the formation would be destroyed immediately if any security risk appeared. Faced with such thorough preparation, the man nodded and said that if the prince approved it, he would not object either. The protagonist quietly let out a relieved breath, then sincerely offered his thanks. However, he still had another request to make. The man instantly guessed with excitement that the prince finally wanted to train swordsmanship with him. He said that if they had agreed to meet on the training ground, it had to be about that. The protagonist laughed, admitting that this request was somewhat similar, but still completely different in one key way. He stretched out his hand and began channeling power, causing fragments of energy to float in the air. The glittering shards of magic were quickly pulled together, spinning around his palm like crystals from the system. The protagonist proudly introduced it as something created from the power of aura. The man was so horrified that he stood frozen, unable to believe a teenager could condense such terrifying power without any medium at all. Under the protagonist's control, the aura fragments began linking tightly together. A brilliant blue light flared up, sharp as a blade freshly drawn from its sheath. In the blink of an eye, a sword of pure energy had taken shape right in the prince's hand. The protagonist looked at his new weapon, then firmly declared that he wanted to use it as his personal sword. Immediately understanding his intent, the man slowly drew his sword from its sheath. A challenging gleam flashed in his eyes as he asked whether His Highness wanted to test the sword's power. With that, he instantly took a defensive stance. A powerful radiance erupted around his body. Very well, come at me. The two swords collided violently, throwing off sparks and terrifying pressure. The protagonist smiled with firm resolve as he faced the strength of a true swordmaster head-on. Suleiman was the second master swordsman of the Sixth Palace, which meant he was the second person to reach the peak of swordsmanship. The protagonist could not help marveling inwardly that he really was strong. The Duke's sword was just like its owner, heavy and overwhelming, yet every slash was frighteningly refined. The sound of clashing metal rang out in rapid succession as the two exchanged techniques at dizzying speed. The protagonist nimbly flipped away from a powerful downward strike, then clicked his tongue at the tremendous pressure closing in on him. The instant he landed, he immediately twisted around, searching for a chance to counterattack. Suleiman was shocked to realize that in that incredibly brief moment, the young prince had not missed a single opening. Although the protagonist's arm strength was not yet enough to overpower him head-on with sword aura, that very lightness made his attack speed so fast it resembled Axel Hess. However, maintaining a sword of pure energy was constantly draining huge amounts of mana and internal energy from his body. The more the protagonist fought by spamming skills nonstop, the more intense his duel with Duke Suleiman became, like a full-blown boss fight inside a dungeon. Even though the Duke only wanted to help Kalian unlock his full potential, he showed no mercy with a single swing of his blade. And yet, the main character still kept an astonishing balance between offense and defense. Technically speaking, the young prince's flexibility sent a chill down Suleiman's spine. making him wonder how this kid had trained to react so fast. But against a master swordsman like Suleiman, that alone was still not enough for him to truly stand as an equal opponent. He roared in provocation, saying that if the prince stayed that sluggish, he would never touch the limits of his own power. "I will fight seriously." The moment Suleiman said that, the aura around his sword erupted more violently than ever. Under that suffocating pressure, Kalian pressed his lips together, his crimson eyes burning with resolve. "Then I will give it everything I have too." No more holding back. Suleiman charged in like a cyclone, shouting for the prince to receive this attack. The two forces collided fiercely, creating a terrifying shockwave that made the entire space around the training yard seem to tremble. Kalian gritted his teeth and held firm, clearly feeling the terrifying force of the duke's sword strike pressing straight into him. But instead of retreating, he suddenly changed his footwork in that split second. A reckless counterattack was unleashed at once. Suleiman was stunned to realize he had underestimated his opponent's speed, as the blade swept past in a single instant. A red line of blood appeared on the famed swordsman's face. Suleiman froze, eyes wide with shock as he felt the wound cut through. If that exchange had been off by half a beat, he would have been deleted like someone running into a hidden boss in a dungeon. Kalian immediately understood that he had kicked a fire ant nest by choosing to counterattack. From the opposite side, a massive aura suddenly erupted like a tsunami. Kalian went pale and cried out in horror that this was bad, because that amount of aura was beyond anything he had imagined. The deep blue power filled his entire field of vision, creating a suffocating pressure that made him realize this was no longer a sword strike he could block. A piercing clash rang out, and Kalian gritted his teeth as he defended in a nearly hopeless situation. But even Duke Suleiman's eyes bulged when he saw the steel sword in his hand crack apart in chunks, then shatter after the impact. Both of them sprang apart, standing motionless in the dust-choked training yard as they tried to pull their breathing back under control. Suleiman stared at the young prince in astonishment, while Kalian was still shaken by what had just happened. Right then, the retainers and Demiri rushed in, panicked, shouting for the duke in worried voices. Everyone instantly froze when they saw the dignified duke holding a sword that had been smashed to pieces. There was also a bleeding cut on his neck, clear proof of a strike delivered by a master swordsman. Shock swallowed the entire training yard, and whispers rose without end. Did he really lose? The crowd fell into chaos, unable to believe the sight before them, repeatedly asking if his grace had truly been defeated. Leaving the aftershock of the battle behind, the scene suddenly shifted to a lavish, dazzling banquet. Amid the graceful music, Duke Suleiman passionately played the violin on stage, receiving thunderous applause from the guests. That transition hit hard, like escaping combat only to get dragged straight into a soundtrack cutscene. Kalian applauded Suleiman's masterful performance and sincerely praised it as wonderful and completely unexpected. Not only his swordsmanship, even his violin had reached an admirable level. Suleiman smiled modestly and said that if a member of House Suleiman was not skilled with the sword, then they at least had to master the violin. Kalian said it would have been a waste if he alone had enjoyed it. So fortunately, the music had filled the banquet. Seeing the young prince so interested, the duke happily promised that if his highness liked it, he would perform more in the future. However, Kalian's gaze dropped to the cut on the duke's neck, and he quietly worried whether it had affected the performance. Suleiman calmly waved it off, saying his skill could not fade because of one small wound. But deep down he sighed to himself that the thing truly wounded was his heart. Remembering how his children had surrounded him and cried over one tiny scar, Suleiman could not help feeling exhausted. Raising sons really was not easy. Why does my child somehow not look like my child no matter how I look at him? Kalian raised his glass with Suleiman, admitting that he had learned a great deal from this duel. The duke cheerfully invited him to drink, and the main character did not refuse. Seeing that, he nodded in satisfaction. Kalian looked thoughtfully at his wineglass, realizing the true value of that match. What achievement could be greater than learning the limits of his own strength? He analyzed that the aura-filled sword had broken because it encountered a power beyond what it could withstand. When the duke released that enormous amount of aura earlier, the sword simply was not strong enough to bear it. Kalian firmly declared that the future would depend on his own efforts. Faced with such dramatic growth, Suleiman froze in astonishment and could only softly call out to the prince. Suleiman looked at the scratch on Kalian's face and asked whether the wound from the flying sword fragment was all right. Kalian casually replied that it was nothing worth worrying about, and the duke did not need to apologize, because he admitted he had unconsciously gone all out after noticing something unusual in the prince's fighting style. Suleiman began his analysis, saying he did not mean to criticize his highness's quick and nimble swordsmanship, but whenever he slashed sideways or launched continuous attacks, he often put force into his hips. Kalian was startled and asked if he really had that habit. Suleiman answered with certainty that he did, only very slightly, but it definitely existed. Then he made a remark that left the main character frozen in place. That was a defining trait of the swordsmanship used by the Knights of Secretia. Suleiman looked straight at Kalian and calmly drove another lethal blow into the secret the main character master had been trying to hide. If your highness had learned swordsmanship in Kairos, you would never have that habit. Suleiman stated that twisting the body and drawing power from the hips was an unmistakable sign of a Secretion knight. He explained that Kairos swordsmanship focused on the legs, using the thighs to maintain balance and create a stable stance. Especially during horizontal slashes, Kalyan's habit of using hip strength instead of his legs became clearer than ever. Realizing that his greatest secret was slowly being peeled open, Kalyan's heart pounded wildly in overwhelming shock. Suleiman reminded the young prince in a low voice that he had to be extremely careful from now on. He warned that ordinary people might not notice, but a seasoned swordmaster like Duke Grey Bryson would immediately see this abnormality. In the silence stretched tight as a bowstring, Kalyan quietly asked whether the Duke wanted to know who he truly was. Suleiman merely curled his lips into a meaningful smile, then declared that this place was the territory of House Suleiman. Therefore, there was no need to worry about what secret was being hidden inside the shell of that third prince. Raising the wine glass in his hand, Suleiman eagerly said that in the future, he wanted one more fair sword duel with the main character. Faced with that warmth, Kalyan only gave a faint smile and sincerely thanked the Duke. But behind that calm expression, something else was stirring. The protagonist's hands quietly clenched, tightened by an unease he could not quite name. He wondered in silence whether someone like Duke Grey Bryson could see through the flow of aura he was trying so hard to hide. The protagonist remembered the rumors about Grey Bryson, the man Marcus Bryson had pushed out to the freezing frontier because his family refused to welcome him. Even after being cast aside, his swordsmanship was never something anyone dared look down on, and some even said he had long surpassed Bryson himself. He understood all too well that the Duke might be able to read his true strength just from the fluctuations of his aura. When Suleiman reminded him that he still had many things to prepare, the weight of it settled in. The protagonist nodded thoughtfully, then told himself he had to prepare perfectly for the confrontation closing in. 10 days later, inside the silent cemetery of Suleiman's domain, he was still working tirelessly through the final stages of preparation, when his master teased him through a message, saying the atmosphere here was so good that one prince wanted to stay forever. He could only smile bitterly, because everything taken longer than expected. The protagonist told himself that once he confirmed a few key issues, he would leave at once. He suddenly asked, now that he thought of it, Master, has Duke Bryson set out for the capital yet? Ellen Menasson replied that he had not. But even though they had delayed sending a representative as long as possible, their side could only stall for about half a month more. The protagonist fell silent for a moment, then answered, half a month, I understand. Thank you, Master. He walked down the corridor with countless calculations spinning through his mind, because there was still far too much to handle. To the world, he was only a mage, but the protagonist's true identity was also that of a genius swordmaster the world had never discovered. He feared that if he met Bryson and Grey Bryson in this state, they would notice the aura hidden inside him. Once that happened, their wariness toward him would skyrocket. So immediately after the banquet ended, the protagonist went to Axel Hess and asked how to conceal magic power. Axel Hess smiled and confirmed that of course there was magic for hiding magic power, and since his highness had already reached 4th circle, he was fully qualified to learn it. He explained further that because circles and aura both originated from magic power, concealing them was entirely possible. Seeing him ready to help, the protagonist immediately said with excitement, excellent, teach me that method. At the same time, thanks to his master's advice, he also began carrying out another crucial plan. The protagonist focused on studying teleportation circle construction in much greater depth. Right then, Razel, Duke Suleiman's daughter-in-law, and an outstanding mage in her own right, appeared to assist him. He knew very well that she was the one who had helped shorten the construction supervision period in Suleiman, and she would definitely be extremely useful when building teleportation circles later. Looking at the two talented mages before him, the protagonist said he wanted to prepare one more project, because the territory of Kairos was far too vast. Axel Hess and Razel immediately answered in unison, yes, please leave it to us. Razel declared that she would not only pour all her effort into researching the teleportation circle, but would also carefully teach the protagonist how to conceal magic power in a stable way. The spell itself was not especially complicated. The real challenge was maintaining it constantly without exposing any weakness. The protagonist trained day and night with Axel Hess and Razel, as if he had been thrown into a brutal system-style training course. He understood that only Suleiman had enough skill to confirm whether his aura was still leaking outward. For that reason, the protagonist decided he would not leave this city until he achieved the goal he had set. After days of non-stop practice, experiments, and research, all of his effort finally bore sweet fruit. The protagonist looked down at his hands, quietly satisfied that everything now felt so natural, even he could no longer sense any trace of aura. Witnessing that unbelievable transformation, Duke Suleiman burst into hearty laughter. He remarked that the protagonist now looked no different from a timid prince prince who had never touched a sword, like a weak newbie on the outside, while actually being a boss in disguise. Every final stage of preparation was finally complete. The protagonist stood before the castle terrace in dignified royal formalwear, ready to step into a new journey. Beneath the brilliant morning sun, the third prince's procession of riders and carriages officially departed through Suleiman's massive city gates. As he saw him off, Duke Suleiman still did not forget to throw out one bold challenge, saying that the next time the protagonist returned, he would not go easy on him, and things would no longer be as simple as they were now. The protagonist smiled with full confidence and declared that this was exactly what he had always been looking forward to. With determination blazing in his eyes, he ordered the entire party to move out, heading straight toward the place he had been away from for so long, the kingdom of Kairos. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion somewhere else, a messenger held a letter in trembling hands, his face deathly pale, because he was about to meet the powerful man inside. Even in broad daylight, a burly man was calmly drowning himself in pleasure, surrounded by beautiful women. He scowled at having to wait so long, then asked mockingly whether the royal court had really sent only one person as its representative. His arrogant laughter echoed through the room as he realized that while he had been away, a great many interesting things had apparently happened inside the royal palace of Kairos. His eyes suddenly burned red with killing intent, and he sprang to his feet, closing in on the messenger, who was too terrified to speak. With a cruel smile on his lips, the man known as the Frontier Duke, Grey Brisson, declared in an icy voice that it was time for him to return to Kairos. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ellen Mannison gently pulled open the cabinet door. Inside, an enormous treasure hoard instantly appeared, glittering with dazzling light. Looking at the blinding mountain of gold before him, he silently marveled that this wealth shocked him every time, even more impressively than the bathtub made of onyx stone. This was the massive monthly revenue from the Whitley domain, the largest wheat-producing region in Keylist, which now belonged to him. In addition, trading houses such as Mephia Polon also brought in sizable profits, while every operating expense was paid by the prince. He calmly placed the money pouch into the safe, telling himself that in this life, he would probably never have to worry about running short on money. The moment Ellen Mannison left the room, he immediately saw the maid already waiting outside. She asked respectfully whether everything was finished, then requested permission to lock the door. The main character smiled and thanked her, then quickly left the hallway. Just standing still was enough to make money flow in, the perfect kind of easy mission with a fat payoff. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks when he felt a gaze as sharp as a blade. That icy stare was pinning him straight from the far end of the corridor. The young man froze for a split second when he realized the person standing there was the second prince, Blanche. With his striking silver hair, Blanche narrowed his eyes and looked at him with suspicion, instantly stretching the atmosphere taut as a bowstring. The main character quickly recovered his calm expression, laughed heartily, and said this meeting was one unbelievable coincidence. He politely placed a hand over his chest and greeted Prince Blanche, saying it had been a long time, but all he received in return was a heavy silence. Blanche stared at him, inwardly suspecting that this was the mage behind everything, the one who might have changed his younger brother beyond recognition. Seeing that the other party still stayed silent, Blanche curled his lips and mocked him, saying that since he refused to speak, Blanche would ask the questions himself. Blanche kept needling him, wondering whether he thought more because he had quit drinking, or whether he had quit drinking because he thought too much. Faced with that provocation, the main character only gave a faint smile and gently replied that someone here seemed to be regretting that matter too. He calmly said everyone changes eventually. Some change by giving up alcohol, while others change by overcoming the fear caused by their own siblings. He curled his lips with a meaningful edge, saying that in the end, those two things were not all that different. Looking straight at Blanche, the young man emphasized that it was simply the natural law of how people change. Blanche's face darkened. He coldly excused himself, then turned and walked away. It was a soft counterattack, but it struck a weak spot and forced his opponent out of the verbal duel. Blanche's footsteps echoed down the long corridor, leaving a suffocating atmosphere behind him. As he walked down the stairs, Blanche's face turned grim, and he silently concluded that everything unfolding right now was truly insane. Time passed, and nearly 20 days had gone by since the prince left Suleiman. The group temporarily stopped by the picturesque Lake Readington. His companions could not help admiring the peaceful scenery, while the main character leisurely took a sip of tea. He admitted that he also felt it was a shame to leave so soon, even though he had never planned to stop by this place at first. Veronica's horse collapsing into a pit had accidentally created an unplanned break. No one expected Razel's teleportation to be so fast that even the strongest horses could not endure it. While enjoying his tea, the main character praised Baron Ted Stridington, a thoughtful and composed lord who suited this tranquil scene perfectly. He decided to treat this as his final moment of relaxation before returning to Kairos Palace and plunging into the busy storm waiting 4 days later. Just as Ian was about to pour more herbal tea, an unexpected sound rang out, instantly drawing the prince's attention. From the balcony, the main character and Ian looked down into the castle courtyard as the sound of an approaching carriage grew clearer. The moment he saw the familiar crest on the carriage door, he slightly curled his lips, revealing a calculating smile. He said with interest that this coincidence was truly fortunate, then immediately told Ian to pass along an important instruction. Ian asked worriedly whether His Highness truly wanted the new arrivals to know that he was here. Meanwhile, Baron Ted Stridington was practically panicking. Although he was not deeply involved in noble society, the old man knew very well about the deadly feud between the prince and the Bresson family. To preserve the dignity of the honored guest staying in his residence, the Baron immediately ordered that anyone from House Bresson be driven away. The atmosphere was so tense that one wrong word could make the whole castle explode. But Ian had already delivered his master's instruction. If the person stepping down from the carriage was Frontier Duke Bryson, he must absolutely not be chased away, but invited in for tea. The very moment the imposing figure of Grey Bresson stepped down from the carriage, Baron Ted Stridington let out a breath of relief, as if he had just been pulled back from the Reaper's scythe. The old man inwardly marveled at the young prince's high-level arrangements. Inside the reception room, cups of hot tea had already been neatly prepared. The main character entered with a calm, dignified bearing worthy of someone with royal blood. Baron Ted Stridington hurriedly sprang to his feet and respectfully introduced the guest who had just appeared. Facing him now was Frontier Duke Grey Bryson, one of the most powerful figures in the Bresson family. The prince looked straight at the man before him with cold, sharp red eyes. A calm yet meaningful smile remained on his lips, as if he was already prepared to step into a direct battle of wits. Standing before the prince, Frontier Duke Grey Bryson clearly showed a careless and disrespectful attitude. Baron Ted Stridington stood trembling beside them, trying to ease the atmosphere. Frontier Duke, His Highness the Prince, but Grey Bryson immediately cut him off with a fake excuse, saying he did not know whether His Highness had heard, but he was slightly injured. Because of that, he casually leaned back in his chair, raised a hand to hold his teacup with a provocative expression, and said he could not fully perform the proper etiquette, so he hoped the prince would understand. That rude act frightened Baron Ted Stridington so badly that his face turned deathly pale, without a trace of blood left. The main character lowered his head slightly, his hair hiding his eyes as he recalled the kingdom's laws. In Caries, there was only one noble allowed to receive a prince while still on horseback or seated in place. That person was Duke Suleiman. Thinking of this, he curled his lips faintly and replied, "So that is how it is." Grey Bryson still refused to stop, continuing to sneer that his wound was still aching, making it impossible for him to stand, so he hoped His Highness would be generous and understand. The prince's gaze suddenly turned cold. He looked straight at the man across from him and commanded in an authoritative voice, "If that is the case, Grey Bryson, then bow your head, Frontier Duke Grey Bryson." In his heart, he was certain the other man could not invent any excuse to refuse this order. Behind the door, the boy Ian had his ear pressed against it, listening in, his face pale with terror after hearing that thunderous declaration of war. He could not understand what His Highness was trying to do, speaking so loudly that the whole room seemed ready to burst. Ian thought in panic that if the Frontier Duke flew into a rage, his master's frail body surely could not withstand it. Frantically, he considered calling Axel Hess for support at once. Just then, Axel Hess and Razel suddenly stepped out from the end of the hallway, making Ian jump like he had run into a monster in a dungeon. Axel Hess immediately asked what he was doing here, and the arrival of these two saviors made the main character feel like he had grabbed a lifeline. Gasping so hard he could barely speak, he quickly pointed toward the drawing room and urgently reported the prince was there right now. Hina panicked and rushed down the hallway, her steps stumbling as if she had just witnessed some horrifying disaster. The little girl's face was soaked with tears, and choked sobs kept breaking out as panic swallowed her whole. Seeing Hina in that state, the main character Axel Hess and Razel hurried over, trying to reassure her that everything was okay and telling her to calmly explain what had happened. Through her trembling gestures, Hina signaled that her brother and the knights had gotten caught up in a massive problem. The main character was stunned as he realized a violent clash had probably broken out between Kaizi's knights and the Bresson forces right at the stables. Without hesitating for another second, he decided to rush straight to the stables and check the situation himself. Seeing Axel Hess about to follow, the main character warned him in a stern voice not to strike first under any circumstances, or everything could spiral out of control. Axel Hess nodded, insisting that he was not someone who lost his cool easily, then immediately shot forward like a mage entering battle. Watching the mage's figure fade from sight, the young man still could not shake the unease settling over the entire mansion. He was certain that something serious had happened, serious enough that the prince could no longer keep turning a blind eye. Back in the drawing room, the atmosphere had grown so heavy that even breathing too loudly felt like lighting the fuse for a fight. Grey Bryson ground his teeth in rage, veins bulging in his neck as he growled, and asked what the prince meant by telling him to lower his head. Kalyan remained chillingly cold and answered in a voice sharp as a blade, saying that questioning a prince's words was insolent, and what Grey needed to lower was not that mouth. Grey Bryson shot to his feet in fury, clearly no longer willing to endure another insult. But Kalyan closed the distance in a flash, his blazing red eyes releasing a pressure that made Grey's breath catch. He roared like a final boss handing down judgment, ordering the Frontier Duke to bow before him, while Kalyan's icy stare forced the entire room into silence. Even someone as arrogant as Grey Bryson trembled for a moment in fear, because merely standing near that aura was enough to send his mental health bar plummeting. Earlier, Kalyan had asked the main character whether the two of them had ever met Grey Bryson before, since he had no memory of him, and the main character explained that it had happened long before he became the prince's attendant. Kalyan thought that if their last meeting had been that far back, Grey Bryson surely could not picture his current self, though he must have heard plenty of rumors from Sile, and he should not expect Kalyan to still be the weak third prince of the past. Knowing Grey Bryson would struggle to believe this transformation, Kalyan curled his lips as if deliberately provoking him. He waited to see whether the man would flare with killing intent or lose control so badly that he would draw his sword right here. To Kalyan, whichever option Grey Bryson chose would be the worst possible self-destruct move. Grey Bryson ground his teeth as he realized the rumors about this prince had not been exaggerated at all. He was furious at being suppressed by someone like Kalyan, a man once pushed out of the succession struggle, making his title as Bryson Frontier waver under every gaze. Right then, Viscount Ted Stridington began breaking out in a cold sweat. Summoning all his courage, Ted Stridington stepped forward and reminded him that if he could stand, then he should kneel and show respect. Kalyan inwardly praised the Viscount's recklessness, since Ted did not even realize that his action had accidentally saved his own life from Grey Bryson's wrath. Grey Bryson kept glancing toward Ted Stridington, cursing that arrogant fool in his heart and wanting nothing more than to erase both of them on the spot. Even so, the hatred he felt toward the third prince still surpassed everything else. Grey Bryson curled his lips in a vicious smirk, then suddenly bent down in a mocking ceremony, as if offering his opponent a greeting laced with poison. Grey Bryson humbled himself before the great third prince of Kairos, but every motion dripped with provocation. Kalyan merely half-closed his eyes as if he was already sick of this, then calmly told Ted Stridington that he would head upstairs first. Being completely ignored by Kalyan made Grey Bryson's blood boil even hotter, because the moment he lowered himself, he was treated like he did not exist. As he reached the door, Kalyan still did not forget to leave behind a pointed reminder. "Oh, Frontier Duke, make sure you take good care of that neck. It looks like it hurts quite a bit." Grey Bryson roared in fury, almost unable to believe the other man had dared to humiliate him to that extent. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion rang out, and a blinding light flared outside the window, shaking the entire room. Grey Bryson and Ted Stridington both froze, staring in terror at the chaos that had suddenly crashed down on them. Kalyan instantly recognized it as Axel Hess's mana, though the man was originally an ice element mage, so deliberately creating such a loud fire explosion had to have a reason. Looking toward the blaze erupting at the stables, Kalyan immediately understood that Axel Hess was sending him a signal to come. Fire screams rang out everywhere as the fierce flames swallowed the Bryson carriage, while the soldiers fell into chaos after hearing that a mage had openly launched a fireball in broad daylight. Standing before the blazing red wreckage, Kizi kept an ice-cold expression. Even as someone mocked that after this uproar, he probably would not be receiving praise from the prince. Immediately, a Bryson soldier roared in anger and demanded to know what the hell Kizi had just done. He shouted like a madman, asking whether Kizi even knew who that carriage belonged to before daring to attack it. Kizi did not flinch at all, shielding the boy behind him while firing back in a cold voice. "Then do you know whose person this boy is, that you dared lay a hand on him?" The soldier immediately sneered, mocking that Kizi was nothing more than the third prince's lackey. Kizi calmly admitted that yes, he was the third prince's lackey, then instantly returned the question like a sword strike. "So what exactly are you?" So he was nothing more than a dog serving the Marquis's son. The words were tossed out lightly, yet they hit hard enough to choke the soldier with rage, his face turning purple as he failed to argue back. He roared, about to use his status as a threat, but a voice as cold as ice cut him off at once. My subordinate already made himself perfectly clear. Kalyan slowly stepped forward, his blazing red eyes locking onto the man before him, then repeated with open contempt. "Just a dog belonging to the Marquis's son." The prince's arrival made the Bryson household soldier sweat like he had been drenched in water. He froze on the spot, completely crushed beneath the protagonist's overwhelming pressure. He kept walking calmly through the burning wreckage, as if the chaos around him was not even worth noticing. Seeing that, Kyaiji quickly asked whether he had to compensate for Shia's wrecked carriage. After thinking for a moment, he bowed his head on his own and suggested that the cost be taken directly from his wages. "Your Highness," He swept his eyes around and remarked coldly that plenty of people had gathered, yet nothing major seemed to have happened. But in the blink of an eye, the young man's gaze sharpened as he asked where his maid was. A Bryson soldier immediately flinched, his face going deathly pale the moment that girl was mentioned. Axel Hess coldly exposed the truth. These soldiers did know she belonged to the prince, and after seeing that a mute girl had such striking looks, they had let their filthy intentions surface. Yingtu had come up with the idea of capturing someone and offering them to the border count as a tribute. Hearing that, Kalian only let out a faint laugh, cold and dripping with mockery. But in the very next instant, the main character's expression darkened, so icy it sent a chill down the spine. In those blazing red eyes was utter contempt, and he wondered why trash like this kept crawling right in front of him. Seeing the horrific scene before him, Grey Bryson roared in fury, wildly questioning the brutal act that had just taken place. Looking at his subordinates sprawled across the ground, Grey Bryson shouted, "You dared to cut out my knight's tongues." The main character kept his emotionless face, standing calmly among those who had lost every shred of resistance. Axel Hess stepped forward and coldly declared that these men no longer had the right to call themselves knights of the border count. He stressed that they were criminals who had thrown away their honor by attacking the prince's maid and assaulting a servant. Grey Bryson ground his teeth in humiliation, madly taking out his rage on his foolish subordinates for dragging his honor through the mud. Worse, it had all happened right in front of the Shia people and the soldiers, leaving him so disgraced he had no way to retreat. While Grey Bryson stood frozen with resentment, the main character brushed past him and announced that the repair cost for the destroyed Shia carriage would be paid in full by Knight Ellen Manison of Kairos. Right after combat, he casually settled the invoice too, handling both battlefield and logistics in one clean move. Grey Bryson clenched his teeth, trembling with hatred. His fists tightened, shaking from the anger he was barely holding back. He roared in absolute shame, "How dare you? How dare you?" But the main character did not even bother to care, simply walking away and leaving behind a man exploding with rage. A while later, he came across Kizi standing silently, his face weighed down with unspoken thoughts. Noticing something off about his guard, the main character stopped and asked, "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Kizi flinched, his hand unconsciously clutching the front of his shirt as cold sweat ran down his tense face. Deep inside Kizi, a dark stream of memories suddenly surged back. To him, this kind of injustice and violence had repeated countless times in the past. He remembered the beatings and venomous insults from years ago, butting in again, "Huh, you bastard." Those villains had mocked him, saying that even with a decent face, a lowborn fool should never dream of changing his fate. They beat him while sneering, acting like you're about to fight back. But in the end, you can only take it, right? Back then, Kizi chose silence, swallowing his humiliation and hoping it would all pass on its own. Even when they targeted Hina and yelled, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Where's that spirit you had when protecting the mute girl?" He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Back in the present, Kizi forced down the pain twisting inside his chest. He looked at the main character and answered in a shaking voice, "There's no need." The main character watched in silence, his blazing red eyes seeming to pierce through every layer of darkness in the young knight's soul. Understanding both the other's resolve and his suffering, he let out a soft sigh and replied briefly, "All right, I understand." He turned away without hesitation, leaving Kizi standing still beneath the evening shadows slowly falling around him. When night descended, the atmosphere inside the Readington Manor became strangely quiet. The main character sat leisurely on the balcony, sipping a cup of milk tea and remarking, "Peace and quiet really do feel nice, and the milk tea is good too." In sharp contrast to the prince's relaxed attitude, Baron Ted Stridington sat across from him under extreme tension. His face was pale with fear as he stammered, "I am glad it suits your taste, your highness. But is this truly all right, your highness?" Seeing the main character remain calm, he shakily explained that Border Count Bryson had left in a furious rage. Baron Ted Stridington could not help being terrified as he imagined the consequences of angering him. "Could something happen before we return to Kairos? Are you not worried? He is a sword master, isn't he?" The main character still wore that mysterious smile, his red eyes reflecting the cold moonlight. The moment he first faced Grey Bryson, he had clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura radiating from the man. Being able to sense that power meant Grey Bryson was at most equal to him, or perhaps even weaker. In other words, if he wanted to, the main character could crush him at any time. He smiled to reassure him and said, "It's fine after all, he is only someone I was bound to face at least once in this life." The Baron secretly found it strange that such a young prince could remain so terrifyingly composed. He stepped closer, about to pour more tea, when the main character asked, "Is there still something troubling you?" Ted Stridington hesitantly admitted that one matter continued to bother him. He looked down at the training yard and asked whether he intended to leave his attendant like that forever. He was worried because Kizi had been running nonstop around the yard for hours, yet showed no sign of stopping. Looking down at Kizi's figure drenched completely in sweat, the main character's gaze instantly turned sharp and unwavering. He stated that everything was still fine, because there were things that had to be taught to him, even if it required a harsh method like this. The main character character looked down at the yard, where Kizzy was still running with relentless effort, then told Baron Ted Stridington in a low voice, "I had to punish him that way." In response to Ted Stridington's worry that the punishment might be too much, he coldly posed a practical question: "Can I entrust my life to someone who cannot endure even that much?" He emphasized that what he and Kizzy were about to face would be completely different, and it was time for that guard to realize it. Ted Stridington gave a faint nod, only now understanding that this was not simply a punishment. Meanwhile, the mage Axel Hess, the one who had directly ruined the Shia carriage, was leisurely resting with a book in his hand. Ted Stridington suddenly realized the costly truth: this was the price of lacking faith in the prince. At that moment, Ted Stridington remembered something important and reported that Border Lord Grey Bryson had asked to borrow the Baron's Shia carriage to replace the one that had been burned. The main character curled his lips slightly, as if he had already seen straight through the Baron's heart, then asked back, "But isn't your Shia carriage also broken, so you cannot lend it out?" His blazing red eyes drilled straight into the man before him. "Is your Shia axle truly broken?" Ted Stridington broke out in a heavy sweat. He admitted it was only an excuse, because he did not want to risk letting someone like Grey Bryson move deeper into his territory. He was stunned by the main character's sharpness, as if the prince had known everything from the start. Ted Stridington sighed. He was only a minor lord, and if he handed over his one and only Shia carriage, he would not even have a way out. Kallian smiled with layered meaning, reminded him that Ted Stridington's family was currently in Kairos, then slowly asked whether he could truly feel at ease living so far away from them. Hit right where it hurt, Ted Stridington froze, then cautiously what the prince was really trying to imply. The main character calmly took out a letter sealed with bright red wax, and held it before him. "Take this." He stated that as long as Ted Stridington presented that seal, he could request an audience with him at any time and receive the help he needed. It was not merely a promise. It was practically a powerful protective talisman for a baron stranded alone in the middle of the noble's chessboard. With a resolute gaze, he delivered the final invitation, one that shook Ted Stridington so hard he could barely breathe. "Come with me to Kairos." Baron Ted Stridington went utterly still, completely at a loss for how to answer. He stared fixedly at the letter bearing the royal seal, now resting in his hand. His throat tightened with both emotion and shock. He swallowed dryly in tension, then silently decided he had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Ted Stridington told himself that once the prince's horses recovered, the repairs to his carriage axle should be finished as well. He gripped the letter tightly, hope flaring in his eyes. As for the young man, he merely curved his lips, satisfied that he had pulled an important chess piece over to his side. Meanwhile, in the capital, rumors of the third prince's return date and his astonishing achievements were spreading everywhere like a storm. Second Prince Blanche sat silently beside his tea, his face heavy with thought as each report reached him. Across from him sat Empress Silly. She leisurely took a sip of tea, then spoke with a voice full of hidden meaning. "I am truly looking forward to that day." The quiet air between mother and son instantly turned suffocating when Silike mentioned that 5 months had passed since she last truly spoke with her own son. Blanche curled his lips in mockery and asked whether she had summoned him merely to show how delighted she was that his younger brother would soon return. When Silike announced that the frontier lord would arrive soon, Blanche only sighed in boredom and asked what that had to do with him. Her expression instantly turned cold as she warned him not to waste effort resisting, because the path meant for him had already been decided. Blanche ground his teeth in fury, clearly feeling the cruel pressure coming from his own mother's mouth, then asked through clenched teeth who exactly had the right to decide his life. Silike looked straight into her son's eyes, her expression frighteningly cold. She shouted at him, asking why he kept acting like a child, then icily declared that no matter what Blanche said, the future would not change. She repeated that the frontier lord would arrive soon, and on that day, he must remain absolutely silent. Looking at her reflection in the teacup, she said in a low voice that some people had changed far too much, yet some things had not changed at all. Silike ended the conversation with a reminder as cold as ice. "My son, do not push yourself too hard." Blanche lowered his head bitterly, reluctantly accepting his mother's demand. "Yes, I also believe you will continue trying like that, so I will stay silent, just as you wish." Empress Silike's icy gaze and tightly pressed lips showed that she was prepared to use any means necessary to achieve her goal, and Blanche's silence was the next chess piece placed into that dangerous plan. Meanwhile, on the road back, the main character and his master leisurely discussed the situation among the nobles. They mentioned that Viscount Readington would arrive next week, while Baron Mephiapollon had luckily escaped being worked, death thanks to the prince's rapid string of moves. Ellen Menacin could not help frowning as he imagined the subordinates suffering, while cleaning up the aftermath of the young man's constant waves of trouble. When asked how His Majesty reacted to the spreading rumors, Ellen revealed in a grave voice that the king had decided to speed up the formation of the Balkan unit. That shocking news left him stunned and he blurted out in surprise. The main character's outstanding performance in the Suleiman territory had caused the people's expectations to focus entirely on him, while also making House Bryson extremely wary. The Frontier Lord's humiliation made the situation even more tense. Like a bowstring pulled to its limit, His Majesty suddenly ordered that the land and building once used by the Pavel Knights be handed over to this young man's Balkan unit. Giving Pavel's territory to the Balkan unit was no different from openly declaring war on Bryson. Standing alone on the balcony in the middle of the night, His Majesty silently calculated that if he needed to draw their attention away from his son, this was not a bad choice. Once the king had made up his mind, that move was absolutely not an impulsive act. The main character immediately saw through his father's deeper intention. He grew worried when he realized Majesty was turning himself into a shield, and danger would surely aim straight at him. Have you truly considered that? The founding ceremony for the Balkan unit would officially take place next week. Right after he returned, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the ring in his hand. His face changed with both rage and anxiety. No, this was not simple at all, even with Master beside him. Even the captain of the Karenites, who protected the king, had yet to perfect his path of swordsmanship. The main character understood clearly that if Grey Bryson was allowed to return smoothly to Kingdo at this moment, King Lekmang's life would fall into grave danger. He thoughtfully asked his subordinate whether there was any other road from Readington to Kairos, but the answer he received was that this was the only route, unless they wanted to take an absurdly long detour. Tightening his grip on the ring in his hand, he silently told his master that he would create a little more trouble, because he had absolutely no intention of letting that old Lord Bryson set foot in the capital so easily. At the same time, on a deserted trail, Grey Bryson was losing his mind, sitting in a borrowed carriage that was both shabby and cramped, grinding his teeth in fury. He angrily kicked the side of the carriage and roared in humiliation, unable to accept that a renowned swordsman like him had to sit in a cheap carriage meant for women. He urged the coachman to go even faster, wanting only to escape this miserable situation at once. But that haste was cut short by the panicked shout of a subordinate, reporting that someone was chasing hard from behind. Before Grey Bryson could even grasp the situation, he was already about to scold the soldier for talking nonsense. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure closed in behind them. Getting chased by a boss while driving like this was exactly the kind of game event that refused to let you escape. A violent crash rang out as a powerful black horse charged forward, cutting off the carriage's path amid billowing dust. Grey Bryson turned back in shock, then went rigid when he met the third prince's crimson eyes, sharp and terrifyingly cold. The main character curled his lips into a chilling smile, then calmly declared, "Found you, Frontier Lord." Grey Bryson was so horrified that he froze, unable to believe the person before him had appeared here. He shouted in panic, "What is this? Why is that guy here?" Grey Bryson could not understand how the prince could have caught up to the carriage across such a long distance. He immediately suspected this had to be some magic trick learned from that old master, Ellen Manesson. Riding his black horse close, the main character looked at him with threatening crimson eyes, then mocked him coldly. "Still as rude as ever, huh? You see a prince and cannot even bother to greet him?" Faced with a steel-sharp provocation aimed straight at Kalyan, Grey Bryson burst into a crazed laugh. Rage exploded through him, twisting his face into something savage, like a monster losing control. He ground his teeth in bitter hatred, unable to swallow the fact that someone he once despised now dared stand before him and threaten him back with courtly propriety. He drove his heels hard into his warhorse's flanks. The horse neighed loudly, and he roared for everyone to stop at once. Grey Bryson bellowed with killing intent, swearing he would crush the bloodline he called lowborn right here and now. A horrific impact erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that made the surrounding air seem to warp and bend. Amid the rolling clouds of dust and smoke, Grey Bryson froze when he realized he was the one being utterly overpowered. His throat was squeezed so tightly that he could not breathe, leaving only choked, painful coughs. Cough, cough. Grey Bryson trembled in absolute terror, unable to believe the power crushing the life out of him. The protagonist coldly repeated that the one who started the fight and hurled the insults first was him. From his blade, deep blue aura poured out like deathly magic, sealing off every escape route for the arrogant nobleman. The young man tightened his grip on the blazing aura sword, his eyes cold enough to send chills down the spine. From this moment on, he declared every counterattack was rightful self-defense, then asked if Grey still dared brag about his noble blood. Grey Bryson was beaten until he coughed blood, and only stiff, strangled sounds came from his throat. His earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by fear that sank into his bones. He shook violently as he crawled across the ground, clutching the mud with both hands while begging again and again, "Please, spare me, I was wrong." Grey Bryson lay miserably at the protagonist's feet, desperate for one chance to live. He calmly stomped down on Grey Bryson's bloodied hand, then slowly asked whether Grey had ever wondered why his younger brother suddenly disappeared. The question struck like a bolt from the blue, making Grey Breson's eyes bulge in terror. He stammered, completely unable to understand what was happening. The protagonist quietly circled the defeated man and threw out a shocking truth. Someone had paid Marcus Bryson a massive sum to hire people to deal with Lennon Bryson, and that was the reason he vanished. He curled his lips in mockery, asking whether that Marcus planned to take even more money to clean up his eldest son, who was eyeing his position. The protagonist's blazing red eyes drilled straight into Grey Breson's mind, forcing him to properly answer who had dared make a move against him. In unbearable pain and panic, Grey Bryson trembled as he clenched his fist, then finally forced out the name. Evan Bryson, Marcus Bryson. The instant he heard the answer, the protagonist coldly raised his foot and brought it down like thunder. Grey Breson's heart-rending scream rang through the space, then went silent. The protagonist set his foot on Grey Breson's motionless body and calmly remarked that turning one's own son in this state truly made for a heartless father. Looks like you all think so too, don't you? He turned his gaze toward the soldier nearby, who was shaking like a leaf. The protagonist asked in an icy voice whether he already knew what he needed to say. The soldier went pale with fear, nodded frantically, and swore he would return to the frontier territory at once to report everything. As he fled, he told himself that today's tragedy had all begun with Marcus Breson's hatred for his own son. The protagonist turned to Kizzy, his gaze darkening, then asked if he had seen Axel Hess. He unexpectedly revealed that Kizzy's debt had been paid in full, leaving the young man frozen in stunned disbelief. Kizzy lowered his head and insisted he had let go of everything from the past, but he still could not hide his confusion at what the protagonist had just said. The protagonist softened his voice, saying that the fact Kizzy had followed him all the way here was enough to prove his thoughts were no longer the same as before. The protagonist looked at Kizzy with unfathomable eyes and said that Kizzy used to understand him better than he understood himself. The loaded remark stunned Kizzy, who asked what he meant by used to. He looked into the distance, knowing he still had far too much he wanted to tell Kizzy, maybe enough to take 10 whole years to explain everything about Axel Hess. But the road ahead, the road back, was still long. At last, the day the protagonist returned to the capital arrived. Across the streets, the people cheered the third prince's name with thunderous voices. They could not stop talking about the sacred light of Sifanian appearing in Rosalita, as if the gods themselves were blessing him. The crowd believed that even though he was only the third prince, the protagonist was the one most worthy of becoming crown prince, and surely the king would think the same. He pushed the door open and stepped into the grand hall as a clear announcement rang out. The prince has arrived. Inside, first Prince Randall and second Prince Blanche had already taken their seats and were waiting. The protagonist walked forward with a calm bearing, smiling as he apologized for arriving late and expressed his joy at greeting his two elder brothers after so long. Blanche and Randall quietly observed their younger brother, who now radiated a completely different presence, then gave slight nods in response. Blanche curled his lips and casually welcomed his brother's return. "That's right, well done. You came back." That unusually friendly greeting made both Randall and the protagonist pause for a brief moment in surprise. He glanced at his second brother, and fierce suspicion immediately rose in his heart. Was this strange attitude some kind of joke, or another new scheme from Blanche? The royal banquet began in an atmosphere that was formal yet stretched tight as a bowstring. While dining, King Lekmang warmly asked first Prince Randall whether he had read the treatises by the genius he was studying. After Randall respectfully answered yes, the king gave a satisfied nod and told him to share his thoughts with him later. Right after that, the king turned to encourage second Prince Blanche, praising him for training diligently with the sword and looking healthier than before, then even promised they would go hunting together. Seeing that sudden concern, the protagonist felt the atmosphere become painfully awkward. He took a sip of wine and quietly thought he should probably set out on a long journey soon, just to escape this suffocating palace. Watching his royal father's tenderness, he could not help being shocked by the man's dizzying change. A father who always been cold and distant was now strangely warm, as if he had become a different person entirely. Just then, an attendant approached the king and softly whispered into his ear that an important matter had reached the point where it had to be handled. The king's eyes darkened slightly, then he ordered that the guest waiting outside be allowed to enter. The sudden appearance of this new figure instantly made Blanche grow vigilant, and his expression turned extremely ugly. The protagonist faintly curled his lips, as if he had already guessed who was about to enter. He inwardly mocked the other party's impatience. Just as the announcement thundered through the banquet hall again, Her Majesty the Empress arrives. Empress Sela entered slowly in a magnificent blue gown, holding a golden fan that covered half her face, her presence overflowing with authority. Facing the scheming woman approaching him, the protagonist wore a meaningful smile and offered a greeting thick with provocation. Cullion finally came face to face with the Empress after her long absence. The main character gave a faint smile, his blazing red eyes pinning the scheming woman in place. "Long time no see, Your Majesty." Xiao Lai curled her lips slightly and answered in a voice calm enough to chill the room. "Yes, it really has been a long time. time. She slowly walked closer, looking him over from head to toe before pretending to care. You look healthy, child. It seems nothing too troubling happened to you. The young man kept his composed expression and answered gently, "As you can see, I have returned safely." Xiao Lai continued to mock him, using his health as a weapon. "I was afraid you might catch another cold like last time. The road is long and dangerous, so I was truly worried about you." He did not waver at all, immediately striking back with a sharp counter. "On the contrary, I found the journey remarkably smooth. Since that previous cold was so severe, once I went outside, I hardly encountered any trouble worth mentioning." Xiao Lai smiled brightly, but her eyes were as cold as a blade. "Then that is truly fortunate." Right after that, she suddenly changed direction and aimed her blade at the king. "I heard something wonderful happened in the land of Suleiman, so naturally I grew even more worried. Did I not, Your Majesty?" Xiao Lai even deliberately revealed that the praise for the main character had spread all the way to the palace of. Then she launched a fatal strike in the middle of the banquet. "Could it be that Your Majesty is considering choosing him as the crown prince?" The question struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving both Randell and Blanche utterly stunned. The air in the banquet hall froze at once, so heavy it became hard to breathe. King Letmang tightened his grip on the wineglass in his hand, his fingers trembling with suppressed rage. Inwardly, he spoke in an icy voice. "It seems you have forgotten which words should be spoken, and which lines must never be crossed." Was she so impatient that she no longer even bothered to keep the bare minimum of her mask in place? Xiao Lai remained calm, her eyes full of provocation. In the king's mind, the meaningful advice Ellen Manassin had given not long ago suddenly echoed again. "Bring the one you hate most to Camelong first. If you do, everything will find its own way to be resolved." The king's gaze became terrifying as he stared straight at Blanche. He spoke in a low voice. "I have always agonized over this, because every one of my children is a precious treasure to me. But now you wish to help ease my worries? I truly thank you for that." Those loaded words left Blanche shocked, his entire body stiff as if he had been frozen solid. The king suddenly slammed his hand on the table, the dry crack echoing through the room like an iron verdict, crushing the arrogance of Xiao Lai and her child on the spot. Xiao Lai ground her teeth in resentment after being humiliated by the king in front of the princes. She braced her hands on the table and snarled viciously at Blanche. "You will regret treating me like this. You absolutely will." After that, Xiao Lai left the hall with heavy steps, carrying a fury she still could not swallow. King Lekmang let out a soft sigh, his hand still clenched against the tabletop, then unexpectedly offered a wary apology. "I am sorry." Seeing that his children were still shaken, the king lowered his voice and explained to Blanche, "There was no malice in what I said just now. Do not misunderstand." The second prince only bowed his head and answered softly, "I understand." The king sighed and brought up an old scar of the royal family. "I am sure all of you know how your uncle is living now. I do not want any of you to end up living a life like that. Under the laws of Kairos, princes who are not chosen as crown prince by the age of 20 must leave the capital, receive their own territory, and may not remain in the capital for more than 5 days. That night, the main character walked side by side with Ian beneath the quiet moonlight, quietly discussing the upheaval that had just taken place inside the palace. Ian began telling the story of Lord Asnan, the elder brother of King Lekmang. Contrary to the usual order of succession, the moment Lekmang was appointed crown prince, Asnan refused to accept the result and immediately raised a rebellion. The bloody war ended in crushing defeat. Now their uncle is imprisoned forever in a deep tower at Verika Abyss, south of the Suleiman territory. The king has always feared that history will repeat itself. He does not want to witness brothers killing brothers, and only hopes his children can live in harmony, instead of turning the palace into a battlefield of power. Ian asked uneasily whether that harmony was still possible in the current situation. He only answered indifferently, "Who knows?" But in his heart, he knew that with all the schemes moving in the shadows, such a future was almost impossible. While lost in thought, the main character suddenly stopped short and let out a sound when he noticed something unusual. Ian shouted in panic, Prince." For an instant, he thought Ian had also seen what he had just discovered, but the boy pointed straight at him and screamed in terror, "No, not that. In your pocket." Startled, he looked down. The black stone in his pocket suddenly blazed with intense light, while releasing a terrifying, scorching heat. The main character stared at the glowing black stone in his palm, then murmured in disbelief. Seriously? His gaze was instantly drawn to a vivid rose blooming alone in the night. It was so impossible that it sent a chill down his spine, because every flower in the garden had withered long ago. He frowned in suspicion, wondering why this strange flower had appeared and whether it was resonating with the mysterious stone in his hand. Even inside this majestic palace, phenomena beyond the laws of nature continued to occur. The main character slowly reached out, his fingertips moving closer to the crimson petals. Yet the very instant his fingers touched it, the rose shattered into pieces at once, then withered away in the blink of an eye. He blurted out in shock, standing motionless as the crimson fragments vanished into empty air. He realized that the rose's time seemed to have been frozen for a long stretch, then suddenly flowed back backward again in one brief instant. In the main character's mind, countless scattered pieces connected to time began to surface. The black pebble, the withered rose, the little girl Elxia. Then it extended to the timeline, the presence of Sephanian, and even the goddess Serenity. He recalled Sephanian's meaningful warning that Serenity did not want him to act too hastily. The main character clenched his fist, his chest filled with fury and impatience. Precious time was slipping away before his eyes, yet he was being forced to hold back and forbidden from acting rashly. 2 days had passed since Kalian returned, yet our lead still locked himself in his room, completely absent from every audience and meeting. Young Ian stood anxiously beside the bed and cautiously asked if tomorrow's breakfast would be cancelled too, since his constant disappearances were starting to draw the entire palace's attention. The young man wearily replied that his body still had not recovered from the long trip, so Ian could only sigh, bow, ask to withdraw, and wish the prince a good night before closing the door. In the thick darkness, he lay perfectly still, his glowing red eyes wide open as they stared up at the ceiling. Just as silence swallowed the room, a low voice suddenly drifted in from outside. "I heard rumors that your highness could use a little magic, but I never expected you could even hear sounds carried on the wind." Our lead calmly sat up, fixed his gaze on the shadow outside the balcony, and asked coldly, "At this hour, in this manner, I only have one question. Why have you come here, Lord Blanche?" Second Prince Blanche stood beneath the moonlight, silently watching his younger brother with deep, calculating eyes. Looking toward the balcony, he thought to himself that the uninvited guest had finally decided to show himself. The young man even wondered if breaking into other people's rooms was a habit inherited from Empress Silake. Blanche coldly insisted that the roses missing from the garden had definitely been taken by our lead. He froze for a moment at that sudden accusation, one so strange it was almost impossible to understand. Blanche stepped closer, convinced those were flowers his younger brother treasured deeply, which was why he had secretly taken them. A blazing red magic circle instantly covered the space, stretching the tension between the two princes as tight as a drawn bowstring. Our lead walked toward his older brother, curled his lips in mockery, and said it was hard to believe Blanche would choose such an impolite method over a single flower. But Blanche immediately realized that he also knew those were no ordinary flowers, and that was exactly why the young man had avoided breakfast today. Our lead silently marveled that Blanche's mind was clearly far sharper than his appearance suggested. The second prince began to reveal that the garden was cared for by Randell, and Randell carried the blood of Tencel, the kingdom of divine officials, so he had already pieced everything together. Blanche said he had asked Randell many times about the flower that never withered, but every time he received only the same cold answer, that Randell did not know. He stayed silent, listening closely to every word Blanche spoke. The second prince admitted he had asked only because he wanted to hear an honest answer. Faced with that arrogance, our lead did not reply and merely watched in silence. Blanche declared that without the power of a divine official, that flower could never have lasted so long, but he still did not understand why Randell had to hide his true identity. Those words struck straight into his mind like a killing blow, leaving the young man stunned as he realized his judgment had been right. Randell truly could use the power of a divine official. Blanche casually leaned back against the railing, then made an unexpected proposal. He had already taken the blame in front of Jan for burning the rose, and what he wanted was very simple. Our lead only had to testify exactly that way, and everything would be closed peacefully. Before leaping off the balcony to leave, Blanche coldly reminded him to handle their matching statements himself, then left behind a loaded farewell. "See you tomorrow, little brother." The instant Blanche was about to disappear, our lead hurriedly called him back and pressed him. "Why are you doing this?" Blanche faintly curled his lips, assuming he had skipped breakfast, only to avoid revealing his suspicions in front of his two older brothers. But our lead cut him off at once. What he wanted to know was the real reason someone as distant as Blanche had suddenly helped him escape Randall's probing gaze. The young man stated it bluntly. There had never been a relationship between them good enough for the other party to go that far. Blanche let out a soft laugh, his smile full of hidden meaning, then asked in return, "You still remember, don't you?" Seeing our lead's confused expression, Blanche said coldly that no matter what kind of power Randall possessed, he could never win. Blanche's eyes suddenly turned as sharp as blades when he compared himself to his eldest brother with one bitter line. "Just like me." He went deathly still, instantly understanding the bitter meaning hidden behind the other man's words. Our lead pressed him, asking if Blanche had decided to switch sides and help him because he knew Randall could never escape the shadow and authority of Empress Silake. Blanche gave no answer. He only turned away in silence, leaving behind a mysterious sentence, saying that he truly had never Blanche looked at our lead searchingly, then suddenly asked whether he intended to move into Camulon Palace, the residence reserved only for the Crown Prince. Blanche sighed softly, as if everything had been decided from the very first moment. After Blanche left, our lead returned to his room and sat silently beside the bed, countless schemes swirling through his mind. He told himself that no matter how great Randall's power was, he still could not defeat the Emperor's grip. The image of Jan and that radiant rose surfaced in his memory, like the clearest proof of a divine official's power. But what troubled our lead most was the thick, bloody stench coming from the black stone when it resonated with that abnormal power. Right now, the air definitely smelled like a plot twist, not flowers. He clenched the stone tightly in his hand, understanding that if he wanted to uncover the truth behind this strange reaction, he had to force Randall to act. Only then would Randall expose the reason the flower had bloomed, and the reason he had hidden that secret for so long. Our lead rose decisively, looked out across the vast imperial palace, and realized there was only one path left to force Randall's hand. He had to erase Empress Silik's presence completely. His gaze turned toward the distant greenhouse. The young man quietly resolved to act immediately, because the time left to him was already running out. At the same time, inside the Empress's palace, a sharp slam against the table rang out, sending tea splashing everywhere. Silik shot up from her chair, her face twisted with terror and fury, then screamed in a loss of control. "What did you just say? Say it again. What happened to the frontier duke?" Before her master's thunderous rage, the maid trembled as she reported the terrible news that Lord Grey Bryson had been gravely wounded and could no longer resist. Silik went numb when she heard the rumor that Grey Bryson had returned to the frontier territory, even though he had clearly been very close to the capital before. She froze when she heard that Grey Bryson had suddenly lost contact, then immediately pressed for the truth about whether his injury was real. When the maid reported that Marcus Bryson's own men had attacked Grey Bryson the moment he approached the capital, Xiao Lai gasped in horror. "What my father did, why would he do that?" According to the testimony, the Marquis had uncovered a plot to seize the throne, so he warned Grey Bryson never to return to Kairos. Xiao Lai went deathly still as an icy fear surged through her heart. Could father have discovered the secret deal between me and my eldest brother? It was a hidden agreement meant to back Blanche's rise to the position of teacher. In exchange, the crown prince would grant her eldest brother the title of Marquis. But Xiao Lai quickly regained her calm expression. She was certain no one could know about it, and she wondered who could possibly wound a sword saint like Grey Bryson if the Marquis had not acted himself. Seeing the maid flustered and unsure how to answer, Xiao Lai slowly curved her lips into a calculating smile. She ordered healing medicine sent to the border at once to verify whether that injury was real or fake. At the same time, she demanded that they uncover the true mastermind behind the entire incident. When the room was left with only her inside, Xiao Lai slammed her hand hard on the table, then suddenly burst into laughter like a mad woman. She understood perfectly that Grey Bryson was still unharmed, and she believed someone's plan to frame him had failed miserably. Xiao Lai curled her lips in triumph. "You wanted to pin the blame on my father, didn't you?" Her gaze instantly turned cold, vicious enough to send a chill down the spine. Axel Hess, she decided in her mind that the one pulling the strings, forcing Grey Bryson to act under the excuse of an injury, had to be that man. Xiao Lai casually tossed a heavy money pouch onto the table, telling the other person in an icy voice to take it. The person before her snatched up the pouch of gold at once, praising the Empress for her generosity while asking whether this target was an entire group. Xiao Lai calmly sipped her tea, then said there was only one target. Hearing that, the knight gave a greedy smile, secretly thrilled that a single life could fetch a price so high it almost moved him. He was T, vice commander of the Paven Knights. Behind the polished shell of a royal knight, no one would have guessed T's true face was that of a man willing to kill anyone for gold. He eagerly asked what the mission required. Xiao Lai coldly told him to investigate the guard who had faced Grey Bryson during the third prince's trip to Rosalita, and to dig up every last detail of what happened between them. She also calmly added an offer he could not refuse. If T could make that person's mouth stay shut forever, the reward would be doubled on the spot. T trembled with delight, his eyes gleaming as he toyed with the gold coin in his hand. His mouth kept muttering nonstop about the fat payment that was about to fall into his pocket. He impatiently pressed her for the identity of that unlucky target. Meanwhile, Xiao Lai remained lost in her own calculations. She silently called Kalyan's name, wondering why her instincts kept pointing her toward this prince. That instinct was absolutely not simple. The name Axel Hess appeared in Xiao Lai's mind like a threat she had no choice but to guard against. At the same time, in the imperial palace, rumors about the Bryson family spread through the corridors like wildfire. The nobles began whispering that Marcus Bryson had ruthlessly attacked his own eldest son. They kept probing to see whether the news was true or false, especially after hearing the Bryson family was frantically hunting the person who had spread the slander. The Marquis's unusual absence from today's noble meeting made the crack inside the Bryson family clearer than ever. Axel Hess. The nobles erupted in murmurs over the sudden summons from the emperor. Stepping onto the high platform, King Lekmang announced in a ringing voice that he had an important statement for everyone. The king admitted frankly that for a long time, the kingdom of Kairos had relied too heavily on swordsmanship and drifted away from magic. To correct that mistake, he officially announced that the Kairos royal family would establish a mage division. The entire hall exploded at this shocking news. The whispers kept rising without end. What, a mage division right here in Kairos? Amid the storm of public opinion, many people immediately noticed that Marquis Brisson was absent at the most sensitive possible moment. King Lekmang continued by announcing that the new division would be called Bankan, and its official debut ceremony would take place in just 1 week. He declared that every preparation had already been completed, then landed another brutal blow on the noble faction by announcing that Bankan would use the building and training grounds that had belonged to the Pavan Knights. Right after that, the king coldly ordered everyone to withdraw. This twist was enough to freeze the entire court for a full 5 seconds. After the crowd dispersed, King Lekmang wearily requested that no one disturb him. "From now on, I want to be alone." He quietly walked through the empty corridor, rubbing his tense temples as he realized the noble's wave of opposition was flaring up violently. The pressure felt like a deadline breathing down his neck, impossible to dodge even if he wanted to. Just then, Kalyan's figure approached. He spoke with concern, asking whether the king was all right. The king sighed, then said this had been within expectations from the start, so there was no need to worry too much. He continued walking, then quietly reminded him that he had wanted to meet me in private, hadn't he? Kalyan respectfully confirmed that he had something to ask. He said frankly that he intended to meet a few nobles from knight families, and wanted to know whether doing so would cause trouble for the king. King Lekmang looked slightly surprised, then studied his son and asked whether he wanted to know if expanding his own influence would affect me or make me wary. Seeing the resolve in Kalyan's eyes, the king smiled faintly in approval. "How bold, since when did you grow up this much?" He decisively allowed him to do as he wished. Kalyan smiled and respectfully thanked him for granting permission. However, he also said cautiously that in order to meet the people he wanted to talk to, he would have to avoid the Bryson family's watchful eyes. Kalyan also skillfully asked whether the king intended to expand the scale of the hunt with Prince Franz. The capital grew livelier than ever when the Bankan Mage Division officially appeared. The mages wore pure, white outfits and masks that covered their faces, leaving the citizens in constant awe. At last, the Crown Prince had a force of his own, and not just any force, but an entire mage division. The crowd watching was so hyped it felt no different from a concert. Ian was visibly excited, but Kalyan calmly reminded him that in name, Bankan had nothing to do with them. Ian still could not hide his joy, saying he knew that, but he was so happy he could not hold it in. All around them, the chatter about the prince with the startling red eyes continued without pause. Seeing Ian get far too excited, Kalyan teased him by saying he seemed pretty fired up. The boy immediately replied that the crown prince was the one who was unbelievably calm. Just then, Axel Hess appeared with a plain, honest-looking face, but his eyes shone with a strange intensity. Excitedly, he reported that they had finally found the answer to the teleportation magic circle. Axel Hess explains to Kalyan that by using the activation principle behind the Oathmark, they can create contracts between a magic circle and multiple different targets. In other words, the main character will hold exclusive control over this high-level teleportation magic circle. He nods in satisfaction, praising Axel for doing excellent work after so many exhausting days. They can discuss the details later, and he thoughtfully tells Axel Hess to rest before the debut banquet begins. But Axel mutters nervously because after tonight's dinner, he still has to face Corps Commander Manhwa. Just imagining how the commander will question him tomorrow sends a chill down his spine. Seeing that, the young man softens his voice and promises to put in a few good words with his master, then advises Axel to rest while he still can. Axel Hess bows in thanks, leaving in a state of exhaustion and anxiety as he asks the Crown Prince for permission to withdraw. Watching his worn-out partner's back, he does not forget to call after him, telling him to be careful on the way back and not fall asleep in the middle of the road. The carriage clatters through the silent night, dragging along an atmosphere of hard-to-name unease. Inside the carriage, after days of draining himself to the limit, Axel Hess finally can no longer fight off sleep. His eyelids grow heavy, and he drifts off. In his hazy dream, the Crown Prince's warning suddenly echoes in his mind like a spine-chilling omen. "I told you not to doze off on the road." At that exact moment, a violent impact makes the entire carriage shake, jolting Axel Hess awake from his stupor. He realizes in horror that he has walked straight into a trap prepared in advance. It is an ambush. This is not just one or two stray attackers, but an entire squad of assassins surrounding him. Shouts of warning break chaotically through the darkness. Seeing masked assassins on horseback chasing close behind, Axel Hess immediately leaps from the carriage to find a way to survive. He has barely woken up, yet the survival KPI is already choking him out. The assassins laugh sinisterly, swinging their swords as they charge in, their steel blades aimed at the target without the slightest hesitation. Damn it. Axel Hess grits his teeth as he realizes the worst situation he had suspected has finally finally come true. In that life-or-death instant, with only a breath between survival and death, he immediately mobilizes his mana. A freezing ice barrier rises into place, stopping the lethal slash that is coming down on him. A brilliant surge of icy mana erupts, crushing and blasting away the assassin's shattered weapons. Axel Hess curls his lips with confidence and arrogance. Calmly, he announces his new title, saying it is a pleasure to meet them. I am Axel Hess, Deputy Corps Commander of the Night Watch Mage Division. In the dazzling space of the banquet, the atmosphere suddenly sinks into an eerie silence. Taking a sip of tea, Ellen Mannison looks around and asks why Sir Axel Hess is absent. The Crown Prince replies calmly that he is probably busy handling work at this hour. He reveals that news about Grey Bryson arrived earlier that day, and Queen Kaolai has definitely begun making her move. Ellen Mannison shivers when she realizes the Crown Prince deliberately sent Axel out as bait, then silently marvels at the young prince's ruthless calculation, wondering whether he still holds grudges from the past. The young man gives a strategic smile and says Kaolai must now be surrounded by suspicion. She will have to wonder whether Frontier Lord is still truly on her side. After all, Grey Bryson is helping Kaolai for more than brotherly affection. His real goal is the Marquis title, something that can only fall into his hands once Bryson disappears from the Board of Power. Because of that, Kaolai is also forced to consider the possibility that Bryson discovered the betrayal plan, then personally punished Grey Bryson as a warning to her. Ellen Mannison judges that they still need more time to understand the full situation, and the Crown Prince fully agrees. At the same time, he points out Kaolai's fatal mistake. She has never met Axel Hess, so she has no idea how terrifying his strength really is. With her arrogance, she most likely sent only a few mediocre knights to deal with him. He leisurely stirs his teacup, certain that Axel Hess alone is enough to wipe out those second-rate guards. After the trip to Rosalita, the Crown Prince's trust in Axel Hess has become firmer than ever. He smiles coldly, placing absolute faith in the abilities of his trusted subordinate. At the same time, in the depths of the dark night, Axel Hess appears like an icy god of the magic world. A massive magic circle blazes to life, swallowing the space with suffocating pressure. His frost-cold face is the last thing the assassins see before stepping through death's door. Razor-sharp ice spears tear through the air, piercing straight into the enemy's bodies and stripping them of any ability to resist. One man is impaled and can only let out a pained groan, while another panics and begs for his life, but everything is already too late before the Deputy Corps Commander's wrath. Desperate screams fade into the cold mist, and just looking at it makes the gap in skill painfully clear. The other side is almost wiped out before they even understand what happened, leaving the assassin leader drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of monster is that mage? Normally, a mage must identify the target, calculate the mana path, and chant before casting a spell. But Axel Hess's hesitation-free attack speed crushes all those rules. The leader screams in terror, unable to understand how his opponent can cast spells at such an absurd speed. Sensing danger, he frantically orders his men to dismount and close the distance, hoping to exploit a mage's weakness in close combat. He roars to suppress his underlings' fear, telling them not to shake and asking if they know how much that man is worth. Thinking of the enormous bounty, the assassins are instantly blinded by greed and charge forward, swinging their swords like madmen. Yet Axel Hess remains frighteningly calm, his deep blue eyes not wavering in the slightest. In an instant, a sturdy magic shield appears, blocking every sword strike from the enemy. The leader freezes in horror as he witnesses his opponent's top-tier skill. He can raise a shield that fast. One subordinate after another collapses beneath the sharp ice fragments Axel Hess launches. The leader trembles, his heart filled with belated regret as he realizes he already has one foot through death's door. Damn it, I should never have accepted this mission. He bitterly realizes the gap in strength between both sides is far too monstrous, then curses his own blind greed. Why did I ever think 10 men would be enough to succeed? Amid the blood-soaked scene, Axel Hess stands tall like a battlefield mage, calmly sweeping away every obstacle with powerful magic circles. The leader desperately searches for a way to live, with only one thought left in his mind. He cannot die meaninglessly in this place. He bitterly understands that the so-called golden opportunity from the Queen's invitation was actually an inescapable death sentence. Before that overwhelming power, he completely breaks down. How could anyone deal with someone like this? In the blink of an eye, one decisive spell finishes off the last remaining assassins. Axel Hess quietly sweeps his eyes across the ruined battlefield, then coldly confirms that only one man remains. The assassin leader collapses to his knees at Axel Hess's feet, screaming miserably for mercy and promising to reveal everything he wants to know. He hurriedly says he knows many things connected to His Highness. Axel Hess calmly looks down at the trembling man and asks what those things are supposed to be. In a panic, the man confesses that Queen Kaolai herself herself directly ordered him to carry out this assassination. To save his life, he continues spilling dark secrets. He once dealt with one of the queen's maids, the woman who sneaked into his highness's palace, and if needed, he is willing to testify. Axel Hess curls his lips slightly in contempt, coldly stating that his highness absolutely does not want that matter brought up ever again. The assassin panics and mentions Lennon Bryson's disappearance and the Frontier Lord's injury. He realizes that every shocking incident has been manipulated by one hand behind the scenes, then screams about the person controlling Marcus Bryson's source of money. The more he talked, the more openings he exposed. No one even had to interrogate him further, yet he peeled away every secret with his own hands. He confessed to a private casino in Kairos, where highborn nobles used human lives as chips in their twisted bets. But Axel Hess coldly snuffed out his last spark of hope. Too bad the story does sound interesting, but his highness already has someone beside him who knows far more than you do. The leader seemed to collapse on the spot, his face turning deathly pale as he realized the young prince had already grasped every one of their weaknesses. With difficulty, he spat out one final secret about Marcus Bryson. In truth, the old man had secretly pursued the path of swordsmanship for a very long time. I once saw his sword badly damaged, but he has always hidden that fact from the Lord of the Borderlands. Axel has frowned slightly, clearly drawn in by this new piece of information. He placed a hand on the assassin's shoulder, making the man flinch, then calmly remarked that his highness might find this matter somewhat interesting. The assassin tried to play his final card to stay alive, saying he had once seen Marcus Bryson and Gray Bryson argue violently before Gray was sent to the frontier. Axel Hess softly noted that he knew quite a lot, which only made him smugger. He hurriedly begged that if he could meet his highness, he would explain the matter in greater detail. But the only answer to his plea for life was an icy slash of magic sword energy, ending the traitor instantly. Thinking he could still name a price at this point was pure broken system-level delusion. Axel Hess looked at the corpse at his feet and calmly said that a mouth that had already spoken too much was best kept silent forever. After cleaning up the trouble, he looked around the empty forest with weary annoyance. The carriage was wrecked, and the horses had vanished without a trace. In this remote place, there was not a single passerby in sight, leaving him with a growing headache over how he was supposed to return to the palace. Just then, a rapid thunder of hooves rang out from behind him, instantly putting him on guard. In the capital, a blood-stained cloth bag was placed directly on the table. Meanwhile, Kalian still wore that cold, unreadable expression. Elsewhere, Marcus Bryson was nearly driven mad with rage. He slammed his hand onto the table and roared at the accusation aimed straight at him. "What did you say? I kidnapped Axel Hess." And Axel Hess of all people. Under the old man's horrified stare, the butler reported that the Kara Knights would soon arrive openly to search the Marcus's estate. Bryson immediately understood that this was a warning from the king, proof that his majesty suspected he had dared to touch the Bankan division, the royal family's new force. He growled a question about the connection between the assassin and the mage, then received word that the man had once entered the palace under Queen Silic's summons. Bryson's gaze turned completely cold. He decided to enter the palace at once. Ignoring the suggestion that he should inform the queen first, Bryson roared with savage fury. He had no desire to witness father and son tearing each other apart, because the person he truly needed to meet was second Prince Blanche. At the same time, the atmosphere at the dinner shared by the three princes grew so suffocating that it was hard to breathe. First, Prince Randell suddenly brought up the disappearance of Bankan's deputy commander, then said the protagonist must be very worried. He calmly admitted that he had become all too used to trouble back in Rosalita. But under the dining table, his hands had clenched tight from tension. The calmer he looked on the outside, the more violently his emotions surged within, a textbook case of keeping composure in every political dungeon. The young man forced a smile and said the king and his master were surely the ones most anxious about the deputy commander's safety. Randell quietly observed his younger brother, his thoughtful gaze seeming to read every tiny shift on the young man's face. Suddenly, second Prince Blanche mentioned the scheduled hunt, then turned to ask Randell whether he intended to join the trip. Randell refused the invitation without hesitation. He understood that this was an occasion the king had arranged specifically for Blanche, so he had no reason to be there. When Blanche advised him to go outside and get some exercise, Randell simply thanked him gently and said hunting had never been his interest. The protagonist watched in silence, realizing Randell was quietly blaming Blanche for deliberately asking at the dinner table to confirm his absence, even though he already knew the answer. Blanche ate calmly, then suddenly asked whether he intended to help him. He stared at his older brother, privately feeling that this attitude was completely different from Blanche's usual behavior. All at once, an immense pressure crashed down, making him shudder in terror. He was stunned to realize that this oppressive force, overflowing with rage, was the sign of a top-tier mage. Cold sweat broke out across his body, and he wondered in shock how his master, Ellen Menacin, could be furious to such a terrifying degree. In the palace corridor, Ellen Menacin appeared and mocked the sight of someone still acting leisurely after his subordinates had just vanished. He walked toward Marcus Bryson and sarcastically asked whether the old man was too busy worrying about the favored third prince. He stressed that even after losing 10 subordinates, the Marcus remained strangely relaxed, while showing concern for the second prince, someone he normally never cared about. Seeing Bryson's face twist with rage, he said coldly that if the man's underlings had died horribly, the first thing he should worry about was their funeral, not rushing into the palace. Every word cut like a blade, leaving the old man with nothing but a choked silence. Marcus Bryson ground his teeth at Ellen Menacin's arrogance. He roared violently, "Who do you think you are lecturing? And do you still dare act insolent in front of his majesty?" In the face of insults about his birth, he still replied calmly that this was not a matter Marcus had any right to interfere with. Bryson looked at him with contempt, privately thinking that his majesty's indulgence of someone like this was proof enough that his judgment of people could not be trusted, and that prince's character surely could not be any better. In response to that scornful look, Ellen Menacin merely curled his lips. Who knows, after all, a knightly house that sent 10 elite soldiers to capture one mage, only for all of them to be killed, has such trustworthy judgment. A clean, brutal finisher, enough to lock every counter-argument in place. He stepped close to Bryson and dropped a venomous taunt. "How much did you receive this time, my lord?" Of course, it could not have been more than on that day. Ellen Menacin leaned close to the old Marcus' ear and whispered a shocking truth that seemed to freeze the air. "The day you sold out your own child." The words struck like a fatal blow straight to his vital point, leaving Bryson stunned and rigid. Cold sweat streamed down the old man's ashen face as his darkest secret was dragged into the light. Unable to contain his fury, Bryson lunged forward, seized Ellen Menacin by the collar, and roared madly. "What did you just say?" Exposed on the spot, the old man instantly lost control. Amid the violently swirling pressure of deep blue magic, Ellen Menacin remained terrifyingly calm. He softly uttered the word mage as if confirming his own power, then thought to himself that he had already said it. He was not that easy to deal with, and it seemed the old man had forgotten again. A burst of blazing red fire magic suddenly erupted, swallowing the entire surrounding space in brutal heat. With a mysterious, arrogant smile, he looked straight at the trembling man and coldly mocked him for not knowing his place. He calmly watched as Bryson was swallowed bit by the punitive flames of magic. In his mind, he felt only a flicker of curiosity about how the old man would struggle when his entire body was about to burn away without a trace. Ellen Menacin curled his lips inside the blazing ring of fire, coldly warning Bryson to think carefully about who he was really pointing his blade at. Overwhelmed by absolute fire magic, the Marcus could only clutch his throat and cough violently, his face twisting with humiliation as he failed to counterattack. Bryson gritted his teeth and cursed, saying mages who relied only on their personal power would never live long. The main character calmly replied that he had never been alone. If anything, the Bryson family was full of people who only cared about themselves. He mockingly asked who Grey Bryson truly trusted, and what he was seeking by stepping into the capital. Those words left Bryson frozen, as if he had been dragged straight into the truth he had tried so hard to deny. His schemes were peeled open layer by layer, because Grey Bryson, who should have been at the border, had suddenly appeared in the capital after being lured there by the Marcus. Clearly, Bryson had caught the scent of his son's ambition to seize power, which was why he wanted to strike first and tear the threat out by the roots. From Teo entering the palace to Queen Silic's hidden hand, every clue formed a brutal betrayal, just like when Renong once abandoned Bryson and chose Randell. It was drama stacked on top of drama, each layer tenser than the last, enough to make even an outsider feel suffocated just by watching. Bryson roared like a madman under the shame of being exposed on the spot, shouting, "How dare you!" The old man's scream echoed through the garden, but it could not change a game whose outcome had already been decided. From the high balcony, Callahan quietly witnessed everything unfolding below. His blazing red eyes reflected the continuing performance, cold and calculating like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment. Marcus Bryson stalked away, leaving behind his humiliating confrontation with that mage. His subordinate hurried after him, reminding him that a great deal of time had passed, then asking whether he would still continue to Chermal Palace as originally planned. By now, Bryson's face was warped by a simmering rage that burned like fire beneath the surface. His purpose in going to Chermal Palace had been to confirm the alliance between Second Prince Blanche and Queen Silic. Every step he took now was like setting foot on a knife's edge, where one wrong move would demand an immediate price. But he clenched his fist, silently understanding that the situation before him had completely changed direction. He decided to turn back in an instant, because Bryson knew he should meet Blanche only after securing proof of which side the prince truly stood on. Outside, heavy rain began to pour down, blurring the Marcus's back as he sank deeper into hatred. Inside the palace, Kallian spied the window and watched long streaks of rain slide down the glass. He sighed softly, thinking that if the rain kept falling like this, the upcoming hunting tournament might not proceed as planned. He turned toward the person sitting silently in the room and asked, "Don't you think so, brother?" Blanche kept his indifferent expression and suddenly mentioned that he had seen a mage chasing an entire group of knights that morning. Kallian faintly curled his lips and stepped closer, asking whether his older brother had sensed the overwhelming presence hidden in that scene. Seeing the meaningful look in his younger brother's eyes, Blanche sighed and admitted that the king's praise of Kallian's swordsmanship had not been exaggerated. Once he realized it, he could only stay silent, because saying more would be no different from pushing himself into a corner. Kallian casually asked whether he often met with the Marcus. Faced with Blanche's silence, he stated that the two of them had never held any private meeting. Kallian slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Is that so?" Then he coldly concluded that the Bryson family might look harmonious, but a single light touch was enough to stir up waves, which was probably why the Marcus had come to Blanche. In the silent room, Kallian exposed the plan to bring down his brother's mother, then push him toward Camulon. Blanche went still, his deep blue eyes visibly wavering because every word struck straight at his fatal weakness. "If you only want my mother to abdicate, then you no longer need to stand on my side. But if you truly want to seize the throne, go meet Bryson." Blanche dropped heavily into his chair in exhaustion, as if he had believed for a long time that he had already given a decisive answer. Amid the pounding rain outside the window, he looked straight into Kallian's red eyes and slowly made his proposal. "Then let me ask you one final thing." He stated that this time, the queen would very likely choose the worst possible path. Kallian's gaze turned razor sharp as he declared that he himself would push everything in that direction, and he had absolutely no intention of saving her. He warned that if Blanche wanted to take his hand, he had better prepare himself first. Beneath the curtain of heavy rain, Blanche stared into the distance in silence, thinking of the road his mother had spent so many years building. A firm handshake was exchanged, marking the unexpected alliance between the two princes in this game of power. When Ian heard the news, he was immediately stunned, unable to hide his shock. He asked in disbelief, "Kallian really joined hands with Blanche instead of first Prince Randall?" Kallian calmly confirmed everything. Ian was still shocked, and he wondered in confusion whether that meant Blanche had officially turned his back on Queen Silic. Kallian slowly sipped his tea and explained that this was not betrayal. More accurately, it was letting go. Blanche could no longer keep watching the crimes Silic committed just to put him on the throne. So long ago, he had chosen to act in his own way. In a dark room, Blanche had once collapsed beside shattered wine bottles, sinking into utter despair. But that drunken appearance was actually a perfectly built mask. Even though he deliberately poured wine over himself so the strong smell of alcohol would cover everything, his breath carried no trace of drunkenness at all. Looking back, every time Blanche deliberately made things difficult for Kallian or tormented him, someone else had been present. He believed that as long as he played the role of a terrible person, he could somewhat dilute the cruelty of those around him, and perhaps even protect himself. Yet Blanche soon understood the harsh truth. Aside from death, there was no way to stop her insane ambition. Another handshake surfaced, like a cold seal stamped onto a compromise that had come far too late. Ian still could not make sense of it. The same question kept circling in his head. Why had Blanche once been able to torture that person with such cruelty? Kallian lightly clenched his hand and answered in a cold voice that he did not know, and he no longer had any interest in digging into the reason. Because no matter how tragic or noble the reason was, the only person qualified to decide whether to understand and forgive Blanche's sins was no longer in this world. "Reporting to your highness, after searching the entire Bresson estate, we still have not found Lord Axel Hess. Even after checking every nearby building, the Deputy Corps Commander's trail vanished as if hidden behind a layer of magic. But the search was not entirely useless, because beneath the basement, they uncovered a secret shocking enough to shake the palace. Someone was imprisoned there, and that person was believed to be Lennon Bresson. I understand, you may withdraw." The moment the knight left, a voice heavy with authority tore through the oppressive air. What luxurious complaints those were. The owner of that voice was Ellen Manassin, who reminded him that even if the position was temporary, he was still the commander of Balkan. Ellen Manassin declared that it was time for the entire imperial palace to see where the Balkan Corps truly stood, so no one would dare look down on them again. That was why the Kara Knights were summoned to tighten the search of the Bryson estate. At the mansion being turned upside down, Marcus Bryson stood frozen amid the wreckage. The old man roared in fury, asking whether they were implying that he was hiding that mage inside his estate. In the face of that rage, the knight kept an icy expression and answered curtly that this was the king's order, so he hoped the Marcus would cooperate with the search. Bryson ground his teeth, his hand tightening into a fist as he realized he had been cornered cornered right before the division's founding ceremony. Watching the stubborn Marcus, Ellen Masson merely curled his lips, a mocking smile flashing past like a blade. He understood very well that people used to judging others by title only truly woke up after tasting for themselves that the other party was not just an ordinary mage, cornered but still desperate to preserve his dignity. Ellen Menison thought the man must have realized by now how long Bryson had looked down on them. Ellen Menison proudly admitted that wherever he went, he was called a great mage, from Baron in Secretia to Viscount in Liban. But the title that satisfied him most in the end was still being the master of the third prince of Kairos. The king lightly adjusted his glasses and announced that in Kairos, Ellen Manison would not only be the prince's master, but also Count Ellen Manassin. With a profile this stacked, nobody could look down on him anymore. News of the new title left Ellen Menison stunned and speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the quiet study, the king watched his reaction and asked why he was so surprised. Ellen Menison faintly curled his lips into a meaningful smile, then said those congratulations sounded far too light and calm. It was like casual small talk about the weather, drifting by once before dissolving into the air. The lingering rain finally stopped completely, and the main lead stood by the window, his blazing red eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he judged that this weather would make the hunt unfold perfectly. Just then, Ian rushed into the room in a panic, almost shouting when he discovered that His Highness had once again vanished on his own. Seeing his attendant thrown into complete chaos, the young man still walked in leisurely and calmly offered a good morning. He explained that he had only gone out for a short walk to deliver a necessary item. Under Ian's curious gaze, he admitted that openly walking around at dawn made him feel much more at ease than sneaking out in the middle of the night. Ian suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly reported that Baron Mephiapollon had just sent several things the prince needed to see immediately. They were powerful warhorses standing proudly beneath the sun, ready to charge into the hunt that was about to begin. The main lead studied the excellent horses and remarked with satisfaction that Viscount Talon seemed to have arrived safely in Kairos. The gift list included horses from the same bloodline as Raven, but the final gift genuinely caught him off guard. It was a small, adorable white cat lying quietly in the basket Ian had brought over. He laughed, since he had originally considered giving a bird or a dog. The cat's arrival now was more perfect than expected. In a situation as tense as a dungeon right before the boss spawns, even a white cat could melt anyone's heart. The young man gently handed the cat to Hina and softly told her to accept it. Cats could still be kept in the palace, so she should take good care of it. Watching the little cat rub its head affectionately in her hands, Hina could not hide how moved she was by the prince's thoughtful care. She gave the brightest smile she had ever shown, happiness spilling through every word. "Your Highness, you still remembered? Thank you." Ina happily carried the cat off to show it to Kizi, but the warm atmosphere quickly sank when Ian approached the main lead with a serious expression. The boy lowered his voice and said there was still one more matter to report. Ian leaned close to his ear and whispered that yesterday His Majesty had sent the Karenites to search the Bryson estate. However, Axel Hess's whereabouts were still completely unknown. The main lead's gaze instantly darkened. He silently imitated his master Ellen Manison's demeanor to drive away his unease. "My subordinate is not so easy to deal with. Wherever he is, he will protect himself just fine." Even though his words stayed optimistic to reassure his subordinate. But when he looked out the window, a cold glint flashed through his blazing red eyes. He carved it into his mind that the disappearance of Balkan's deputy commander was an insult, and he would absolutely not let this matter fade quietly. The main lead lightly drew a smiling face on the fogged glass, thinking he had to turn this incident into something no one could forget. He wondered whether he should prepare another surprise gift for the Bryson family. With a sharp and decisive gaze, the young man mounted his horse and firmly declared the hunt begun. It was said that His Majesty had organized this hunt especially for Prince Blanche, but the second prince unexpectedly announced that he would not attend. Whispers about his health flared up again, though this was hardly the first or second time it had happened. On the balcony, Blanche let out a silent sigh, exhaustion covering his face. He looked into the distance with eyes full of sorrow, wondering if today was really that day. Outsiders thought he was truly ill, never knowing this was a carefully calculated move to dodge drama. The memory of his conversation with Kalian suddenly came rushing back, sharp as a blade. Back then, the protagonist had worn an unreadable smile and advised His Highness not to join the hunt, saying he had heard the prince was about to suffer a pretty heavy emotional shock. Before Blanche could even ask what his real motive was, the guy casually added that by then, His Highness probably would not have the strength left to think about hunting anyway. He even put on that teasing smile and tossed out a fake, regretful line saying, "Oh, what a shame that would be." The young man promised he would explain everything to His Majesty in his place, still wearing that bright smile as if nothing serious was happening at all. Back in the present, Blanche thought to himself that although he had no idea what move the protagonist was setting up, if the other man did not want him involved, he would go along with it for now. A gut feeling that a major incident was about to erupt made Blanche uneasy. as if the entire imperial palace were stepping into a trap-filled dungeon. Just then, a cat's cry rang out, pulling all of his attention toward the castle courtyard. Down below, the protagonist's maid was frantically chasing a small white cat that had wandered into the grounds. Blanche immediately recognized the girl as the third prince's personal maid, but his expression quickly changed when he saw that the direction she was rushing toward was none other than the rose garden. Blanche froze as he remembered what happened at this exact hour. First Prince Randell was definitely in that garden right now. In the distance, Randell stood in silence among the flower bushes, surrounded by a strict escort of knights. Right there in the garden, a knight had already drawn his sword, pointing the icy steel straight at the maid, who was trembling in fear. He shouted, "Who are you, and how did you get this deep into the palace? Answer me now." Hyena panicked. She knew she had to explain that she was the third prince's maid, but because she could not speak, all she could do was reach for the small notebook she used to communicate. That movement instantly made the soldier even more tense. He growled for her to stand still, warning that if she moved again, she would be treated as an assassin and cut down on the spot. Hina squeezed her eyes shut in terror. She knew that if she could not get her notebook out, this situation would plunge straight off a cliff. At that life or death moment, cold footsteps sounded, followed by a line of mockery as sharp as a knife. "You call that guarding someone?" Second Prince Blanche appeared out of nowhere, making the guard flinch so hard his face went completely bloodless. Blanche stepped forward coldly, frowning as he scolded the soldiers for being so useless they could not even recognize a prince's personal maid. He harshly asked whether their eyes were the problem, or whether their brains had failed first. The soldier turned pale and hurriedly dropped to his knees, begging forgiveness for failing to identify a servant of the imperial palace. Blanche looked at Hina, who was trembling while clutching the little cat tightly, then ordered the soldier in an icy voice to lower his sword at once. Realizing she had just been saved, Hina awkwardly bowed her head to thank the second prince, then hurried away from that dangerous place. Blanche silently watched Hina's figure disappear into the distance, and he became even more certain that this incident was not simple. Suddenly, Randall appeared behind him with a low voice. "I was summoned to the hunt, yet you are not going yourself?" Blanche paused slightly. He immediately bowed his head and apologized for not knowing the first prince was here, then asked permission to leave at once to avoid prolonging the confrontation. But Randall had already noticed the change in him, and he coolly dropped a loaded remark, saying the two of them seemed to be getting along much better lately. Seeing Blanche pause, Randall calmly clarified that he was talking about the third prince. His gaze darkened then, deep enough to pierce straight through the truth in Blanche's heart, tightening the air between them like a drawn bowstring. The hunt officially began, dragging along countless suspicions from the nobility about the real benefits the princes were aiming for behind this event. Marquis Ellen Manasson was reminded not to pull the bowstring using only his arm like that. He narrowed his eyes in concentration and coldly replied that he needed quiet, so the other person should stop bothering him. From afar, the nobles' whispers began rising again, like a swarm of monsters that had caught the scent of blood. They found this hunt's team divisions far too strange, completely without precedent, so they could not help wondering what the true criteria were. It did not feel like a hunt at all, but like a game of werewolf where everyone looked suspicious. The nobles kept talking when they noticed the abnormal detail. No matter how they looked at it, the people around here were all knights loyal to Bryson. From there, they began suspecting the true faction of those accompanying the third prince. Ignoring every bit of gossip, Ellen Manasson narrowed his eyes, locked onto his target, tightened the bowstring, and released it decisively. Yet the arrow had not even flown 5 meters before it dropped to the ground with a dull thud, leaving everyone speechless for a moment. Someone immediately sneered that a mage should stick to magic and stop embarrassing himself by trying to hold a bow. He smugly declared that no matter how much calculation went into it, a pure mage could never accomplish anything major in this hunt. But right after that, a massive explosion rang out, and white smoke billowed into the sky, freezing everyone in place. The noble's eyes widened in shock, because no prey had been taken in by that arrow just now. At that moment, Ellen Manasson casually snapped his fingers like a high-level mage activating a system skill. A blazing red flame erupted violently before everyone's horrified eyes. He coldly asked whether any rule forbade using magic to hunt. That question instantly silenced the ones who had just mocked him. The nobles on Bryson's side broke into a cold sweat, because they understood that if that magic attack had aimed at their necks, their lives would have been gone long ago. That was the harshest warning possible for those still stubbornly clinging to the wrong path. Ellen Manasson curled his lips slightly, thinking that since they kept sitting under the big tree called Bryson while running their mouths, getting swept up was only natural. The final warning was released, making the hunt's atmosphere more suffocating than ever. Axel Hess. Meanwhile, in another corner of the hunting grounds, the third prince also began his own plan. He leisurely raised his bow toward the blue sky and declared that before long, his real hunt would begin. He gave a radiant smile filled with hidden meaning, revealing that this time the prey was not an eagle, nor was it a lion, and this was the first time he had ever had to hunt something so special. The third prince's blazing red eyes bored into the two nobles beside him, and then he calmly said that he needed their help. Under the protagonist's terrifying pressure and ice-cold calculation, the two could only tremble and nod over and over, not daring to utter a word of resistance, because refusing now would be no different from stepping into a death dungeon by choice. Kalian reined in his bow and left behind a message as heavy as a declaration of war before walking away. In that case, I will see you again inside the palace. At the same time, inside the imperial palace, a sharp slam against the table rang out in a burst of extreme rage. Empress Cao Lai ground her teeth, her black-gloved hands crushing the letter that had just arrived from the border territory. Seeing her mistress fly into a fury, the maid trembled and asked what was wrong with the letter, but Cao Lai only snarled coldly, "Get out and let no one enter." Outside was the hunt, but inside the palace, an underground storm had tightened until it felt suffocating. The letter reported that the medicine had been delivered to Border Duke Grey Bryson to verify his injuries. But the result was worse than imagined. From a distance, Grey Bryson did not seem gravely wounded, yet his mind had fallen into horrific chaos, to the point that even his subordinates could not meet him directly. In that dark room, he screamed like a monster driven into a corner. Why can I no longer use my strength? He went numb when he realized the entire aura of a swordmaster had vanished after his clash with protagonist. Cao Lai crushed the letter in her hand when she heard the report that Grey Bryson had ordered everyone to return and said he would contact them later. Those two words, "return home," were like ice water dumped straight onto her ambition, pushing her rage past the point of recovery. "Return home, you say?" Cao Lai repeated through clenched teeth, furious. Right then, the protagonist appeared and casually asked why she had summoned him so early in the morning, as if something important had happened. Cao Lai kept her arrogant poise and coldly scolded the prince for being rude, even during tea. Ignoring her jab, he placed a heavy cloth pouch on the table, and said it had been found at the place where Knight Axel Hess disappeared. He sat down across from her and calmly explained that there was no small amount of money inside. Faced with Cao Lai's feigned innocence, the protagonist curled his lip and mocked her, saying she would probably claim she knew nothing about it again. Cao Lai leisurely sipped her tea and insisted that, of course, she had no memory of ever meeting such an ordinary knight. She even tried to twist the subject, saying that his frantic search for a missing mage proved he must have done something to the border duke. Cao Lai narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked what he had promised to make the man go so far in helping. The protagonist's anger erupted at once. He shot to his feet and demanded, through gritted teeth, whether she thought he would join hands with low-grade trash like Grey Bryson. What an insult. His crimson eyes blazed with killing intent as he declared that he had no need for someone like her. Cao Lai sneered, saying his insolent way of speaking proved he had truly gone mad. Ignoring the insult, the protagonist slammed his hand onto the table and left a warning as sharp as a blade. "This time, you will understand the consequences of daring to touch one of my people. I will show you the ending you deserve." He suddenly burst into a laugh filled with pure satisfaction. The sound echoed through the room, leaving Cao Lai frozen for a brief moment. Without the slightest hesitation, the protagonist swung his hand and flung the money pouch straight toward the Empress. Gold coins scattered everywhere, clattering across the floor under Cao Lai's stunned gaze. She ground her teeth as she stared at the chaos before her, her eyes overflowing with hatred. If he wanted to go that far, then she was ready too. Cao Lai lowered her voice and declared coldly, "Then this ends here, let it end." Glittering gold coins lay scattered across the floor, like the final period marking the end of Axel Hess and the false relationship between the two of them. Night fell, draping the silent palace in the icy glow of a full moon. Amid the thick darkness, a mysterious black figure quietly pushed open the door and stepped inside. That person silently slipped into Second Prince Blanche's room, moving with the secrecy of a mage specialized in covert infiltration. Blanche was still deep asleep at the time, completely unaware that a stranger was approaching his bed step by step. Then he sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air. Blanche stirred slightly and woke, then let out a sarcastic remark. "You mages must have too much free time." He sat up sharply, facing the person whose entire body was hidden beneath a black cloak. The protagonist calmly informed him that Sifanian's warning barrier had temporarily stopped functioning, then reassured his older brother that there was no need to worry too much. He added that even his master would not want to carry out this kind of infiltration a second time. He faintly curled his lips, his crimson eyes revealed beneath the hood, and gleaming with calculation. "So after today, I will no longer have any reason to come to your room. Blanche narrowed his eyes at his younger brother and impatiently asked why he had suddenly come at this hour. The protagonist gave a bright smile and leisurely replied that he had 3 important matters to report immediately. He began with a probing question. First, I want to ask you something. Has Brother Randell already discovered that I joined hands with you? Blanche pondered for a moment, then confirmed that he had. The protagonist sighed in frustration because his cover-up had not gone as well as he hoped. He told himself he had planned to hide it for as long as possible, so why was everyone so sharp? When he asked about their eldest brother's reaction, Blanche recounted that Randell had noticed the relationship between the protagonist and him seemed to have improved a great deal. Blanche recalled his encounter with Randell in the garden. When he saw their eldest brother standing silently, Blanche softly asked whether Randell felt any regret over their younger brother's change. Randell remained composed, his deep blue eyes showing not the slightest ripple in response to that question. Blanche faintly curled his lips and stated that he had no reason to feel regret. He closed his eyes in exhaustion and admitted that none of it mattered much. Blanche analyzed that even if someone gave up the throne, Randell would not suffer any loss. Therefore, as long as the factions had not truly united, he did not need to be overly wary. Hearing that, the protagonist thoughtfully concluded that he still needed to be more cautious. He looked straight at Blanche, then moved on to the second important matter. He slowly spoke a word of thanks. Blanche laughed sarcastically, saying the protagonist must have heard about him saving the maid in the rose garden and had come here for that. Blanche turned his face away and coldly declared that he did not want to hear any words of gratitude from his younger brother. And yet, deep down, Blanche still could not forget the moment he found that small girl in the garden. Blanche admitted that he had actually already received thanks from that maid herself. The image of Hannah smiling brightly as she held up a notebook with the words "Thank you for helping me" written inside returned warmly to his memory. The protagonist smiled faintly, then quickly returned to the final matter. He reminded Blanche that tomorrow was the founding ceremony of the Bankan division, then asked whether he planned to keep lying in bed for another day. Amid all the palace power drama, this rare moment felt almost like a small gift from life. Blanche stared at him and warned through clenched teeth not to cross the line again. Faced with his older brother's harshness, the protagonist remained strangely calm. He smiled faintly and answered gently, "I understand." But in that instant, Kalyan's gaze went cold like a drawn blade, frighteningly resolute. He raised a hand to Sia and, in a low voice, drove home a life-or-death order. No matter what happened, she absolutely could not vmeshatsa. At the same time, inside Empress Salai's palace, the atmosphere stayed as heavy as if magic itself were pressing down on everyone. A cluster of maids surrounded her to serve her, while Salai sat motionless before a mirror, silent to the point of suffocation. One maid, trembling as she brushed through her long, silky silver blue hair, cautiously asked whether her mood had improved even a little today. In the young girl's mind, it felt like she was screaming from exhaustion. Lately, the Empress had been irritable all the time, leaving everyone around her tense as a wire. Even breathing felt terrifying. She could not help thinking that if she had obeyed her father back then, and married that young baron, life might have been easier than enduring this hell inside the palace. Lost in thought, she accidentally let the comb snag hard in the Empress's hair. Just one moment of distraction, and disaster came crashing down on her head. A sharp clack froze the maid in place, her face going ghost white as if she had seen a dungeon monster. She stammered out a plea for mercy, but a vicious slap cut her off. Salai struck her down to the floor, and through tears she kept bowing and begging, saying she deserved death, she would clean it immediately, please spare her life. Another maid dropped to her knees at once, shaking all over as she took the blame for Axel Hess and begged the woman for mercy. The head maid also lowered her head deeply, and said it was all because she had failed to supervise properly, asking the Empress to punish her instead. "I will handle it immediately." But Salai only let out a cold reply, "No, leave it as it is," then slowly walked away, each heavy step carrying the weight of killing intent. The young maid watched the Empress's back, her eyes full of terror, as if she had just escaped the scythe of death by a hair. In the darkness, Salai's face grew even more gloomy and twisted, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. She was quietly calculating that this stain might still be useful, keeping one small mistake in reserve to build a larger board game out of it. This was exactly the kind of villain who became more dangerous the quieter she got. The founding ceremony of the Bankan Mage Legion officially began in the solemn heart of the Imperial Palace. From the raised platform, Ellen Manason declared to all the gathered guests that they had assembled here today to announce the birth of Bankan. It was a great honor for a brand new order of mages to be founded right in the heart of Karis. King Lekmang sat quietly observing the whole scene, while the princes also arrived one after another, each wearing a hard-to-read expression. Blanche and the protagonist were both present to witness this historic moment. Ellen Manason continued, saying that with His Majesty's permission and everyone's support, Bankan would open a new chapter for Kyrgyz. As he voiced his hope that magic would bring prosperity and harmony to this land, he also proclaimed the legion's founding in the name of Kyrgyz. Then a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly ripped through the space, and the ground trembled violently. From far away, a colossal pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, sending the crowd plunging into chaos at once. Screams exploded from every direction. What is that? What just happened? Was the Imperial Palace under attack? Every pair of eyes snapped toward the column of black smoke rising from one corner of the palace. Then someone recognized it and screamed in panic, saying that direction was Hagia Palace, wasn't it? The ceremony's solemn atmosphere shattered in an instant as the grim news spread. An explosion had just occurred inside Hagia Palace. The protagonist's eyes widened, shock written all over his face, especially when the next piece of information pointed straight at his side. Axel Hess was accused of causing the explosion at Hagia Palace, and the Banken Vice Legion commander was suddenly turned into a wicked criminal in front of everyone. The protagonist shot to his feet in disbelief, and all he could blur out in total shock was, "What?" The entire hall immediately erupted into commotion, with whispers about the name Axel Hess spreading everywhere. If it was Axel Hess, then maybe he really could do it. Right, it had to be him. Waves of suspicion turned toward the protagonist all at once, and the atmosphere grew as heavy as a courtroom that had already decided its verdict. Standing in the middle of the chaos, he clenched his fists so hard they shook, gritting his teeth as he silently called out the name behind it all, Scylla. His eyes burned red with fury as he finally understood that woman's true ambition. This time she wanted to pin a grand, spectacular crime on the protagonist. But this young man was not afraid at all. "Fine, let's step into this game and see who survives to the very end." Just as Kallian was about to step forward, a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder, stopping him in an atmosphere stretched tight as a bowstring. The king stepped forward, his booming voice suppressing the crowd. "Everyone, calm down. This chaos may be exactly what the mastermind wants. First, Axel Hess must be protected, and all of you must regain your senses." He tightened his grip on the young man's shoulder like a silent reminder. Before the cause of the explosion was uncovered, no one was allowed to rush to judgment. But right then, an icy voice carrying absolute authority suddenly rang out, cutting through everything. "What if I say I saw the culprit with my own eyes?" Firm footsteps advanced slowly into the hall, and the entire grand chamber instantly fell dead silent. Empress Qiao Lai appeared behind her golden fan, a venomous smile playing on her face. She announced before every guest that these very eyes had seen the one who burned her palace to the ground. Qiao Lai strolled calmly through the ruins, ignoring the stunned gazes fixed on her from every direction. Witnessing his mother's terrifying shamelessness, second Prince Blanche could only stand frozen where he was. Cold sweat rolled down his pale face, and he was completely stiffened by the shock unfolding before him. Qiao Lai approached the officials and pretended to ask Ian with concern, saying she heard there had been an explosion, but seeing him safe and unharmed was truly fortunate. Watching that clumsy performance from a distance, the main character curled his lips in contempt. What thick skin, daring to talk as if she had not pulled the strings behind this entire mess. Two forces faced off in the middle of a palace drowned in smoke and flame, signaling that a merciless battle for power was about to officially erupt. The main character coldly warned Qiao Lai not to speak recklessly, while reminding her that His Majesty had declared he would investigate the true cause of the incident. Qiao Lai curved her lips behind the golden fan, then brazenly fabricated a story that the mage had confessed to being incited by the main character to attack, cause trouble, and flee. The young man froze at the baseless accusation thrown out with such shameless confidence. The more Qiao Lai spoke, the more pleased she became, insisting that no evidence or witness remained to help him turn the situation around. She twisted the story so fast that listeners were swept along before they could even process it. In truth, this entire disaster had always been a vicious trap she personally arranged. Qiao Lai had used her authority as empress to force a maid into carrying out a task, treating it as a way for the girl to atone for her previous mistake. She took out a purple stone radiating an eerie light, like some magical item from an isekai system. Qiao Lai ordered the girl to place the stone inside the box at the entrance to the guest room, and only after that would she be allowed to leave. Under the Empress's suffocating pressure, the poor maid trembled and lowered her head, able only to obey in fear. The instant the stone was placed in the right position, an earth-shaking explosion erupted at once, reducing the Asia Palace to ruins and plunging every guest into terror. Qiao Lai used the ruined scene itself to pressure the main character, loudly questioning whether he still intended to shield the person who destroyed the palace. She forced him to bring that mage back here if he wanted to prove his innocence. The main character lowered his head in silence, forced to admit an extremely unfavorable truth. At present, Lord Axel Hess was still missing. Qiao Lai laughed to herself. To her, the truth no longer mattered, because as long as she personally claimed she had seen the culprit, her words could become truth. Qiao Lai smugly watched the young man standing alone in the palace hall, believing he would remain trapped forever in this perfect snare with no way out. But before she could savor her victory, a calm voice rang out and tore through the tense air. "The person you call that mage, could it be this man?" Qiao Lai lowered her fan in shock. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she saw the figure of a man slowly approaching. With long blue hair and a pristine white mage robe, he smiled politely. "This is our first meeting. I am Axel Hess." His perfectly timed entrance was a walking plot twist, smashing the entire script she had just set up. Cao Lai froze, her breathing growing ragged as she realized the man she had just declared to be the arsonist was now openly standing before her. Terror showed clearly on the Empress's face, especially when she realized something even more frightening. Why was he with her father? Walking beside Axel Hess was none other than Marcus Bryson, his expression so stern that the entire grand hall seemed to grow several degrees colder. From the shadows, the main character quietly watched his prey step by step fall into the trap he had prepared. He whispered in a voice as cold as ice, "Do you see it now, your own ending?" Because from the very first moment, every move had already been decided. This was the kind of reversal that made even the schemer wonder who was really holding the script. In truth, Axel Hess had never gone missing. None of this was anything like Cao Lai had mistakenly believed. After the assassin's failed ambush, he had simply enjoyed the full 5-day vacation he rightfully deserved. However, the incidents surrounding Grey Bryson had quietly sparked suspicion, which then brought wave after wave of injustice down on the Deputy Corps Commander. Amid the Empress's layers of vicious schemes, there was still one person who absolutely could not keep turning a blind eye. That person was Marcus Bryson, the man who seemed to have seen through the entire performance his daughter had secretly orchestrated. The main character had long guessed that Cao Lai would use Axel Hess's absence as an excuse to strike, so he secretly prepared a checkmating move in advance. By the prince's order, Axel Hess secretly remained at the Bryson estate until the official founding ceremony of the supervisory office began. His appearance with Marcus Bryson at this critical moment was a fatal blow to the Empress's ambition. If the Marcus truly chose to stand with the main character, all of Cao Lai's power and schemes would collapse in an instant. A hidden card kept until the final minute, and once played it was checkmate. Watching from afar, the young man curled his lips with a dangerous edge. He thought to himself that he was simply using every piece in his hand to overturn the entire board. The main character immediately stepped before the king and loudly requested that His Majesty investigate the truth of the Hesia Palace incident right here and now. He glanced at Cao Lai with a provocative look, then declared that the mage the Empress had been so eagerly awaiting had finally appeared. Under the undeniable pressure of the truth, King Lechmang's face darkened, and then he declared decisively, "Very well, I will do so." The main character brushed past Cao Lai, leaned close to her ear, and gave a warning so cold it sent chills down the spine. "I told you already, do not rush to speak foolish words." In front of Kalian, Xiao Lai froze in shock, her whole body rigid, her eyes wide with absolute terror and humiliation. Looking at the king and the knights surrounding her, Xiao Lai ground her teeth in bitter rage. In her heart, she cursed that foolish old king and his US pawns, led around like puppets. Her plan had vanished into smoke, her confidence had become a brutal self-destruction, and she knew no one stood with her now. Driven half-mad by despair, she suddenly let out an eerie laugh. It echoed through the main hall, icy as a curse, making everyone shudder. Xiao Lai stared straight at the main character and venomously dragged up the memory of his late mother. She sneered that even in her final moments, his mother had smiled just like that, and he truly did resemble her. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Lai silently drew a cold, sharp dagger hidden behind her golden fan, making the main character instantly freeze. Seeing the queen make her insane move, King Lechmang rushed forward in panic, but everything was already too late. Xiao Lai shot straight toward the main character, pouring all her killing intent into one fatal thrust. The main character could only stare wide-eyed as the blade came at him, while screams calling for the prince tore through the blood-soaked air. Xiao Lai froze dead still, her eyes rolling wide in horror as she realized her blade had not struck its original target. The main character stared in shock at the person shielding him, and the cryptic warning flashed through his mind, telling him that no matter what happened, he must never interfere. The vicious blade sank straight into Second Prince Blanche's chest instead of the main character's. Blanche collapsed into his younger brother's arms before everyone's stunned gaze. The main character cried out in agony, saying he had clearly told his older brother not to do this. Seeing that she had gravely wounded her own son with her own hand, Xiao Lai called Blanche's name in disbelief. But a moment later she screamed in resentment, realizing this child had still chosen to betray her to the very end. King Lechmang rushed over in a panic, shouting for Xiao Lai to let go at once, while ordering the knights to protect his son at any cost. The royal knights surged in like a storm, immediately surrounding the queen, who had gone mad, to stop her from causing any more disaster. Amid the chaos, King Lechmang declared in an icy voice that everything was over and forced Xiao Lai to surrender. A surge of deep blue mana suddenly tore through the air, fast as lightning. The strike crashed down, and Xiao Lai only had time to scream in agony before collapsing. Xiao Lai dropped to the stone floor, clutching the arm that had just been struck, her face twisted in pain. The main character appeared with eyes blazing red in fury, gripping a radiant radiant aura sword that released suffocating pressure. He coldly looked down at the cruel woman sprawled at his feet and growled, asking if she had heard what he said. Holding Blanche tightly as he faded, he repeated that he had told her to let go from the start. The order to bind the queen rang sharply through the chaotic main hall. The knights immediately moved to control the entire area. Once the incident briefly settled, the nobles were still shaken, whispering in terror that they had just seen sword aura. That truth hit like an explosion, leaving everyone stunned as they wondered whether the third prince really was. Every gaze locked onto the main character, the one who had just displayed power beyond their understanding. Was the third prince a sword saint? The main character held his fading older brother tightly and screamed his name. Blanche struggled to open his eyes, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he realized the truth before him. He murmured that the main character had used sword aura. Right after that, Blanche completely collapsed, making the main character scream like he had gone insane. His desperate cries of Blanche's older brother rang out as Xiao Lai was roughly dragged away from the scene by the knights. The main character repeatedly ordered them to take her out of there, while urgently demanding that they call a healer and protect the king immediately. King Lekmeng rushed over in panic, calling Blanche's name in pain. Seeing the situation spin out of control, the main character quickly called for his master and asked him to protect his majesty. He held his royal father firmly and advised in a low voice that his majesty had heard it too. Before Axel Hess arrived, he had to leave because this place was far too dangerous. Though his heart felt torn apart with worry for his son, the king could only choke out a question about what would happen to Blanche. He reminded his majesty of the throne's burden, while saying that he himself had once tasted the same pain. He asked the king to leave this place for the main character to handle. Seeing the resolve in his son's eyes, King Lekmeng was forced to swallow his pain. He clenched his fist, his voice sinking low, then decided that fine, he would trust the main character. The main character roared in despair through the chaotic main hall, asking why the healers still had not arrived. He frantically ordered the area secured and tore down the curtains to staunch Blanche's bleeding. But his hands were already dyed red because the wound was too severe. Watching the blood keep pouring out, the main character realized in shock that the situation was slipping beyond control. Inside, he screamed in fury at his older brother's reckless act, wondering what kind of heart he had saved him with, only for him to choose this insanity. Even the blessing power from Suspanian could not stop this tragedy. If this continued, Blanche truly would not survive. He is going to die, the main character cried out in hopelessness. With the physician still nowhere in sight, a subordinate rushed in and reported that the healers had ridden away, and Ian had gone with Vice Minister Min to find Hina as instructed. The main character stopped short, his blazing red eyes widening as a thought flashed like lightning. He suddenly realized there was still one person here who could save Blanche's life, and that person was Randell. The main character narrowed his eyes toward his eldest brother, who was quietly leaving, and inwardly called out, "Brother Randell." In the middle of this disorder, the main character realized everyone's true nature was being exposed more clearly than ever. Behind the calm mask of his eldest brother, who was quietly walking after the king, lay a terrifyingly cold rationality. He understood the true nature of the man hiding that secret power. Randell kept walking calmly, his face icy and unmoved, ignoring his younger brother behind him as he stood on the boundary between life and death. The main character ground his teeth in rage as he understood that for Jandel, keeping his cleric identity hidden mattered more than the life of his dying half-brother. All he could do was roar one helpless curse. The main character clutched Blanche's body as it slowly lost its warmth, screaming inside for him to live, no matter what. On one side stood principles cold as ice. On the other, family was breaking apart right before his eyes. The main character desperately held his older brother as he was about to fade, choking out a plea for Blanche not to die. At that critical moment, a shout rang out, announcing that the medical team had arrived. Time passed in silence, leaving only the dry clatter of chains echoing in the darkness. The heavy dungeon door closed behind a figure slowly walking down the gloomy corridor. Standing before the cold iron bars, the main character silently looked at the woman who had once run wild through the palace, now paying for every sin. Xiao Lai sat slumped on the floor, her arm wrapped in stark white bandages. She curled her lips slightly and asked if he had come to find her for something. The main character confirmed in a low voice that yes, he had called her here because there was something he needed to ask. Xiao Lai looked up at the young prince, her sinister smile still clinging to her face, even after she had been ruined and disgraced. She slowly stood, her gaunt hands gripping the iron bars, then whispered that he should answer honestly. Xiao Lai's eyes flashed with malice, as if trying to pierce his heart, before she pressed him and asked if he was hiding something. Kalian stayed silent under that suspicious stare, his crimson pupils not wavering at all before the queen's haunting accusation. Xiao Lai leaned close to the iron bars, malice plain in her eyes as she stressed every word. "Hey, you are hiding something, aren't you?" The protagonist did not flinch. He merely lowered his eyes and answered calmly, as if it were obvious. Jay, everyone in this world has something they need to hide. He fired back with a cold question, driving it straight into the Queen's crime from years ago. While we are at it, I want to know, are you really the one who killed the former Queen Aisha? The moment she heard Aisha's name, Xiao Lai froze for an instant, then suddenly burst into laughter like someone who had completely sunk into madness. She admitted it with a chilling smugness. How could I ever forget? That was the first time I personally offered someone a bowl of poison. Faced with that spine-chilling cruelty, the air inside the dungeon seemed to tighten until it was hard to breathe. The young man turned away without hesitation, his voice ice cold. I have nothing left to say to you. His footsteps echoed down the dim corridor, leaving behind Xiao Lai's resentful scream. I was honest with you, but you were not. The protagonist kept walking silently toward the light at the end of the dungeon, ignoring Xiao Lai's twisted existence behind him. Xiao Lai gripped the iron bars tightly, her eyes flashing with an eerie gleam as she let out one final taunt. To be honest, I thought, the very moment you saw me, that harsh question would be the first thing you asked, whether your son is alive or dead. Xiao Lai broke into a crazed, rasping laugh, letting the sound spread through the dungeon's darkness. She ground her teeth bitterly as she remembered that stab from earlier. Even at the very end, he still dared to stand in my way. She clenched the bars until her knuckles turned white, telling herself she had given everything for her son's future. Yet in her eyes, Blanche had always made foolish choices and done meaningless things just to get in his mother's way. Watching the protagonist's back as he quietly left, Xiao Lai inwardly mocked human nature. They always rush to protect whatever they believe is important. The memory of that horrific moment returned in perfect clarity, drop by drop of red blood soaking to the stone floor. It had been a clumsy thrust from someone who had never truly held a sword. To a swordsman like him, that stab was so slow he could have avoided it without even dodging. The instant Xiao Lai moved her foot, the young man had already been covered by the protective shield of his master, Alan Manassen. He was certain Blanche knew that, yet he still chose to throw himself forward and take the fatal blow. Standing silently before the dungeon bars, he could not help asking himself, did he truly want to protect me? The protagonist's footsteps continued to echo through the gloomy dungeon, stretching out like the aftersound of a destined system that had just collapsed. He wondered to himself what, in the end, had driven that woman to trade away everything to such an extent. If on the path she once chose, that woman had turned back to look even once, then perhaps she would have understood the true reason hidden behind every disaster much sooner. Xiao Lai laughed and choked in the depths of her madness, the warped sound echoing hauntingly between the four cold stone walls. She roared into the darkness. I do not regret it, so I have nothing to feel sorry about either. The wicked woman's laughter rang through the dungeon, no different from a final curse, before the darkness swallowed her whole. The protagonist stood silently outside the bars, his crimson eyes unmoved by the madness before him. Then he turned away decisively, leaving Xiao Lai to sink into the destructive ending she had made for herself. Just as the warning during the hunt had foretold, the nobles who had once been close allies of House Bryson all turned their backs on Xiao Lai at once. Not only that, every horrifying crime she had ever hidden was dragged into the light, though no one knew who stood behind the exposure. Xiao Lai's sentence was carried out swiftly and brutally. This time, Renishita leaves were not scattered across the square to hide the traces of death. Instead, she had to end herself with a poison that made her body die slowly in unimaginable agony. A week had passed since that fateful day, yet the aftershocks of Queen Xiao Lai's downfall still smoldered throughout the capital. In one corner of the garden, the nobles still could not stop talking about the Queen's greenhouse, which had yet to be fully dismantled. They lamented the glory that had now vanished like smoke. Though those involved had been imprisoned or exiled, the whispers would not die down, because a scandal this explosive could never be buried easily. But the hottest topic now was the third prince. No one could believe a boy not yet 15 had reached the realm of Sword Saint, an achievement almost unheard of in history. On top of that, the fact that he was both a swordsman and capable of using magic had sent an earthquake through noble society. Everyone was desperate to confirm the truth, but the protagonist refused to leave Blanche's sick room even half a step. Outsiders had no way to approach him, because after that fatal stab, Prince Blanche still showed no sign of waking. At last, after many days of waiting, Blanche heavily opened his eyes. But what greeted him was not the touching scene usually seen in fantasy stories. Instead, it was his younger brother sitting right beside the bed, casually eating a banana. Blanche choked out a question. Why are you sitting here eating a banana? The protagonist still had his mouth full of food. He only mumbled back that, at the moment, he still had not thought of any reason reasonable enough to justify this bizarre behavior. Seeing Blanche scowl, the young man laughed it off and told him to ignore him and keep resting. Blanche immediately snapped and kicked him out. If you want to eat, take those bananas back to your own room. He burst out laughing, saying his older brother was too strict, and since Blanche was the one who made things turn out this way, he should be more understanding. Blanche exploded and shot back. What? Why are you blaming me? You are the one who randomly unleashed that aura. He demanded that the protagonist get out immediately, but the third prince stubbornly stayed put. He smiled slyly, insisting that if he showed his face outside now, he would have to explain that sword Saint Aura to everyone. Then he made a blunt declaration, "Until I come up with an excuse, I am not going anywhere." Blanche could only curse his shameless younger brother and yell at him to go back to his room at once. The two of them argued like children fighting over a toy. The moment the protagonist stepped out of the sick room, he ran into Ellen Menacin and her radiant smile. She could not resist teasing him. "Well, look who it is. Long time no see. So His Highness finally kicked you out, huh?" He only gave a dry laugh and answered, "Yeah," along with a look of deep disgust. Inwardly, he sighed that surviving 4 full days in Blanche's room was already proof of his hot-tempered older brother's rare mercy. A banana peel flew straight out of the room and hit the protagonist on the head, accompanied by Blanche's furious shout to drive him away. "Get out." Ellen Menacin remarked that those 4 precious days must have done quite a lot to strengthen their brotherly bond. This kind of brotherhood was a little violent, but it was unbelievably genuine. As the two walked down the corridor together, Ellen Menacin admitted she had thought he would nest in the sick room for at least a week. The protagonist casually replied that this had indeed been his original plan. The third prince's appearance immediately drew countless curious looks and whispers from the maids, who kept murmuring about how he had truly used the Aura sword, a miracle that shook the entire palace. Ellen Menacin glanced at him and realized the reason he had left the sick room early was probably because he did not want to keep enduring his brother's wrath. More importantly, however, that prince seemed to have decided to officially show himself. Ellen Menacin thought to herself that this prince had finally found a justification strong enough to reveal his true strength before the entire world. Though he always looked calm on the outside, the protagonist knew deep down that he was a terrible liar. He understood that in this world full of schemes, there was one person to whom he absolutely could not expose the secret of his current body and soul. That person was King Lekmang, the monarch sitting in silence behind his work desk. Kalyan stood before his royal father, while the king's gaze grew heavy with thought as he studied the son who had returned from death's doorstep with power far beyond common sense. King Lekmang immediately furrowed his brow, his voice dropping low as if he needed to confirm every word of the report he had just received. "So you mean the main character gained a spark of enlightenment in the Suspanian lair, and the sword awakened after his sparring match with Suleiman?" Ellen Menacin, standing beside them, nodded in confirmation, and when Jay saw his father still doubting, he stepped forward and calmly offered to prove it himself. In the next instant, blue light flared from his palm, releasing magical pressure and a fierce aura so overwhelming that both the king and Ellen Menacin were struck speechless. The young man looked straight into his father's eyes and firmly declared that he could now control both aura and magic. No long explanation needed, because seeing it in person said everything. He casually turned his wrist, revealing a small cluster of mana, then said it was only a little trick he had picked up. King Lekmang fell into thought at once, realizing the true meaning behind his son's earlier warning. The main character bowed his head and apologized for hiding this for so long, but the king quietly understood, because the palace had never been absolutely safe, and his son surely had a reason to conceal his strength. His Majesty decided to accelerate the founding ceremony of Vankanam, creating a chance for the young man to publicly resolve the issue of his identity before the entire kingdom. Ellen Menacin half-joked that the king should have warned him sooner, but the main character insisted he had given plenty of signals. Even the king had to admit he had been far too careless in failing to notice his son's true ability. When Ellen Menacin teased that he was taking his father's side, the young man simply laughed and replied that he always kept public duty and private feelings separate. Even so, the king's heart remained clouded with worry. That his son was a swordmaster had already spread, forcing the Brezen family to stay on guard. But Randell was the danger that troubled him most. Ever since that day, he had become frighteningly calm, and in the king's eyes, Randell had always treated his brothers as rivals for power, not family. Other families gather and get warmth, but whenever this royal family comes together, the air reeks of disaster. The king feared that if Randell truly ascended the throne, the entire kingdom would be dragged into an unpredictable future. Just as he sank deep into his thoughts, a court attendant's voice suddenly pulled the king back to reality. He told himself that all he could do for now was watch, because only time would reveal whether the main character's power would become a pillar of the dynasty, or a silent poison that destroyed everything. 1 week later, the capital was wrapped in a rare, solemn atmosphere. On the high platform in the Grand Hall, King Lekmang formally declared the Vankanam ceremony open, while announcing the presence of 6 continental swordmasters in Cirrus amid thunderous applause. The main character stepped out with a commanding presence, his blazing red eyes filled with determination, as if he was ready to shoulder this new responsibility. Meanwhile, another upheaval was quietly unfolding behind the scenes. The Bryson family sealed every door, absolutely refusing all contact with the outside world. Behind those tightly shut doors, Grey Bryson was throwing himself into sword training like a man possessed, though his subordinate panicked and tried to stop him because he had been swinging his sword for hours without rest. Grey Bryson roared at everyone to shut up, then kept slicing apart training dummies in choking helpless rage. Grey Brazen gritted his teeth and told himself he could no longer see it, nor could he sense the main character's aura anymore. The disappearance of that once clear power had now become an obsession, driving him almost mad. Time flowed on in silence, autumn faded away, and winter's chill began to settle over Kairos. White snow blanketed the kingdom, and amid that scenery, the prince's little cat slowly crossed the snow, leaving tiny paw prints on the frozen ground. When spring knocked at the door, the kingdom also held a lively celebration for the king's birthday. In the festive atmosphere, everyone raised their glasses together and shouted blessings for his majesty. King Lekmang lifted his glass with a radiant smile, expressing his joy at receiving such sincere wishes from his people. The king declared in a powerful voice that spring was the season of new beginnings, and he hoped this day would open a turning point for everyone. Right in the middle of that romantic scene, with cherry blossoms drifting through the air, a man with long silver hair and sorrow-filled purple eyes suddenly appeared before everyone. The main character froze, his blazing red eyes widening as if he could not believe what was happening. He was so shocked he could barely breathe. Then the name Jay slipped from his lips. The story rewound to 2 months earlier, when spring had just brought warmth back to the land. The brutal winter retreated so quickly it felt as though it had never existed here at all. On the palace's splendid balcony, the main character quietly enjoyed his tea, gazing out at the peaceful scenery beneath the deep blue sky. That was the moment everything began to change, carrying a new feeling so fresh it was almost impossible to describe. He took a sip of tea, sunlight reflecting in his red eyes, then formed a faint, mysterious smile. Inside the luxurious room, a hand slowly pushed a red invitation card across the table, accompanied by a brief remark. Ellen Manason exclaimed with amusement that this was already the second time he had received a birthday invitation, and this time His Majesty had even brought it personally. Seeing his surprise, King Lekmang smiled and reminded him that this time, he absolutely must not ignore it like he had last year. Ellen Manason sipped his tea and assured His Majesty there was nothing to worry about, since he would certainly remain in Cyrus for quite a while, so such a formal invitation was not really necessary. Ellen Manason sighed that time had passed unbelievably fast, and it seemed he never stopped being surprised by the upheavals in this place. Hopefully this time there would be no more palace drama, because even the gossip crowd was running out of stamina. After taking a sip of tea, King Lekmang suddenly remembered something and said that last year, Ellen had also stormed into the palace around this time. His gaze softened as he looked at his old friend, while Ellen Manason silently enjoyed the fragrance of the tea. As cherry blossoms fluttered down around them, the king let out a quiet sigh, looked through the wide-open balcony doors, and asked in a low voice what might be waiting for them this year. The main character poured all his strength into the confrontation before him. He spun aside with lightning speed, dodging the shattered fragments of magic. Attacks came flying in one after another, but the young man instantly countered with a cold, razor-sharp sword strike. His blazing red eyes shone with absolute confidence. The main character curled his lips slightly, then suddenly accelerated. He pressed close to his opponent with a chain of sword techniques as heavy as a raging storm. Faced with that hurricane-like assault, Axel Hess was forced to raise a magical barrier to defend himself. Even so, he still could not hide his shock at the terrifying agility of the young prince. The main character suddenly vanished, then reappeared right behind his opponent with a speed that sent a chill down the spine. Axel Hess could only shout in panic, telling them to raise the barrier at once. But Kalyan's aura sword tore through the strongest defense as if it were nothing more than a thin sheet of paper. A dry crack rang out, and the entire magic barrier instantly burst into countless fragments under that overwhelming pressure. Axel Hess froze, cold sweat running down his temple as he felt the icy blade press against his neck. He forced out the words, "I surrender, your highness." Kalyan smiled faintly, withdrew his mana so the sword dissolved into nothingness, then calmly praised him. "Well fought, Lord Axel Hess." After witnessing that high-level duel, the surrounding crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Axel Hess was still stunned, asking how His Highness could teleport like that without chanting. He could not hide his shock, and even admitted that he was the one who should be overwhelmed, now that the prince's aura sword obeyed its master's will completely. Axel Hess silently admired that terrifying magic control, since Kalyan could shatter layer after layer of spell barriers without casting a single attack spell. Yet Kalyan only flashed a bright smile and corrected him, saying he had not held back at all. He had fought with a do-or-die mindset, not as some casual spar. While the other mages crowded around Axel Hess, begging him again and again to teach them the spellcraft he had just used. Kalyan quietly walked toward Blanche, who was sitting in thought on a stone bench. When asked what he thought of the training match, Blanche merely replied with an indifferent ordinary. Kalyan curled his lips and kept pressing, trying to probe his elder brother's true intentions. Seeing the pensive look on Blanche's face, the young man silently weighed the burden the other man was carrying on his shoulders. In another timeline, although Romain was the one who founded the Night Watch division, Blanche was the one who personally raised and tempered them. In other words, whether this group of mages became demons or held on to their sanity depended entirely on how Blanche guided them. Blanche asked coldly in return, then why did Kalyan not train them himself? Kalyan curled his lips with open arrogance, declaring that he now held all the power he needed in his hands. Blanche could only scold his younger brother for talking nonsense, then silently turned his back and walked away. Just then, Ian rushed over and reported that the Marquis requested an audience. Kalyan narrowed his eyes in calculation, knowing full well that Old Fox had come here to test his strength and see what level his aura flow had reached. Kalyan ordered the servant to tell the old Marquis to wait there, and that he would come out shortly. Turning to Blanche, Kalyan curled his lips meaningfully and said, "See, now everyone knows you and I are in the same boat." Kalyan's eyes turned cold as he warned Blanche that he could not hide in his shadow forever. Sooner or later, the enemy would come, and when that happened, his elder brother would become the easiest prey to bring down. As he walked down the corridor, Kalyan silently calculated Bryson's move, the man who had finally acted after an entire winter of secret training. He hoped the current magic hiding his aura was flawless enough to make the old Marquis believe he was still weak and easy to read. Kalyan reminded himself that he was not much better off, because even he felt he still had not truly caught up to the other man's level. The serious problem was that Blanche had no faction of his own in the Imperial Palace, and that was surely the first thing Bryson wanted to confirm so he could seize leverage. The battle for the throne of the Sirish Kingdom had finally begun on the chessboard of power. Kalyan silently wondered who he needed to guard against most in this war. The moment he arrived, Kalyan stopped short, realizing he had miscalculated. The last person he wanted to face right now was his eldest Imperial brother. Kalyan spoke softly, "Brother." Two figures stood motionless on the stairs, trapped in an atmosphere so heavy it felt suffocating, with every scheme still waiting for an answer. Randall looked down from the higher step and coldly warned him that princes looking down at one another from above and below like this was a taboo. From below, Kalyan answered calmly, "Is that all?" while his mind remained perfectly clear. He saw through his eldest brother's false mask, and he knew that if he took just 3 more steps, he would officially violate that taboo, enough to rip apart the mask Randall had always struggled to maintain. Kalyan began bringing up the secret of the rose that seemed never to wither, then declared that he finally understood its true meaning. Randall wavered for a moment and asked softly, "You saw it?" Then Kalyan slowly climbed the stairs one step at a time, continuing to analyze everything as though peeling back layers of conspiracy. He wondered why Randall had deliberately allowed that flower to show beyond the bushes in such a careless way. Kalyan concluded that Randall's purpose was likely to show that those flowers were only allowed to bloom and shine, as long as they stayed inside his garden. Once he stood face to face with Randall, Kalyan firmly added the key condition, as long as it is never allowed to grow past your feet. Faced with his younger brother's sharpness, Randall only admitted in a low voice, "Yes." His gaze darkened as he solemnly stated that he truly did not want such a future to happen. The two stood silently in the corridor, facing off in an atmosphere thick with hidden calculations and conflicts that had yet to erupt. The scene shifted to a luxurious silent room. Ellen Madison sat there with an arrogant expression, his voice full of mockery as he brought up the confrontation that had just occurred. He believed Kalyan had missed a perfect chance by not letting Marcus Bryson pass by at that exact moment, so both sides would suspect each other of plotting against them. Ellen Madison snapped that if Kalyan wanted to create more enemies for himself, that would have been much faster. While Ellen Madison lectured him with great enthusiasm, Kalyan calmly sat there eating chocolate, casually praising how delicious it was with a perfectly blank face. Ellen Madison sighed, silently marveling at the utterly unusual personality of this young prince. Kalyan stated that Randall would not make a move unless he was certain that Kalyan and the Marquis were not colluding at all. As he leisurely enjoyed his pastry, Kalyan offered his assessment of the Bryson family's next move. Marcus Bryson was surely wavering, because the old man still could not read the true strength hidden within Kalyan's aura sword. With Kalyan and Blanche officially standing in the same camp, the Bill Risen family had no choice but to recalculate every move. The main character lightly caught the falling candy, his motion so clean it felt as if he had predicted everything in advance. He smiled with complete confidence, insisting that this did not mean he would become the prey being hunted. The tension was stretched tight, yet this guy handled it like he was playing a casual game. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, dragging the audience into a place that reeked of chaos and stale liquor. The smell of Suspanian beer rose through the messy scene, making everything feel even more suffocating. A figure wrapped head to toe in a black cloak moved silently, every step following the plan that had already been set. When a man blocked his path and demanded payment, Kizzy showed no fear and immediately drew his sword. The main character had warned him carefully that Kizzy absolutely had to remember this mission. Beneath the cloak, Kizzy's gaze was cold as ice as he continued sweeping through the gambling den. Even with screams ringing everywhere, he faithfully followed the main character's orders. He was absolutely forbidden from harming the women serving there. Kizzy silently walked past the crowd fleeing in panic, panic. He clearly remembered the order that the backer of this place deserved death, but everyone else had to be spared, including the wounded fighters held captive. Right then, a group of swordsmen suddenly rushed out to block his way, roaring that they would take his life. After receiving his master's order, Kizi instantly turned the enemy hideout into a bloody battlefield. His blade fell without mercy, and every obstacle collapsed before they could even fight back. Once the outside was cleared, he silently stepped over the bodies scattered across the floor and pushed deeper into the hidden room. The dry creak of the opening door rang out, tearing through the terrifying silence of the base. Inside, a crazed man pressed a knife to a woman's throat and used her as a hostage. He shouted threats while backing away, saying that if Kizi took one more step, he would slit her throat. The woman sobbed miserably, begging him to save her. But Kizi stayed emotionless, merely shifting his angle to observe more carefully. He remembered the moment he entered, when only these two had been whispering to each other. In truth, the woman had secretly told the man to use her as a hostage, and then look for a way to escape. Seeing through the clumsy act, Kizi immediately concluded that the two were on the same side. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and pierced through the one being used as a shield, ending the lie on the spot. They acted their hearts out, but Kizi read the script faster than the director. The man collapsed onto the floor, grinding out a threat with his final breath. He said Kizi thought he could escape, but the one they served would never let him go. Standing tall before his enemy, Kizi answered coldly and simply, he did not care. Just then, the door burst open and a sharp voice rang out, "Stop and drop your sword." Kizi panted heavily, his body nearly reaching its limit from exhaustion. He silently let the sword fall to the floor with a dry clang, then calmly said that he was the prince's subordinate. A soldier frantically spurred his horse through the night. He was burning with panic after personally witnessing the gambling den being searched and torn apart. Sweat poured off him as if he had been drenched, and his teeth clenched, because he knew he had to report to the Marquis immediately before everything spun out of control. But the road ahead was suddenly blocked, making him cry out in alarm. Axel Hess, who is there? From behind a black cloak, the main character appeared with a sly smile and blazing red eyes full of pressure. He casually asked where the soldier was rushing off to. At the Marquis's estate, a sharp crash rang out as Bryson furiously smashed the furnishings and roared, "Idiot!" He poured all his anger onto the soldier for reporting too late, which gave the royal family an excuse to interfere in a matter that should have been investigated quietly by the guards. He was nearly mad with rage when he realized that this delay had given Kizi enough time to publicly reveal himself as the main character's subordinate, completely reversing the situation. The soldier could only tremble on his knees, not daring to raise his head as the Marquis shouted and forced him to take responsibility for this fatal mistake. But in reality, every word of the soldier's testimony was already part of the game the main character had arranged in advance. Earlier, he had grabbed the soldier by the collar and ordered him in a cold voice, "When the old man does that, say exactly these words." Under Bryson's horrified gaze, the soldier stammered that the prince seemed to have failed to persuade Blanche. Bryson blankly repeated the word failed, while the soldier continued explaining that when the attacker who searched the gambling den was asked why he struck, his answer left everyone frozen. The script had been planted from the very beginning, yet after hearing it, Bryson was still spun around like a top. Marquis Bryson was stunned when his subordinate reported that the attacker had clearly pushed all of Axel Hess' crimes onto second Prince Blanche. He muttered suspiciously, was Blanche's illness not just something they had fabricated? And had the main character not stayed there all night to care for him? Could the truth really be different? Even though the Shia family's influence had declined, Bryson still made a cold decision. He would pin this incident on Viscount Jerez. He hardened his resolve, saying that before sunrise tomorrow, he would go to the Jiming Palace. Beneath the crimson moonlight, Bryson truly went to meet Blanche, exactly as the main character had predicted. In the morning light, he sat across from his younger brother, the atmosphere quiet, but filled with calculation. Blanche leisurely took a sip of tea, then admitted that the play about the rift between the two brothers sounded genuinely convincing. He remembered Bryson's fake expression of sympathy, as if Bryson believed he had endured far too much pressure. Blanche faintly curled his lips and answered calmly, "It seemed that way." The main character judged that no matter what, Bryson's name would not appear in the gambling den's ledger, so the plan to weaken his influence there had still not achieved the desired result. Callion looked straight at Blanche, his voice dropping as if forcing him to answer on the spot. "Brother, what have you decided about my proposal?" Blanche froze for a beat, then gave a firm nod. "Oh, that. I will give it one try." Hearing his older brother accept, the protagonist instantly flashed a sly grin, then played innocent to tease him. "Try what? What proposal did I make again?" Blanche could only sigh, helpless before his little brother's sharp mischief. But right after that, Blanche's gaze began to change, turning far more resolute and serious. Blanche set down his teacup and officially declared in a steady voice, Alright, I will take responsibility for this. Viscount Jerez, the man Bryson had shoved forward to shoulder every casino-related crime, had all his assets confiscated. Kizzy was also suspended for 2 months for drawing her sword outside the Imperial Palace while serving as a guard. 2 months passed, and the capital suddenly grew livelier than ever, as one carriage after another rolled straight through the gates of Axelhest Palace. Ian pushed the door open and entered the room, bowing his head as he greeted him gently. "Did your highness sleep well?" The protagonist sat silently in his chair, raising his hand and staring at it as if he had not yet escaped a dream. When Ian asked if he was fully awake, the young man only murmured, "Not yet. I just dreamed about something, but I cannot remember it." Even stranger, he placed a hand on his chest, feeling his heart pounding unusually fast. Excitement kept swelling inside him, as if some fortunate turn of fate was about to appear. As Ian poured tea, he guessed, could it be because Kizzy returned last night? The boy also said Kizzy had mentioned something important. The storm warning intuition was already at the door, but these rookies still had no idea what was about to explode. That matter was the Imperial Palace, preparing to welcome a congratulatory delegation from the Holy Land of Tansin. The protagonist held the teacup in his hand, his expression darkening as he clearly calculated every possibility in silence. At that same moment in the Imperial Palace garden, Second Prince Blanche was strolling at an easy pace when he suddenly stopped, sensing something far too unusual. He watched the group in white robes entering, suspicion rising in his heart. Why would Tansin send this many monks? Realizing this was not simple at all, Blanche immediately decided he had to report it to His Majesty. However, the moment he was about to leave, he spotted an incredibly familiar figure. Blanche stared at the uninvited guest, his voice cracking with shock. "What are you doing here?" Standing before him was a man with long silver hair, his refined aura so striking it was hard to look away. The Crown Prince of Secretia curled his lips into a radiant smile and answered calmly, "It is a pleasure to see you again." The two stood facing each other in the sunlit palace courtyard, and the air suddenly stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. Blanche was so stunned he could hardly believe his eyes, stammering as he asked whether the person before him was truly the Crown Prince of Secretia. The other man merely smiled calmly and admitted without concern that, yes, he was a little far from home. He explained that he had a proper reason to appear here. One was the congratulatory banquet, and more importantly, there was someone he absolutely had to meet. Right then, the protagonist rode his black horse into the garden. He tightened his grip on the reins, his eyes widening as he finally understood where that strange feeling from early morning had come from. From horseback, the young man silently watched the fated reunion unfolding below between the Crown Prince of Secretia and Blanche. Meanwhile, Lord Ellen Manison was nearly petrified when he heard that the Crown Prince of Secretia had appeared inside the Imperial Palace. The instant he learned the guest was having lunch with the king and the princes, his complexion changed at once. He ground his teeth in worry, then shot off like an arrow under the panicked stares of his subordinates. Ellen Manison rushed down the corridor, inwardly cursing the king's unbelievable recklessness without pause. He was worried to the extreme, because the protagonist still needed more time to steel himself before this destined encounter. In the banquet hall, the announcement rang out clearly and solemnly. "Your Highness, the third Prince of Seers has arrived." The protagonist walked forward in silence, both hands clenched, each step heavy as if he were entering a dungeon of memories. When the door opened, his heart suddenly hammered. The familiar presence beyond that door made the young man understand that staying perfectly calm would be impossible. And then, in the middle of the room, the Crown Prince of Secretia appeared with long silver hair and a gentle smile, exactly like the image carved deep into his memories from his previous life. Before his eyes stood the older brother who had once sacrificed everything for him. The protagonist stood frozen, his chest rising and falling with each frantic heartbeat. He slowly stepped forward, his blood-red eyes unable to leave the figure before him. The Crown Prince of Secretia reached out first, his manner courteous, yet his gaze strangely warm. "Your Highness, I have been looking forward to meeting you." The two royals stood facing each other, while the entire room suddenly sank into an uncanny silence. Noticing the unnatural silence and the protagonist's dazed expression, the Crown Prince of Secretia tilted his head slightly and called to him softly, "Your Highness?" He clenched his teeth, desperately holding back the emotions threatening to burst free. Every shock, longing, and pain in the young man's heart was forced down by the last shred of reason he had left. In the end, the protagonist quietly let out one short sentence, "So have I?" He looked deep into the other man's eyes, wearing a brilliant smile packed with countless unspoken feelings, then confirmed that he, too, had waited for this moment for a very long time. The protagonist clearly spoke the title of the older brother in his memories, each word heavy with feeling. "I have also always looked forward to this day, Crown Prince of Secretia." Ellen Manison burst into room in a panic, making everyone turn toward him in astonishment. Seeing the atmosphere grow stifling, the Crown Prince of Secretia smiled faintly and broke the silence. "Why are we standing in the passage like this?" The protagonist immediately greeted him. "Ah, Lord Ellen Manison." The Crown Prince of Secretia replied warmly that it had been a long time, and he hoped the Lord was well. He gently gently suggested skipping the cumbersome formalities, then naturally invited everyone inside. "This way, Your Highness." The protagonist drew in a deep breath and slowly let it out, trying to regain his composure before the wave of new variables crashing in like a dangerous level-up sequence. Jay strode decisively down the corridor, but he stopped at once when he saw Blanche already waiting there, his face heavy with thought. Looking at the steaming white teacups, he quietly listened as Blanche pondered why the Crown Prince of Secretia had appeared here all alone. Inside the study, our lead faced Ellen Menessen and skipped the small talk, going straight to the point. "This visit surely was not just for the banquet. What exactly brought Your Highness here?" Our lead smiled faintly, admitting that nothing ever slipped past Ellen Menessen. He slowly set down his teacup, his voice carrying a trace of hesitation. "I do not know whether you will believe me, but I still hope you will hear me out." Ellen Menessen remained silent for a moment, then answered calmly, "I am listening." Our lead began speaking of Arcus Tempus, the mysterious ancient relic that had vanished without a trace around this very time last year. Ellen immediately remembered the day he came to him, seeking advice about that enigmatic ancient relic. The mage confirmed that he had never forgotten the time he secretly went to Secretia to examine it in person. Yet his only conclusion was that it was absolutely not made by human hands. Just last month, the disappearance of Arcus Tempus was confirmed once more. Even that much makes the relic feel like a god-tier item in a fantasy world. Ellen Menessen himself was the one who passed that information to Prince Kallian. He could not help feeling suspicious, wondering why the young man would bring up Arcus Tempus right now. Our lead revealed that in the spring of last year, he had been present at the exact moment the relic disappeared, and only a few months ago, strange memories began flooding his mind. At first, he thought it was all nothing more than a dream, but the image of an unfinished chess game kept haunting him, making him wonder if he was slowly losing his emotions. In the end, our lead could no longer deny the truth. He clutched his head in pain as he realized those memories were completely real. With reddened eyes, he insisted that he had no choice but to accept the truth standing right before him. He clenched both hands, his gaze growing firm as he declared that his younger brother was somewhere within this very kingdom. Our lead told Lord Ellen Menessen in a low voice that he had no option except to believe those memories, and to believe that his brother still existed here. His eyes darkened as he mentioned his late older brother. Seeing that wavering emotion, Ellen Menessen asked in shock whether His Highness had ever tried to revive his brother with Arcus Tempus. He immediately rejected it with fierce anger. "Ridiculous. The battle that took my brother's life was the very war fought by those trying to seize Arcus Tempus." Memories of smoke and war surged back from the time Cyrus used the power of a great nation to steal Secretia's national treasure. He insisted that everyone who rose to protect the relic had their reasons, and Byrne sacrificed himself to keep it from falling into the hands of someone who would misuse it. Our lead firmly declared that he would never deny his brother's sacrifice, just to bring him back. He made it clear that he protected Arcus Tempus to the very end and never used it for personal gain. Ellen Menessen gave a slight nod, saying that this perfectly matched what Suspanian had once said. He looked toward Kallian, silently recognizing the familiar expression of his brother, then told himself that today, he had finally gotten to see that face, and he understood that he absolutely could not let that person discover he still remembered everything. A relieved smile briefly touched his lips. As long as he knew the young man was alive and safe, that was enough for our lead. But the conversation was cut short when Kizzy approached from afar. Ellen Menessen asked in surprise what had happened, and Kizzy bowed respectfully, reporting that the prince wished to speak with him after dinner. Ellen Menessen flinched slightly, inwardly cursing his own carelessness. "Damn it, before speaking with our lead, I should have cast soundproofing magic." Seeing him flustered, our lead burst into hearty laughter and turned to tease Kizzy. "You were not eavesdropping on us just now, were you?" The mood was as tense as a dungeon boss fight, yet he dropped that line like he was hosting a game show. Ellen Menessen sighed helplessly, knowing full well that complaining now would not change a thing. He quickly regained his composure and made the formal introduction. "Your Highness, this is Kizzy, Prince Kallian's personal guard." Then he turned to remind him. "Kizzy, you stand before the Crown Prince of Secretia." Kizzy immediately bowed with solemn respect, expressing his honor at meeting His Highness. Even so, he looked puzzled that a prince from Sia, a noble bloodline, had only a single knight escorting him. Just as Kizzy was about to introduce his family name, unexpected name rang out, Byrne. He explained that this name had been passed down for generations within Secretia's royal family, then smiled faintly as he revealed the true meaning behind it. "It means a hero whose name will never fade." Kallian stood there in silence, his mind in turmoil as the strange connections from the past slowly became clear. Standing by the window and looking down at the square, he quietly wondered how the sudden visit from that crown prince would affect Cyrus. He did not know what the next move should be if all his efforts to prevent war were not to become meaningless. The brutal images, along with the mystery of why Blanche started a war in another timeline, kept haunting his mind. He clenched his fist, trying to find an escape route for a future shrouded in darkness. Just then, a sharp knock sounded at the door, tearing through the stillness of the room. Blanche stepped in, looked straight at Kalyan, and calmly said that he owed him an explanation. He stood there with suspicion in his eyes, wondering why that foreign prince wanted to meet Kalyan so badly, and why Kalyan had looked as dazed as if he had returned from the dead. Deep down, Kalyan bitterly realized that the war from years ago seemed to be quietly repeating itself. He walked on in silence and dropped a loaded question. "Tell me, brother, what if there is something you desire more than anything, but someone else has already claimed ownership of it?" Kalyan stopped, looked straight into his older brother's eyes, and asked, "In that case, what would you do?" A heavy silence fell as their gazes met. Red and blue collided in an atmosphere stretched tight as a bowstring. Blanche quietly turned away, revealing no further sign of emotion. He stated coldly that he had never been in the habit of taking what did not belong to him. Kalyan still refused to let it go, and he pressed the question to the end. "But if that was something you truly needed, would you still obediently follow those rules?" Under Blanche's unwavering gaze, the answer came out without the slightest hesitation. "Of course." The protagonist slightly curled his lips into the faintest smile. "I understand. It is just a few things worth thinking about, nothing serious." But deep inside, the young man felt as if a hidden tide was raging. He had to admit he had been shaken, because Jay was the only person he truly missed. He thought to himself that this battle had never had an absolute right or wrong answer from the very beginning, and the Blanche of the present knew absolutely nothing about the terrible tragedies about to crash down like an inescapable dungeon instance. Seeing the silence drag on, Blanche grew impatient and urged him. "So are you going to explain or not?" The protagonist only gave a light snap of his fingers. In an instant, a magic circle covered the entire room, completely cutting off every sound from outside. He repeated the question Blanche had once asked about his true identity, then said coldly, "I have a feeling you realized Axel. Hess knows everything." Blanche pressed him one last time, his expression so grave it felt suffocating. "Who exactly are you? Seriously." In the silent room, the protagonist began to reveal the name Serenity, the Queen of the Gods. He slowly mentioned the 10-year milestone, along with the plea for a way out that had been sent to the gods. The protagonist looked straight at Blanche, then declared a truth shocking enough to shake this entire otherworld. "Time has been turned back to 10 years ago." Blanche's eyes widened at once, horror spilling clearly across his face after that bombshell of information. He calmly delivered another finishing blow. "I used to be Jay's younger brother, and now I have become your younger brother." In his heart, he silently swore that if the gods would not grant him an escape, he would bend fate himself. The flood of information was like hurling an entire fantasy epic straight into the listener's face. After a while, in the dead silent room, Ellen Mannison looked straight at the protagonist and spoke. "All right, now tell me." He understood very clearly that the time had come to turn over his final important card. He admitted that revealing this secret was no longer that difficult, because a few people already knew the truth by now. With a serious expression, the protagonist stated it plainly. "This really is the last time. I swear that is everything I had said up to that point." And then the final shocking truth was spoken. "I used to be his younger brother, and now I have become your younger brother." After hearing that, you just want to ask one thing. Exactly how many hidden branches this family tree still have? After hearing the confession, Ellen Mannison only smiled faintly and replied, "Well done." However, he quickly realized the protagonist had definitely not called him here just to distract his thoughts, so he immediately asked another question. "What is going on?" He made a proposal regarding Lady Aurea, while hoping Ellen Mannison could pass the message on in his place. Seeing the protagonist stare thoughtfully out the window, Ellen Mannison could not help asking whether something was troubling him, but he only remained silent, quietly watching the moon outside. In another development, First Prince Randell was also drowning in countless heavy thoughts. Standing by the window, he felt uneasy about the constant movements from Jay's 2 levels inside the palace. To Randell, the sudden appearance of 30 monks from Tensio at this exact moment could never be a mere coincidence. His deep blue eyes flashed with vigilance, like a hunter sensing a monster hidden inside the imperial palace. The protagonist could not feel at ease either. He told himself that even if this matter passed for now, countless other problems were still waiting to be handled. Those 2 elder brothers never seemed to let his mind rest for even a single moment. Amid the atmosphere stretched tight as a bowstring, the arrival of Crown Prince Jay with his radiant smile only made the situation even more tangled. Blanche approached the guest from afar, his voice cold as a blade just drawn from its sheath. "What wind has brought the Crown Prince of Secretia all the way here?" Jay maintained his refined bearing, smiling as he explained that since he was rather free before tonight's banquet, he had asked the king for permission to stroll around the garden. As Jay observed the scenery around him, he could not help admiring it. "It truly is a beautiful place." Even so, faced with the second prince's indifferent attitude, Jay silently concluded that the Blanche of this time did not seem to like him at all. Blanche curled his lips slightly, his eyes full of suspicion. That only gives me more questions. What matter could be so important that the crown prince had to come here in person? He silently questioned Jay's true purpose. Could it really be as simple as coming to meet Marcus Ellen Menacin, just as the rumors claimed? In response, Jay suddenly mentioned that he had recently heard Prince Blanche was pouring a great deal of effort into developing Vancan. Blanche immediately sneered. I never expected news from Karis to fly all the way to Secretia, but Jay only replied calmly that it was normal, because His Majesty had always loved raising birds. Jay's gaze suddenly turned as sharp as a knife, and he threw out a question that drilled straight into the other man's mind. Is Vancan being cultivated with such passion because of Prince Blanche's power? The question struck a fatal weak point, leaving Blanche so stunned that he nearly froze on the spot. Jay looked straight into Blanche's wavering eyes, as if he were preparing to reveal a terrifying truth from the future. Blanche unconsciously took a step back, blaming himself inwardly. What did I just do? Jay coldly brushed past him, admitting that he had been wrong to assume Blanche knew absolutely nothing about that matter. Even so, Blanche held his ground and firmly declared that Vancan belonged to his younger brother, so Jay had no need to concern himself with it. Jay stopped, turned back to look at Blanche with a dark, haunting gaze, and left one final warning. You should truly hope that is the case, Prince Blanche. The protagonist thoughtfully gripped the list in his hand. His blazing red eyes gleamed with contemplation as he discovered an extremely dangerous anomaly. Makam Chathis was not on the list of monks entering Kairos at all. He should have been in Hail Lachen, but strangely, he was not included in this congratulatory envoy. Kalian silently wondered what those people were really plotting. Just then, Ian pushed the door open and respectfully reminded him that it was time for His Highness to prepare for the evening banquet. Maine still showed no urgency, merely signaling for the young attendant to come closer. Come sit here and talk with me for a moment. That effortless command instantly left Ian stunned, unable to understand what was going on. The young man revealed that Tensio had sent as many as 30 priests, and he suspected that First Prince Randell was involved behind the scenes. On the surface, they had come to attend a birthday banquet, yet those priests were not counted among the official delegation currently present in Kyrgyz. The more Maine thought about it, the stranger it felt, because there was no reason for 30 priests to come all this together. Seeing Ian still scratching his head in confusion, he was about to wave it off. Fine, Ian, never mind. But Ian suddenly spoke up, his voice firm. That is impossible. They absolutely could not have moved 30 people like that. Under Maine's doubtful gaze, Ian reminded him that Tensio had recently suffered through a terrifying stretch of torrential rain. He immediately remembered that Karis had sent salt as relief aid, while Tensio had used gratitude as a reason to dispatch many priests as congratulatory envoys. But in that exact moment, Maine suddenly froze. A fatal inconsistency in this entire game had just appeared right before his eyes. He quickly calculated that if floods had just swept through the land, then disease would surely break out afterward, like monsters spawning in a dungeon. While the people of Tensio were exhausted, dying day by day, and needed priests to stay behind and treat them more than ever. And yet they could still send 30 people to a neighboring nation, merely to attend a birthday celebration. Maine curled his lips into a dangerous smile. He silently blamed himself for missing such an obvious detail. His gaze turned cold as he reached his conclusion. That delegation of 30 was very likely not made up of real priests at all. Blanche walked slowly down the palace corridor, his expression heavy, as though a dark cloud were pressing down on him. As he passed a closed room, he saw Hina hovering by the door, and asked whether that cat had slipped into the room again. The sudden question made the little girl jump, while Blanche only ordered her in a cold voice to step aside. Even as Hina stammered an apology in fear, Blanche decisively shoved the door open and walked straight inside. Seeing the girl still standing outside in worry, he lowered his voice and told her to leave the cat there, and that he would return it to her later. Leaving the maid behind, Blanche quietly moved deeper into the room, his hand tightening around the handle leading to the inner chamber. There, Maine was sitting leisurely in a chair, gently stroking a small white cat in his arms. He curled his lips in mockery and muttered that he had almost thought this room belonged to him. Maine went straight to the point, saying he had come because there was something to discuss and he wanted Blanche to attend tonight's banquet with him. Holding the cat in his arms, Blanche gave a weary sigh at the new scheme his dear younger brother was cooking up. Under that suspicious stare, Maine only replied indifferently that this matter was not actually all that complicated. He dropped a shocking piece of information. Randell seemed to have planted 30 priests inside the envoy group. The corner of his mouth curved dangerously, because of course, Maine absolutely hated being controlled like a pawn. Time passed. and the announcer's voice rang clearly through the grand hall. His Highness, Prince Plans and the third prince have arrived. Amid the murmuring crowd of guests, the two princes entered the brilliantly lit banquet hall together. Their simultaneous appearance instantly set the entire place buzzing, as if it were a public confirmation that the two had officially formed an alliance. The nobles whispered among themselves, wondering why the situation had shifted like this, but no one could find a satisfying answer. From the high balcony above, Randall silently watched everything, his eyes cold as ice, his hand tightening around a glass of red wine. The crowd began to speculate that this was a direct declaration of war aimed squarely at the first prince. With nothing more than a single entrance, the atmosphere in the hall had already stretched tight as a bowstring, no different from the moment before war erupted. Maine calmly walked forward, the next move already calculated in his mind. Randall would certainly think he had sided with Blanche, and that would make it hard for his eldest brother to act for the time being. Realizing that every gaze was focused on them, Blanche quietly asked if that was enough. Maine smiled brightly and confirmed that everything had only just begun, and that they had successfully drawn the attention of the entire hall. Seeing Maine constantly scanning the room, Blanche could not help wondering why his younger brother kept looking around as if searching for prey. Maine revealed in a low voice that there was someone who should have appeared here, but had now vanished completely. He stated the absent person's name without hesitation, Marcus Bryson. While the banquet remained loud and lively, night had quietly fallen over the palace outside, beneath the hazy light of a crescent moon. Randall had secretly left the banquet hall by this point. He cautiously asked whether anyone was following them, and the person beside him immediately assured the first prince that he'd not need to worry about that. But they had no idea that, within the darkness, a pair of cold eyes was already watching their every movement. Randall and the mysterious group silently advanced deep into the palace garden, their decisive footsteps gradually disappearing behind the dense trees. However, every action the first prince took had long since fallen neatly within Maine's calculations. Following the ironclad order to tail Randall the moment he left the social hall, a dark figure had quietly closed in behind him. That person hid within the night, patiently observing every movement of the eldest prince. Suddenly, the dry crack of a branch snapping underfoot rang out, tearing through the stillness of the night. The first prince's escort team instantly whipped around, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings with full vigilance. In that moment, the pursuer held his breath, his heart pounding wildly in fear that his identity would be exposed on the spot. Fortunately, what they dragged out of the darkness was only a couple secretly meeting in the garden, while the guards were still busy dealing with that unexpected little disturbance. He quietly concluded that Randall was not yet the most important piece on this board of power, because the real target they had to lock down was the trusted attendant who always stayed at the first prince's side. Ian stressed that once they verified one crucial point, this entire stage fantasy would collapse on the spot. From beneath the cloak, a sudden wave of killing intent shot out, rushing straight toward the moving group. In that instant, the men disguised as Tensio priests all froze, their sharp combat instincts warning them that danger was closing in. Seeing such a professional reaction, the stalker was stunned, wondering if they realized that this very move had exposed their true identities. The next morning, Callian personally went to find Randall in the Rose Garden. The main character walked over calmly, his voice cold as a blade, declaring that there might not be a single priest here, because his brother had brought the Tensio Paladins, a foreign army, deep into the royal palace. Faced with that grave accusation of treason, Randall still stood calmly amid the brilliant sea of flowers, showing not the slightest tremor. He slowly turned around, his deep blue eyes meeting the main character's gaze, then answered softly, "I know." Callian immediately questioned whether Randall truly understood the consequences of bringing the Tensio Paladins, a foreign military force, deep into the royal palace. Unlike his tense younger brother, Randall still turned his back with ease and said coldly, "So what if I know?" That chilling calm left Callian speechless, his red eyes widening in shock. The young man stared at Randall and declared that, if necessary, he could kill every last one of them. Randall stayed silent for a moment, then quietly turned and walked away. He slowly explained that the goal of those paladins was no different from the mage corpse the main character held in his own hands. Randall stated with absolute certainty that they would not harm him, nor would they touch any member of the royal family. Callian froze as he grasped the terrifying meaning behind this move, then asked through clenched teeth, "Did you bring the paladins here to restrain House Bryson?" Randall did not answer. He only stared into the distance with dark, heavy blue eyes. At that moment, every scattered piece in Callian's mind snapped into place. He finally understood why Marcus Bryson had suddenly been absent from the important banquet just now. Callian saw through the ruthless plan Randall had quietly laid out from the beginning. That was exactly why the Tensio army had to be brought into Kairos under the disguise of fake clergy. Callian stared straight at Randall and exposed the truth. "You summoned Count Grey Bryson to the palace, so the Tensio paladins could strike directly at his territory while he was away." The young man looked at Randell with an icy gaze, stating that even if they shared the same goal, the Tensio Paladins could never be treated like his Vankan army. He threw out a hard challenge. If you believe you stand for justice, then bring them in with a rightful reason and an honorable method. Randell silently stared at the red rose in his hand, wondering when this younger brother had changed so much. In the end, under pressure from the main character, Randell was forced to yield and said he would send the knights back. But before it ended, Randell still left behind a heavy warning. Do not grow too strong too quickly, and do not stray too far from your path. The moment those words rang out, the radiant rose in Randell's palm suddenly withered. It crumbled apart, then turned to ash right before Kalyan's eyes. Randell looked at his younger brother with an ice-cold gaze, his voice heavy with hidden meaning as he said that such a sight was not pleasant at all. Faced with his eldest brother's veiled threat, Kalyan stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly curled his lips into an arrogant smile and answered firmly, "I refuse." His red eyes flashed sharply as he repeated the ambitious declaration he had made before, "I will go to Camulon to raise a dog." The third prince's victorious smile was a vow that he would never step back from the path to seizing the crown prince's seat. Chaos broke out immediately afterward, when the Tensio clergy suddenly left the kingdom of Kairos, claiming their homeland had taken a turn for the worse, leaving only an apology letter for departing before they could request the king's permission. Earlier, when the king pressed him about the clergy, Randell had calmly lied and said he had heard nothing unusual. But the truth was that right after the tense confrontation with Kalyan, the priests had secretly withdrawn under cover of night. This detail revealed a shocking truth: Randell was not merely involved, he held absolute control over that entire group of clergy. Standing silently in the room, King Lekmang admitted in deep thought that Randell had lied to him. His heart ached without end as he wondered why his eldest son had become so cold and distant. Alan Menacin calmly took a sip of tea, then said bitterly, "All of this is your majesty's fault." He compared that even someone as cruel as Deeplang at least knew how to care for his children, while the king's own indifference had pushed Randell's heart into darkness. Lekmang could only lower his head and bitterly admit that he knew. The king tried to explain that he had worked to make amends, from eating together and taking walks, to paying more attention to the things Randell cared about. But Alan Menacin coldly poured a bucket of ice water over him, saying children do not always grow up the way their parents want. He suddenly changed the subject to the current ruler of Grey Bryson, Baron Aileen's son, a person he considered extremely unusual. Alan Menacin brought up the execution of the former king, Zai Xing, and the king also confirmed that he knew the matter clearly. While hiding there, Tyne once plotted to assassinate him with poison, but that cruel plan backfired when he accidentally killed his own son. As soon as Aileen learned Tyne was the culprit, she immediately ordered his execution without hesitation. After that disaster, Alan Menacin's remaining son fell into a severe state of confusion, and Alan Menacin asked the king if he knew what he had done with that boy. The answer left Letmang stunned. Alan Menacin had forced his son to clean Deitro's house for an entire month. Seeing the king's shock, Alan explained that he made the boy go to the home of the person who had died because of Taine's mistake, so he could see with his own eyes the pain his family had caused. The future king had been forced to bow his head and scrub every stain from the floor. Seeing the survivors burst into tears with his own eyes, he felt the air itself choke under the weight of tragedy. He silently watched the horror before him, forced to swallow the brutal truth left behind by his father's crimes. Once he understood that his father's death had not been an injustice, his stubbornness slowly receded, and he began to act with more restraint. After hearing the whole story, King Lekmang fell silent for a long time, then quietly said he had known nothing about it. Ellen Menacin looked straight at the monarch before her and calmly replied that indulgence was not always love. Wrong was still wrong, and as parents, punishment was sometimes necessary. King Lekmang lowered his head, his eyes heavy with guilt, then admitted she was right, because that too was a father's responsibility. In pain, he wondered when those children had been forced to shoulder everything on their own in place of the adults. The scene immediately shifted to a sheer cliff under the night sky, where raging waves roared as they smashed against the rocks. On that cold outcrop, a silver-haired boy was still laughing innocently beside an old man. The old man had a scraggly gray beard, and his crooked, malicious smile looked like it belonged to a villain straight out of an isekai fantasy. Without the slightest warning, his rough hand shot out and shoved hard, sending the boy tumbling straight into the abyss. He plunged through the night, his small body swallowed by darkness and the vast sea in absolute terror. The old man stood at the cliff's edge, looking down as his prey vanished into the torrent, the corner of his mouth curling in chilling satisfaction. The stormy night grew fiercer, and the surging sea below the cliff howled like a monster roaring at the rocks. Witnessing it, the guard Axel Hess screamed for the prince in panic, but the old man beside him merely waved coldly and said there was no need to overreact. He glanced down the cliff with a sinister gaze, calculating that the child was now old enough to learn how to fear his power. The moment he finished speaking, the guard charged madly toward the cliff, trying to save him. In the old man's mind, a half-brother with succession rights had never counted as family, and letting Axel Hess survive with his property intact was already more than merciful. The old man wore a hateful smile, eagerly waiting to see how the older brother would react to this ruthless disaster. A dreadful crash rang out, tearing across the pitch-black surface of the sea. The tiny body plunged into the freezing water and sank, leaving only a few weak bubbles fading into the wet darkness. Deep beneath the sea, he thrashed in despair, his chest tightening, because he could not breathe, his whole body going numb under the pressure of the violent current. In that life-or-death instant, one agonizing question drilled into his mind. Why had his royal father done this? The faint light on the water's surface drifted farther away, and his consciousness slowly slipped from his body. He gave up, letting the dark abyss beneath the sea swallow him whole. Kalyan jolted awake from the nightmare, his trembling hand reaching out as if trying to grasp something that had just vanished. He lay motionless on the bed, his blazing red eyes staring into the empty darkness of the room. Looking at his own hand under the pale moonlight, the protagonist choked out his younger brother's name in shock. The young man bitterly realized a painful truth. Swimming had never been his little brother's strength. If he had been pushed into the sea like that, could he possibly have survived? Ian rushed into the room in alarm, then froze when he saw how terrifyingly haggard his master looked. He cried out to the prince in panic, then anxiously pointed straight at the bloodshot eyes before him. To hide the tears still lingering there, he casually lied that his eyes itched because he had rubbed them too hard, then blamed a cat allergy. Ian immediately objected because he knew his master had never had any issue with cats, and lately, his behavior had been far too strange. Trying to change the subject, the protagonist asked where the little cat had gone, making Ian hurry off to search for it. Ian's face suddenly tightened and his eyes filled with clear resolve. He decisively turned and walked away, making the young man ask in surprise where he was going. Ian snapped that where else would he go except to find the cat, then stomped out of the room as if swallowing down his anger. When the door slammed shut, the protagonist wearily leaned back in his chair, sighed softly, and covered his face in helplessness. He wondered in silence why memories of the past had struck him at this exact moment. Was the guilt in his heart really the unbreakable bond of blood? In the quiet room, the protagonist forced himself to calm down quickly so he could continue with his plan. Meanwhile, Ian followed the trail and found the cat hiding in another room. He hurriedly opened the door, then instantly froze when he realized someone else was inside. Ian quickly bowed his head and apologized, stammering that he had been terribly rude, Your Highness. Blanche was leisurely enjoying his tea, and only coldly told Ian to stop standing there in a daze and hurry up and catch his cat. Seeing Blanche, Ian unconsciously froze, still haunted by the master's bloodshot eyes from moments earlier. When Blanche indifferently said that man's eyes were always red anyway, Ian immediately denied it. He thought those swollen eyes were clearly proof he had cried for days, yet his master had clumsily blamed a cat allergy, a condition he had never once had. Blanche's gaze suddenly deepened as he noticed something wrong in the attendant's account. He recalled the moment the foreign prince appeared unexpectedly and asked to meet the protagonist, then said in a low voice that his younger brother had looked dazed, like a corpse dragged back to its feet. Seeing that Blanche seemed concerned, Suleiman tried to ask about the other man's condition, but he was cut off at once. Blanche took a sip of tea, then coldly ordered him to notify the family's representative to attend tonight's banquet. Suleiman stammered, asking if he truly wanted Demiri to appear at the state banquet, because he understood the weight behind that decision. Blanche set his teacup down hard and declared there was no need to draw a sword for show. Raising a shield would be enough. Ian realized in shock that Blanche intended to borrow the name of his own family to create a shield. Even after confirming that his older sister was in the capital and could be contacted easily, Ian could not hide his doubt as he looked at Blanche. He pressed him, asking why he had to go this far just to help that prince. Blanche chose silence, treating this as the one time he would repay a debt of gratitude. Blanche thought to himself that with the crushing pressure Kalyan carried, maybe only the shadow of a giant elephant could shield him long enough to breathe in peace. At the same time, shocking news swept through the imperial palace. First Prince Randell was officially forbidden from leaving the palace for 3 full months. The announced reason was that he had left the king's banquet without permission. But everyone knew that was only a cover for the real punishment. Bringing holy knights into the capital was no different from marching troops into the palace, and the stench of rebellion was obvious. In another room, Jay stood silently by the window, calmly listening to the full report on everything that had just happened. He quietly concluded that none of this was surprising, because Bone had always been the kind of person who put others before himself, even when they were completely unworthy of that sacrifice. Jay gave his subordinate a cold order. Fine, proceed according to the plan. The guard hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked again to make sure His Highness truly had no regrets about this decision. Jay curled his lips into an unreadable smile and confirmed it with certainty. His gaze drifted into the distance, relieved, as if everything he needed to do here had finally been completed. Beside the silk pillow, a a sharp pair of scissors lay motionless, like the final period at the end of a storm-battered journey. In the silent room, a sudden knock rang out, tearing through the heavy atmosphere. A servant pushed in a food cart, bowed respectfully, and said, "Please forgive the interruption, Your Highness." But the moment dinner was mentioned, Blanche immediately brushed it aside. No need. Seeing his master grow more haggard by the day, the servant begged him to eat at least a little, because over the past several days, he had barely touched a single meal. Blanche looked at the plate of food before him, and nausea instantly rose in his throat. How could anyone still talk about eating at a time like this? He shot to his feet decisively, his voice dropping with a clear warning. "Do not make me repeat myself." Blanche quietly turned away, leaving only a single sentence behind, saying he would rest for a while before the main banquet officially began. The servant helplessly watched his master's back, filled with worry because His Highness had gone many days without anything close to proper sleep. When night fell, the imperial palace blazed with light, dazzling like the stage of a grand play about power. The protagonist wore a polished formal suit, his lips curving with hidden meaning when he saw a familiar figure approaching. He greeted her in a voice as light as the wind. "It has been a while, hasn't it, Demery?" The girl with soft brown hair smiled in reply, her voice maintaining perfect elegance. "Your Highness." The protagonist slowly turned to leave, calmly saying that he would not disturb her for too long. Unexpectedly, Demery reached out and took his arm first, gently replying that she did not mind at all. Then she looked straight into his eyes and firmly declared that she was not her father. The protagonist silently observed Demery and realized that she did have a few features resembling Ian, but only to that extent. Only now did he understand why people always said she looked exactly like her mother. A creak rang out as the grand hall doors swung open, and the host loudly announced the arrival of the prince and Lady Demery Suleiman. The nobles immediately burst into whispers, glancing at one another and wondering whether the Suleiman family was quietly aiming to become the power backing the throne in Suris. The whispers spread quickly. Demery Suleiman and that prince, could the two of them have been promised to each other already? The nobles could not hide their astonishment, since they had never heard such news before. Some even clicked their tongues in regret, secretly wishing they had married their daughters to him sooner. In the end, they could only tell one another to wait for the official announcement before deciding what to do next. Leaving countless probing gazes behind, the protagonist stepped out onto the balcony to get a little fresh air. He stretched warily, thinking that the way those people whispered behind his back made his ears feel like they were about to catch fire. Nobles really had no hobby besides gossip. The second someone showed the tiniest opening, they swarmed in like flies, buzzing so loudly it was infuriating. The protagonist walked quietly through the still night, but then a familiar voice suddenly rang out, calling him by name. The moment he recognized that tone, his heart clenched. The young man reminded himself that he had to stay calm no matter what. He had been holding himself together for far too long, and he absolutely could not allow himself to fall apart at this exact moment. The protagonist clenched his fists, struggling to suppress every emotion surging inside him, ready to spill over. He turned around, put on a flawless social smile, and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, Prince Jay." Jay silently looked at the younger brother standing before him, his gaze deep, as if he were facing a memory that had just awakened. A belated regret rose in his heart, and he wondered why he had failed to realize everything sooner. The image of his younger brother Bone, who had once always stayed by his side in the past, returned with painful clarity. Jay wistfully remembered the unfinished chess games with Bone beneath the morning sun, so peaceful it seemed as if war had never existed. He realized that his younger brother had actually been there all along, quietly standing right beside him through all these years. Then the painful memories of the battlefield came crashing back, the place where everyone who marched out to fight never returned. Jay had once screamed and cried in despair, saying that he could not lose him one more time. Returning to the present, Jay looked at the other man's hair and thought that he still kept it short, as if the memory of him had never been erased by time. The protagonist froze so hard that cold sweat broke out across his body, his blazing red eyes widening when he heard Jay mention his hair. Jay smiled faintly and slowly confessed that he had once thought he was the last person who still remembered that. But the very moment Jay learned he was no longer alone in this world, it was as if he had finally found a reason to let go. Jay finally decided to chop off the long hair that had been part of him for so long. He lightly touched the back of his neck, gave a strained smile, and wondered if this new look really clashed with who he was that badly. Kalyan stood frozen, his mind feeling torn in half by the cruel reality crashing down on him. He reminded himself that from this moment on, his name was Kalyan, and he had no choice but to live under that new identity. Even though he understood their old brotherly bond could never continue as it once had, tears still kept spilling down his face. A few broken sounds slipped from him, but every word he wanted to say lodged hard in his throat. His older brother stepped closer and said gently that the hairstyle truly suited Kalyan. With just one glance, his brother saw the entire collapse hidden deep inside the other boy's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved forward and pulled Kalyan into a tight embrace, as if trying to drag him back from the abyss. He comforted him in a warm voice, telling him to rest, even if only for one brief moment. Right then, Kalyan completely broke down, and all the weakness and exhaustion he had suppressed finally poured out before his brother. He buried his head on the shoulder of his only remaining family, letting his tears soak through the cloak. In his heart, he told himself this would be the only time, and after that, the protagonist would have to return and face reality. His older brother's voice sounded so gentle, overflowing with affection for the younger sibling who had endured far too much pain. The memory of that accident years ago suddenly rushed back, dragging with it the image of Ben sinking into the cold, endless depths of the sea. To Ben, the Emperor's throne had never meant anything, and he had never longed for it. What he chose was to trade his very life in those freezing waters. The only purpose behind that sacrifice was to become, forever, the silent shadow protecting his younger brother. The king's birthday celebration finally came to an end, leaving behind an atmosphere so heavy it felt utterly draining. In the silent room, Ellen Manason looked at the pile of bandages and medicine, then mocked that the one who should have disappeared was the king, not Duke Suleiman. He turned and asked if this haggard appearance was the Duke's way of proving filial devotion to his royal father. Before Kalyan could even grasp what was happening, Ellen laughed and explained that His Highness looked so awful right now there was no hiding it. Suleiman had just opened his mouth, ready to tease Kalyan about the true length of his face. But before he could finish, Ellen Manason struck his back with a thunderous slap as a warning. Caught red-handed and beaten on top of it, Suleiman could only swallow his frustration in silence. Kalyan leisurely sipped his tea, admitting that although he had tried to hide his exhaustion, he still could not fool his master. Ellen Manason clutched his head in exasperation, complaining that the two men before him were about to age him by several years. One of them always insisted on carrying every burden alone, and the other had turned the entire training ground into a pile of rubble, because he suddenly felt like challenging the Crown Prince of Secretia to a sword fight. Suleiman remembered himself being knocked flat onto the training floor after that duel. All he could do was clear his throat awkwardly, trying to cover up the humiliating defeat he had just suffered. Kalyan gave a faint smirk and calmly declared that the cost of repairing the training ground would be billed directly to Duke Suleiman. The generous Duke nodded, and was about to mention the cost of treating his wounds, but Kalyan cut him off at once. He made it clear that he did not need money. What the protagonist wanted was to borrow Suleiman's mansion in Suryezu. The other man's gaze instantly sharpened with suspicion over Kalyan's plan to use it. Kalyan still revealed calmly that he wanted to use that place to hide his own people. Suleiman clicked his tongue, saying the price for a few shattered marble tiles was far too steep, and he should have shown some restraint earlier. Kalyan set his teacup down hard on the table, and the dry sound rang out, making the atmosphere drop at once. He looked straight into the other man's eyes and stated in an icy voice that this request was not unreasonable in the slightest. A calculating smile spread across Kalyan's face, making Suleiman shudder before he even realized it. The old man clenched his fist, bitterly realizing he had misjudged his son, just because the boy shared a few of his own features. Faced with the young prince's audacity, Duke Suleiman burst into delighted laughter. He admitted that his son seemed to have chosen an extraordinary master. Without hesitation, the Duke nodded in agreement. Very well, His Highness would get what he wanted. Though the two still raised their cups with smiles, the main character quietly understood that the Duke's son had not yet grasped how dangerous the storms closing in around him truly were. After leaving the Suleiman estate, his mind quickly shifted toward his next objectives. The list of people he needed to meet kept growing, starting with Lady Yuria of the Axel Hess Association. Then came Baron Mephiapollon, the power behind the Mephiapollon Trading Company. The main character urged his horse forward, telling himself it was time to find the people silently waiting for him to save them from despair. This time, he would not disappoint them again. Amid the pounding of hooves, the young man smiled with quiet optimism. To him, having too many places to go and too many people to meet right now was actually a rare blessing. As he sank into his thoughts, hurried footsteps, and a sudden shout of "Look out!" rang out. The abrupt noise startled the main character. A dark figure flashed across the horse's path, forcing him to yank the reins tight in a hurry. He stared in shock after the person who had just collided with him, then murmured, "Wait, you're..." When the cloak slipped down, a little elf girl with green hair and pointed ears was instantly revealed. Recognizing her, the main character called out Sia's name in surprise. The little girl cried out happily, a radiant smile blooming on her lips as she reunited with the one she called her clan chief. She said she had begged Elder Axel Hess over and over until she was allowed to join the group this time, just for the chance to see him and Hina again. Seeing Sia here made the main character briefly uneasy. He immediately asked whether Gio was with her too, or if something had happened to the tribe. Sia's face suddenly darkened. She hesitantly revealed a painful truth. Gio was no longer the village elder. She recounted in fear that the High Elder had flown into a terrible rage after the recent incidents. The punishment for Sia and Luca was extremely severe, enough that both of them could be imprisoned for a very long time. The main character fell silent in thought, lightly raising a hand to his chin. He found it strange that he had not seen any elves around the royal palace lately. Sia explained that His Majesty had not allowed the elves to remain in the royal palace after the unpleasant things that had happened to her. She said the elder really wanted to meet the main character and talk, while sharp-eyed enough to notice a patch of white fur stuck to his horse's hoof. Suddenly, Sia revealed that she had found another strange stone, then hurriedly rummaged inside her cloak. Sia held out a black stone carved with ancient symbols, then asked if she could meet Hina in exchange for it. To Sia, the stone did not matter. All she wanted was to see Hina. The main character accepted the item, and his gaze instantly turned thoughtful. In a sealed room, Lady Yuria held the stone in her hand and asked suspiciously whether this thing could truly repair distortions in the timeline. Yuria considered it an extremely fascinating theory, no different from an isekai secret waiting to be unlocked. She pointed to the engraved lines on the stone, wondering whether this might be Secretia's lost writing system. The main character reflected in silence, recalling that he had once received a negative answer when asking about this issue. Yuria clapped decisively and declared that the deal was settled on the spot. She promised to personally visit or send word to the royal palace as soon as she discovered any new lead. As the main character stood to leave, he did not forget to warn her that the stone had reeked of blood the moment he touched it. He told Yuria to handle it with extreme care, because someone may very well have died because of this eerie item. Yuria smiled and confirmed that she would remember. Only after giving her careful instructions did the main character rise and leave the room. Stepping outside, he realized it was already late at night and silently worried that Ian must be anxious since he had left without clearly saying where he was going. Under the crescent moon, the main character quietly walked along the empty street, completely unaware that he was being watched. Behind a dark corner, two strangers in black cloaks suddenly drew daggers, preparing to close in on their target. In the stillness of the night, the main character led his horse, Raven, forward at a slow pace. He gently patted him and apologized for making him wait so long. Suddenly sensing a thick wave of killing intent surrounding him, he immediately gave an order. "Wait for me a moment, Raven." He calmly turned his head, facing those hidden in the shadows, then asked in an icy voice, "What brings you all the way here?" From the darkness, figures in strange attire stepped out one after another. They were warriors of the Great Desert, a land of white sand ruled by no nation. They obeyed no one, acting only by contract and payment. People like them were commonly known as Great Desert Warriors. They were also nicknamed Desert Wolves, thanks to their extraordinary physiques and brutal hunting instincts. These were infamous swordsmen, masters of speed and cruelty on the battlefield. Once granted the title of warrior, every one of them possessed combat skills on par with the most seasoned knights. The main character silently assessed the situation. He understood that his current swordsmanship still could not completely overwhelm them, while his body and aura were not truly stable yet. Looking around, he realized only 5 men were surrounding him. The main character curled his lip in contempt. Such a small number meant they must be holding some trump card, which explained why they were confident enough to act so recklessly. Right then, a man with a long scar across his face appeared. With messy brown hair, he stepped out from behind and smugly introduced himself as Hanan. The man curled his lips and threw out a provocative choice. Fight or surrender? The main character did not waver. He did not answer the question, only silently gathered mana into his hand and asked through gritted teeth what their real purpose was. The only answer to that challenge was the Desert Warrior's sly grin. Without warning, Hanan coldly declared, "Fight." Immediately after that, he suddenly shot forward, his attack aimed straight at the main character. A shrill clash tore through the night as Kallian managed to turn his sword, raising it just in time to block the enemy's murderous downward strike. High above, a hazy crescent moon cast a cold layer of silver light over the battlefield. The main character gasped for breath, the magic sword in his hand trembling with each beat, while blood quietly soaked his cloak red. It had been a long time since he had felt pain this real. The fact that he could clearly feel his own blessing meant the slash at his waist was deeper than he had imagined. His heart pounded violently in this death match with no way out. Hanan curled his lips in satisfaction action, his provocative gaze pinning the main character down, as if asking whether this prince planned to collapse already. Right before his eyes, the wound on the desert warrior's shoulder suddenly glowed, then sealed itself in a bizarre way. With regeneration like that, this fight was basically an enemy with endless health. The main character gave a faint smirk, calmly admitting that his opponent's ability was indeed rather interesting. Hanan only laughed sinisterly, and answered that he would know soon enough, then poured in his strength until a blazing red light wrapped around the entire blade. Hanan immediately pressed in close, refusing to give the main character even half a second to catch his breath. The red glow from his blade released a heavy, suffocating pressure, as if it meant to strangle the very air. The main character braced himself inside the silent barrier, where the entire combat zone had been completely cut off from the outside world. Blinding sword strokes clashed again and again with sharp metallic cracks, scattering brilliant sparks amid the assassin's encirclement. He quickly realized this red light was completely different from the fire arts of his master, Ellen Menessen. It did not carry the scorching, pure nature of flame. This source of power was more like some alien supernatural ability, far more savage and far more dangerous. In truth, it reminded the main character of Randell's red glow, and that eerie bloodstone not ordinary magic. Even so, he immediately calculated that only 3 days had passed since he rejected Randell's offer. Given how sudden this ambush was, he was certain Randell was not behind it. So who else wanted him dead? The harsh sound of colliding swords echoed through the night as the main character kept forcing himself to block each blow, every slash landing as heavy as a hammer. He quickly retreated, his mind still coldly analyzing who had directed this manhunt. The main character silently concluded that Bresson would not be stupid enough to launch an ambush while knowing he was traveling with Duke Suleiman. As he leaned aside to dodge a vicious slash, he wondered who had sent this deadly gift. Seizing the tiniest opening, the main character suddenly shot forward at a speed his enemy could not clearly follow. The counterattack was so fast that the opponent completely lost the rhythm of his defense. His blazing red eyes flashed with icy killing intent as the magic sword swung out with absolute resolve. A fatal thrust pierced straight through the opponent's chest. Red blood dripped onto the cold stone floor, while the desert warrior froze in disbelief at what had just happened. And yet, even with his heart pierced, he did not panic at all, nor did he show the slightest fear. The main character's gaze instantly darkened with caution as he sensed an abnormal pressure. That blazing red power was erupting violently from inside the opponent's body. Hanan gritted his teeth, his whole body releasing terrifying heat as if it wanted to burn everything around him to ash. The game had reached its end. The main character narrowed his eyes at the killing intent swirling like a brutal storm. He understood that his opponent was unleashing a life-for-life attack, a power that could only erupt once. Even gravely wounded, Hanan still wore a challenging smile. He mocked him, asking whether the main character really thought that little bit of strength could finish him off. He did not answer, and his eyes only grew steadier. In his heart, the main character had already decided to end everything with a single strike, because both of them were now betting their lives on the final collision. A surge of deep blue mana suddenly exploded, transforming into a massive vortex that swallowed them both into the eye of the storm. Hanan was stunned into terror, unable to believe the overwhelming power appearing before his eyes. The main character gave a cold, razor-sharp smile and slowly called out the name of his technique, Gale. Blue mana spun violently, forming a gigantic drill that tore through the space before him. He decisively unleashed the finishing phase. Wind Spear. A pillar of deep blue energy descended from above, carrying destructive force like disaster-class magic. The attack completely crushed the desert warrior in an instant. Hanan only managed to choke out a few strangled sounds before collapsing amid the devastated scene. The main character quietly looked at the enemy who had lost all ability to resist beneath the rubble. After so much struggle, he had finally brought down this cold-blooded killer. After exhausting his mana in that attack, he collapsed onto the ground, coughing blood with difficulty and silently blaming himself for using too much power before his current body could adapt. But the battle was not truly over. The main character wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning cold again. When he realized 4 other assassins were still surrounding him, he curled his lips in a proud smirk, gathering blazing blue mana in his hand once more, ready to step into the next confrontation. Amid the ruined battlefield, one assassin still clinging to life tried to drag his wounded body away in despair. Trembling, he told himself he had to report this to his master at all costs, even if they had to mobilize every warrior to eliminate the target immediately. The main character stood on high ground, his blazing red eyes clearly exhausted, yet he forced the last threads of mana to move into a magic circle. He understood that if even one survivor left this place, the entire plan would instantly fall apart. So the main character absolutely could not give the enemy a chance to report back before he did. At the Suleiman mansion in Kairos, what should have been a quiet afternoon was drifting by in peace. But that silence shattered instantly when a pale-faced servant rushed in, carrying terrible news. Demery was reading when she froze, and the book in her hands slipped to the floor in that very moment. Hearing a horse scream violently outside the gate, she turned at once and ran straight out. Kalyan had completely run out of strength, and the moment he arrived, he fell from his horse, nearly unconscious. When he saw Demuri, the protagonist had only enough breath left to beg her to call his older brother. After saying that, he immediately blacked out in the panicked arms of the servants around him. Demuri went pale when she touched the wound on the young prince's body, still leaking blood without stopping. She was horrified to realize this slash was both deep and deadly, clearly dealt by a true swordsman, aimed at someone walking the same path of swordsmanship. Demuri could not understand why, in a life-or-death situation, he chose to run to her mansion instead of returning to the royal palace for the fastest treatment. It proved that, at his weakest, he had placed absolute trust in this place. Very quickly, Demuri understood that the protagonist risking his life to reach Suleiman meant he absolutely did not want the assassination attempt exposed. She immediately ordered every Sia member into battle-ready status, declaring that from this moment on, the Suleiman Sia clan would become the prince's shield. Demuri gave a stern order not to close the city gates, while assigning trusted subordinates to follow the blood trail and gather every clue. Meanwhile, DK had to erase every remaining trace, making absolutely sure not even a single drop of blood was left on the road. Demuri emphasized the most critical order, that the protagonist's wound must not be revealed to anyone except her older brother. In his delirium, he struggled to repeat his final request, asking them to call his older brother. Demuri was stunned, wondering why at this razor-edge moment between life and death, he would make such a baffling request. What exactly could the prince's older brother do in a situation like this? Inside a silent room of the Suleiman mansion, Hina focused with all her might, her small hands radiating pure white light like healing magic. She poured every bit of her strength into treating the severe wound right in the protagonist's chest. Standing quietly in the corner, Blanche watched his younger brother lie motionless on the border between life and death. He thought his younger brother had trusted him far too much, trusting another prince without the slightest suspicion. Seeing Kalyan's faint breathing, Blanche promised himself that if he had received such immense trust, he could never betray it. Then he turned to Demuri and called out to the young duke. In response to her respectful attitude, Blanche suddenly made a bold decision, one powerful enough to turn the entire situation around. From this moment on, the Suleiman Sia clan will imprison me as a hostage. Demuri froze so hard she could not react, then stammered as she asked what the second prince was truly intending. Blanche calmly analyzed that, in reality, the Suleiman Sia clan had no legitimate reason to detain the second prince. But since the protagonist still had not identified who stood behind the assassination attempt, if he returned to the royal palace badly injured, his imperial father would surely tighten security to an extreme degree. At that point, the assassins would immediately smell danger, retreat, and quietly wait for their next chance. That was why he had deliberately chosen the Suleiman mansion as his secret refuge, until they could uncover the mastermind behind it all. But he was a prince, so his disappearance needed a major incident to make it seem reasonable. It could not be as simple as Deputy Commander Vanken's disappearance in the past. A prince vanishing was a grave matter for the kingdom, so they needed circumstances that allowed the Suleiman Sia clan to lock down the estate to protect the protagonist, while also making Blanche's presence here look completely normal. Blanche's eyes turned cold as he laid out a perfect scenario to mislead public opinion. For example, the Suleiman Sia clan misunderstood my younger royal brother's disappearance as Bryzen's doing, so they imprisoned the second prince as a hostage to search for the third prince's whereabouts. Demuri was shaken by that reckless plan, and she softly asked what would happen if they truly did it. When asked whether this act would be too difficult to carry out, Demuri immediately bowed her head and answered firmly that it absolutely would not. Demuri smiled with full confidence, declaring that protection had always been what the Suleiman Sia clan did best. She promised to have every main gate shut and asked His Highness to rest at ease. Blanche stood silently with his arms crossed, looking at the unconscious protagonist, before firmly declaring that he would clean up the aftermath and play the hostage exactly as his younger brother wished. In his heart, he could only pray that Kalyan would wake soon, while suppressing his grief and fury toward the enemy. At the same time, inside the royal palace, the atmosphere was stretched tight as a bowstring. A trembling hand set a glass on the desk and reported that the third prince had left the palace yesterday morning and still had not returned. Not only that, Blanche had also left during the night with one of the protagonist's close maids. The image of Blanche hastily riding through the night with Hina only made those left behind even more suspicious. King Lekmang sat behind his desk with a face frighteningly stern. He growled that Blanche had received a guarantee from the Suleiman house, while the Sia clan had abruptly sealed its gates and given no response at all. Looking toward the tightly locked Suleiman estate, the king agonized over how he was supposed to interpret this situation. He slammed his hand onto the desk and asked coldly whether this should be considered an act of rebellion. Before His Majesty's rage, Ian could only bow his head and answer shakily, "No, Your Majesty." King Lekmang immediately pressed him, demanding a reason convincing enough for him to keep waiting. One son was missing, another was being held hostage, so how could anyone expect him to sit still? The king warned that if there was no satisfactory explanation, he would immediately dispatch the Vankan division and the Kailas Knights straight to the Suleiman estate. Ian clenched his fists, cold sweat running down his body because he had absolutely no idea where to even begin explaining. He thought to himself that the protagonist must have had an extremely important reason not to return to the palace and to summon Blanche so urgently. Yet in a situation as tense as a dungeon on the verge of collapse, Ian still had no idea what to say to make His Majesty believe him. Just then, the door suddenly burst open, startling everyone. A report rang out, saying that last night, a group of people had attacked the third prince. It seemed he had personally fled to Suleiman to escape their pursuit. King Lekmang shot to his feet in shock, unable to believe his son had bypassed the royal palace and sought outside protection instead. He slammed his hand hard on the desk and declared that he would bring him back himself. King Lekmang stated that he could not allow an injured prince to remain in an outside estate, even if that place was the territory of the Suleiman Sia clan. What made him even more anxious was that even now he still did not know whether his son's injuries were minor or severe. Ellen Menacin gave a faint, reassuring smile, saying that if Kalian had truly run into a serious disaster, the report would have reached them long ago. He insisted that with Duke Suleiman stationed at his side, His Majesty could rest easy about the prince's safety. Ellen Menacin reminded the king that the main character was not the type to make decisions based on a passing rush of emotion. Faced with the mage's calm attitude, King Lekmang could only let out a weary sigh. Ellen Menacin suggested they observe the situation a little longer for now, and only deploy the Vulcan division once they had a clear direction. The king finally gave in, but he firmly set one condition. If anything went wrong, he would immediately dispatch the Vulcan division, and no one would be allowed to stop him then. Ellen Menacin smiled with quiet confidence, believing everything would eventually be brought under control. Just then, the door swung open and Duke Suleiman walked in with a suspicious look. In a cold voice, he asked why his own son had dared to lock down the estate and deny his father entry. That sudden arrival instantly made the whole room awkward. Ellen Menacin inwardly groaned, since he had only just calmed His Majesty down, and now another problem had barged in. The Duke still frowned, demanding to know what had happened. Time passed quietly just like that, and several days went by. The atmosphere in the capital remained wrapped in a silence so heavy it felt suffocating. When asked whether the prince had awakened yet, the subordinate respectfully reported that there had been no new change. By King Lekmang's order, control over entry and exit from the capital had been tightened to the highest level. Even so, the soldiers still failed to discover a single suspicious person. Either those people were hiding and watching how the situation developed, or they had withdrawn to wait for another chance to strike. There was also the possibility that every last one of them had already been wiped out. If that was true, then who exactly was the mastermind behind this assassination attempt? Silent night covered the room inside the Suleiman mansion. There, the main character still lay motionless, sunk deep in a long coma. Through the gloomy darkness, pale moonlight slipped in through the window frame. A hand slowly reached out, about to touch the prince lying still on the bed. But that hand froze the instant he suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing the familiar figure beside him, he spoke weakly. "Older brother, you came?" Seeing his younger brother finally escape death's door, Blanche let out a breath of relief, his face still showing the strain of having watched over him for days without leaving. Once his condition gradually stabilized, he calmly sat up and leisurely enjoyed the ripe bananas in the basket. Seeing Blanche still sitting silently beside him, he lifted a banana and offered it. "Want one?" Blanche immediately refused with crisp finality. "No." Just then, Lady Demery entered to report a new development. Today, Marcus Bryson had personally come all the way to the mansion. The Marcus had clearly been driven by curiosity to the point where he could no longer sit still. Demery said the old man used Blanche's safety as an excuse, but his real goal was to force them to explain the rumor spreading across Kairos that the prince had been kidnapped. However, she completely ignored that old fox and gave him no answer at all. While eating, he commented with satisfaction that while he was unconscious, everything had gone remarkably smoothly thanks to Demery's decisive handling. He really had chosen the right person to trust. Watching that exchange, Blanche could only click his tongue and silently complain about all this noise. According to information from the mages in the association, he calmly said someone had secretly scouted the Suleiman estate and the area around Marcus Brison's mansion before retreating. He leisurely took another bite of banana, then declared with certainty that the prey had finally taken the bait. However, Demery was still worried because everything was going far too smoothly, exactly like the prediction data. She feared this was an elaborate trap meant to lure the main character out of his safe shelter. But he only replied coldly that even if it was a trap, he had to go. "If you never enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the cub?" He insisted that he had already planned to meet those people again, so it no longer mattered who had set this trap. he revealed that he had no intention of acting alone. Under Ellen Menison's doubtful gaze, he smiled brightly and asked back, if he did not let his master protect him, then why bring him along at all, just to stand there and watch? Demiri was speechless when she saw the prince calmly admit that he was a burden who needed protection. Even Ellen Menison reminded him that he had only awakened a few days ago after a fatal wound. Even so, he did not change his mind, because he understood perfectly that the enemy was deliberately exposing itself to draw him outside. He stressed that if he kept sitting still and doing nothing, those little rats would never reveal their true objective. Ellen Menison sighed helplessly, admitting that he himself did not want to keep sitting around forever, passively waiting. Though dissatisfied, he still had no choice but to give in and allow him to act as he wished. The prince smiled and thanked his master. Then he suddenly threw out a flattering line saying he had truly missed him. Watching that scene, the three of them could only fall silent. This master-disciple bond was downright chilling. He decisively made the final call. They would move tonight. His blazing red eyes flashed with cruelty and resolve as he declared that it was time to meet the prey that had just fallen into the trap. Under the cold full moon, he and Ellen Menison quietly urged their horses through the empty streets of the kingdom of Kairos. He said he had requested an investigation into Selezin's movements, but the mages were rather unhappy because they had gathered far too little information. He calmly said he had never expected much, given their temperament, and it seemed that prediction had been completely right. However, Ellen Menison revealed an unexpected detail. Compared with the reports brought back by the birds, the information from both sides was almost identical. He immediately stopped short, tightened the reins, and pressed suspiciously. Wait, you mean the birds' reports and the mages' reports are exactly the same? Faced with the young man's shock, Ellen Menison confirmed without hesitation, yes, identical down to every detail. He fell into thought and judged that this made absolutely no sense, because Secretia's spy network should have provided far more detailed information. Cullion wondered why everything had gone so far off course, even after the association chairman helped him cross-check reports from every possible source. If all of it matched this strangely well, then one side had almost certainly been infiltrated by spies. The young man knew those mages were not professional agents, but Secretia's carrier bird network was a completely different matter. He reasoned that the attackers must have crossed the desert many times, quietly preparing countermeasures after picking up rumors in Kyrgyz. With movements that obvious, there was no way the birds had missed them. In that instant, the main character suddenly froze as a horrifying truth flashed through his mind. Master, go to the palace immediately. Stay close to every move Crown Prince J makes, then trace every place he has ever set foot. Ellen Menison went still, unable to understand what was happening, while the young man firmly insisted that the culprits were the birds. The mage was stunned by that deduction, but his disciple was certain a traitor was hiding inside Secretia's own intelligence network. He concluded that Crown Prince J had probably discovered their involvement in the assassination attempt, so J deliberately concealed it and spread false information to mislead them. And right now, the one truly in danger might be Prince J himself. In the stillness of the night, a sharp doorbell suddenly rang out, tearing through the silence inside the old bookstore. The gray-haired middle-aged man, wearing a pair of thick glasses, looked up at the guest who had just entered and asked curiously what kind of book he was looking for. But what answered the old man was not an ordinary request to buy a book. It was Ellen Menison's ice-cold interrogation. No, I am not looking for a book. I only want to ask one thing. As a spy, do you not find it ridiculous to contradict yourself like this? Before the words had even faded, a hammer-like kick slammed down, shaking the entire room violently. A blazing red magic barrier instantly wrapped around the old man, and its glaring crimson light made his face turn pale with terror. Ellen Menison spoke coldly about the line between loyalty and betrayal. In his view, those who slipped into other nations to gather information had always lived on the edge of a blade. If one day they changed their hearts and sold out their own homeland, then that could only be called betrayal. And once a traitor had revealed himself, the only thing left to do was deal with him. Or perhaps they were simply continuing the same job they had always done. Ellen Menison admitted that this line was truly difficult to define, but he still declared that once a bird had changed masters and flown out of its old cage on its own, then it was no longer a spy of Secretia. In front of the trembling bookworm, the atmosphere grew more suffocating by the second. Blanche suddenly appeared from behind, his voice as cold as ice as he called softly, "Hey, bookworm." The old bookworm immediately bent low, so terrified that his voice shook. "Please forgive this servant, your highness. You personally came all the way to this place, yet this servant has nothing worthy to offer you." Blanche answered slowly, "I understand." Ellen Menison gently placed a hand on Blanche's shoulder and said in a low voice that he was not as soft-hearted as his disciple, but he also could not maintain the terrifying calm the third prince showed at that moment. Ellen Menacin looked straight at the spy, his gaze chillingly cold, then asked in a sharp voice, I only need to know one thing. Were the warriors you supported ordered by Tensio? The other party stayed silent, and that silence made the room even more terrifying. Ellen Menacin suddenly stretched out his hand, and a magical flame erupted fiercely in his palm. You know what this is, do you not? The old bookworm trembled and stammered, asking if it was holy fire, while Ellen Menacin merely curled his lips and confirmed that it was. Ellen Menacin stepped closer, one pace at a time, and the heat from the flame made the air around him seem to melt. If it so much as brushes your skin, this flame will burn you all the way to your heart. He calmly dropped the flame onto the floor, then declared coldly that this was the power of the fire that never goes out. The old bookworm stared frozen at the firelight reflected in his lenses, his mouth trembling as he failed to form a full sentence. Impossible. Ellen Menacin looked at him with a knife-sharp gaze full of contempt, then sneered and asked if he truly thought they knew nothing about the rats who had deserted. In his heart, the old bookworm bitterly realized that every plan had collapsed the moment Ellen Menacin suddenly appeared through teleportation magic. Looking back on it all, he had acted immediately to help his 9 companions escape in time, while choosing to stay behind and shoulder the danger himself. He no longer had any hope of surviving tonight. The only thing he could do now was pray that the ones who had fled were still safe. He quietly closed the red book in his hands. Then he prepared to face Ellen Menacin, who stood like a wall behind him. The old bookworm gritted his teeth and told himself that only one person had died so far, so he had to drag things out a little longer and find a way to retreat. He deliberately blocked Blanche's path, using his own body to buy more time for his comrades to get farther away. However, Ellen Menacin clearly had no patience at all for a waiting game. He coldly waved his hand and released the blazing fire spell, making the old man jolt in fright before he screamed in panic. Wait! The old bookworm was so furious he nearly choked, inwardly screaming that this bastard could not even give him a little time to think. Ellen Menacin looked at him with an expressionless face and repeated, I already told you, my temperament is neither gentle nor calm. Blazing red rings of fire spiraled around him like a death sentence. Ellen Menacin reminded him that 6 little birds out there still had not been locked back in their cages, then pressed on with suffocating pressure. Is Tensio behind those warriors? The old bookworm shakily adjusted his glasses, sweat pouring off him like rain as he finally began to confess. He revealed that those people appeared not long after Blue Bird was executed. They threw out an enormous sum of money, then demanded that he immediately find someone to replace her position. In response to the question of whether Tensio was truly involved in this matter, the old bookworm slightly raised his head to look at Ellen Menacin, then asked in return, You want to know whether Tensio is behind them? He stated that those warriors did not belong solely to any single nation, but that every country had people taking part in some way. That much was obvious, because the warriors of the Great Desert had long since stopped being absolutely loyal to any one nation. He revealed a shocking truth that not only Tensio, but Secreya Rebellion and many other places were involved as well. They were actually an organization built by people from many different nations. As for why a group of unrelated people had gathered together in the first place, that still needed a much deeper investigation. The ragged old bookworm insisted that beyond that information, he truly knew nothing else, not even the name of that organization. He dropped heavily into the chair, his face twisted with utter helplessness, then pleaded desperately for mercy. I have told Axel Hess everything I know, so please do not kill any more of my comrades. Ellen Menacin quietly watched the fire spell still blazing in Jay's hand like a threat, then curled her lips slightly. That should be enough, but tell me, do you know the names of the dead spies? Seeing the spy jolt in terror, Ellen Menacin immediately tore through his act. For someone who keeps saying he wants to save his precious comrades, I noticed you deliberately stalled until the first 3 were dead. He calmly pointed out that the old man's real goal was to keep at least one person alive long enough to call the warriors over. Exposed completely, the man could only stare at him, because his last spark of hope had gone out. Ellen Menacin looked at him with ice-cold eyes and declared, Even if I look young, I have lived long enough not to be fooled by petty tricks like that. Facing the other man's fear-drained face, Ellen Menacin crushed the last of his illusions. Stop waiting, no one is coming to save you. In that very instant, massive fireballs crashed down from Ellen Menacin's hands, swallowing everything in a sea of flame magic. The entire space was instantly drowned in blazing red fire, scorching hot as if a dungeon of hell had just opened. On another battlefield, magic circles erupted violently all at once as Kallian charged straight into the heart of the clash. Just as expected, the location provided by the mages and scout birds was actually a trap meant to lure the protagonist out. A terrifyingly powerful aura plunged down from the sky at a horrifying speed, speed, tearing the air apart. In the blink of an eye, it wiped out everyone who dared stand in its path. A brown-haired man with an overwhelming presence appeared. It was Castrin, the #1 swordsman on the continent. Castrin swung his sword with clean precision, easily knocking away the iron-armored assassin's attack. The one trying to ambush him from behind was dealt with neatly before he could even strike, without Castrin wasting much effort. In the war of the previous life, he alone had once held back all the Chaos Knights for 3 long days. Castrin was also the man who had taught this young man every sword stroke, so their coordination was frighteningly seamless. They created a deadly dance amid radiant streaks of aura, turning the battlefield into a blood-soaked martial arts performance. Seeing his disciple still pushing himself despite his unhealed injuries, Castrin warned him with concern. "Please step back. I know you have not fully recovered yet." But the young man firmly brushed him off and answered in a cold voice, "The thing I hate most is becoming someone else's burden." An earth-shaking explosion erupted, burning every obstacle in their way to ash inside a raging sea of fire. The protagonist silently believed that his master would definitely handle the situation at the Imperial Palace properly. Amid the devastated scene, he watched the remaining forces gradually being subdued and told himself that all that was left was post-war cleanup. He faintly curled his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with triumph after a battle between life and death. Yet the moment he returned to the Imperial Palace, he was stopped by the cold spear points of the guard unit. They sternly declared that he was not allowed to leave, making the protagonist realize with frustration that his royal father had sent knights to monitor him the second he stepped back into the palace. At present, both the second prince and the third prince were under strict confinement, absolutely forbidden from joining any outside activity without permission. The 2 princes had scared their father Axel Hess half to death when they nearly died last time, so now he simply locked them both up for safety. The protagonist leaned wearily back in his chair, thinking that if he wanted to, sneaking out would still be ridiculously easy. But after causing such a massive uproar, he decided to behave for now and stay put to avoid more trouble. At the same time, in a dark place, the Bai Ying spy was facing a brutal punishment for failing his mission. A young man placed 2 vials on the table and asked coldly, "You understand these 2 things better than anyone, don't you, Axel Hess?" One vial held a lethal poison, while the other held a toxin that would steal his ears, eyes, and mouth. The old bookworm trembled and admitted, "Yes." The man announced coldly that this time the old man would have no right to choose. Without the slightest hesitation, he let go, sending the vial falling straight to the floor. The vial shattered right before the traitor's eyes, like a sentence that had already been passed. His gaze turned colder than ever as he spoke. "You touched something you absolutely should never have touched, Axel Hess. Live the rest of your life in despair and regret." The old bookworm's eyes bulged in terror, and he completely collapsed before the cruel sentence handed down to him. "Yeah, teacher, this one is truly beyond saving." After wiping out the remnants of Bai Ying and the warriors of the Great Desert, the protagonist finally returned to the Imperial Palace. His earlier noisy disappearance was temporarily smoothed over as a moment of impulse from the third prince, while the price he paid was reflecting on his actions in his room. He sprawled across the sofa, listening to the clock tick away through an atmosphere so silent it was painfully dull. Just then, Blanche walked in with an irritated look on his face. He grumbled that work was piled up like a mountain, yet he was trapped inside the Imperial Palace, which was maddeningly annoying. Seeing him still lying there so casually, Blanche wondered whether his younger brother had nothing to do, since he even spent the daytime sitting out on the terrace like this. He stepped closer and pressed him. "So, what did you find out?" The protagonist faintly curled his lips. The triumphant gleam in his crimson eyes convinced Blanche that he must have found something before agreeing to return to the Imperial Palace. At his older brother's urging, the protagonist slowly took out the black stone and placed it on the table. He concluded that the assassin's true goal was to confirm whether he could use the power inside this stone. Because rumors said the third prince had suddenly become a master swordsman, they suspected it was all thanks to the stone's ability. However, now that they knew the truth was not like that, they would surely halt their attacks for a while. At least for the time being, they would not act immediately. The protagonist emphasized that the secret hidden inside the stone was important enough to make them risk their lives targeting him. After thinking it through for a while, he looked straight at Blanche and suddenly made a shocking proposal. "Royal brother, why don't you hold on to Bryce Sandy?" Blanche was so stunned that he froze on the spot, completely unable to believe his younger brother had made such an absurd suggestion. Kalian explains that this source of power is far too dangerous, especially while the kingdom of Kairos is already wavering. Even so, our protagonist will never let it fall into Bryson's hands. Seeing Blanche sink into thought, he stresses that the one best suited to keep Bryson under control right now is his elder royal brother. Blanche tries to dodge the subject, coldly saying they can discuss it later. But the moment he turns to leave, he suddenly staggers, his body swaying as if he is about to collapse on the spot. Sensing that something is wrong, our protagonist rushes forward and catches his elder royal brother. Blanche's face has turned terrifyingly pale. Exhaustion is written all over his face, making Kalian call out to his brother in alarm and worry. He is just about to ask what happened when Blanche coldly shakes off his hand. His voice is hoarse, yet he still orders him to let go. Blanche forces his usual calm expression back into place, then leaves behind one brief line, saying he will consider his younger brother's proposal. Watching Blanche's back as he quietly leaves, our protagonist stands frozen. His gaze darkens as if he has just realized that an invisible burden is crushing his elder royal brother's shoulders. At the same time, inside the office of Grand Mage Ellen Manison of the Mages Association, the crucial file on the Singing Stone is finally completed. Aurea holds the stack of papers and urgently asks that all information on the Singing Stone be delivered to the prince. Ellen Manison silently turns the pages, but the more he reads, the wider his eyes grow in shock. What in the world is this? Seeing her master's expression grow grave, Aurea immediately confirms that she investigated the entire matter herself. Ellen Manison suddenly slams the documents onto the desk, then gives a top-secret order in a stern voice. This content must not be revealed to anyone, not even the prince. Aurea freezes, unable to believe what she has just heard. She stammers in protest, saying that even if they are not master and servant, this investigation was personally assigned to her by the prince. Yet Ellen Manison's eyes are now deep and filled with unease, making the air in the room feel as if sealed by magic. What secret did he see that made him refuse to let his student get involved? Ellen Manison only lets out a soft sigh and says he understands. Aurea, meanwhile, stands stunned before her master's unusual firmness. In the Grand Mage's heart, one question keeps echoing. Could the horrifying truth recorded in those documents really exist? Ancient records mention St. George, a mysterious scholar who lived 200 years ago, and once proposed a shocking theory that humans could also create sacred relics. No one knows his origins or true identity, only that St. George vanished without a trace while trying to prove that theory. Ellen Manison clenches his fist, his mind thrown into turmoil by the possibility of a sacred relic made by human hands. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, King Lekmeng stands silently by the window and asks in a low voice whether evidence related to Tensio has truly appeared. The minister respectfully reports that many letters exchanged with the Tensio royal family were found in the bookstore where the man named Net once stayed. In them, the entire plan to frame the third prince is recorded in chilling detail. King Lekmeng gazes into the distance, his eyes filled with sorrow. He understands that vicious schemes still surround the kingdom, and his sons have not yet escaped the dangerous shadow of Axel Hess. The king coldly orders every letter related to Tensio's conspiracy to be burned, although his subordinate hesitates for a moment and cautiously suggests keeping them as a backup card. The king immediately rejects the idea, insisting that it is merely a plot fabricated by someone, so there is no reason to preserve it. He releases his hand, letting the final sheet of paper fall. The decision has been made to erase every trace, all to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Back in the royal palace, our protagonist stands alone in his room. The air around him is so quiet it feels suffocating, as if every thought has been trapped inside these four walls. Looking down at his own hand, he suddenly remembers the moment he caught Blanche when his brother nearly collapsed. A sharp ache rises in our protagonist's chest as he realizes Blanche seems to have grown far too thin. A knock at the door cuts through his thoughts. Ian enters with Blanche's personal guard, exactly as the third prince summoned them. The guard steps forward with a worried face and begins reporting his master's worsening health. He reveals that Blanche has not eaten properly for a long time, and has even stayed awake through many nights. The second prince often sits blankly by the window, staring into the distance as though an invisible obsession is devouring him. Our protagonist quietly listens to every word, his throat tightening at the silent sacrifices his elder royal brother keeps trying to hide. His little cat also sits silently off to the side. On its sparkling collar is a taunting line. "I am Prince Kalayan's cat, but I like Prince Blanche." He looks at it with a pensive gaze, then sighs helplessly. This young man truly cannot understand why his elder royal brother is so hard to approach, so he can only gently stroke the cat to quiet the chaos in his mind. Right after that, he decisively calls his attendant Ian and orders him to summon Axel Hess for an audience. Meanwhile, at the second prince's palace, the atmosphere is even darker. Blanche sits motionless on the sofa, his empty eyes fixed beyond the window, where pale sunlight falls like a fading memory. Seeing his master so exhausted, the servant steps closer, intending to draw the curtains so he can rest. But Blanche immediately raises his hand to stop him, his voice nearly a growl as he says not to touch them. Faced with that coldness, the servant can only bow his head, apologize, and silently withdraw from the room. Only Blanche remains in the room, sinking into a silence so cold it sends a chill down the spine. The door closes with a dry click. Blanche leans back in the chair, his eyes showing utter exhaustion, as if he has just escaped a dungeon with no exit. He sinks into dark memories, asking himself what more he can possibly do to escape this fate. Empress Solaire's voice from the past rings beside his ear again, cold as a curse. She once declared that she would clear away every obstacle, then forced him to shoulder things that had never belonged to him. Blanche bitterly realizes that he has been imprisoned his entire life in the shadow of blood debts and sin, even if the price is a sacrifice cruel beyond measure. He gasps for breath, his eyes wide with horror, while his heart still pounds wildly from the shock that has just crushed his soul. Bai Lang still could not escape the ghosts of his past, and he shot upright in a panic. He rushed straight out to the balcony, as if he needed to see with his own eyes whether this was still reality. A thunderous explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the entire royal palace. In the distance, dust and smoke billowed up from a collapsing structure. Seeing the devastation right before his eyes, he gritted his teeth and spat out a curse filled with fury. That bastard really was insane. Axel Hess led the Bankan unit forward, striding proudly in his spotless white uniform. He announced to his subordinates that today would be the truest live combat training they had ever had. Pointing at the colossal block of ice hovering above the palace, he declared that it was the target the whole squad had to focus on destroying. Ordered to gather all their mana into one single strike, the Bankan mages activated their magic circles at once, creating terrifying energy pressure like a real fantasy battlefield. He began the countdown, his voice brimming with excitement. 3, 2, 1. A gigantic fireball instantly erupted in midair. The attack swallowed the target, triggering a horrifying blast that shook the entire royal palace. Looking at the ruins buried in thick smoke and dust, he could only force an awkward laugh. Yeah, this was definitely a life-ruining disaster. Standing before Ellen Manassin, he honestly explained that this was the cause of the massive explosion just now. Ellen Manassin clutched his head in helpless disbelief, unable to accept that 51 mages had been careless enough to let mana erupt out of control, just because of a tiny water stain on the training barrier. These people were truly beyond saving. He cheerfully confirmed it, then added that the defense system of Spain Palace had already been faulty from the start. It had been badly damaged after Queen Sille destroyed Hysia Palace earlier. That hidden weakness turned a magic strike he thought was trivial into an uncontrollable destructive catastrophe. Ellen Menacin let out an exhausted sigh, then asked him directly how he planned to handle this enormous damage bill. Unlike Ellen's worried expression, he remained unbelievably calm. Amid a rain of gold coins, he beamed and suggested that the debt simply be deducted from his salary until it was finally paid off. Seeing not a trace of remorse on his colleague's face, Ellen Menacin could only curse the heavens. He felt his life was getting more miserable by the day, because everyone around him seemed born to drag trouble to his doorstep. That evening, Ellen Menacin leisurely arranged wooden blocks one by one on the table. He looked at the king and asked why His Majesty was being so suspiciously silent. When asked how much he wanted to know, King Lekmang firmly demanded that Ellen tell him the whole truth. The king stated that he did not want to hear any more ridiculous excuses about Axel Hess and the Canem Literary Society merely making a serious mistake by accident during training. Ellen Menacin smiled faintly, a meaningful glint passing through his eyes. He bluntly declared that if they traced it back to the root, His Majesty was the one who destroyed that palace. The statement left Lekmang stunned. Ellen Menacin calmly explained that Hysia had always been a palace built from the king's own mistakes and willful blindness. With a cold expression, he said that mistake had been ignored for far too long, growing so large that its shadow would never disappear on its own. He decisively knocked down the stack of wooden blocks before him, then stated that if something stood in the way, the obvious answer was to destroy it. King Lekmang lowered his head heavily, wondering why the name of someone already dead still had the power to hold back the living. Ellen Menacin coldly pointed out that it was unavoidable, because the king's mistake was too great, and nothing could be set back on its original course without sacrifice. Struck right in his weak spot, His Majesty could only sigh. King Lekmang bitterly admitted that he no longer had any excuse for what had happened. Ellen Menacin smiled faintly. He gently reached out and touched the king's sleeve, then remarked that His Majesty had truly changed. Ellen Menacin's gaze suddenly grew deeper. He stated that now it was time for the princes to change as well. Ma Yin sat hugging his knees beside the door, pitifully alone, his face buried in utter exhaustion. Only when a leaf lightly fell onto his hair did he slowly lift his head, his eyes heavy with sorrow. He turned his gaze toward Hysia Palace, which was now nothing but cold ruins beneath the sunset. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. Even though that place was gone, the habit of looking in that direction was not easy to erase. He felt as if he were still trapped inside a dark cage of memories, unable to escape this place. He wondered if Cullion had deliberately reduced Hysia to ashes to set him free. That little brother of his was surprisingly useful. Leaning against the railing, he looked down at the garden sunk in darkness. He questioned whether he could forget that haunting scent, and whether he even had the right to do so. The guilt of turning his back on his own birth mother weighed on his mind like a stone, making him feel utterly shameless. He leaned forward as if weighing whether ending everything right here would be the easier choice. Just as his his despair hit rock bottom. A hand suddenly reached out and gripped the railing right beside where he stood. With one clean leap, Kalyan suddenly appeared in the scene, snapping the tension tight as a bowstring. His landing right on the balcony startled Ma Yin so badly that he was horrified. Facing his older brother's dazed expression, Kalyan flashed a bright, mischievous smile and made a suggestion. "How about we go get something to eat?" After that unexpected invitation, Ma Yin finally agreed to go eat with his younger brother. In the silent dining room, only the soft clink of knives and forks against porcelain plates echoed in a steady rhythm. Ma Yin sat there in a daze, merely poking the food before him with his fork, with no intention of actually enjoying it. The plate struck the tabletop with a dry crack, tearing through the suffocating silence. Seeing that, Kalyan paused his meal and gently asked Blanche why he was not eating. But his older brother stayed silent, buried deep in tangled calculations. After a long while, Blanche finally spoke slowly, saying he wanted to know the true purpose behind everything his younger brother had done and what he was secretly plotting. The protagonist calmly admitted that, deep down, he really was a little afraid. Then he added in a cold voice that, in any case, that woman was not his birth mother, so he'd not regret it in the slightest. The young man smiled with hidden meaning, insisting he had an even more legitimate reason to act, and that everything had been completely worth it. Blanche began running out of patience, and he growled, asking how many more times his younger brother intended to make him press before revealing the truth. Just then, a sudden meow cut through the taut atmosphere, making Blanche once again lose the answer he had almost forced from his younger brother. The white cat with strange mismatched eyes stood there quietly, watching the two princes like a silent witness in this royal chessboard. He rose to his feet and began mentioning the people closest to him, as if using them to reflect the losses and flaws no one could see. He said Kizzy possessed rare mismatched eyes, the kind that made her different from the very first glance. As for Haina, she carried the misfortune of being unable to speak. Meanwhile, Ian had always been Ian, a servant so loyal that even if the world turned upside down he would never change. Their lives and private pain surfaced one by one in the protagonist's mind, like dark streaks hidden beneath the glitter of this fantasy palace. His voice suddenly sank, heavier than ever, when he mentioned Axel Hess and the prices that had to be paid. He believed his master had lost his only son, while his majesty, in that power struggle, had traded away things far more precious. He looked straight at Blanche and said bitterly that his older brother had never truly lost anything, because from the start, he had held nothing that could be lost, and Blanche's face twisted in pain. The young man remarked coldly that perhaps, right now, his royal brother was thinking his younger brother had truly gone mad. But the final words left Blanche frozen and trembling, because he said he had lost his entire life. Seeing the tension grow almost unbearable, the protagonist lifted Jay the cat into his arms, smiled faintly, and asked Blanche if he felt better now. Before concluding in a low voice that no one in this palace was still whole, he abruptly changed the subject and asked what his royal brother would think about living with a cat in Camulon. Blanche refused at once, so firmly that he left no room for negotiation. He curled his lips slightly, as if he had predicted it all, then said he knew his royal brother had never been eager for that position. The protagonist reached out and lightly touched the cold glass of the window. He confessed that he still could not stop wondering about his fate, because whether it was a blessing or a joke, Goddess Serenity had placed that curse on him, forcing him to keep breathing inside the body of someone who should have died. Then, after protecting everything you want to protect, what path do you intend to walk next? He silently cast his gaze beyond the window. He wondered where his life would drift once his usefulness ran dry, and that question had always clung tightly to his mind. The protagonist turned back to Blanche, his voice far more urgent, and said that when that moment came, he hoped his radiant royal brother would come save him, just like Blanche once did at the Suleiman estate. His blazing red eyes looked straight at his older brother, so sincere that he could not hide it. Blanche fell silent, clutching the cat tightly in his arms, and at last he felt the heartache his younger brother had buried deep. He realized that, just like himself, his younger brother was also carrying wounds that could not be given a name. Blanche clenched his teeth hard, forcing down the emotions surging inside his chest. "I will do what you want, so do not go risking your life by charging into Al Hess and cutting off your own head again." The protagonist smiled faintly in satisfaction, thinking to himself that from now on, his royal brother would definitely be busy for a long time, because at this moment, every eye in the kingdom was fixed on the development of the Vancanum division. After a series of earth-shaking incidents, the atmosphere in the imperial palace finally began to settle down. Jay sat brooding beside his teacup, then admitted to his attendant that he was still hesitating over when to depart. Every time Jay thought of him, he found it hard to leave, but he also understood that he should return soon to handle the state affairs still waiting for him. Looking at his reflection in the tea, Jay told himself it was time for the kingdom of Sagridia to prepare for the massive changes about to crash in. At the same time, on the training grounds, the protagonist and Blanche were clashing head-on in a sword practice session as tense as a battlefield. He swung his sword decisively, aura blazing fiercely, while reminding Blanche that if he truly wanted to take over the Bryson faction, his first task was to subdue those arrogant knights. He revealed a surprising truth, saying that forcing Blanche to eat properly was actually only one of the many reasons he had resolved to destroy Hazia Palace. The young man's blazing red eyes flashed with calculation as his body suddenly shot into the air. Then he charged straight toward his older brother like a blade tearing through the wind. He declared that his real goal was to create the perfect pretext for the entire plan that would follow. The protagonist poured all his strength into that slash because he wanted every soldier to believe the only person qualified to lead them in bringing down Vancanum was none other than Blanche. He absolutely could not allow his older brother to keep giving up on himself, and in that very instant, the sharp clash of swords rang across the training grounds. Under the relentless pressure and his younger brother's taunts, Blanche merely curled his lips and coldly confirmed that he had already grasped the entire situation. His gaze instantly sharpened, dangerous enough to steal the air from the room, and he declared that the Bryson family's affairs would be handled by his own hand. Kallian strolled through the long palace corridor, his composure so steady it was as if no upheaval had ever occurred. He suddenly reminded Ian that the meeting between the second prince and Marcus Bryson had been arranged for that very day. Ian quickly confirmed it, but right after that, the main character frowned and asked whether he had any important business to handle today. Ian insisted his master's schedule was completely clear, then went pale as he warned him that during confinement, he absolutely could not leave the palace. The young man hurriedly waved it off, arguing that he had not even gotten around to thinking about that yet, and yet unease still rose inside him, as if he had forgotten something extremely important. Just then, a maid carrying a vase of vivid red flowers quietly passed through the corridor. The instant he saw those blossoms, he froze, then blurted out, "That's right, it is today." The moment he remembered what he had forgotten, the prince immediately quickened his pace and rushed out of the corridor. At the same time, in Marcus Bryson's estate, the old nobleman was clenching his fists, his face dark enough to be terrifying. He bitterly realized that ever since Silai was expelled, House Bryson's power had been plunging without breaks, while the nobles who once supported them turned their backs one after another, especially after the kidnapping involving Sia of the Suleiman clan. 1 in every 5 people had turned traitor, dragging an already disastrous situation straight into the abyss, particularly once Axel Hess was pulled into the center of it. The Marcus narrowed his eyes at the man lounging calmly in the chair, silently deciding that he had to find an escape route and make use of this second prince. He looked straight at the old man, his voice icy as he remarked that House Bryson's current state no longer seemed very pretty at all. The old Marcus was left speechless, able only to swallow the brutal truth laid bare before him. He began bringing up the ridiculous punishment given to the man indirectly responsible for the collapse of Hazia Palace. According to him, Vancanum's deputy archmage Axel Hess had essentially been fined only 1 fiorin per month until the palace was rebuilt. He stated that the penalty was absurdly light, yet that very leniency proved Vancanum's influence was almost impossible to shake. Cold sweat broke out on the back of Marcus Bryson's neck. He looked at the man across from him and shuddered inwardly, realizing that day had finally arrived. He understood that in the eyes of the nobility, this could only be interpreted as absolute favoritism from kingmen toward the third prince. He grew even more anxious as Vancanum's reputation spread, because the more that power was praised, the more the entire kingdom's attention would fall on Axel Hiss's younger brother. Only now did he bitterly admit that he had been terribly wrong to see the second prince as nothing more than a child clinging to his mother, when in truth, he read the board with frightening precision. Suddenly, he picked up the knife on the table and threw out a provocative hypothesis. "If I take hold of that sword, perhaps the entire situation will change. What do you think?" Bryson was stunned, stammering as he asked what the second prince was truly intending. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove the knife hard into the tabletop, the dry crack ringing out like a declaration of war, then ordered the old Marquis to hand him full command of the Leon and Karen Knights. He unveiled a shocking plan, saying he would split Vancanum in 2, and the bait had already been cast. All that remained was to wait for the greedy fish to bite. That decisiveness left Bryson frozen. He silently calculated that if this man truly became a mage of Vancanum, he would certainly become the greatest obstacle to the third prince's vision and ambition. Bryson lowered his eyes to the neatly arranged pastries on the table. He believed the prince constantly staying close to his younger brother during the king's birthday celebration could not possibly be a coincidence. But what confused him was that every action the prince had taken until now seemed meant only to strengthen the other's position. He slammed the knife onto the table again and glared in challenge. "You do not believe me, do you?" Contempt spilled from him as he had to keep playing that role. asking whether the Marcus really thought he enjoyed pretending to be friendly with that bastard. Marcus Bryson hurriedly defended himself, saying it was not that he did not believe him, but deep down he knew he had no choice left except to bet on this prince. He silently weighed the matter and concluded that the second prince was certainly more useful than Randell, especially now that the hatred between Randell and his younger brother was growing sharper by the day. Bryson tightened his grip on the armrest, then finally made his decision. Very well, I will give your highness command of Rez's knights. After countless traps had been laid, the fish had finally taken the bait, but that old fox still did not forget to demand an extremely heavy condition in exchange. Amid a blazing red sunset spilling across the surface of the quiet lake, the third prince silently released white flowers one by one onto the water, as if sending off a belated apology. It was my fault, I almost forgot this day. He silently begged that person for forgiveness, because this time he could not bring real flowers all the way to the river as promised. The glowing flowers shimmered and slowly drifted over the water like fragments of memory swept away by time. Suddenly footsteps sounded on the grass behind him. He turned back in surprise, his crimson eyes briefly revealing an astonishment he could not hide. His older brother looked down at the rippling lake, then repeated his promise that his younger brother would definitely keep living. But the truth behind the agreement with House Bryson was the most terrifying piece in this whole game. Bryson had forced him to make a deadly oath, swearing that under no circumstances would he ever betray Sia of House Bryson. Faced with a demand that wagered his very life, he did not hesitate at all. He simply agreed coldly that they would settle it that way. To him, that price meant almost nothing compared with the goal waiting ahead, because his own life had never mattered more than his desire to protect and help his younger brother. The image of a heart bound in chains appeared, like a cruel brand proving that the oath had officially been activated. Realizing his brother's insane sacrifice, Callian staggered in shock and screamed from the depths of his panic. What the hell did you just do, Blanche? It was the Bloodheart seal, a brutal contract like a curse branded straight onto the heart, ready to take the life of anyone who dared break the pact. Because he had once made a similar contract with Silly, the protagonist understood better than anyone just how dangerous this thing was. Axel Hess. He knew that curse would only vanish when the signer died, so he quietly resolved to deal with Bryson far earlier than any of his original plans. His gaze instantly turned cold, like a blade just drawn from its sheath. Blanche gave a faint smirk and calmly said his younger brother surely had no intention of letting that old man live much longer either. The protagonist laughed with open satisfaction, admitting that this older brother truly had seen right through him, but deep down, pain still stabbed through him when he realized his brother had all but thrown away his own life. The young man forced himself to ask about the contract's condition, and Blanche answered that he only had to avoid betraying Sia and the Bryson family. He froze and asked if that was really all, because it was hard to believe Bryson would set a condition so simple it felt suspicious. Blanche said that was simply how arrogant they were, leaving the protagonist to click his tongue and declare that it was not arrogance but stupidity. Although the situation was messy, he realized this was still the safest choice, leaving a fragile thread of hope for both of them. He planned to soon check whether the Bryson family was secretly searching for another escape route through Randell. The protagonist stood up and told Blanche to rest after a long day that had drained both his body and his mind. As Blanche silently watched him, he suddenly remembered something else. The young man turned slightly back, his crimson eyes reflecting the sunset as it slowly faded away. Down by the lakeshore, Blanche sat in silence, his gaze fixed on the glowing lotus blossoms drifting across the surface of the water. He suddenly spoke, making a request heavy with emotion. "Bring me one of those." The protagonist quietly watched him, a hard-to-read smile briefly appearing on his face. He smiled mysteriously at his older brother's unexpected request. Beneath the lake's surface, hundreds of radiant flowers glowed like tiny flames, silently sending the souls of the dead toward their final rest. From a high balcony, the protagonist silently watched that scene unfold. He understood that one flower and one candle were the final farewell offered to those who had passed on. The young man reached out as if trying to touch the empty space before him. He watched the flowers drift farther and farther away, carried bit by bit beyond his sight by the current. In the distance, from another window, First Prince Randell also silently witnessed the entire scene with eyes full of thought. It was not only Randell. Even the king stood by a window, gazing pensively into the night before him. Amid the still air of the royal palace, the protagonist and Ian walked in silence, preparing to face the new variables slowly coming into view. Ian stood motionless by the window, watching the sparkling lights like flowers floating through the night sky. He thought to himself that the third prince was really just trying to find a path that belonged to him alone. The next morning, rumors about the strange phenomenon from the night before began spreading through the palace. Two maids worked while marveling at the dreamlike beauty of the glowing flowers in the sky, yet they could not help wondering what they truly meant. Just then, First Prince Randell swept past with a cold face weighed down by thought, making them hurriedly bow in fear. Sudden upheavals and unforeseen developments had kept crashing down one after another all this time. The origin of this entire mess had actually begun simmering about a year ago. It had happened right around this same time of year. Every order within the royal palace began to turn upside down from the moment the protagonist changed himself in a way so strange it was almost unbelievable. He did not merely change himself, he also quietly pushed the thoughts of several people in the palace off their old tracks. Randall entered the rose garden and found the young man sitting leisurely while admiring the brilliant flowers. He gave a cold signal, then ordered every attendant to withdraw. The moment only the two of them remained in the garden, the protagonist curled his lips into a provocative smile as he looked at his eldest brother. He casually mocked him, saying Randall should at least ask whether his health had improved after everything that had happened. Randall pressed him in a low voice. "What do you want? Why are you so determined to meet me face to face?" The young man calmly stepped closer without the slightest hesitation. He reached out and lightly touched a rose, then calmly admitted that it was simply because he was curious. Curious about what you know, and about the secrets you are hiding. Deep inside, the protagonist kept questioning whether anything else would continue to change and slip even further off the course of reality. He especially suspected the true power Randall held, a mysterious ability he still could not see through. Seeing Randall clutch his chest, he grew even more troubled by the close connection between that source of power and the kingdom of Tensio. The image of a chained heart blazing inside Randall's chest was no different from proof of the secret burden his eldest brother was struggling to hide. The protagonist silently observed him, wondering how far he could listen to and understand Randall's schemes before everything spun completely out of control. He looked straight at Randall and cut directly to the point. "What exactly is that power of yours? Is there something you know that I do not?" He kept pressing him about the connection between that mysterious energy source and the kingdom of Tansin. Under his younger brother's pressure, Randall still remained strangely calm. In a voice loaded with hidden meaning, he asked back whether it was so faint that he could not sense it. His brother's evasive answer immediately sent Kallian into deep thought. In that instant, shattered fragments of memory suddenly flooded back into the main character's mind. They hit like an icy shockwave, stabbing straight into his thoughts. The main character froze, his eyes widening as a horrifying truth appeared right before him. Right over Randall's heart, a glowing magic circle was spinning. Sensing the abnormal energy radiating from it, he stammered in terror. "Is that thing connected to Tansin?" Randall only gave a faint nod, then sank back into silence, as if he had never intended to explain anything. That made the main character realize this older brother would never be easy to pry information from. He would not reveal even half a word about the secrets he was trying to bury. He wondered inwardly, "Can you truly tell me nothing at all, brother?" Right after that, the main character continued exposing Randall's plan, from luring the Tansin Knights into Sears to the plot against Bryson. He pressed Randall, asking whether he had made a pact with them to wipe out the Bryson family, or whether that terrifying killing intent had been aimed directly at His Majesty all along. Facing that relentless interrogation, Randall remained cold as ice, his deep blue eyes showing no ripple at all. The tense conversation was suddenly cut off by Ian's panic shout from afar. The young attendant rushed over, so worried he could not hide the tremor in his voice. Your Highness, where have you been?" Leaving the attendant's panic behind, the main character silently watched Randall's departing figure. Heavy suspicion rose in his heart, because even such a simple question was something his eldest brother could not answer. He had far too many locked away secrets. The main character looked straight at Randall and firmly dismissed him. "If what I said matches your current situation, then please leave this place." Randall silently turned and walked away, leaving behind not even a single rebuttal. Watching his eldest brother's figure vanish beyond the flower bushes, the atmosphere grew even heavier. The main character let out a tired sigh. He understood that whatever was binding Randall was definitely no ordinary contract in this magical world. The main character guessed that Randall had agreed to assist Tansin in exchange for immense power. Because he was bound by a contract under an oath seal, his brother could neither confirm nor reveal anything. He understood that if he wanted to reach the truth, he had to dig deep into the inner affairs of the Tansin kingdom. As he strode forward, he told himself that the only person in Saris who could help him now was that one. But the moment the main character reached the gate, he was stopped by the cavalry. They sternly announced that His Highness was not permitted to leave Chemin until today's audience with Axel Hess. Lost in thought, he had forgotten he was still under confinement. He curled his lips in provocation. "Is that so? Then go ahead and try to stop me, if you really can." Seeing the situation about to explode, Ian hurriedly spoke up, reassuring the soldiers that His Highness would not leave the palace grounds. Ian sighed helplessly, then asked them to make way. "I will take responsibility for this, so please step aside." Inside the luxurious room, Crown Prince Jay was calmly reading when a knock at the door shattered the silence. Jay raised his head, a trace of doubt flashing through his eyes. "Who is it?" The door opened and the main character entered quietly with Ian. He apologized for his sudden arrival. "I am sorry for coming here without warning, Crown Prince Jay." He immediately got to the point, admitting that he did not understand the situation in the Tansin kingdom and wanted to ask a few more questions. Jay received him, then admitted that, whether now or in the past, he did not know too much about that kingdom. However, when it came to the issue of royal authority in Tansin, Jay still held the core information. While pouring tea, Jay began explaining why Prince Randell had been able to become their king. The main character thoughtfully mentioned the incident where a carriage axle broke, the accident that took the lives of both the reigning king and Tansin's crown prince. With his crimson eyes burning with certainty, he declared, "I believe that was no accident." Jay looked briefly startled, then asked if he remembered when it happened. The main character recalled that it seemed to be September of next year, though he was not sure of the exact date. As the dark tea flowed into the cup, memories of the future surfaced with perfect clarity. After that accident, Randell was chosen to sit on Tansin's throne. Moreover, in November of next year, on his 18th birthday, Blanche would be appointed crown prince. Sitting silently in the room, the main character realized an ironic truth. Randell was still there, yet the title of crown prince had fallen to Blanche. A throne without real power, was that it? In that future, Sile was the one running the kingdom's imperial court, while Duke Bryson controlled the military power outside the palace. And it did not stop there. Lennon Bryson monopolized the trade routes, while Gray Bryson united the Waterland counts under his command. All those pieces pointed to one terrifying truth. Randell had been aiming for this from very early on. Either his brother had wanted to become king of Tansin from the beginning, or someone behind the scenes had expected him to ascend the throne. He concluded that there must be a faction in Tansin opposing the current king, because after coaxing Prince Randell and pushing him onto the throne, someone must have wanted to turn him into a puppet kneeling at their feet, exactly like the way the Bryson family manipulated Saris. Randell, in that chessboard of power, was nothing more than a piece being pulled by their strings. Jay said that unlike Cyrus, Tansin was filled with many overlapping opposition factions. He pushed a file toward the main character and said, "If you need it, please make use of this." This was a document compiled by Jay himself, something he normally would never hand over to anyone. The main character accepted it with a smile, then sincerely thanked him. Jay gave a faint laugh, while the main character once again apologized for visiting so suddenly. Even though everything had happened far too suddenly, Kalian still wished he could say one final farewell in time. Hearing the word goodbye, the prince froze for a brief second. Goodbye? What did he mean by that? Jay looked at his younger brother with gentle eyes, then calmly told him the delegation would leave this place tomorrow. By protocol, a prince of Cyrus Dixon could not personally see off the envoys of Secretia. So this was almost the last time the two brothers could face each other before each walked down his own separate road. The main character went still for a moment at the shocking news, then let out only a quiet sound. "Oh." Very quickly, he regained his composure and offered early congratulations for Crown Prince Jay's coronation. Though he wanted to witness that great day himself, he understood the cruel reality that made it nearly impossible. Jay smiled faintly, his voice lowering as if he had accepted everything. "I understand, thank you." He began talking about his plan to gather the wizards early next year, making Jay realize his younger brother had truly laid the first stones of his own journey. Jay affirmed that he knew this country was changing, and he firmly believed its future would advance even farther. He said it clearly, no matter what disasters might strike in the future. If history truly repeated itself, then he would no longer need to keep protecting Secretia. That was Jay's final absolution for Byrne, ending the burden of the past that had haunted him for far too long. Jay looked straight into his eyes and sincerely declared, "You have done enough. As the one who was once my younger brother, and once my king as well." Those words felt like instructions before departure, so his younger brother would no longer bind himself with chains of guilt. Jay gave him one last piece of advice. If one day he had nothing left to protect, then he should learn how to protect himself. Faced with a request Jay feared was far too unreasonable, he only stayed silent, his hand gripping the tablecloth, as if suppressing countless emotions. Suddenly, he broke the heavy atmosphere. "Crown Prince Jay, there is something I still have not been able to tell you until now." Under Jay's curious gaze, he looked down at the drink in Jay's hand and confessed casually, "I do not like coffee, because its smell reminds me of Ranieri." Jay lowered his eyes to the cup of coffee, then admitted he had never imagined there would come a day when he truly had nothing left to protect. But if that day came, he still believed the younger brother, whose tastes were so different from Byrne's, to the point that he did not like coffee at all, would be fine even if he did not yet know what he had to protect. Jay promised that the next time they met, he would definitely prepare a different drink for him, not coffee anymore. The scene shifted the king's study, where Lechman was quietly mentioning how he had entered the Rubia grounds without permission. Lekmang softly sighed over the extreme obsession swordsmen had with their own blades. The king guessed he must have heard that Crown Prince Jay would leave tomorrow and grown impatient, while Blanche, sitting across from him, also confirmed he knew. King Lekmang muttered in displeasure at his youngest son's lack of restraint, even considering whether he should teach him a harsh lesson. However, the king quickly returned to the main issue and expressed astonishment that Blanche had convinced House Bryson to hand over their knight order, a negotiation he considered extremely thorny. When his royal father asked how he had done it, Blanche calmly revealed that the price was agreeing to form a contract under a vow seal. The news stunned King Lekmang so badly that he froze, his face paling from the shock. By contrast, Blanche calmly insisted it was not a contract worth worrying about. Looking at the son who had silently shouldered the risk, Lekmang's heart tightened as he realized he himself had pushed his children into one dangerous vortex after another. The king painfully wondered what face he still had left to meet them after all this. King Lekmang could not hide his emotions, and a heavy sigh rose deep in his heart. Since when had those children grown up this much? He looked at Blanche with softened eyes, then sincerely spoke 3 words, "Thank you, son." At the very least, he could feel somewhat relieved that his children had not directly turned their backs and clashed with one another. And so the Secretia delegation officially departed, with Jay quietly looking through the carriage window to bid farewell to the kingdom of Kairos. Inside the palace, maids and servants busily cleaned up the remains of the banquet, closing King Lekmang's birthday celebration. After that, everything gradually returned to its everyday rhythm, but beneath that layer of peace, new schemes were quietly beginning to move. At the training ground, this young man threw himself into sword practice as if burning himself alive in a brutal level-up trial. Each sword stroke tore through the air, cold and clean like a finishing blow in a dungeon, repeatedly slicing apart the wooden dummies around him. Dry impacts rang out one after another, mixed with the crack and splinter of wood flying everywhere. The entire training ground seemed to be swallowed by a storm of sword energy as he poured all his strength into every technique. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his clothes, but his blazing red eyes still burned with the will to keep going. Seeing his master still training relentlessly, Ian stepped forward in concern and asked, "Please do not tell me you stayed up all night again, Your Highness." The boy felt heartbroken, because lately his master had been handling a mountain of official work, while forcing himself to train through the night like a hunter being chased by the system. Ian feared that if he kept pushing himself beyond his limits, his body would not hold out, especially when his old wounds had only just healed. Faced with his attendant's concern, he only answered calmly, "I am almost done." Ian stared blankly at that vague answer, completely unable to understand what his master was hinting at. He slung the sword over his shoulder, gave a meaningful smile, and declared decisively, "Well, I am planning to save a cursed prince." Ian hurriedly reminded him that saving his royal brother was a worthy goal, but he feared the one carrying everything would collapse first. He simply sipped his tea and told Ian to relax, because he was still fine. On a distant balcony, Blanche stood silently looking toward Hysia Palace, which had been reduced to a pile of ruins. There, the office mages were pouring out every last bit of strength under Axel Hiss's command to clear away the wreckage. Those mighty wizards, who were used to wielding magic, now had to hold shovels and scoop dirt until their mana ran dry, complaining as they worked and wondering when the second prince's palace would truly be rebuilt. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, and the ground shook so violently that the mages instantly went pale with panic. Amid the wreckage, the floor suddenly collapsed into a deep pit, nearly dragging in someone nearby. Was this still an aftershock from the earlier blast? The subordinates rushed over to inspect it, but the very next second, they all froze at what had been revealed beneath the bricks and stone. A hidden passage leading underground appeared before them, leaving them stunned as they realized there had never been any record of a basement buried deep beneath Hysia Palace. Every gaze immediately locked onto the endless spiral stone staircase, stretching straight down into a haze of dim, unsettling darkness. Realizing how serious the situation was, one mage immediately ordered them to report the discovery to Lord Ellen Mannison at once. Standing before the pit that had opened in the ruins of Hysia Palace, Kallian asked in a low voice if this was the basement his master had once mentioned. Ellen Mannison gave a small nod in confirmation. He revealed that even His Majesty the King had no idea such a mysterious place existed right beneath the palace. This hidden entrance had been concealed by 2CAJ for centuries, and it was only exposed because the protagonist completely destroyed Jay's structure. If that place had not collapsed, this secret might have slept forever. The young man still could not shake his doubts about the strange coincidence involving Axel Hess. Seeing that, Ellen Manason suggested they both head down to investigate, because there was something extremely important he wanted the young man to witness with his own eyes. Before stepping into the darkness, Ellen Manason carefully cast a layer of magical barrier around the protagonist, guarding against any sudden disaster. The two began descending the deep spiral stone stairs, gradually leaving the fading sunset above the surface behind. The space below was so vast it suffocating, with a depth roughly equal to 3 or 4 floors. The moment they stepped onto the solid stone floor at the bottom, the air grew heavy. The young man gave a faint smirk, a meaningful look flashing through his eyes as he recognized the familiar traces around him. Looking at the enormous dragon mural carved in exquisite detail across the wall, he blurted out, "Suspanian, right?" The ancient magical pressure spreading from every corner felt like a cold confirmation of the third prince's judgment. The protagonist reached out and touched the icy stone wall, then concluded that this abyss had definitely existed for more than 500 years. What was unbelievable was that after so many historical upheavals, everything from the stairs to the murals here showed almost no sign of damage. It was all thanks to Suspanian's power saturating this entire space, silently protecting everything from the erosion of time. Ellen Manason slowly stepped forward and pushed open the heavy stone door with a dry, grating sound. He said the reason he had brought the young man here was that he believed he would recognize what lay behind that door. Inside the dark room, a thick layer of dust blurred every line and edge, making the scene feel even more eerie. Right then, a mysterious item suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light atop the stone pedestal. The young man clenched his fist, and for an instant his breath seemed to stop. He realized in shock that the object shining before his eyes was a fragment of Arcus Tempus. The legendary artifact, once believed to have vanished without a trace in Secretia, had now appeared inside this hidden basement. A massive question exploded in his mind. Why the hell was this thing here? Where did that old man buy his stuff for it to be this unreal? Deep blue mana quickly wrapped around his body as the protagonist forced himself to calm down. He gave a faint smirk, thinking this was definitely interesting, but also dangerous enough to be irritating. He told himself that if his damned older brother, Blanche, had just eaten properly, the protagonist would never have had to shoulder this ridiculous trouble falling out of the sky. Ellen Manason quietly stepped closer and stated that the only positive point was that the historical tragedy would not repeat itself, because this thing was right in front of them now. When his master asked, heavy with concern, how he planned to deal with it, the atmosphere instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring. In a cold voice, he declared that one victim like himself was already more than enough. The protagonist absolutely could not allow this artifact to swallow up even one more life. At once, he circulated his mana, and the aura sword in his hand blazed violently as if trying to tear the darkness apart. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword straight at the ancient artifact before him. Harsh impacts rang out again and again. The protagonist attacked like a madman, screaming inside that this thing had no right to exist in this world. It should have been erased, forgotten for all eternity. Yet, as if dragged back by some devilish curse, it had appeared right before his eyes. A suffocating shock crushed his heart, because he could not believe that after 1,000,000 years, this thing had suddenly returned, like a ghost rising from the past. In fury and despair, the protagonist shouted in agony, "Why? Why did it have to be now?" Ellen Manason immediately rushed over and gripped his shoulders, stopping his outburst from spiraling out of control. He urged the young man to put away his sword, because even he could not break through the sturdy barrier protecting it. The protagonist panted with exhaustion, but his eyes suddenly froze when he noticed something unusual. Right beside the glowing Arcus Tempus fragment, a small stone engraved with unfamiliar symbols lay quietly in place. Ellen Manason revealed in a grave voice that there was something important he had not yet had time to say, related to Lady Uria's investigation results on the stone the young man possessed. He said there was a possibility that this thing was a man-made divine relic, leaving the young man so stunned he could not speak. He immediately turned back and pressed him, asking exactly how she could have reached such a shocking conclusion. Ellen Manason let out a quiet sigh, his expression heavy, as if he were weighing every word. Fierce suspicion rose inside the protagonist at the contradictory idea of a man-made divine relic. He could not believe humans could create such a thing. He asked if that was everything Uria had reported, and Ellen Manason confirmed that, for now, that was all they knew. Ironically, when they compared the symbols on the newly discovered Arcus Tempus fragment with the other stone, the results showed that not a single character matched. Ellen Manason concluded that perhaps they carried the same message, but expressed it through completely different writing systems. The young man gave a small nod of agreement, his gaze slowly sweeping across the ancient murals carved into the wall. Images of a brutal war and the presence of the great dragons seemed to recount a tragic chapter of history buried by time. The protagonist understood that he had to act immediately. Now that he knew for certain it was here, he had no other choice. When his master asked anxiously whether he intended to meet Cispanian, the protagonist confirmed it without hesitation. He was troubled over why a piece of Arcus Tempus that had completed its mission in the past had suddenly appeared here after vanishing, and where the remaining fragments were drifting now. He needed answers to every part of this secret. Kalyan understood that there was only one person who could pull back the curtain on this entire mystery, and that person was Cispanian. The third prince's blazing red eyes flashed with resolve as he slowly reached out and touched the ancient relic glowing with blinding light. Beneath the cold, dim crescent moon, Ellen Menessen spurred his horse through the wind, racing across the deep forest swallowed by darkness. Back at the Imperial Palace, Ellen Menessen asked whether the protagonist wanted to meet Cispanian right away, but the prince calmly answered that the time had not yet come. He looked straight at his teacher with a serious gaze, then earnestly asked him to spare a little time for him tomorrow night. Just as promised, Ellen Menessen quietly stepped into the deserted forest under the stillness of night. He thought to himself that he had to help this young man complete the final preparations before the crucial plan officially began. Suddenly, a cold, razor-sharp sword strike tore through the air at terrifying speed, forcing Ellen Menessen to instantly raise his guard. The one ambushing him was no stranger at all, but the very disciple he had personally trained. Ellen Menessen calmly raised a magic circle and stopped the murderous sword strike cold, while teasing that his disciple was as impatient as melting ice cream. From within the churning cloud of dust and smoke, a figure slowly stepped out. The protagonist appeared with a radiant aura sword in his hand, his presence surging like a warrior who had stepped out of a fantasy battlefield. He curled his lips into a confident smile and firmly declared that, just as he had said yesterday, he had now truly seized Axel Hess's time. The violent shockwaves and streams of light tearing across the night sky sent the birds perched high in the branches into a panicked, chaotic flight. A breathless clash erupted deep in the forest, where magic and sword energy collided wildly, shaking the entire surrounding space. Pallian's sword came crashing down again and again like a storm, slamming violently into Ellen Menessen's rock-solid defense. The Archmage only smiled calmly, easily raising a green magic shield that blocked every single slash from our protagonist. A terrifying recoil exploded outward, blasting the young prince far away. In that instant, he finally felt how vast the gap between him and the Archmage truly was, and he never expected to be overwhelmed so quickly. The young man bitterly realized that even though he knew his opponent was a monster among mages, he still could not imagine being this powerless in a direct clash. But that was exactly why he had come to his master, hoping to complete the final stage of preparation before the grand plan officially began. Staring at the radiant aura sword in his hand, our protagonist recalled that night, when he poured in every ounce of strength to master the blade and unleash every breath of power he could summon. Yet reality proved that the magic within his body far exceeded every early prediction. He understood very well that mages fought with magic, while swordsmen used aura to suppress their enemies. But true sword masters also possessed a hidden energy known as reverse magic, something that could not be converted into aura through ordinary means. Back when he was Byrne, the young man had never cared about reverse magic, because that amount of energy was so tiny it was barely worth noticing. He drove all his strength down into his legs. He sprang forward in a flash, his blazing sword cutting through the wind as he searched for a gap in Ellen Menessen's defense. Even though his skill was improving bit by bit, he still could not break the stalemate. However, our protagonist's current body was that of a born mage, and with Cispanian's blessing as well, the reverse magic inside him had become unbelievably massive. Ellen Menessen suddenly vanished, then appeared right behind him, sending a chill down the young prince's spine. A vast sea of flames instantly erupted, swallowing the entire space before his eyes. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his might, stopping the fire spell as it descended like heavenly punishment. He understood that this brutal training was the key to mastering the strange power surging inside his body. The two energies collided violently, scattering countless dazzling sparks that tore through the night. Our protagonist focused to the absolute limit, forcibly reversing the flow of aura in his body, making the surrounding space crack apart like a mirror being crushed. Ellen Menessen could not help being stunned when he saw his disciple resist him, without using even a trace of ordinary aura. He lightly snapped his fingers, his voice filled with praise. "Excellent, then I shall fight you seriously as well." In the very next instant, a gigantic pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. The flames burned an entire stretch of mountain forest to ash in the blink of an eye. Ellen Menessen was deliberately pushing his student into a dead end, because only when someone was forced to the very limit could a path to survival open on its own. Looking at the sea of fire blanketing the sky, Ellen Menessen blurted out with smug satisfaction, "Oh my, perhaps I went a little too far," but still. From within the burning sea, he still strode out proudly, raising a magic shield to block all the heat before replying coldly, "Keep going." Ellen Menessen smiled with pride when he realized his student could finally control two different forms of energy within the same body at the same time. The Archmage inwardly marveled that this was indeed his disciple, then immediately launched even fiercer fire spells to keep driving him harder. Our protagonist braced himself and endured, his sword and shield crashing repeatedly against his master's magic, creating dazzling bursts of light in the night. After that relentless chain of attacks, he panted heavily, one hand clutching his heaving chest as his body brushed against the very edge of its endurance. His hand began to tremble, and the magic in his body slowly ran dry after the sparring match had stretched him like a bowstring. At that exact moment, his heartbeat suddenly pounded faster, as if reminding him that his old soul still existed deep within this body. The image of an hourglass appeared, signaling the start of a miraculous transformation. All the innate magic in our protagonist's body was being condensed, then converted into combat aura. Deep inside that body, both souls carried a fierce will to fight, and this was the decisive moment for him to transform and seize full control of his new power. Brilliant threads of magic flared around his hands, signaling that a major variable was about to appear on his path to seize the throne. The journey of the prince who carried the soul of a war god was far from over. When his aura was completely exhausted, a miraculous conversion erupted inside his body, turning even the magic meant only for spells into true combat aura. He looked at his glowing hand and spoke in a clear, ringing voice. "It is done, master, is it not?" Standing across from him, Ellen Menessen froze before the terrifying aura exploding right in front of his eyes. Ellen Menessen smiled and offered his congratulations, because his student had finally mastered the technique of using magic like aura. Now, our protagonist's power was strong enough to stand on equal footing with his formidable teacher. To him, that meant every preparation for the grand plan had officially been completed. His gaze turned cold and unwavering. In his heart, he silently swore that he would take that thing back, his older brother's heart. After returning to the Imperial Palace, our protagonist slowly walked down the magnificent corridor and stopped before a large door. He curled his lips slightly into a meaningful smile, then pushed the door open without hesitation and stepped inside. As he walked, he rolled his aching shoulder after the brutal training session and complained about it. Inside the room, second Prince Blanche was already waiting with a pensive expression, as if he had guessed his younger brother had once again gone overboard for his own amusement. Our protagonist refused to back down and immediately asked whether his older brother had finished dealing with all those annoying matters. After a few jokes, Blanche's tone turned serious as he revealed that a bird seemed to be hiding inside the night corpse. He immediately froze, then pressed him, asking whether that meant a spy had been planted inside the royal night corpse. Blanche nodded in confirmation, then presented a piece of evidence. It was a small fragment of a secret letter, something he had somehow found in his pocket, without even noticing when it got there. He could not help being shocked by how sophisticated the spies were, because even someone as sharp as him had completely failed to notice their presence. Our protagonist silently looked at the small secret letter fragment in his hand. Meanwhile, Blanche said in a low voice that Marcus Bresson should be informed that a spy had infiltrated the ranks of the knights. Calion feared that if this secret got out, Secretia's crown prince would be forced into a dead end with no way back, so the safest move was to transfer it immediately. Blanche stressed that trust had to be upheld, and the main character's pact was no exception. After all, no one knew what else that binding force might allow to happen next. Blanche studied his younger brother and said he could ignore the birds that were only carrying messages. Then he asked if Osiris Prince discovered a Secretia spy inside Sia's royal night corpse, should he pretend to be mute? The main character quietly opened the letter, and in that instant, the important things left unsaid that day suddenly flooded back into his mind. The contents inside slowly revealed what had silently connected the believers to the faction that had always stood on the opposing side. It was the fragile thread between the priests who worshipped serenity and the great desert warriors who had always resisted serenity to the bitter end. Line by line, the earth-shaking secret about the son of Master Ellen Menessen came to light. He was actually the crown prince, not the king of Tansin as everyone had believed. Without the slightest hesitation, the main character summoned fire magic and burned the secret letter to ash right in front of Blanche. He calmly announced that tomorrow morning his royal brother would have to eat breakfast alone. The clock hands kept moving in silence, dragging the heavy atmosphere into a suffocating stillness. For the first time, the main character sat down in this room to drink tea and speak with First Prince Randell. Randell gave a soft sigh, saying this was probably the first time the two of them had truly faced each other, without raising obvious defenses. Yet as he lifted the teacup and took a sip, the main character silently confirmed that there had never been a moment when he let his guard down around his eldest brother. Not even now. Neither of them still had the innocence they once had as children, all because of the so-called throne, a battlefield even crueler than any dungeon. The main character went straight to the point. coldly questioning which throne Randell was truly aiming for. Cyrus or Tansin? Randell gave an ambiguous answer, saying either one would do. But if he had to choose, a bigger cake was always more tempting. The main character immediately understood the meaning behind those words. To this eldest brother, the throne was not the final destination, but merely a step toward an even greater plan. Under the main character's curious gaze, Randell remained calm and asked in return why he cared about that at all. The main character declared firmly that the time had come to make the final choice. He casually picked up the small knife on the table, turned it lightly in his hand, and declared that he was ready for a direct confrontation, even to raise his sword at his eldest brother if needed. That action made Randell freeze for a moment, so surprised that he could not hide his reaction in time. The main character offered another choice. Randell could stand behind him, while every danger ahead would be blocked by the main character himself. Randell lowered his eyes in silence, as if weighing the hidden force behind every word his younger brother had just spoken. This was no longer a probe. He had officially declared war on his brother. Randell slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip, then said in a low voice that this was not something he could not handle. The main character curled his lips into a faint smile, admitting that all this time he had always kept his back turned to this brother. With an icy gaze, he delivered a hard warning. Randell must never step out of his shadow again. Faced with that unshakable resolve, Randell had no choice but to admit that perhaps it was time for him to take back the words he had once said. Randell answered decisively that he would do it. Light slid across the blade, as if proving that an unspoken agreement had just been forged. Right after that, the main character went to find King Lekmang in the palace corridor. He quietly approached his royal father, surrounded by the still air of an afternoon slowly fading away. King Lekmang could not hide his confusion and asked why he had suddenly called him here for a private meeting. The main character respectfully explained that he had an extremely important matter for which he wished to request his royal father's approval. When the king agreed to listen, he placed a hand over his chest, his eyes turning toward the portrait of his mother. He earnestly presented his final wish, asking His Majesty to posthumously elevate her to the rank of Empress. He wanted his mother to receive the highest title in the palace, second only to the king himself. The sudden request left King Lekmang so stunned that his body went rigid, cold sweat beating across his pale face. He could barely believe what he had heard and had to ask again whether his son was truly serious. The only answer to that shock was a firm yes from the third prince. In the ruthless world of royal power, no matter how many achievements someone earned, or how terrifying their strength became, commoner blood was still treated as an indelible stain. Those nobles who called themselves superior looked down on others solely because of lineage. This lack of legitimacy was exactly why the main character had endured years of coldness and contempt. King Lekmang quickly saw through the true ambition behind that request. In a low voice, he asked, "So you have set your eyes on the crown prince's seat?" The main character did not avoid it and immediately admitted, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king let out a soft sigh. He understood his son's intention, but he could not hide his worry, because the current situation was far too dangerous. What troubled him was what happened to make him suddenly make such a bold request. The main character quietly looked toward the portrait, then stated that he had no special reason behind this request. "I am simply begging you to save her, Your Majesty." Those words were like a blow straight to the heart, leaving King Lekmang horrified and speechless. Cruel fragments of memory from the past instantly surged back like a nightmare that had never ended. It was the moment the main character's mother was assassinated, barely managing through her tears to leave one final plea: "Please protect that child." The memory of the frail little boy who had once depended on Hina's healing magic just to stay alive made the king's heart clench with regret. Lekmang silently looked down at his own hands, his breathing heavy under the helplessness that had stretched on for so many years. After a long silence, the king confirmed in a low voice that he understood. Kalian stood before the radiant portrait of a departed woman, silently listening as the king gave a warning that felt as heavy as a prophecy. "Be extremely careful, because the moment your mother is crowned queen, hostile forces are certain to rise from the shadows." Heavy rain washed the palace white, while in the dark room the main character and Blanche buried themselves in another chess match through the long, silent night. He slowly turned each page of the file in his hand, his gaze growing colder with every line he read. He knew perfectly well that His Majesty Lekmang had also tracked down the place where that item was hidden. Master Ellen Manison insisted there was no need to worry about him anymore, then urged them to keep moving forward with the plan as arranged. Back in the present, Blanche suddenly realized that he had not seen the blue-haired deputy commander anywhere lately. The young man calmly replied that he had sent Lord Hedges somewhere else to carry out a secret mission. Blanche narrowed his eyes at his younger brother, suspecting that lately he had been hiding far too many things from him. The main character curled his lips slightly and said there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful, especially when everything was tied to his brother's heart. Blanche quietly recalled how the mages had repeatedly stopped him from approaching Hysia Palace, then wondered if all of it had been arranged in secret by this younger brother of his. When asked for the reason, he only admitted it in silence, then said that if he could have told his brother, he would have done so long ago, leaving another vague vague answer that made Blanche even more curious. The main character sat in silence by the window, stating that this matter had nothing to do with Bridget or Blanche's mother, so he advised his older brother not to worry too much. Holding the stack of documents, he silently concluded that the appearance of the ancient relic was definitely connected to Sifanian. The records showed that after the rubble was cleared away, something hidden for years had finally surfaced. Before that, no one had imagined that Hyza Palace contained a secret basement, and its severity was so great that the main character had no choice but to get involved himself. Blanche stepped closer, pressing him about what exactly was being kept below that required such a tight lockdown. Seeing his older brother's terrifying sharpness, he sighed and mocked that Blanche must have been blessed by the gods with a genius mind, since no secret could stay hidden from him. Blanche brushed aside the flattery and demanded that his younger brother get straight to the point. He stated that he could not keep binding every step he took forever, so they might as well face it directly and be done with it. The main character stared silently at the file, wondering why his older brother was so stubbornly trying to open something that had been sealed away so tightly at this exact moment. Blanche looked straight at him, repeating what his younger brother had once said about losing everything. With a firm gaze, he demanded to hear the whole truth, including the bitterest resentment he was carrying. The two walked through the darkness together, then stopped before a massive stone door carved the image of a great dragon, the entrance to Hyja's mysterious basement. Before the imposing door, the main character asked in a low voice one last time. He warned that if Blanche saw what was inside, he might remember wounds from the past, and he did not want his older brother to suffer even more. Maybe not right now, but he feared that one day Blanche would be swallowed by nightmares or horrific memories that even he himself did not understand. Blanche curled his lips faintly and told his younger brother that he was talking too much today and acting nothing like usual. He gave a firm order to open the door, saying that he would look at it with him. The main character stayed silent for a few seconds, then gave only a soft snort in reply. Blanche froze before the item radiating a blinding light in the center of the dark room. It was the time rotation axis, a mysterious ancient relic rumored to be able to send a person back into the past one time only. Though regarded as a miracle in this fantasy world, its very existence had always been a question mark that made everyone who knew about it shudder. Blanche raised a hand to his forehead as his mind began to be surrounded by the haunting words his younger brother had once left behind. Things Blanche had never dared to consider. He had turned into a series of painful questions. If the thing Blanche desired most was in someone else's hands, what action would he choose? The third prince had once warned that because of this ancient relic, the flames of war between Secretia and Sears would erupt sooner or later. He saw through the heat of the Vancanum Legion, and wondered whether that was the power Blanche held. A shocking truth was finally dragged into the light. Those 10 years were the span of time when the entire world had truly been turned back. The main character admitted bluntly that in his previous life, he had originally been the younger brother of Crown Prince Jay, but in the current timeline he had become Blanche's own younger brother instead. Faced with a confession that defied all common sense, Blanche could only let out a bitter laugh. He stared at the glowing arc of time, which blazed like a magical heart. In that instant, a horrific memory from the windy season of years past suddenly came flooding back. Blanche was stunned to realize the cruel truth. In the old timeline, he himself had heartlessly taken this younger brother's life just to seize that divine power. That obsession had gnawed at him to this very day. Everything began with a message that was not sent by an ordinary courier, but secretly tied to the leg of a queencia bird. Yet exactly 1 month later, when the bird returned with a refusal, the flames of war erupted with terrifying force. Blanche sank into doubt, because the enemy's troop deployment speed back then was far too illogical. In only 1 short month, how could Cyrus and Secretia, which were so far apart, possibly manage it? How could they mobilize a massive army of knights and mages, moving so quickly that it was no different from using teleportation magic? The strangest part was that vast spy network at the time had fallen completely silent, sending back not even a single scrap of intelligence. The main character looked straight at Blanche and asked him to imagine the despair of those involved when they faced that deathly silence. In the end, the commander of the Secretia Knight Legion was completely wiped out. Even his teacher, Shi Lun, had only managed to hold back Vancanum's advance for 3 days despite using every ounce of his strength. In the end, Kidzi and all of those closest to her died in that tragedy. And no matter how hard anyone struggled, it was meaningless, a pain worse than heartbreak. The young man bitterly stated that the ending of the old timeline was total destruction. He repeated the harsh rule that time could only be turned back once, and the time axis that had been kept intact in Secretia mysteriously vanished on the very day he arrived here. Ironically, the two of them had now found it in this secret basement. The main character reached out and touched the blazing magical barrier around the ancient relic, admitting that he had once intended to destroy it forever, so no one could ever use it again. But the ridiculous part was that he could not vent his rage on a mindless block of stone. and that hesitation had led to a whole series of new troubles. Blanche looked at the glowing ancient relic and asked in a low voice how to erase it completely. He shook his head slightly, admitting that he still had no answer, so he planned to meet Sifanian soon and find a solution. But before leaving, Kalyan said in a grave voice that he still had one extremely urgent matter to finish. "That is all there is to my business." Just then, Blanche suddenly called him back, throwing out a question that made the air freeze on the spot. "What is your name?" Seeing the main character stay silent without answering, Blanche softened his tone and said that name could not possibly be that hard to remember, so he should just tell him. The main character turned his head slightly, gave a warm smile, then firmly confirmed his identity. "I am your younger brother." The two of them left the cold basement together, stepping one by one to the stone stairs that led back up toward the great hall. Looking in the direction his older brother was heading, the young man curiously asked where Blanche meant to go at this hour. Blanche answered at once that he was going to the training ground. The main character eagerly suggested a sparring match, but Blanche coldly refused, saying he had to go one step ahead. He quietly watched his older brother's back fade into the distance, vaguely feeling as if someone was patiently waiting for him up ahead. With a sixth sense this sharp, the main character is practically walking around with an Isekai survival warning system installed in his head. A black butterfly suddenly appeared, drifting silently through the still air of the magnificent palace hall. According to ancient belief, black butterflies symbolized the aura of death, so they had never been creatures anyone would welcome. But the instant a blinding surge of light suddenly erupted, the black butterfly immediately transformed into a breathtaking woman, her long black hair falling loose and her crimson eyes blazing with authority. She looked straight at the main character and softly whispered, "Then does that not mean it is welcomed only by you?" He bowed respectfully in salute, asking for the honor of meeting the great and noble Sifanian. She looked at him and declared in a low voice that those who walk among the fragments of calamity can rarely recognize them on their own. The main character clutched his chest lightly, painfully wondering whether even himself had no right to be healed. That feeling was no different from being an abandoned stepchild inside his own family. Sifanian placed a hand on his head with an unreadable gentleness and whispered that she understood anicaps. She admitted she also felt confused, because after everything she had heard, she still could not feel hatred or anger. Looking deep into the young prince's eyes with a troubled expression, she confirmed that she now understood the true reason he had come to this place. The main character quietly thanked her, then honestly admitted that he was not fully prepared, but still wanted to ask her to explain one important matter. Once he received permission, he immediately asked directly whether the black stone was a miracle created by human hands. Sifanian explained that it held power from the other side, so it had not been tainted by serenity at all. She pointed toward the glowing relic and asked whether he was searching for the fragments of the axis, while also confirming that she was the one who had placed everything that appeared in this world here. The main character asked where the remaining fragments were, but the answer he received was that they had not appeared yet. He continued asking why she had found this place and placed that object here. Sifanian firmly stated that it was all for his sake, because the one who had to obtain it with his own hands was none other than the main character. Before he could fully understand the meaning of anicaps, she looked into the distance and reminded him that the child who always trusted him had begun moving forward. Sifanian gazed deep into his eyes through the reflected image, softly whispering that when that moment arrived, the main character would understand the entire truth by himself. At the same time, under the silent night sky at the training ground, Second Prince Blanche stood motionless, caught in his own thoughts. Staring into empty space, he frowned and muttered that now he understood anicaps. No wonder that man always looked as if someone had hit his weak point whenever they met. Blanche began preparing for training, hoping to release the frustration bottled up in his chest. A knight approached and reported that the prince had instructed him to supervise Your Highness's training while he was absent. The match began with light exchanges of sword blows, but the atmosphere quickly grew so tense it was almost suffocating. The sword in Blanche's hand grew sharper with every passing moment, each technique carrying a more dangerous pressure than before. The knight facing him could not help being shocked when he realized Blanche was improving at a terrifying speed in the middle of this very duel. The most frightening part was that Blanche's eyes had changed completely. They had become icy deep and sharp as a blade, making his opponent shudder without even realizing it. The knight had to ask himself in confusion what exactly His Highness was seeing in front of him. The two blades clashed violently, scattering dazzling sparks as Blanche threw his full strength into pressing his opponent, driving the battle straight toward its climax. Even as sweat poured down like rain and his chest heaved from exhaustion, Kuji gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself that he had trained brutally all this time, but it still was not enough. He realized he was still far too weak compared with that prince, who had now stepped into the realm of a true swordsmanship master. Kuji silently concluded that the war between the princes was always taking place in places he had never even known about. The memory of the moment his master was gravely wounded came rushing back like a haunting cut, forcing him to question himself again and again. If he could not protect his master even when his master was injured, then what right did he have to call himself his master's sword? Kiji gripped the sword hilt so tightly that his fingers trembled violently. Steely determination filled his eyes, and his gentle Hello Kitty-like demeanor instantly transformed into that of a fierce tiger on the battlefield. The desire to become a firm source of strength for the main character drove Kiji to keep swinging his sword through the night. Dry, heavy impacts rang out one after another. Though his hands were already shaking and his breathing came in broken gasps, Kiji desperately forced himself to surpass his limits in that very moment. At the instant his body had nearly reached the absolute edge of exhaustion, a brilliant blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes, marking a powerful transformation like a battlefield level up. Kalian suddenly appeared, the corner of his mouth lifting into a brilliant smile as he calmly offered Kiji his congratulations. But in the blink of an eye, the male lead's gaze turned ice cold. The flaming sword in his hand easily stopped the guard's strike, and he warned in a chilling voice that Kiji had crossed the line by aiming straight for his own brother's heart. In the stillness of the night, the young man casually suggested that Kiji take a short walk with him, as if trying to ease the suffocating tension in the air. Kiji silently followed behind with an expressionless face, but inside his mind was in chaos, endlessly wondering what that bizarre phenomenon had just been. In his vision, blazing red lines suddenly appeared, wrapping around the other person's body and marking exactly where to cut, and how many strikes were needed to finish the target. It felt so real that Kiji almost believed an invisible voice was whispering to him, guiding every sword slash straight toward another person's vital point. Kiji shuddered as he realized that if he had been even a moment slower earlier, he might truly have murdered Prince Blanche. Even more terrifying, those deadly red bloodlines appeared again, and this time they were aimed directly at his master's back. Sweat poured down Kiji's body as he painfully covered his eyes with both hands, trying to drive away that horrifying illusion. Yeah, this scene is probably more haunting than an X, the kind you could not forget even if you tried. He silently swore that he would stop himself from harming his master, no matter the price, and never allow that tragedy to happen. As if seeing through the fear surrounding his subordinate, the male lead calmly turned back and said he knew what Kiji had just seen. It was the path of the sword, and even he had not expected the swordsmanship he taught to let Kiji reach this realm so soon. He gently reassured him that as long as he got enough rest, those red lines would vanish on their own, finally letting Kiji breathe out as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. Good thing someone explained it in time, or Kiji might have thought he had suffered key deviation and spent the rest of his life panicking. Yet inside, the male lead was deeply shaken. In his past life, Kiji only saw this path a few months before his death, but now, he had improved at an almost absurd speed. He stopped, looked into the distance, and revealed that the knights under his command would soon join the Valkanum Legion, leaving his training force critically short-handed. Since a guardian spirit could not openly spar with knights, he firmly declared that he would ask His Majesty to grant Kiji the official title of knight. Kiji froze, then immediately refused, saying he had not yet earned any achievement worthy of the title and wanted to wait until he was truly qualified. But the male lead looked straight into his eyes, his blazing red pupils radiating irresistible pressure. He stated that the world always priced people by what it could see, and he absolutely did not want Kiji to belittle himself because of other people's prejudice. Kiji clenched his fists, his voice lowering yet becoming strangely firm as he said he understood the prince's reason, but the one he had sworn loyalty to was not His Majesty, but his one and only master. In the quiet night forest, Kiji bowed his head before that prince and affirmed his absolute, unwavering devotion. He understood very clearly that if His Majesty personally conferred knighthood upon him, then the ceremony where he would swear loyalty before the lord he truly revered would be completely skipped. Something that unreasonable was not something he could ever obediently accept. Seeing his subordinate stubbornness mixed with an almost blind loyalty, the male lead could only lower his eyes slightly. A thoughtful look flickered through those blazing red eyes, as if he were telling himself that this time, he could not simply allow it. He looked at Ki kneeling before him, then softly called his name, but Kiji still was not finished. He continued speaking in a heavy voice, saying there was something else he wanted to say. He admitted that he still could not remember every line of a knight's oath of loyalty, and he also did not want to offer some stiff, formal salute to anyone else. Memories of their old training sessions surged back, when he had once been teased for failing to remember the necessary flowery phrases. Back then, Kiji had bluntly said he only needed to speak what he truly wanted to say, because sincerity mattered most. It was a promise that he would take up his sword to shield His Highness, and become strong enough that His Highness would no longer have to walk forward alone. In both lives, Kiji was willing to die in his master's place, so His Highness would not have to worry, be concerned, or turn back to protect him. And more than anything, so His Highness would never be left alone, and never be forgotten by this cold world. In the night forest, Kiji knelt on one knee, his voice ringing clear, like an oath carved into the soul, declaring that he would protect him. The male lead was stunned, his blazing eyes widening in utter shock, unable to understand why Kiji could say such a thing. He realized that although this was still the familiar loyalty he knew, it was a promise completely different from that painful past. Hearing those words, his heart seemed to be soothed. The male lead smiled faintly, then placed a hand on the shoulder of the guard kneeling before him. He suddenly spoke, declaring, "Very well, this time I permit it." Beside the still lake, Ellen Menison watched the fish swimming below and brought up what had happened at the previous birthday banquet. It was the moment when that prince and the young lady of the Suleiman family walked into the grand hall side by side. He revealed that rumors of an engagement were spreading throughout noble society, then curiously asked what His Majesty truly thought of the matter. King Lekmang calmly admitted that he had never intended to put out that rumor in the first place. The king analyzed that the prince currently needed power, and if the other party was the Suleiman family, there was almost no better choice. He even left open the possibility of a real royal marriage. Ellen Menison half-joked that the young duke would certainly not enter the royal family easily, but if the prince were sent to the land of elephants, it would not be a bad idea either. To put it plainly, if you want the son-in-law to cooperate, the gifts need to hit hard, brother. Faced with Ellen Menison's excessive teasing, the king had no choice but to stop him. He immediately shifted to the real issue, asking whether His Majesty had made a final decision on the crown prince position. Looking at his reflection on the water, King Lekmang said thoughtfully that he treasured all three princes, but the crown prince's seat could only be given to one person. He wanted to avoid needless tragedies, and he believed the one who could do that was the prince who was changing more and more. The king also revealed that a few days earlier, that prince had requested a knightly title for his guardian spirit, and he was planning to approve it. Even knowing some would call him too soft-hearted, Lekmang still felt that everything was currently moving in the right direction. The king smiled, thinking that at least on that prince's birthday, the boy deserved to receive a gift. But the peaceful atmosphere shattered at once with a piercing scream. A gift box suddenly fell to the floor, making a dry thud that drew every gaze toward it. Lady Demiri appeared with a face full of anger, sharply asking whether that prince was being far too reckless just because today was his birthday, then demanding to know how long he planned to use her name. He merely asked Demiri, completely unfazed, whether she liked the dress that had just been sent to her. Looking at that gorgeous outfit, she instantly realized the true intention behind it. He curved his lips slightly and asked whether she had received it, and whether it matched her taste. Then the male lead admitted he had intentionally ordered a matching outfit to create the misunderstanding that they were engaged, making Demiri angrily question whether he meant to borrow her name to declare war right in the middle of his birthday banquet. He calmly replied with only one word, yes. Kallian reassured her that she did not need to panic, because the earth-shaking upheaval about to crash down would soon bury this whole incident. Besides, the fake engagement would help Demiri escape a mountain of annoying marriage proposals from other families. It was clearly a win-win deal, especially now that the main character had the Emperor's approval. Demiri let out a soft sigh and agreed to let him borrow the title of her fiancé, but in return, she had to receive a reward truly worthy of the risk. Under her stunned gaze, he took the initiative and made an offer. "I will duel you." That was a request Demiri had made many times before, only to be flatly rejected every single time. Demiri looked at his seemingly slender hands, unable to stop herself from wondering how this young man planned to take up a sword against her. The two began bargaining over the training period, cutting it from 2 weeks to 1 week, before finally settling on half a month. A firm handshake sealed the fake engagement contract, fake in name yet strangely real in feeling. Watching it happen, Ian was so moved he nearly teared up, thinking that only his prince would choose a fiancée in such a domineering style. The atmosphere inside the imperial palace instantly turned lively, with countless birthdays stacked high like mountains, all prepared for the third prince's grand day. Dressed in a dazzling royal formal suit, the main character composed himself and prepared to step into the banquet hall. Ian smiled and respectfully offered his master a birthday greeting, but right after that, he noticed the unusual tension written clearly across the face of the person before him. The main character admitted that he was a little nervous as well, even though he had not realized it in time himself. In truth, deep down, he was quietly using magic to completely conceal his own aura. It was all preparation for a dramatic head-on confrontation with the old Fox Bryson, right on the chessboard of power. The main character clenched his fist and told himself that everything would finally be exposed at this banquet. He silently set each step of his plan into motion. He calmly walked beside Lady Demiri, entering the radiant banquet hall together under countless gazes from the nobles. Looking at the glittering crown on Demiri's head, he silently judged that it suited the fiancé of a crown prince very well, but absolutely not the fiancé of an ordinary prince. Meanwhile, second Prince Blanche deliberately played the part of a dissatisfied and insolent son to perfection. Right in the middle of the ceremony, he sprang up in resentment and walked straight out, not even bothering to look back. The main character leaned slightly toward Demery's ear and whispered that Marquis Bryson had yet to appear. Just then, a clear announcement rang out, declaring that His Majesty the Emperor was entering. He narrowed his eyes and observed the empty seat reserved for the old Marquis. He immediately understood Bryson's ambition. The old man wanted to silently proclaim that his power even surpassed His Majesty's. That gaze, seeing straight through the game, was dead on. Realizing the timing was right, the main character softly told Demery that it was time for them to separate. He gave her sincere thanks, while Demery smiled and wished the young prince a happy birthday. He stepped closer to King Lekmang, who was standing on the raised platform in the middle of the palace hall. The king calmly raised his glass and congratulated his son on his birthday in a voice filled with majesty. He called for all the guests to raise their glasses together in celebration of the third prince. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps rang out like steel striking stone, tearing through the atmosphere. Immediately after, a voice full of authority rose. "I apologize for my late arrival, Your Majesty." The main character glanced at the figure approaching, coldly thinking to himself, "So you finally came, Marquis Bryson." King Lekmang remained composed, then announced that on this special day, he had an extremely important matter to reveal to the entire nobility. He held his breath nervously, watching every movement of his father, and told himself that he only had to hold on a little longer. When the king mentioned Consort Freya Whitley, he tightened his grip on the wineglass in his hand, his crimson eyes unwavering. His gaze stayed locked on the target, not shifting even half a step away. King Lekmang's voice echoed throughout the palace hall. "I will grant her the position of empress." The entire venue instantly fell deathly silent, and every murmur vanished. A dry, brittle sound suddenly rang out as the glass in the old Marquis's hand cracked. Shards of glass flew outward, falling onto the cold stone floor right beneath his feet. A sudden chill spread through the space, making every guest shudder at once. Amid the thick, suffocating tension, the main character suddenly formed a sinister smile of pure satisfaction. His crimson eyes flashed with a cold glint, silently declaring, "I can finally see it, Bryson, your true aura." In an instant, a chaotic, crimson energy packed with evil pressure erupted violently around the old Marquis. Bryson had finally revealed his true form. The whole hall was shaken by information far too horrifying, and discussions exploded everywhere. A comer was being appointed empress. The nobles understood that this declaration would undoubtedly give the third prince an enormous boost in power. At the same time, they grew even more curious about how the Bryson family would respond to the king's unexpected move. Among the restless crowd, the atmosphere grew tighter and tighter, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Marquis Bryson approached the main character with a mocking smile and said that His Highness had just received quite the luxurious gift. He curled his lips slightly, his crimson eyes showing clear triumph. "That's right, and I am extremely pleased." He looked straight at the old Marquis with a provocative expression, then dropped a cold line. "It seems you could not see anything at all, Axel Hess." Before Bryson's bewildered look, the main character silently brushed past him, as if he had already seized full control of the situation. Bryson's face darkened as he warned him that whatever the prince was seeing, he would be better off worrying about his own future first. The main character did not waver at all, coldly warning that blind greed often dragged trouble along with it, and perhaps one day, the old man himself might vanish without a trace. Bryson gritted his teeth and insisted that he did not need the prince's reminder, because he was still doing exactly what he had already planned. Kallian calmly raised his glass of red wine, slowly taking a sip as if this entire banquet hall was not worth even a flicker of his attention. Watching Bryson's reflection ripple across the wine, the protagonist curled his lips in mockery. "Truth is, I have been thinking about your downfall for a very long time. Now I am only deciding when that delightful moment should arrive." Bryson clenched his fists, rage rising until it nearly choked him. He silently cursed this young man for being far too arrogant, as if the crown prince's throne was already sitting in his palm. The old man reassured himself that, for now, the boy held nothing at all, even with a shred of legitimacy. That was still not enough to dream of the throne. As the two brushed past each other, Bryson spat out a venomous insult. "Your Highness should not taint the royal bloodline of Sia with commoner blood." Hearing that, he immediately stopped. The sound of his shoes halting in the banquet hall made the lavish atmosphere suddenly turn heavy, suffocating everyone present. He glanced back slightly, his cold, clear voice ringing out before every noble. "By the way, Marquis, when exactly do you plan to show your respect to the noble royal family of Sia?" The protagonist turned around and faced Bryson with eyes sharp as a blade. Before everyone's stunned silence, he gave a firm command. "Hurry up and bow, Marquis Bryson." Bryson ground his teeth, so humiliated that blue veins bulged across his forehead as countless whispering nobles watched him get cornered. This embarrassment hurt worse than a fatal strike in a dungeon. The old man inwardly cursed the young man as a bastard, while fully understanding that the third prince was deliberately dragging down the prestige of one of the kingdom's most powerful marquises. Bryson began to feel afraid. If someone like him rose to become crown prince, the current noble class would certainly be crushed, and the old order would collapse completely. In the old man's eyes, the protagonist now looked no different from someone who had just awakened a power system and instantly become unbearably arrogant. He quickly calculated his options. If he accused the boy of disrespect, then he himself would also be forced to bow before the king to preserve his own dignity. Bryson took a sip of wine, his gaze darkening as he silently searched for a way to hold that bastard back. Seeing the old Marcus still hesitating, the protagonist lifted his lips in blatant provocation. "What are you waiting for, Marcus? Can you not see that His Majesty is waiting?" He did not stop there and instead delivered another fatal blow. Or is House Bryson openly refusing to show the respect owed to His Majesty? Only then did Bryson realize he had fallen completely into the trap this young man had set. He was like a chess piece caught in check on the board of power, with no path of retreat left at all. Bryson clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In the end, he was forced to lower his head and apologize, using the excuse that he had skipped the ceremony out of fear of interrupting the banquet. In front of every guest, Bryson bowed and offered His Majesty a belated greeting. The protagonist casually walked past him, took another sip of red wine, and threw out a mocking dismissal. "You no longer need to greet me, Marquis. Return to your seat. If I were in your place after a scene like this, I would be so ashamed that I would leave the banquet at once." Seeing the other man's cold, triumphant expression, the fury inside Bryson burned even more violently. Bryson left with his face twisted by hatred. He swore that one day soon, he would make the boy repay the full debt of today's humiliation. After the banquet ended, the protagonist and Ellen Menacin slowly walked through the palace corridor, now swallowed by silence. Ellen Menacin asked with concern whether he was exhausted after such a tense night. In the protagonist's mind, however, every thought was circling around House Bryson's terrifying strength. He understood that the reason that family could seize power despite having few soldiers was the overwhelmingly strong sword in old Marcus Bryson's hand. No matter how intelligent Blanche was, he would struggle to steer that family by relying only on raw force. So the protagonist had to make himself the target, forcing Bryson to lose focus so Blanche would have time to understand and control that blade. Just then, Blanche unexpectedly stepped out from behind a door and coldly asked if that was the reason he had stirred up the entire banquet. He had clearly figured everything out already, yet still acted like he needed to ask. Classic royal siblings, always playing psychological warfare. The protagonist gave a bright smile and calmly answered that it was only the lesson that old man deserved for everything he had done. Seeing his older brother appear in the hallway instead of the study as usual, he curiously asked why he was there. Blanche coldly handed him a sheet of paper and said he had been looking for him to deliver this. Looking at Blanche's serious expression, the protagonist could not help teasing him, saying it seemed his brother was slowly getting used to being a messenger pigeon. But before his smile could fully bloom, the moment he glanced at the contents of the paper, the atmosphere instantly changed. The corner of his mouth stiffened, and his smile vanished completely. His red eyes flared with tension. Then the protagonist said in a low voice that Axel Hess had probably run into trouble. The secret letter said the mage was currently in the great forest leading to the lands of the fanatics. Even more worrying, those who sheltered unbelievers within their ranks had also begun appearing in that forest. In the quiet room, the three of them stood around the map, the atmosphere as heavy as the moment before a magic war. Ellen Menacin pointed to the great forest near the road to Tensio and stated with certainty, "If your highness is referring to the forest beside that road, then it is Glam Forest." The protagonist fell into thought, then confirmed that he had originally sent Axel Hess to the Marquis' territory. His goal was to check whether Bryson and Grey Bryson were secretly colluding. Even if they were not, he still needed to warn them to stay out of his way. The protagonist's path had noble backing, but the things he did were supported by his own spine. Ellen Menacin frowned in confusion, wondering why Axel Hess had been found in Glam Forest instead of the Marquis' territory as originally planned. He explained that Glam Forest was the last place where people had seen a man named Sunjarath, the one who once made the shocking claim that human power could also create holy relics. At the same time, deep within the gloomy Glam Forest, another incident was quietly erupting. Axel Hess had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. By now, he should have been on his way back to the royal palace. Yet at this moment, the mage was surrounded by strangers in the darkness. Axel Hess wondered in shock when exactly everything had gone off course. Time turned back to 2 weeks earlier when Axel Hess was leisurely riding his horse through the street and suddenly heard someone call out from above. Recognizing the familiar voice, he looked up toward the balcony and cried out in astonishment. Guildmaster Aria, the guildmaster of the Mage Association with striking purple hair, immediately jumped down from the balcony and playfully blocked his path. Axel Hess could only sigh when he saw that this guildmaster still insisted on calling him kid, even though the two of them had not met in a long time. Arya folded her arms, looked him over, and praised the uniform for suiting Axel Hess well. She was also mildly shocked that someone as difficult as him had actually agreed to work under someone else. Axel Hess scratched his head and explained that he had run away because he was afraid she would torment him, but it seemed he still could not escape this troublesome guildmaster after all. Seeing the mountain of luggage strapped behind Jay's horse, Arya immediately guessed that Axel Hess was about to leave for somewhere very far away. The moment Arya heard the main character was heading to the Marquis's territory, she beamed and said she had business nearby too. She did not even bother asking permission, simply tagging along so decisively that he froze at the guildmaster's overwhelming enthusiasm. After completing the mission in the Count's territory, he realized Lady Yuria seemed to be hiding another, far more mysterious purpose. She calmly reasoned that if something had come out, then something else must have gone in as well. Several days had passed since the two of them began their grueling search through the dense glam forest. The main character slowly grew suspicious and pressed her, asking whether the person they were looking for was truly in this place. Yuria answered with certainty that, according to the clues she had heard, his last appearance was when he lived somewhere inside this forest. He was stunned to learn that Yuria was tracking someone who had vanished a very long time ago. She calmly confirmed that the record was from 300 years earlier, and if that person was still alive, he definitely was no longer human. Wait, if someone from 300 years ago was still alive, there was no way he could be an ordinary person anymore. While they were moving, Yuria suddenly stopped and asked whether he could sense anything unusual. The main character immediately focused his mind and noticed an extremely faint current of magical energy ahead. The two entered a secret cave hidden deep in the cliffside, where old experiment bottles lay scattered among stacks of dust-covered documents. Yuria cried out in excitement when she realized they had found the right place. She believed someone obsessed with research would never abandon his data, while the main character was stunned that these pages remained intact after hundreds of years. Yuria explained that an incredibly powerful preservation seal had been placed on them, but the moment these documents left the cave, they could rot away and vanish instantly. Without needing further analysis, she was certain the energy they sensed was the magical power radiating from that seal. Yuria thoughtfully judged that, with her current strength, bringing all the documents outside would absolutely not be simple. She placed a hand on the main character's shoulder and told him to stay here and wait while she handled the matter, promising she would return right away. But the moment he stepped outside, a squad of masked assassins suddenly emerged from the darkness. The main character was dragged into a brutal fight to the death. Though he had taken down most of the enemies, his body was beginning to reach its limit. He instantly raised sharp pillars of ice and launched them straight at his opponents. But one assassin quickly deployed an energy shield, completely stopping the attack. The main character gritted his teeth, realizing one specialized in defense, while the other specialized in offense. Their coordination was so airtight that it left almost no openings. He understood that if this were one-on-one, he could absolutely find a weakness and deal with them one at a time. But in his wounded state, while being cornered like this, the situation was gradually slipping beyond his control. A terrifying impact suddenly crashed down, blasting him far away. Pain surged through him, and he only managed to groan once before collapsing onto the cold ground. The enemy instantly seized the chance. The guardian assassin swung his heavy weapon, preparing to bring down the finishing blow. The main character realized his fatal mistake in shock. Why had he assumed someone who only knew defense could not attack? The assassin looked down at him with cruel eyes and roared for him to become a sacrifice to Xeon. Hearing that unfamiliar name, he could only gasp in astonishment. Xeon. At the very moment the deathly blade was about to reach his body, an immensely powerful surge of magic suddenly intervened. Amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke, a majestic figure appeared and blocked the fatal attack. It was none other than Third Prince Kalyan, holding a radiant sword in his hand. Seeing his partner lying miserably on the ground, covered in wounds, Kalyan coldly warned that next time, he should only accept missions he could actually complete. Meanwhile, in a quiet library, Yuria was still intently studying ancient manuscripts beneath the dim light. She murmured that these characters perfectly matched the patterns carved into the stone slab the prince had once asked her to investigate. Suddenly, the dry sound of footsteps behind her startled Yuria so badly that a chill ran down her spine. She nearly screamed, thinking some spirit had appeared in the library. Ellen Menacin coldly questioned why she dared act on her own when he had given no order. Back in the forest, the main character still lay collapsed on the ground, blood steadily seeping from his wound. He struggled to look up at Kalyan and asked how he could have come here. Kalyan calmly replied that he used the teleportation circle to intervene in time, making him suddenly realize that the magic circle the prince had worked so hard to create had saved his highness in a critical moment. Kalyan's gaze turned icy and resolute as he declared in a low voice that every effort he had made had been entirely worth it. The battle was not over yet, and the assassins roared madly, urging each other to speed up and wipe this place clean. They charged all at once under orders to capture the mage alive at any cost. Kalyan immediately took a defensive stance and swung his sword, its presence sharp and decisive. A brilliant aura flared up, blocking the enemy's heavy strike. He unleashed a relentless series of razor-sharp slashes, completely overwhelming the desert warriors. Seeing the main character's condition getting worse, Kalyan immediately ordered him to use the teleportation circle and return to the Imperials at once. He reassured him that his elder brother, Blanche, had surely called Hina to wait there, so his wounds would be treated in time. Even while gravely injured, the main character still showed clear hesitation at Kalyan's order. Seeing him continue to waver, Kalyan instantly lost his temper and growled that if he stalled any longer, Kalyan would personally finish him off right here. Understanding that he could not defy the enraged prince, he had no choice but to obey, saying he understood before quickly leaving the forest. Kalyan silently walked toward the assassin, gasping on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifting in a cold greeting. Though he did not expect the man to talk easily, he had deliberately kept him alive to begin the interrogation. Kalyan looked down at the man groaning on the ground and delivered an ultimatum, saying that if he chose to speak first, Kalyan was willing to listen. But in the face of the enemy's stubborn resistance, the atmosphere instantly turned ice cold. Kalyan decisively drove his sword straight into the man's back, making a miserable scream tear through the night. If he had been given a chance and failed to take it, then he had only himself to blame. Kalyan coldly told him to stop screaming and reveal the mastermind, stressing that this request was never difficult in the first place. Kalyan kept pressing him in a mocking voice, saying that the monster-like regeneration would let him fully endure every drawn-out wave of pain about to crash down on him. The main character told himself he had never liked filthy torture games, but anyone who dared point a blade at his people instead of at him should not expect an easy death. His eyes burned red with rage as he imagined the people beside him suffering disaster because of him. In the stillness of night, the young man returned to the imperial palace. Yuria bowed her head in guilt before the main character, honestly admitting that everything had been her mistake, Your Highness. Yuria blamed herself because her rash independent action had brought both disrespect and serious trouble upon him and Count Ellen Menessen. Inside the closed room, Count Ellen Menessen harshly scolded Guildmaster Yuria for her recklessness. In an icy voice, he reminded her never to treat being saved in time as luck, because the price of that mistake was not her life, but the lives of the subordinates who had trusted her and staked everything on her. Ellen Menessen pointed straight at her and warned that her arrogance and conceit had almost turned everything into a tragedy, and she must never forget it. Yuria could only lower her head in silence, then promised that once she returned to the capital, she would immediately report the entire incident to the deputy commander. Seeing the atmosphere grow too tense, the main character stepped in to mediate, asking the count to be generous and not blame her any further. Yuria bowed again and sincerely apologized for her haste. Seeing her like that, his heart softened too, and he answered gently that it was enough, it was fine, and he understood. Still worried about Axel Hess, Yuria hesitantly asked about his condition. The main character reassured her that he was now all right, resting and receiving careful treatment. Setting the old matter aside, he signaled for everyone to focus on the pile of documents they had just gathered on the table. Yuria explained that because the magical barriers were too complex, she could not retrieve these documents herself and had to rely on Lord Ellen Menessen's spatial magic. Although she had not yet read the contents inside, she revealed a shocking piece of information from Axel Hess. The organization behind the entire incident was called Xeon. The main character froze in shock, then kept repeating that mysterious name as if trying to fit each clue into place. In the language of the elves, Xeon meant the Emperor of Humanity. He was stunned by that ambition-soaked title, while Ellen Menessen admitted it was a term he had heard before. Ellen Menessen concluded that once the situation inside the Imperial Palace stabilized, he would have to personally meet the Elder Elf and investigate it clearly. After that, the main character went to see Second Prince Blanche. He placed a communication magic tool on the table and seriously asked for a favor, saying that this time, he hoped his older brother would act as his messenger. Looking at the item before him, Blanche asked suspiciously if it was used to contact Crown Prince Jay. The main character confirmed it, hoping that holding part of the timeline would help Jay remember some clue. Blanche listened in silence, his eyes gradually narrowing in thought. Under his younger brother's expectant gaze, Blanche coldly gave a firm refusal. He did not want to. The answer left the other prince frozen in place. Blanche looked straight at his younger brother and questioned what blind faith made him think anyone could risk his life as spectacularly as he did. The main character calmly replied that the Crown Prince of Secretia was even younger than his older brother. But Blanche still could not hide his worry, wondering whether those sudden unannounced memories were eroding the Crown Prince's mind. He smiled with complete trust and insisted that even if Jay wavered a little, he was not the kind of person who would collapse easily and lie there helpless. He even casually teased that, unlike someone who always needed a nanny glued to his side, Jay was capable of taking care of himself and would definitely be fine. The main character turned to leave, telling his older brother not to worry too much, because he was not the kind of younger brother who only brought him grief. Blanche sat quietly for a moment, then suddenly sprang up and slammed the table with a bang. The main character and Axel Hess jumped and turned toward him, asking why he had suddenly gotten so worked up. Blanche admitted in a cold voice that he himself was exactly the kind of older brother who caused trouble. He decisively left the magic ring behind and walked away, leaving the main character stunned. Right after that, Blanche went to meet Ellen Menasin and made a special request. Ellen Menasin respectfully reminded him that, as he already knew, anywhere in this palace under Suspanian's influence, all personal communication magic was completely nullified. Ellen Menasin was stunned when he heard Blanche ask him to break that rule. Blanche sat silently on the sofa, understanding his younger brother's loneliness as he fought desperately all by himself just to stay alive. He realized that his little brother was trying to protect this country, his former homeland, and even the entire world, all with nothing but his own strength. Blanche looked straight at him and clearly declared the true reason behind this reckless act. He wanted to protect his little brother. So that was it. Ellen Menasin let out a soft sigh, judging that the prince seemed to have dragged yet another new problem onto himself. After hearing Blanche explain the whole story from beginning to end, Ellen Menasin immediately asked the older brother to hand him that bracelet. Blanche quietly handed over the magic item, while Ellen Menasin thought in silence that the world truly had all kinds of people with completely different natures. Ellen Menasin began speaking about Dibran, his cruel father, a man no different from a venomous snake wearing human skin. He vividly remembered the horrifying moment when Blanche had just become crown prince and immediately ordered the execution of all his biological siblings without mercy. It was hauntingly ruthless, like a tragedy from a dark tale. Because he had grown up under the shadow of such a father, Ellen Menasin had always forced himself to protect his younger siblings from that man's fangs. He understood very well that Blanche's younger brother was suffering a similar pain, hurting himself again and again just to save others. Ellen Menasin earnestly hoped Blanche would not be too harsh on that younger brother, just because of those reckless actions. Blanche clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, his eyes revealing a rare vulnerability. Then he answered softly that he knew. He understood. Night gradually fell, covering the entire kingdom of Sagridia, where scout birds still tirelessly cut through the wind in the sky. Jay walked quietly along the empty palace corridor, his footsteps echoing through the darkness beneath the cold moonlight. He stopped before a large door, knocked softly, and asked permission to enter for an audience. Inside, the room was submerged in thick darkness. King Diblin sat silently behind his desk, heavy dry cuffs echoing through the gloomy room. Jay bowed respectfully and reported that his return trip had been safe before the monarch looked up and asked whether anything unusual had happened in Kiris. The main guy kept his expression calm and replied that he had only offered congratulations within proper limits. Every part of the schedule had been strictly followed, and there was absolutely no special incident to report. Even so, Diblin could not hide his suspicion, because a crown prince personally traveling that far just to attend a birthday banquet sounded far too abnormal no matter how you looked at it. Under his father's probing, oppressive stare, when asked whether he had gone there to meet some important figure, the young man still calmly insisted that it had all been ordinary diplomatic etiquette. Diblin narrowed his eyes, cold enough to drill straight into his son's heart, but in the end, the old man only said flatly that he understood. That gloomy and hard-to-please vibe explains why his bad reputation never leaves him alone. King Diblin coldly ordered his son to withdraw. The young prince bowed respectfully, then quietly left his father's study. He looked calm on the outside, but inside, there was probably a full-blown storm raging. The crown prince's footsteps rang down the silent corridor, while behind the door, the king's dry coughs continued without end. In the thick darkness, Diblin's face gradually turned terrifyingly grim, his icy eyes flashing with countless unreadable schemes. The moment he stepped outside, he ran into Knight Castrin, who had already been waiting in the hallway. Before Castrin could even open his mouth to ask about him, the prince cut him off in a cold voice, saying there was no need. The young man looked straight at Castrin and firmly stated that he had never done anything of the sort, Sir Castrin. In his heart, he reminded himself that he had to act exactly as his memories instructed, so no one could produce even the faintest spark of suspicion. He signaled for the knight to leave, while silently hardening his resolve to keep the future he remembered from drifting away from its original path. His shadow stretched long across the cold stone floor, as if clearly reflecting the burden of someone who held the key to fate. Castrin bowed respectfully and said in a gentle voice that he hoped his highness would rest well. He quietly pushed open the door to his private room, but immediately froze when he saw a familiar figure standing by the window. His eyes widened and shock showed clearly in that instant. Right after that, his stunned expression faded, replaced by a bright smile filled with tenderness. He softly called the name of the girl before him, Ariane Lin. In response to his surprise, Ariane Lin, his fiancée, gave him a beautiful and gentle smile, then welcomed his highness home. Honestly, one look at her was enough to blow all the gloom in his heart clean away. She warmly asked him about the long journey he had been on for the past several days. Unexpectedly, he stepped forward and pulled Ariane Lin into his arms, leaving her briefly stunned because she had no time to react. He rested his head on her shoulder, his voice so soft it nearly dissolved into the air, and said that he had left something behind. Ariane Lin gently offered to help him go find it again, but he only shook his head softly, because that was something he was not allowed to do. She quietly asked whether that thing was truly so important to him. He closed his eyes, felt the warmth coming from her, and slowly confirmed that it was very important. Ariane Lin advised in a soft voice that if it mattered that much, being a little greedy sometimes was not necessarily wrong. But his eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, and he answered with firm resolve that it was not time yet. Wait, what was that? They had barely been sweet for a minute, and now he was already cold as ice. He gripped Ariane Lin's hand tightly and declared that everything had to unfold exactly along the old trajectory, at least until Axel Hess appeared this winter. He walked over silently and closed the window. In his heart, he calculated that only by doing this could that healer appear on the exact day recorded in his memories, and then that person would disappear without causing any disturbance to the current flow of events. At the same time, in Kyrgyz, the atmosphere inside the palace grew tense as maids hurried back and forth without pause. They carefully moved the massive portrait of Freya Whitley to the most honored position. News of the official Empress investiture ceremony was announced, scheduled for the following week, along with a public event in the square. Marcus Bryson sat motionless in the darkness, his face sunken in a heavy, unreadable expression. After hearing the report, the old man wearily waved his hand and ordered his subordinate to withdraw. Bryson ground his teeth in bitter resentment, because the humiliating forced boast staged at Kalyan's banquet had completely cost him the chance to oppose Freya Whitley becoming Empress. In the end, the old man could only return in silence, choked by helpless frustration. Marcus Bryson slammed his hand hard onto the table, the dry crack ringing through the empty room, while his teeth clenched tight with fury. He understood perfectly well that because he himself had stayed silent, none of the other nobles would dare step forward to object. No matter the cost, he had to pull out that thorn in his eye known as the Third Prince. The old man schemed viciously. Yep, thorn, 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 because important things need to be said 3 times for maximum impact. Bryson began suspecting Second Prince Blanche's movements and wondered what the hell that young man was secretly doing. He could no longer sit still and wait, because a new plan had begun to take shape in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the Mage Corps area, 2 young mages rushed frantically into the room to look for the Deputy Corps Commander. Both of them wailed to the heavens that the substitute instructor was far too harsh, making them miss the comfort of training under Axel Hess so badly they almost cried. The instant the instructor's shout rang out from outside the door, the 2 guys panicked and bolted off to train, terrified of being caught again and punished even more. In truth, Axel Hess was still right there in the room, calmly using invisibility magic to hide behind the sofa and enjoy a bit of precious rest. Whoever wanted brutal training could go suffer. This veteran mage was staying perfectly chill. Axel Hess curled his lip in contempt at the young mages, because they could not even sense the invisibility magic standing right under their noses. He told himself that once he returned, he would definitely whip those brats into shape for daring to take training lightly, then was just about to take a short nap. Axel Hess suddenly froze when he heard the clicking sound of the door opening. He wondered to himself why a knight would casually walk into the mage's break room at a time like this. He was even more surprised when he saw that knight walk straight to Prince Blanche's personal locker without the slightest hesitation. The man's movements were so decisive and practiced that this was clearly not the first time he had done this. The moment the mysterious figure vanished from sight, the tension in the air snapped tight. Axel Hess appeared at once and swiftly searched the entire capital district under the Second Prince's control. He froze when he discovered a cryptic secret letter hidden with almost absurd care inside. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Axel Hess rushed off to find Kalyan and reported immediately. At that moment, our lead was staring intently at the black stone resting in his palm. The link between the group calling itself the Sovereign of Mankind and the secret of the timeline was starting to come into focus. After the brutal battle, the enemy collapsed while drawing his final breath. He bitterly warned that this life-bartered power could only be used once. Once the black stone shattered, its owner's heart would vanish with it. Our lead clenched the black stone, shaken as he realized the strange ancient symbols carved into it perfectly matched the traces on the axis of time. Back at the palace, he warily sank onto the sofa and let his mind drown in this terrifying chain of coincidences. Just then, an unexpected knock rang out, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. Ian stepped in and reported that Deputy Corps Commander Axel Hess had an extremely important matter to present. Axel Hess entered with a grave expression expression bowing as he apologized for disturbing the prince's rest. Our lead simply waved it off, saying he had ordered the guards to let Axel Hess in whenever he came. Yeah, this kind of exception is getting some serious special treatment. His gaze softened as he asked about the shoulder wound Axel Hess had taken during the forest ambush. Thanks to Hina's devoted care and the prince's concern, Axel Hess insisted he had fully recovered and could even return to training today. But the real purpose of this meeting was a far more shocking discovery. With both hands clenched from tension, Axel Hess began recounting everything that had happened. He had seen a royal knight secretly sneak into the Balkan Corpse lounge, then slip an unknown object into second Prince Blanche's clothing. Fearing a dangerous conspiracy, Axel Hess investigated in secret and recovered a hidden letter. He placed the small scroll on the table, stared straight at our lead with suspicion in his eyes, and firmly asked what connection His Highness had with the Crown Prince of Secretia. The entire room sank into a heavy silence, one that stretched so long it almost felt suffocating. He lightly raised a hand to cover his face and let out a thoughtful sigh. Well now, through the gaps between his fingers, our lead's crimson eyes flashed with a complicated emotion that was hard to name. He looked straight at the Deputy Corps Commander and asked in return, Lord Axel Hess, why did you choose to follow me? Our lead kept pressing him, saying he did not remember ever doing anything good for him, so the fact that Axel Hess had followed him this far was both surprising and strange. Axel Hess stiffened, a flicker of confusion crossing his face at his master's painfully direct remark. But after a brief silence, Axel Hess quickly regained his resolve. He turned slightly away and said in a low voice that His Highness did not need to answer him right now. Then he looked our lead in the eye and declared, I will wait for your answer, Your Highness. Our lead quietly observed him, fully aware that Axel Hess had realized a secret was being hidden. Yet out of respect, he would rather wait until the prince was truly ready to reveal it. Our lead faintly curled his lips into the slightest smile and replied, very well. He told himself that, at the very least, he owed that loyalty a worthy answer. The candles in the room trembled faintly, as if reflecting the turmoil inside the prince's heart. Our lead looked at Axel Hess with a deep, unreadable gaze, then suddenly released a truth that froze the air. You are the one who ended my life with your own hands. The room fell silent before the cruel secret of a timeline rewound from death itself. Axel Hess was so shaken he nearly forgot to breathe, stammering in utter panic. How could something like that happen? Our lead lowered his eyes to his own hands and admitted that perhaps he had been too greedy, too desperate for someone to acknowledge his existence. He confessed that, at some point, he had stopped wanting to keep hiding the truth. One part of him wanted to conceal it from Axel Hess, but another part urged him to be the first person to tell him everything. As he looked into our lead's crimson eyes, heavy with sorrow and gloom, Axel Hess bowed his head in pain and apologized, saying, I am sorry that I cannot remember it for you. Oh no, this situation just got messier than a hidden dungeon boss phase, and that is saying something. Our lead let out a soft sigh and murmured that he finally understood why those emotions had taken root inside him. Facing the other man's silence, he suddenly asked, what do you live to protect? Axel Hess pondered for a moment, then answered honestly, I live only to protect whatever I can protect when it appears before me. He silently repeated his master's teaching, to maintain his pride before the corpse commander, his faith before the prince, and his responsibility as a deputy commander. Axel Hess placed a hand over his chest and declared with certainty that he would protect Balkan at any cost. Our lead faintly curled his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with calculation, then asked Axel Hess to add one more important thing to that list, the seat he would claim in the future. Axel Hess was stunned, then hurriedly asked whether the prince wanted him to carry a role even greater than that of deputy commander. Though he knew the young prince's weaknesses all too well, before that unwavering resolve, Axel Hess only saw him give a small, confident nod of confirmation. Axel Hess clenched his fist, then began to give his answer. He answered our lead's question about why he had continued choosing to follow him all this time. Axel Hess looked straight at the prince and affirmed, you are a very good person. Those words left our lead visibly stunned. Axel Hess thought back, wondering if that reason had become too vast to put into exact words, or if perhaps he had never needed any special reason from the start. He remembered the moment flowers drifted gently across the water, along with the promise not to hinder the steps of the departed. He simply stood quietly behind him and waited. It sounds poetic, sure, but wow, it is so sad it nearly crushes your heart. In the dead silence of night, the prayer for the departed soul kept echoing through his mind. Axel Hess admitted that his reason for following Kallian was very simple. The prince was a decent man. At first, it was only gratitude, but the farther he walked, the more the path this prince chose stirred his heart. Maine quietly turned his eyes toward the window. In a low voice, he spoke of the habit his master had taught him. Before every battle, one must state his name clearly, a rule soaked into his blood until it became instinct, his own. Axel Hess suddenly remembered that fated moment years ago, when he boldly declared himself Axel Hess, corpse commander of Frost Bastion. When asked his name, he only answered that he had forgotten everything, yet the other man firmly said he would make him remember. That was the first time Axel Hess had ever asked someone's name on his own, and even if his memories faded, he still trusted that choice completely. He looked straight at the prince, as if asking whether His Highness hoped he would at least find that feeling natural, the pride of being able to offer his very life to him. Since you personally chose me, Your Highness, should you not know at least one reason to believe that decision was the right one? Axel Hess's eyes shone with unwavering resolve as he confessed in a low voice, because he had once stolen the breath of someone like him. This time he would protect him with his life. He solemnly vowed to protect the prince with all his heart and ability. Yet Mane immediately denied it, saying he wanted him to protect his position, not Mane himself. Despite the refusal, Axel Hess slammed his hand onto the table and roared with fierce spirit that there was no need to deny it and no need to fear. No matter what happened, how could he possibly fail to protect a single prince? Watching his subordinate suddenly turn into someone far too fired up, Mane broke out in a cold sweat and silently cursed Axel Hess as a total weirdo. At least let a man finish his sentence first. Late night fell, and the palace sank into silence beneath the hazy moonlight. He sat alone on the balcony, letting his thoughts drift, telling himself that now even Axel Hess knew the truth about his soul and his plan. The young man quietly worried over whether he should reveal that secret to the next person, and feared even more that if his master found out, the old man would definitely give him a beating he would never forget for acting on his own. He lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop, looked at the glittering ring on his hand, and wondered what he should do next. The Axel Hess video ends here, guys, so remember to hit like so Bear can bring you more great series. Thanks and goodbye, everyone.